describing India as a state with expansionist tendencies. On the 10th of April 1975, the Sikkim Assembly called for complete integration with India and the removal of the Kogil. A referendum later supported the Assembly's decisions. Sikkim became a full Indian province, its 22nd state, on the 29th of April 1975. China did not, however, recognize Sikkim. Garver 2001, 171-173. All along, China maintained that India had annexed Sikkim by force and that the referendum was a farce. In the past, Beijing has also refused to discuss the border in the Sikkim sector. Badge Pi 1999, 212-214. Finally, in 2003, during Indian Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee's visit to China, Article I of a joint memorandum designated Canggu and Sikkim as a site for border trade. MEA 2003, giving de facto recognition to Sikkim. In October 2003, the Chinese Foreign Ministry website removed Sikkim from the list of independent countries. Joseph 2004. In 1986, an Indian patrol discovered a Chinese military presence in the Thandrong pasture on the banks of the Sundarangchu River in the Tawang district of Arunachal Pradesh. Same 2013. On the 26th of June 1986, India lodged a formal protest with the Chinese government, though Beijing denied the intrusion. In the meantime, India set up military posts right across from Chinese forces in the Longrela and Pathungla Heights. Same 2017. An impasse followed. Throughout the standoff, the Indian government insisted on resolving the issue peacefully. Speaking in Parliament on the Chinese intrusion, K.R. Narayanan, the Minister of State in the Ministry of External Affairs, said that the border dispute should be settled through consultations while pursuing a peaceful and negotiated settlement to the border question. Quoted in Lok Sabha Secretariat 1986, 279. When Foreign Minister N.D. Tiwari visited Beijing, he conveyed that India did not wish the situation to deteriorate any further. Subsequently, following a flag meeting at Bamla on the 5th of August 1987, both sides began to de-escalate their militaries in the area. Nonetheless, the standoff had lasted 8 months, making it the longest confrontation between the Indian and Chinese militaries. It took 7 more 184 Rishika years of diplomatic negotiations for India to finally recover the territories in the Sundarangchu Valley. In the meantime, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi visited Beijing in 1988, where New Delhi set aside its post-1962 insistence that the resumption of normal intercourse between the two countries depended on the return of all territories claimed by India. Same 2017. While the 1990s and 2000s were periods of relative calm along the border, India has repeatedly drawn attention to Chinese violations across the line of actual control (LAC) after 2010. In doing so, New Delhi has made the distinction between intrusions and transgressions. In 2014, a member of Parliament (MP) explained the difference between intrusions and transgressions. Intrusions were when Chinese troops crossed over to Indian side of the LAC and stayed put, while transgressions meant that Chinese troops entered Indian territory but eventually retreated to their side. Jane 2014. In 2014, the government maintained that as against transgressions there had been no PLA intrusion since 2010. On the 13th of August 2014, in reply to a question from Narayan Lal Pancharia, a member of the Upper House of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, the Union Minister of State for Home, Kiren Rijiju, said, no intrusion has been reported or taken place on the Indo-China border including Sikkim during the last 5 years. However, there are cases of transgression due to difference in perception of the line of actual control. Locke, MAJ 2014. Beyond Chinese transgressions, there have been serious incursions in which Chinese troops have violated Indian territory and stayed put since 2010. These include the instances of 2013, 2014, and 2017. Each time, negotiations and diplomacy paved the way for dispute resolution. In 2013, Chinese tents were pitched 19 kilometers into what India considers its own territory in the Dalat-Begoldi sector of eastern Ladakh. The dispute came to light on the 15th of April, when Indian authorities noticed the tents. In spite of Indian protests at the site, the Chinese side refused to turn back, and a 3-week standoff ensued. The standoff was resolved on the 6th of May 2013. Subsequent revelations revealed that the dispute was settled largely at a diplomatic level. Diksha 2013. While the standoff at the border was resolved through diplomacy, there were angry voices in the parliament supporting stronger action. For example, Mulayam Singh Yadav, leader of the opposition Samajwadi Party, emphasized there is a serious threat to the borders of the country. At the same time, the government should have been careful. Citing the 1962 war, Yadav referred to Nehru, saying that China was Nehru's biggest and best friend. But the same China betrayed Nehru and attacked our country. It was a shock, because Nehru was deceived. He considered China as the ultimate friend. I am repeatedly saying that China is a deceitful country. Quoted in Lok Sabha Secretariat 2013. 1. A military standoff between India and China occurred in the Chumardamchak area in Ladakh in September 2014, starting just days before Chinese President Xi Jinping's visit for a summit with India's newly elected Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. On the 10th of September, in Chumar, an Indian patrol team discovered more than 200 PLA troops 2 kilometers inside Indian territory. They were equipped with bulldozers and cranes, with the intention of building a road. Good to 2014. Confrontations and shouting matches between the two sides ensued. The Indian side eventually demolished the temporary road constructed by the Chinese. Unsuccessful flag meetings were held on 15th and the 17th of September between senior officers from both militaries. In the end, it took a flag meeting held on the 25th of September among even more senior officers to resolve the dispute. And in 2014, the border standoff continued through Xi's stay from 17 to 19. India's view of the border dispute 185 September. On the 30th of September, the Ministry of External Affairs in Delhi issued a statement noting that, as per an understanding reached between India and China, the two sides have carried out disengagement and redeployment of border troops in the Chumar and Demchak areas in eastern Ladakh on September 26-27, 2014 to restore the status quo ante as on September 1, 2014. MEA 2014. The most dangerous episode between China and India, though, was in Doklam in 2017. During the crisis, from June to August, the Indian military decided to block Chinese road construction in an area disputed between China and Bhutan. Both sides threatened military action when tensions rose between the border guards. O'Donnell 2018. 3. India, while consulting Bhutan, said that it was deeply concerned about Chinese actions and insisted that Beijing stop the road construction. In New Delhi's view, Chinese actions had serious security implications for India. MEA 2017b. It maintained that the road inside Bhutanese territory was a violation of the 1988 and 1998 agreements between Bhutan and China, and it insisted that Chinese troops return to their positions before the 16th of June 2017, MEA 2017b. In the end, the standoff lasted 73 days, making it the second longest India-China border confrontation after the Sundarangchu Valley incident. After Doklam, Indian MPs raised questions about the status of the border. In 2018, while answering the query on Chinese activities in the Doklam region, Minister of State for External Affairs, General V.K. Singh, informed Parliament that the governor and regularly discussed the issue of transgressions along the LAC with Chinese counterparts through established mechanisms, which included border personnel meetings, flag meetings, meetings of the Working Mechanism for Consultation and Coordination on India-China Border Affairs, as well as through diplomatic channels, quoted in Lok Sabha Secretariat 2018. An area that has remained contentious between India and China is a part of Kashmir that India refers to as POK. India maintains that China occupies a total of 38,000 square km of Indian territory in the province of Jammu and Kashmir, the Aksai-Chin Plateau. Besides that, India also claims 5,180 square km of POK that was ceded to China through a Sino-Pakistan agreement in 1963, Lok Sabha Secretariat 2009. Since then, Chinese incursions in construction inside the disputed territory have been rampant. The launch of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, as part of China's One Belt One Road, LBR, Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, has further increased India's worries as CPEC infrastructure passes through POK. New Delhi has maintained that the construction violates India's sovereignty and territorial integrity and ignores its core concerns. MEA 2018a. In addition, the CPEC poses a security challenge as it could bring Chinese construction and military personnel associated with the projects right up to India's boundaries. In the event of a conflict with Pakistan, India could face the possibility that Chinese personnel would be in harm's way, with the risk of a confrontation with China. The border talks, differences and agreements after 1962 border violations and negotiations have occurred concurrently. There was an 18-year gap in bureaucratic engagement following the 1962 war. However, since the 1980s, communication between New Delhi and Beijing has never again been as elusive. 186 Rishi Chauhan continuous talks and interactions at various levels have ensured that disputes have been managed even as there remain persistent differences in Indian and Chinese perceptions of the border. Discussions on boundary concerns have not been limited to bureaucratic negotiations. Indian and Chinese leaders also have discussed the subject in bilateral summits and on the sidelines of multilateral conferences. Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru and Chinese Premier Zhu Enlai had discussed the border at a summit in April 1960, the most extensive discussions between the top leadership on both sides. Nearly 2 years after the war, in May 1964, Nehru once again attempted to negotiate, with a focus on Aksai-Chin, Ranjan 2016, 107. Later leaders interacted with China even when bureaucratic engagement was frozen. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi ordered India's Special Frontier Force to draw back from the India-China border, Ranjan 2016, 107, and also normalize relations by resuming ambassadorial-level interactions in 1976. In 1979, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, then Foreign Minister of India, visited Beijing, reviving higher-level interactions between the two neighbors. MEA 2012.2. The following year, Chinese Premier Wang Guofeng met Indira Gandhi in Belgrade and discussed the border issue. Gangnam 1989. 1125. The 1988 visit of Rajiv Gandhi to China was a turning point. In essence, during the summit, India agreed to change its policy on normalization. After the 1962 war, India had decided that it would not resume broad-ranging normal ties with China until Chinese occupation of occupied lands was ended. During the Rajiv visit, New Delhi agreed that the two sides could resume trade and people-to-people ties even as border negotiations continued. Calha 2014, 205-207. In 1981, after a 21-year gap, border talks were formally resumed, but at the bureaucratic level. From 1981 to 1988, 8 rounds of border talks were held. While the first 4 focused on sketching out basic principles, the last 4 occupied themselves with the situation on the ground. Gangnam 1989, 1126. The Joint Working Group, formed in 1988 following Rajiv Gandhi's visit to China, conducted 15 rounds of negotiations between 1988 and 2003, with the aim of providing an impetus to the negotiations. From 2003 onward, the two states decided that special representatives would conduct the talks, with the purpose of providing an institutional mechanism to maintain peace and tranquility in the India-China border areas. The Working Mechanism for Consultation and Coordination, WMCC, on India-China border affairs was established in 2012. The initiative was especially significant as it aimed to strengthen communication and cooperation between border security personnel. In 2018, WMCC finished its 11th round of talks, MEA 2018b. The 21st meeting of the special representatives was held in November 2018 between Indian National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Chengdu, PTI 2018a. Among the notable successes of this long period of discussions and negotiations was the agreement on maintaining of peace and tranquility along the line of actual control in the India-China border areas in 1993 and on confidence-building measures in the military field along the line of actual control in India-China border areas in 1996. In addition, the two states agreed on border personnel meetings, BPMs, in disputed areas of Spangar in the western sector, Nathula in the Sikkim sector, and Bumla in the eastern sector. In these areas, meetings are held twice a year, and flag meetings are organized when required. In light of the 2013 and 2014 border confrontations, 2 more points, Kibathudamai in the eastern sector and Dalat Begoldi in the western sector, were identified for BPMs, Committee on External Affairs 2018. 29. India's view of the border dispute 187 transgressions and incursions have occurred amid borders talks, sometimes leading to the cancellation or postponement of talks, while at other times talks have provided a platform for resolving ongoing tensions. For instance, in 1986 during the Sundarangchu incident, border talks were scheduled on 21 to 23 July 1986. Though the scheduled talks provided a platform for the resolution of the dispute, differences persisted until 1995 when both sides agreed to withdraw troops from their forward positions. Calha. 2014, 211. On the other hand, during the Doklam standoff, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and China's President Xi Jinping's meeting on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Hamburg was productive. The meeting helped in resolving the standoff. INS 2017. 3 factors influencing India's view of future border negotiations. Through the years, discussions over the border have progressed. Both sides understand that a final boundary settlement will be a long-drawn process. In the 1980s, Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping had implied that the task of resolving the border dispute should be left to a future generation. Since 2014, India has gone along with this view but has increasingly questioned the slowness of the process, especially during Prime Minister Modi's leadership. Modi has asked China to clarify the LAC and also linked further progress in relations to a final border settlement. Bajpai 2018, 254. Here we assess VAR-IOU's other changes and some constants in India's post-1962 attitude on the following. I. The nature of territorial claims. 2. Its general disposition toward China, which conditions its view of the border negotiations. And 3. The manner in which the dispute can be resolved. clearing misunderstandings on territorial claims before the 1962 war. Indian statements and debates implied that the leadership and government agencies were confused about China's understanding of the border. After the war, the confusions became ever more apparent. Discussing the subject after the war, Nehru said, "It is rather difficult for me to say what the Chinese say, because if any person takes the trouble to read through this vast correspondence, he will notice that our alleged frontier is a very mobile one. It changes." Quoted in Locke's Sample Secretariat 1962, 113. A few days after the Chinese attack, Nehru said in Parliament that the Chinese Prime Minister had come out with a three-point proposal as a condition for a ceasefire. However, India found the proposal very vague and was not quite clear what he meant. Quoted in Locke's Sample Secretariat 1962, 127. There was confusion particularly over the McMahon line. Nehru maintained that, during his meeting with Routledge, he got the clearest impression Beijing would recognize the line despite its insistence the line was illegal and was but a British imperialist construct. Owing to a large number of facts and the Chinese desire to be friendly, China would eventually accept the delineation. Nehru added that the Chinese leader later denied it, making it difficult to say what the Chinese stood by at a particular time. Quoted in Locke's Sample Secretariat 1962, 114, 115, 188. Rishika Chauhan. However, New Delhi now clearly understands that China questions the legality of the McMahon line, calling it an unfair border drawn by the imperialist British. Committee on External Affairs 2018, 26. The area remains disputed, as Indian officials have maintained that in Myanmar, China accepted the very same line, which suggests that Beijing's stand is hardly a principled one. Committee on External Affairs 2018, 30. Meanwhile, there are issues on which there was clarity earlier, over which there is no great confusion up to the present time. One of these is the status of NEFA Arunachal Pradesh. In 1962, speaking about NEFA, Nehru argued that India shared its independence with the people of that region. After independence, New Delhi had developed the area by not only extending its administration to it but also by building basic infrastructure like schools, hospitals, roads, etc. Locke's Sample Secretariat 1962, 113. He contended that any person who sees the history behind them, Indian government initiatives, would easily say that we have occupied it in every sense, legally, constitutionally, administratively, practically for a large number of years. Quoted in Locke's Sample Secretariat 1962, 114. Thus, despite frequent Chinese assertions that Arunachal Pradesh is a part of their territory, India has maintained that the Chinese claim does not have an adequate historical basis and the state is an integral and inalienable part of India. Committee on External Affairs 2018, 26. With respect to border communities in the state, the Parliamentary Committee report argued that the agreement on the political parameters and guiding principles on the settlement of the India-China boundary question, signed in April 2005, emphasized that settled populations will not be disturbed. India insists that China repeatedly claiming parts of Arunachal Pradesh, where Indian citizens reside, violates the principle agreed upon in the 2005 agreement. Committee on External Affairs 2018, 35. Post-war reactions and changes in Indian attitude. India's view of China was powerfully influenced by its decisive defeat in the 1962 war. Across the country, amongst the elite and in the popular level, the once positive view of China gave way to resentment and anger. With the defeat, India also suffered the loss of international reputation. Nehru, who was building his image as a prominent leader of the developing countries, was humiliated diplomatically. Luthi 2012, 118. While proclaiming a national emergency after China's attack, Nehru shared his anguish in Parliament. It is sad to think that we in India, who have pleaded for peace all over the world, and who have sought the friendship of China and treated them with courtesy and consideration and pleaded their cause in the councils of the world, should now ourselves be victims of new imperialism and expansionism by a country which says that it is against all imperialism. Quoted in Locke's Sample Secretariat 1962, 109. The sense of humiliation has abated over time. India has become stronger domestically as well as internationally. High rates of economic growth since the early 1990s and India's rising international standing after the nuclear tests of 1998 have given New Delhi greater self-confidence in dealing with China, saying 2008, 85. This confidence has had a bearing on the way New Delhi deals with Beijing. In 2018, India's Foreign Secretary, India's view of the border dispute 189, Vijay Keshav Gokhale emphasized that in the last 30 years India's relationship with China had changed. Diplomatic, economic, and military capacities in both states have increased so that even their bilateral interactions would have an impact, multilaterally as well as regionally. Given China's growing role internationally, the India-China relationship would become one of the most defining relationships of this century. Committee on External Affairs 2018, 2. India too is also playing a greater role internationally. In recognition of the fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Xi Jinping in 2017 asserted that India-China relations were vital for stability in a time of global uncertainty. Raj and Jain 2017. Regarding the border issue, they stated that differences should not become disputes. During the Doklam standoff, on the sidelines of the G20 summit, the two leaders decided to resolve the dispute at a functional level. Committee on External Affairs 2018, 3-4. When they met again at Wuhan in April 2018, they agreed to remain in regular contact and to give strategic guidance to their militaries in order to improve communication and to maintain peace and stability. Raj 2018. Peaceful means to resolve territorial disputes. One of the constants of Indian policy over the years has been the determination to resolve the border dispute peacefully. Right after the war, Nehru argued that even if China's boundary claim was legal or constitutional, it did not justify the use of force and sudden invasion. Quoted in Locke's Sample Secretariat 1962, 114. He argued that to resolve the dispute, China should have persisted with negotiations or opted for other peaceful means of settlement, including appointing arbitrators or going to the International Court of Justice. Locke's Sample Secretariat 1962, 116. The Indian commitment to peaceful resolution of the dispute has led to agreement on various mechanisms to produce a final settlement and to promote military stability. These include the border negotiations since 1981, the signing and implementation of various CBMs, in particular the Accords of 1993 and 1996, but also more recently, in the wake of the confrontations of 2013, 2014, and 2017, and the increasing frequency of meetings between the highest political leadership in bilateral and multilateral settings. Since 2014, permanent representatives of the Indian Air Force and the Navy have been stationed in the Indian Embassy in Beijing, along with the defense attaché from the Indian Army. China is the fourth country after the United States, United Kingdom, and Russia where India has attaches from all three wings of the Indian Armed Forces. In addition, annual defense and security dialogues have been institutionalized to deal with misunderstandings and enhance trust. Krishnan 2014. The defense Kubar at Ion was suspended after the Doklam incident in 2017. 2017. It was resumed in 2018. PTI 2018b. Both states endorse peaceful negotiations and in a fair, reasonable and mutually acceptable manner. MEA 2015. India has tried to ensure that normal functional cooperation continues and that military stability is sustained in spite of the quarrel over the border. There are established mechanisms such as hotlines, flag meetings, border personnel meetings and the newly established working mechanism on consultation and coordination on India-China border affairs to help in resolving instances of transgressions. MOD 2012. India's commitment to normalizing and sustaining stable relations with China is long-standing. Several episodes underlining India's stabilizing intent have come to light. In 1980, when Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Hua delayed his visit to India in 190 Rishika on protest over India's support of the Vietnamese-supported regime in Kampuchea, New Delhi responded in a measured way. Foreign Minister Narasimha Rao made the delay appear a routine postponement owing to prior commitments. Gangnam in 1989, 1126. As noted earlier, in 1988, in the wake of the 1987 Sundarangchu confrontation, Rajiv Gandhi changed India's post-1962 aversion to normalization. In 2011, responding to a parliamentary question on the border talks, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh said that despite the lack of progress, peace and tranquility continue to be maintained along the border, quoted in Lok Sabha Secretariat 2011-13. When Chinese incursions in the Dalat Begoli sector were reported, the Indian Prime Minister insisted that it was a localized problem that could be resolved and that India did not intend to accentuate the situation. Kumar 2013. Meanwhile, External Affairs Minister Salman Khurshid insisted that the standoff was acne on the otherwise pretty face of India-China relations, quoted in Dikshit 2013. Likewise, India has gone out of its way to emphasize the difference between transgressions and intrusions, stressing that Chinese transgressions were nothing but the result of a different understanding of the LAC. Conclusion. Since the 1962 war, various steps have been taken to resolve the India-China border dispute. On the other hand, the two countries are not much closer to a settlement. For India, Chinese incursions and objectionable construction inside disputed territory have complicated the post-1962 period. While the relationship between the two powers has been described as one of the most significant in international politics, capable of proving stability to not only the Asian region but also the world, major differences linger. In spite of differences over the border and despite intermittent tensions along the LAC, India and China have tried to improve the overall relationship. To ameliorate the situation, border management instead of a border settlement has come to be the focus of bilateral relations. Over the years, a comprehensive dialogue has been established that has enhanced cooperation not only between political and military leaders but also increasingly at the business-to-business and people-to-people levels. Dialogue has helped in mitigating hostility and in building trust between India and China. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Xi Jinping's formal and informal engagements have brought the two states closer, especially after the Wuhan summit. The political leaderships in both India and China have played an important role in border negotiations. As in other international relationships, see by Man and Pollock 2001, the personal intervention of the top leadership has powerfully affected ties. In contrast to Pakistan, India's animosity toward China is not enduring. Resolving the border issue with Beijing would be easier to sell to the Indian public. The question is how it is to be resolved. It is clear from the parliamentary debates on the subject that India has a range of views on how to relate to China. Candidate Vajpayee I, 2002, 245, has divided Indian strategic thinking into three different streams: Nehruvianism, neoliberalism, and hyperrealism. According to him, Nehruvians view China as a possible ally against imperialist powers. Neoliberals regard India-China relations as being susceptible to rational initiatives in an era when both sides are more concerned with economic development, and hyperrealists want the Indian leadership to build the country's military power in order to deter China. Vajpayee 2002, 266-272. Proponents of all three viewpoints are still present in India, and clearly, they would approach the border quarrel in quite different ways. On the other, India's view of the border dispute 191 hand. Since the 1980s, Indian decision-makers have consistently followed a core policy, namely, a policy of engagement with Beijing, and have insisted that continuous and wide-ranging interaction and avoiding military conflict is in India's interest. Responding to a question in Parliament in 2011, then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh stressed that the previous government, the National Democratic Alliance, NDA, led by the more conservative Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, had maintained a similar stance on China. His government's approach, he noted, was not a new policy, and this was the policy also of the NDA regime, to engage China to find peaceful ways of resolving the border dispute, quoted in Lok Sabha Secretariat 2011-13. A similar approach guided Modi's diplomacy with Xi Jinping at Wuhan in 2018 following the border skirmish at Doklam. In a joint statement after the summit, the two sides insisted that maintaining peace and tranquility in all areas of the India-China border region is in the larger interest of the overall development of bilateral relations. MEA 2018c. India and China also constantly acknowledge that along with differences, there are opportunities. As then Foreign Secretary S. J. Shankar explained in 2017, I think there was also an understanding that where we have differences, it was important that those differences should not become disputes, and in fact, if they were handled well, could even be opportunities. MEA 2017a. Leaders in India as well as China in the years after the 1962 war have broadly shared a similar sentiment. Notes 1. Various leaders in the context of the India-China border dispute have used the discourse of difference and disputes. Xi Jinping, Narendra Modi, S. J. Shankar, V.K. Singh, and Nirmala Sitharaman are some of them. 2. However, as the Chinese attacked Vietnam at this time, Vajpayee cut short his visit. Garver. 1991, 59. Bibliography Vajpayee, G. S. 1999. China's Shadow over Sikkim. The Politics of Intimidation. Delhi. Lancer Publishers. Vajpayee, K. 2002. Indian Strategic Culture. In M.R. Chambers, ed. South Asia in 2020. Future Strategic Balances and Alliances. Carlisle Barracks, PA. Strategic Studies Institute. 245-304. Vajpayee, K. 2018. Modi's China Policy and the Road to Confrontation. Pacific Affairs 91-2. 245-260. By Man, D.L. and Pollock, K. M. 2001. Let us now praise great men, bringing the statesman back in. International Security 25-4. 107-146. Committee on External Affairs, 2018. Sino-India Relations including Doklam, Border C2 at ION and Cooperation in International Organizations, 22nd Report, Committee on External Affairs, 16th Lok Sabha, September. Available online at http://164.100.407.193/Swimit External %20 affairs /16_external_affairs_22.pdf. Digit S. 2013. China ends standoff, pulls out troops from Dalat Begoli sector. The Hindu, 5 May. Available online at www.thehindu.com/news/national/China-ends-standoff-pulls-out-troops-from-Dalat-Beg-Obi-sector/article 46866606.ece. Access the 11th of November 2018. Ganguly, S. 1989, The Sino-Indian Border Talks, 1981-1989, A View from New Delhi, Asian Survey 2912, 1123-1135. Garver, J. W. 1991, The Indian Factor in Recent Sino-Soviet Relations, The China Quarterly. 125, 5585. Garver, J. W. 2001, Protracted Contest, Sino-Indian Rivalry in the 20th Century, Seattle, University of Washington Press. 192 Rishika Chauhan Global Times, 2017, Standardization of Terms Aimed at Reaffirming Sovereignty, Experts, 18 April, available online at www.globaltimes.cn/content/10422979.html, GPD, 1983, Beyond the Border Dispute, Economic and Political Weekly 1844, 29 October, 1875. Gupta, S. 2014, China, India in Border Skirmish Ahead of Xi Visit, Hindustan Times, 16 September, available online at www.hindustantimes.com/India/India-in-border-skirmish-ahead-of-Xi-visit/story-S46BQ-LIFXY5 GOZIMN2AK.html, INS, 2017, How Modi-Xi meeting at Hamburg set the stage for Dockland standoff resolution, Business Standard, 30 September, available online at www.business-standard.com article, current-Modi-Xi-meeting-at-Hamburg-set-stage-for-OK-LAM-standoff-17093000241_1.html, Jane, B. 2014, No Chinese Intrusion Since 2010, Only Transgressions, Government, The Times of India, 20 August, available online at https://timesofindia.india.times.com/India/no-Chinese intrusion-since-2010-only-transgressions-government/article show /40579001.cms, access 21 November 2018, Joseph, A. K. 2004, China takes another step to recognize Sikkim as part of India, Outlook, 31 May, available online at www.outlookindia.com/story/China-takes-another-step-to recognize-SIKKIM-as-part-of-India/225-323. Kalha, R. S. 2012, What did China gain at the end of the fighting in November 1962? Institute for Defense Studies and Analyses comment, 21 November, available online at https://ibsa.in/idsa.comments/what did China gain %20 at end of fighting _RS Kalha _211112, access the 1st of October 2018. Kalha, R. S. 2014, India-China Boundary Issue, Quest for Settlement, New Delhi, Pentagon Press. Kaber, A. 2015, Aftermath of the 1962 War, Indian Defense Review, 13 November, available online at www.indiandefensereview.com/spotlights/aftermath-of-the-1962-war/access the 21st of November 2018. Krishnan, A. 2014, First Indian Air Force, Navy attaches take charge in China, The Hindu, July 25th, available online at www.thehindu.com/news/national/first-Indian-air-force-navy-attaches-take-charge-in-China/article 624623.ece. Kumar, V. 2013, PM Terms Ladakh Incident, A Localized Problem, The Hindu, 27 April, available online at www.thehindu.com/news/national/PM-terms-ladakh-incident-localized-problem, article 4660344.ece, access the 11th of November 2018. Lok Sabha Secretariat, 1962, Lok Sabha Debates, 3rd Series, Volume I, Number 11, 8 November, available online at www.eprlib.nic.in/bitstream/1234567889/29733/1/LSD_03_03_08-11-1962.pdf. Lok Sabha Secretariat, 1986, Lok Sabha Debates, English Version, 8th Series, 6th Session, Volume XIX, Number 17, 8 August, available online at www.eprlib.nic.in/bitstream/1234567889/14766/1/LSD_08-06_08-0986.pdf. Lok Sabha Secretariat, 2009, India-China Border Dispute, Lok Sabha, 15th Series, 2nd Session, Part 1, Unstarred Question Number 3598, 29 July, available online at www.eprlib.nic, in bitstream 123456789602682174235.pdf #search equals India-China %20 border %20 dispute. Lok Sabha Secretariat, 2011, Lok Sabha Debates, 15th Series, 9th Session, Volume XXI, Number 15, 14 December, available online at www.eprlib.nic.in/bitstream/123456789/7584552/1/1412_ix.pdf. Lok Sabha Secretariat, 2013, regarding attack on Indian patrol on Indian sides of line of control and need to take steps for security of the border. Lok Sabha Debates, 15th Series, 14th Session, Special Mention, Part 2, Other Than Questions and Answers, 6 August, translated from Hindi, available online at www.eprlib.nic.in/bitstream/123456789/7439989/1/9981. PDF #search equals regarding attack on Indian patrol on Indian sides of line of control and need to take steps for security of the border. Lok Sabha Secretariat, 2018, Chinese activities in Doklam, Lok Sabha, 16th Series, 40th Session, Part 1, Unstarred Question Number 2059, 7 March, available online at www.eprlib.nic.in/bitstream/123456789/7727223/1/AU2059.pdf #search equals Chinese %20 activities %20 in %20 DOKLAM. India View of the Border Dispute 193 Luthi, L. 2012, Sino-Indian Relations, 1954-1962, Eurasia Border Review 3, Special Issue, 95-119. Maxwell, N. 2013, India-China War, Duridan. Routledge Publishers. MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, 2003. Document signed between India and China during Prime Minister Vajpayee's visit to China, 23 June. Available online at www.mea.gov.in/bilateral-documents.htm question DTL /7692/documents plus signed plus between plus India plus and plus China plus during plus Prime plus Minister plus Vajpayee's plus visit plus to plus China. MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, 2012. India-China bilateral relations, January. Available online at https://mea.gov.in/portal/foreign relations/China-January-2012.pdf. MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, 2014. Press release on developments in India-China border areas in Eastern Ladakh, 30 September. Available online at www.mea.gov.in/bilateral-documents.htm question DTL /24050/press plus release plus on plus developments plus and plus India-China plus border plus areas plus and plus Eastern plus LADAKH. MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, 2015. Q number 2452. Discussion on boundary issue with China, 19 March. Available online at www.mea.gov.in/rajya-sabha.htm question DTL /24981/QNO245-2_discussion_o_boundary_issue_boundary-issue with China. Access 11 November 2018. MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, 2017. A transcript of media briefing by Foreign Secretary on the sidelines of SCO Summit in Astana, 9 June. Available online at www.mea.gov.in/media-briefings.htm question DTL /28522/transcript_of_media_briefing_by_foreign_secretary_on_the_SCO_Summit_in June_09/2017. Access the 11th of October 2018. MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, 2017. V. Recent developments in Dakhla area, the 30th of June 30. Available online at www.mea.gov.in/press-releases.htm question DTL /28572/recent_developed-MENTS in Dakhla area. Access the 11th of November 2018. MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, 2018. A. Official spokesperson's response to a query on media reports regarding possible cooperation with China on OBRBRI, 5 April. Available online at www.mea.gov.in/media-briefings.htm question DTL /29768/official plus spokespersons plus response plus 2 plus A plus query plus on plus media plus reports plus regarding plus possible plus cooperation plus with plus China plus on plus OB-ORBRI. Access the 11th of November 2018. MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, 2018. V. Working Mechanism on Consultation and Coordination for India-China Border Affairs, 22 March. Available online at https://mea.gov.in/press-releases.htm question DTL /29706/working_mechanism_on-coordination_for_India_China_border_affairs. Access the 11th of November 2018. MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, 2018. C. India-China Informal Summit at Wuhan, 28 April. Available online at https://mea.gov.in/press-releases.htm question DTL /29853/India-China_Informal Summit at Wuhan. MHA, Ministry of Home Affairs, 2014. Intrusions of Chinese Army into Indian territory. Rajya Sabha. Unstart question number 3776, 13 August. Available online at https://mha.gov. In MHA1 Part 2017 PDFs, Part 2014-PDFs /RS-130814/RS%203776.pdf. Access the 11th of November 2018. Miller, M. C. 2013. Wrong by Empire. Post-Imperial Ideology in Foreign. Stanford. CA. Stanford University Press. MOD. Ministry of Defense. 2012. Chinese Activities on Border. Press Information Bureau. 3 September. Available online at https://pib.gov.in/newsite/print-release.aspects question real equals 87201. O'Donnell, F. 2018. Stabilizing Sino-Indian Security Relations. Managing Strategic Rivalry After Doklam. The Carnegie Tsing Center for Global Policy. June. Available online at https://carnegieendowment.org/files/cp335_O'Donnell_final.pdf. Pandit, R. 2014. India, China set to end 16 Jumar standoff by Saturday. The Times of India, 26 September. Available online at https://timesofindia.india.times.com/India/India-China-set-end-Jumar-stand-off-by-Saturday /article show/4346764.cms. PTI, Press Trust India, 2018. A. China, India made constructive proposals for each solution to border dispute. The Economic Times, 26 November. Available online at https://194 Rishika Chauhan, economic-times.india-times.com/news/defense/China-India-made-constructive proposals for early-solution-to-border-dispute/article show/668096005.cms question from =MGR. PTI, Press Trust of India, 2018. B. India, China to resume military drills after 1-year gap. The Economic Times, 9 December. Available online at https://economic-times.indi-admi.com/news/defense/India-China-resume-military-drills-after-1-year gap/article show/6701191.cms. PTI, Press Trust of India, 2019. A. China firmly opposes Modi's Aramical visit. The Economic Times, 9 February. Available online at https://economic-times.india-times.com/news-defense Modi's-Arunasi-Pradesh-visit-aggravate-border-dispute-China/article show 6791434.cms question from =MGR. PTI, Press Trust of India, 2019. B. India should resolve staple visa issue for Aramical residents. Business Standard, 18 July. Available online at www.business-standard.com/article/PTI-stories/India-should-resolve-staple-visa-issue-for-India-should-resolve-staple-visa-issue-1107180180156 Ranjan, A. 2016. India-China boundary disputes. An overview. Asian Affairs 47-1. Asian Affairs 47-1. 101-114. Raj, E. 2018, Modi Xi Wuhan Summit, India, China look to reset ties with new understanding. Live Mint, 28 April. Available online at www.livemint.com/politics/KGNAG-FVBSHENYC4HKAH Modi Xi Wuhan Summit, India, China look to reset ties with N. HTML. Raj, E. and Shane, S. 2017, Modi Xi meeting in Astana. PM calls for respecting each other's core concerns. Live Mint, 9 June. Available online at www.livemint.com/politics/21UWLDXHRG32P8SVSHNTK. Modi Xi -meeting-8-PM-calls-for-respecting-HH.BHE.HTML. Access to 21st of September 2019. Sager, R. 2009, State of Mind. What kind of power will India become? International Affairs 85-4, 801-816. Sen P. J. S. 2013, 1962, The Battle of Namkhichu and Fall of Tawang, A View from Other Side of the Hill, Journal of the United Service Institution of India 163-592, April-June, available online at https://iof-india.org/publication/us-view-from-other-side-of-the-hill/196-the-hill/fall-of-the-hill/June+2013, access the 11th of November 2018. Sen. T. 2014, Hindi Shini Shai Shai, The Times of India, 22 September, available online at https://timesofindia.indiatimes.com/blogs/1-editorials/25828/ access the 11th of November 2018. Singh, M. 2013, Lessons from Samdurang Chu, IBSA Commentary, 26 April, available online at https://ibsa.in/ibsacommentS/current Chinese incursion lessons from Samdurang Chu incident_mseng_2600413, access the 21st of November 2018. Singh, S. 2008, India-China Relations, Perception, Problems, Potential, South Asian Survey 15-1, 8398. Singh, S. 2017, Why 2017 is not 1987, The Indian Express, 4 August, available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/opinion/columns/uk-LAM-standoff-India-China-Army-troops-war-bhutan-47813009/ access to 22nd of November 2018. Singh, S. A. 2003, 40th anniversary of the Sino-Indian conflict, A Historical Perspective, Journal of the United Service Institution of India 533-551, January-March, available online at https://iof-india.org/publication/USI-journal/40th-anniversary-of-the-Sino-Indian-conflict-historical-perspective/ Sun, H. 2019, Maps with Boundary Mistakes Destroyed, Global Times, 25 March, available online at www.globaltimes.cn/content/11434110.html. 11 Solving a Solved Problem, The Tibet Issue in China-India Relations 15C. China considers Tibet an integral part of its territory and strongly opposes any foreign intervention in Tibetan affairs. With the 1954 agreement between the People's Republic of China and the Republic of India on trade and intercourse between Tibet region of China and India, India implicitly recognized that Tibet is a part of China by referring to the area as the Tibet region of China. Since then, despite the ebb and flow of China-India relations, India's official position regarding Tibet's status vis gravis China has generally remained unchanged. The joint statements issued by Beijing and New Delhi suggest that China and India have reached a consensus on the Tibet issue, in which India accepts China's sovereignty over Tibet and promises not to allow Tibetans to conduct anti-China activities in India. See Table 11.1. Chinese officials have even claimed that the Tibet issue is no longer a problem between China and India. INS 2005. That view is in fact shared by some Indian strategists, who believe that the Tibet issue was settled in 2003 when the Count tries issued a joint declaration stating that the Tibet Autonomous Region is part of the People's Republic China. Banerjee 2013. 22. Despite the optimistic viewpoint suggested by these joint statements, Tibet has remained a troublesome and sensitive issue between China and India. In 2009, Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was reluctant to meet Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao on the sidelines of the Copenhagen Climate Summit because he worried that contentious issues like Tibet would be raised by the Chinese side. Sarin 2017. 242. In the March 2013 meeting between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Manmohan Singh, the only concern the Chinese side raised was Tibet. Beijing hoped India would maintain its responsible position, while New Delhi conveyed that Tibet is part of China. Samanta 2013. Many Chinese experts on China-India relations do not hide their worry that the Tibet issue is a major barrier in bilateral relations between India and China. Kang 2013, Meng 2016. 2017. This chapter seeks to answer the question of why China and India have not been able to solve the Tibet issue. It begins by exploring China's policy toward Tibet and discusses the perspectives of India and China on Tibet's significance within the framework of China-India relations. This is followed by an analysis of Tibet as a bargaining chip. China's failure to win over Tibetan hearts and minds, after more than 60 years of rule, has made Tibet into a focus of international attention. Though China has warned against any meddling in Tibetan affairs, India's historical, cultural, and geographical links with Tibet cannot be wiped out and give New Delhi a special role to play. India is the host of the present Dalai Lama, the Tibetan government in exile. The Central Table 11.1 China-India Joint Statements. Date document text on Tibet. The 29th of April 1954, the agreement between desires of promoting trade and cultural India and China on intercourse between the Tibet region of China, trade and intercourse in India, and of facilitating pilgrimage and travel between Tibet region by the peoples of China and India. The 23rd of December joint press communique. The Chinese side expresses concern over anti-1988 China activities by some Tibetan elements in India. The Indian side reiterates the long-standing and consistent policy of the government of India that Tibet is an autonomous region of China and that anti-China political activities by Tibetan elements are not permitted on Indian soil. The 16th of December joint communique. The Chinese side expresses concern about the 1991 continued activities in India by some Tibetans against their motherland and reiterates that Tibet is an inalienable part of Chinese territory and that it is firmly opposed to any attempt or or action aimed at splitting China and bringing about the independence of Tibet. The Indian side reiterates its long-standing and consistent position that Tibet is an autonomous region of China and that it does not allow Tibetans to engage in anti-China political activities in India. The 23rd of June 2003 Declaration on Principles. The Indian side recognizes that the Tibet for Relations and Autonomous Region is part of the territory of Comprehensive the People's Republic of China and reiterates that cooperation. It does not allow Tibetans to engage in anti-China political activities in India. The Chinese side expresses its appreciation for the Indian position and reiterates that it is firmly opposed to any attempt or action aimed at splitting China and bringing about independence of Tibet. The 11th of April 2005 joint statement. The Indian side reiterates that it recognizes the Tibet Autonomous Region as part of the territory of the People's Republic of China and that it does not allow Tibetans to engage in anti-China political activities in India. The Indian side recalls that India was among the first countries to recognize that there is one China and its one China policy remains unaltered. The Indian side states it will continue to abide by its one China policy. The Chinese side expresses its appreciation for the Indian position. The 21st of November joint declaration. The Indian side reiterates that it has recognized the 2006 Tibet Autonomous Region as part of the territory of the People's Republic of China and that it does not allow Tibetans to engage in anti-China political activities in India. The Chinese side expresses its appreciation for the Indian position. The 15th of January a shared vision for the no mention of Tibet 2008 21st century of the Republic of India and the People's Republic of China Tibet solving a solved problem 197 date document text on Tibet. The 16th of December joint communique, no mention of Tibet 2010. The 20th of May 2013 joint statement, no mention of Tibet. The 21st of October joint statement, no mention of Tibet 2013 vision for future development of India-China strategic and cooperative partnership. The 19th of September joint statement between the Indian side appreciated the support in 2014 the Republic of India cooperation by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the peoples in the local government of Tibet Autonomous Republic of China region of the People's Republic of China 2 on building closer Indian pilgrims for the Kailash Manasarvar developmental yatra, Gang Rinpoche and Mapam Yunso partnership pilgrimage for further promotion of the two countries' religious exchange and facilitating the Indian pilgrims, and upon the request of the Indian side, the Chinese side decided to open a new route for the yatra through Nathula Pass, for which the Indian side expressed its welcome and appreciation. The 16th of May 2015 joint statement. The Indian side appreciated the support and cooperation by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the local government of Tibet Autonomous Region of the People's Republic of China to Indian pilgrims for the Kailash Manasarvar yatra, Gang Rinpoche and Mapam Yunso pilgrimage, to further promote religious exchange between the two countries and provide facilitation for Indian pilgrims. The Chinese side would launch the route for the yatra through Nathula Pass in 2015. Source, author. Tibetan administration, and is home to around 85,000 Tibetans. As a result of these ties, Tibet serves as an important bargaining chip that can be used by New Delhi to deal with Beijing whenever necessary. China's veiled policy in Tibet. China has controlled Tibet since the early 1950s, but the Dalai Lama, the spiritual leader of the Tibetans, escaped in 1959 and established the Tibetan government in exile in Dharamsala, a mountainous town in northern India. Though Tibet has developed considerably under Beijing's rule, many Tibetans still believe that Tibet has historically been an independent nation, and they are looking for greater autonomy, if not independence. Alleged human rights violations in Tibet and an escalating disappointment over the deadlock between Beijing and Dharamsala have led to continuing Tibetan grievances. A self-immolation protest by a Tibetan was reported to have taken place in December 2018 in Sichuan's Adwa County. With this latest tragic event, more than 155 Tibetans have set themselves on fire against Chinese rule since 2009, RFA 2018. These developments speak of the continuing tensions between Beijing and the Tibetans. 198 Fangting see Table 11.2 China's White Papers on Tibet. Date title. September 1992 Tibet, its ownership and human rights situation. February 1998 New progress in human rights in the Tibet Autonomous Region. June 2000 The development of Tibetan culture. November 2001 Tibet's march toward modernization. March 2003 Ecological improvement and environmental protection in Tibet. 2004 Regional ethnic autonomy in Tibet. September 2008 Protection and development of Tibetan culture. March 2009 50 years of democratic reform in Tibet. July 2011 60 years since peaceful liberation of Tibet. October 2013 Development and progress of Tibet. April 2015 Tibet's path of development is driven by an irresistible historical tide. September 2015 Successful practice of regional ethnic autonomy in Tibet. Full text. July 2018 Ecological progress on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Source, author. In order to review the Tibet problem, Beijing has sought to reframe its policy toward the region with the Symposium on Work in Tibet, held in 1980, 1984, 1994, 2001, 2010, and 2015. It also has published 13 white papers on Tibet, more than on other issues, see Table 11.2. Between 1992 and 2018, as Chinese leaders and officials have repeatedly argued, the Tibet issue is closely associated with China's state sovereignty, territorial integrity, social stability, and peripheral security. At the 6th Symposium on Work in Tibet, Chinese President Xi Jinping said developments in Tibet are related to the overall work of the party and the country. The focus of work in Tibet should be safeguarding the motherland's reunification and national unity, Xinhua Wang 2015. In addition, Beijing has made clear that ownership of the enormous Tibetan region is a strategic necessity for China's security. The Tibet Autonomous Region covers an area of 1.2 million square km, accounting for 1/8 of the total area of China, and offers China territorial strategic depth. Without control of Tibet, China's southwest frontier would recede approximately 1,000 kilometers from the present Tibet-India border. It is understandable, therefore, that the Tibet question bears on China's core interest, or Hexamliai, and is non-negotiable. The Dalai Lama has been aware of the difficulty of making China yield on Tibet's sovereignty. As a result, after 2 decades of exile, he officially proposed a middle-way approach at the European Parliament in Strasbourg in 1988, seeking greater autonomy under China instead of independence. 9 rounds of talks between China's officials and the Dalai Lama's envoys were held between 2002 and 2010 in an effort to find a way out of the impasse. However, Beijing gradually hardened its position toward the Dalai Lama and decided to stop negotiations after the 2010 talks. Although the Dalai Lama has reiterated that he is not demanding full independence, China remains distrustful of him and continues to consider him as a separatist. The genuine autonomy for a greater Tibet advocated by the Dalai Lama is seen by Beijing as a push for Tibetan independence. Zhu Weishun, chairman of the Ethnic and Religious Affairs Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, has argued that the genuine autonomy proposal is a 2-step approach leading to Tibet independence. He further explained, the first step step is so-called Tibet, solving a solved problem 199 autonomy. The second one is actual independence. Huang Qiushibao 2013. The Tibetan government in exile has tried to convince Beijing that the middle way approach does not challenge China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It merely implies autonomy for the Tibetan people within China's constitution and is beneficial to both Tibet and China. Bakashi 2013. 2018. The Tibetan parliament in exile 2018. In Beijing's eyes, however, the Dalai Lama has been pursuing Tibetan independence in a disguised way. In addition, Beijing has quarrels with Dharamsala over the historical status of Tibet. The Dalai Lama and his followers emphasize that Tibet was historically an independent country, while Beijing asserts that Tibet has been an inalienable part of China since the Yuan dynasty. The debate relates to whether China's People's Liberation Army (PLA) march into Tibet in the 1950s was a liberation or an invasion. Yu Zhengsheng, of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Communist Party of China (CPC) Central Committee, noted that only when the Dalai Lama publicly announces that Tibet is an inalienable part of China since ancient time, gives up the stance of Tibet independence and stops his secessionist activities, can his relations with the CPC Central Committee possibly be improved. China Daily 2013. Dharamsala, for its part, argues that it cannot change history by saying Tibet was not an independent country. This has been one of the most controversial issues in the stalled talks between the Dalai Lama's representatives in Beijing. In order to reconcile Tibetans to Chinese rule and wean them off their loyalty to the Dalai Lama, China has launched a policy combining economic development and political repression. The Economist 2013. Beijing's basic formula for Tibet is to support economic development and to impose strict controls on separatist sentiment in the region, while expecting the Tibet problem to be solved naturally after the present Dalai Lama passes away. Given the Dalai Lama's devolution of political power to the elected representatives in Dharamsala since 2011, however, it appears likely that the Tibetan issue will remain in the post-Dalai Lama period. As self-immolations have tragically continued, some Chinese scholars began to call for a new approach in dealing with the Tibet issue. For example, Jian Wei, director of ethnic and religious studies at the Central Party School, argued that Beijing should resume negotiations with the Dalai Lama and should not treat the problem in a hostile manner. She even accused former party officials in Tibet of being biased against the practice of religious affairs, which foreshadowed the accumulation of grievances today. G 2013. Despite her appeal, however, no ameliorative steps have been taken. The discord and mistrust between Beijing and the Tibetans have invited the intervention of other powers, especially as the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan government in exile have pursued a strategy of internationalizing the Tibet issue in order to garner more support. Beijing, for its part, has urged foreign countries not to receive the Dalai Lama and has reacted sharply to the warm hospitality extended to him by other countries despite Chinese warnings. The Chinese media sees the Dalai Lama as a pawn in the hand of foreign forces to serve their anti-China strategies. Ye 2010. The Tibet issue, claimed to be a domestic and non-negotiable one by Beijing, has been frequently put on the agenda between China and foreign interlocutors. 215. See India's special status on the Tibet issue. India has a special say on the issue, given India and Tibet's historical, cultural, and geographical affinities. This has been emphasized by the Dalai Lama, who noted that India is historically our guru and we Tibetans are the Kila disciple. Loyal 2017. Although some Chinese scholars have tried to discount the cultural significance of the India-Tibet relationship by saying that India has exaggerated the affinity between the two. Ye 1997. 445. The cultural bond between India and Tibet is deep. India's main strategic interests in Tibet stem from Tibet's geographical proximity to China. As the inheritor of the British Raj, independent India inherited a policy of sustaining Tibet as a buffer zone and inevitably got drawn into the dispute between the Dalai Lama and Beijing. Although India in 1954 had already given up the extraterritorial rights over Tibet that it inherited from the British, events in Tibet have ramifications that touch on India's concerns and interests. As BRD Pack 2011. 313 observes, the mainstream Indian viewpoint is that apart from China, no country has as important a stake in peace and stability in Tibet as does India. In addition, many Indians hold that the border dispute between China and India is intimately linked with the Tibet issue. Sarin 2017. 143. A popular viewpoint is that it is only after the Chinese takeover of Tibet in the 1950s that the border became an active dispute. Sikri 2011. 55. Without Tibet as a buffer zone, India had to face China directly. In fact, China has used Tibet to lay claim to the disputed border areas between China and India. For example, it has named Arunachal Pradesh as Jiangmen, southern Tibet, and has insisted that Tawang is the birthplace of the sixth Dalai Lama. This is why C. Raja Mohan 2012 has commented that Tibet-related issues have poisoned bilateral negotiations on the boundary dispute. Some in India have therefore argued that the return of the Dalai Lama and his followers would push the Chinese to settle the dispute with India. Good to 2014. 216. More importantly, India has provided shelter to the Dalai Lama and his followers. This has allowed the Tibetan community in India to preserve their distinct cultural identity and to keep the fire of Tibetan nationalism burning. Sikri 2011. 65. The Dalai Lama even calls himself Son of India. PTI 2017. Not surprisingly, China has been annoyed at the relationship between the Dalai Lama and the Indian government. Without the shelter provided by India, the exiled Tibetans would find it difficult to energetically conduct missions. Tibetan leaders in India are grateful for Indian support. Lobsang Sangay, Personal Communication, the 17th of January 2014. In 2018, a Thank You India event was organized by Dharamsala to mark the 60th year of the Dalai Lama's presence. Given the number of Tibetan refugees in India, India will remain as the main base of the followers of the Dalai Lama, even if the next Dalai is reincarnated elsewhere. As a result, one of China's key diplomatic quarrels with India is over the fear that Tibetans will carry out anti-China activities on India's territory. In fact, New Delhi has implicitly permitted the Tibetan diaspora in India to conduct political activities, in particular electing Sikyong, head of the Tibetan government in exile, and members of the Tibetan parliament in exile on its soil, Parnazi 2017. 9. This is crucial for the Tibetans in exile as they need the elections to legitimize their status in the struggle against communist rule and the fight for Tibetan autonomy. China-India détente on the Tibet issue. It seems reasonable for India to use a variety of diplomatic strategies to protect the Tibetan government in exile from Beijing's pressures because the Tibet issue increases Tibet, solving a solved problem. 201. India's influence with China. However, India is aware that China has been strongly dissatisfied with India's support of the Dalai Lama. Officials in New Delhi therefore tried to balance the goal of maintaining stable relations with Beijing and supporting Dharamsala at the same time. For its part, China works to ensure Indian commitments on Tibet as they are important to Beijing's handling of the region. In 1988, when Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi visited China, the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister since the 1962 war, the two countries agreed to improve and develop good neighborly relations. Against this backdrop, China and India reached a détente on the Tibet issue. The Indian government complied with the Chinese demand by endorsing Tibet as an autonomous region of China and by promising that anti-China political activities by Tibetans would not be permitted on Indian soil. This was a milestone agreement on Tibet, the first after the 1954 treaty. These positions were later reiterated by both sides when Chinese Premier Li Peng visited India in 1991, Fang 2014, 63. In 1998, however, after India conducted a series of nuclear tests, it cited China as a threat, causing Sino-Indian relations to deteriorate. In order to mend the relationship, Indian Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee visited China in 2003. A seemingly new compromise on Tibet was reached during the visit when Vajpayee and his Chinese counterpart Wen Jiabao issued the Declaration on Principles for Relations and Comprehensive Cooperation. In signing the statement, India agreed to refer to the region with the official Chinese terminology, the Tibet Autonomous Region, and acknowledged the region as part of the People's Republic of China. In return, China implicitly recognized India's sovereignty over Sikkim by agreeing to designate Canggu as the border trade point. The 2003 declaration in fact triggered animated discussions on whether India had changed its policy toward Tibet. Commenting on the development, an anonymous Chinese official was quoted as saying that the Indian government has for the first time recognized, in an explicit way, the Tibet Autonomous Region as part of China's territory. Ren and Wang 2003. However, New Delhi argued that the declaration did not represent substantial changes in India's position on Tibet. Indian Prime Minister Vajpayee explained there was no change in the decade-old policy because Indians have never doubted that the Tibet Autonomous Region is a part of the territory of the People's Republic of China. Bourgeois 2003. Still, there was extensive criticism within India on the use of China's preferred terminology, for it was felt that India had conceded too much. Kauha 2012. 22. The last time China and India formally referred to the China-India-Tibet relationship after a summit was when Chinese President Hu Jintao paid a state visit to India in November 2006. The joint declaration issued at the end of that visit read, the Indian side reiterates that it has recognized the Tibet Autonomous Region as part of the territory of the People's Republic of China, and that it does not allow Tibetans to engage in anti-China political activities in India. The Chinese side expresses its appreciation for the Indian position. PIB 2006. Remarkably, since then, the status of the region has been not mentioned in subsequent bilateral statements. Beijing seems to have concluded that the Tibet problem was solved with India's 2003 endorsement. In 2005, the Chinese ambassador to India, Sun Yat-sen, claimed that the Tibetan issue was no longer a problem between China and India as the two countries had reached an agreement by signing the 2003 declaration, INS 2005. Even though China and India have reached some agreements on Tibet, this modus vivendi might not last. One major challenge to the agreements comes from the widespread 215 sympathy of the Indian people for Tibetans. The general feeling of the Indian public toward the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan diaspora has been one of sympathy. Indians seemingly do not accept Chinese arguments about Tibet. Instead, the Indian public believes in the Dalai Lama's sincerity in pursuing the middle way approach and his claims of cultural genocide in Tibet. Deepak 2011, 310, 311. This popular sympathy toward the Tibet issue has not been reflected in the Indian government's position. While providing refuge to the Tibetan diaspora in India, Indian officials seem to be working hard to remove the Tibet issue from public debate and scrutiny. Anon 2012. India's Tibet policy is based more on its strategic interests, not on humanitarian concerns or pro-Tibet sympathies. This also explains why New Delhi did not respond strongly in 2008, when turmoil in Tibet reached a level not seen in decades. India also took strict measures to ensure the torch of the Beijing Olympic Games traveled peacefully through India without its being disturbed by the Tibetans in exile. Not surprisingly, then, New Delhi places little or no pressure on the Chinese government to negotiate with the Dalai Lama. In response to the spate of self-immolations in Tibet, the Indian government is mostly silent. In addition, the Indian police adopt strict measures to restrict the freedom of movement and expression of Tibetans during the visits of Chinese leaders. Anon 2012. The Dalai Lama was eventually moved to characterize India's attitude toward the Tibet issue as overcautious. Vashish 2008. In fact, India basically follows a non-interference approach toward the Tibetan struggle, as it does not have the capability to dislodge the Chinese from Tibet. Nevertheless, New Delhi does face domestic pressures. It is often accused of ignoring developments in Tibet and faces demands that India's Tibet policy needs to be changed. Kilnani et al. 2013-14. For example, in September 2013, local leaders from Arunachal Pradesh issued a memorandum to Prime Minister Manmohan Singh urging him to promote dialogue between Chinese officials and Tibetan leaders. CNN 2013. Given India's democratic system, it has been extremely difficult for Indian politicians to ignore public sympathy and support for Tibetans. It is also impossible for the government to curb Tibetan protests or activities. Deepak 2011, 309. This suggests that New Delhi might not always give way to Beijing. Tibet as a bargaining chip. Whether India would cooperate with China on the Tibet issue also depends on its assessment of China's policy toward India. As Indians have grown disappointed over the lack of improvement in China-India relations, China has reason to worry about the possibility that India may further harden its attitude toward Tibet and other issues. New Delhi is looking for a useful tool against the perceived threats posed by Beijing. Tibet is one of the few issues that has irked China more than it has troubled India, and New Delhi could use this to its advantage. This perspective on Tibet finds support in the view among some Indian analysts that Tibet should not come in the way of stronger India-China relations. Banerjee 2013. 22. That is, New Delhi should treat Tibet as a bargaining chip, something that can trade against gains in other areas rather than as a fundamental undefining quarrel between the two countries. In 2009, the Indian government gave permission to the Dalai Lama to visit Tawang in Arunachal Pradesh, which China claims as its own territory. The Dalai Lama ignited China's anger by arguing that Tawang is an integral part of India, a position he had taken earlier. CNN 2008. Chinese scholars have cited these events to justify Tibet solving a solved problem 203. The view that India's policy in Tibet is to use the Dalai Leak as a tool to advance its core strategic interests. Ma 2011. 2. From the Chinese perspective, the Dalai Lama has frequently created troubles for China's engagement with India. He is therefore seen as a negative asset in China-India relations by the Chinese side. Zheng Xiaoping 2011. Behind such a view is a Chinese assessment that India could use Tibet as a bargaining chip against China. This new bargaining posture was evident in 2010, when Indian External Affairs Minister S. N. Krishna told his Chinese counterpart Yang Jiechi that just as India had been sensitive to China's concerns over Tibet and Taiwan, China should be mindful of Indian sensitivities on Kashmir. Routledge in 2010. As former Indian diplomat Rajiv Sikri argued, India is not prepared to give China satisfaction on Tibet, as long as China does not give satisfaction to India on what India considers its own core issues. Sikri 2011. 55, 65. In plain terms, India's position on Tibet is tradable if its demands on Kashmir are met by China. In May 2013, Chinese Premier Li Keqiang traveled to India when the relationship between China and India was plagued by the so-called tent confrontation standoff. along the disputed border. During the meeting with Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, Lee reiterated Beijing's stance on Tibet, while the Indian Prime Minister said that India recognized Tibet as part of Chinese territory and would not allow any anti-China activities on Indian soil. Renmin Ribao 2013. 1. The joint statement issued at the end of the visit did not mention the Tibet issue directly, but it did state that the two sides will not allow their territories to be used for activities against the other. MEA 2013. This suggests that New Delhi was not willing to make unilateral commitments on China's concerns and insisted on the principle of reciprocity. An anonymous Indian official was quoted as saying that if they, the Chinese, had insisted on Tibet, then we would have asked for something else, Kashmir, to be included. Dixit and Krishnan 2013. India's inconsistency in dealing with the Tibet issue has evoked criticism from Beijing, with Chinese experts accusing India of carrying out a two-faced policy in regard to Tibet. The senior Chinese scholar, Ma Jiali, considers that India publicly says it will not allow Tibetans to conduct anti-China activities on its soil, but privately signals that the Tibetan government in exile under Amsali can conduct splittist activities. Ma also complains that Indian leaders and high-level officials have ignored China's protests over their meetings with the Dalai Lama. Ma 2011. 2. Not surprisingly, China has turned down India's proposals to re-establish its consulate general office in Lhasa. Chinese scholars have argued that the Indian government hopes to closely watch, observe, and infiltrate the Tibetan area after the opening of a consulate. GC 2012. In fact, how New Delhi deals with the Tibet issue serves as a barometer of China-India relations. When China-India relations develop smoothly, or when the Indians try to improve bilateral relations with China, New Delhi seems to be more cooperative over the Tibet issue. For example, when relations between China and India improved in the 1980s and 1990s, New Delhi adjusted its policy by putting restrictions on the activities of exiled Tibetans in India, and as a result, mitigated the strategic concerns of China. Ma 2011. 2. Surakan Kandipali of Jawaharlal University, an expert on China-India relations, puts it more bluntly: whenever there is a problem between India and China, India plays the Tibet card. He adds, when China indulges in anti-Indian activities, the Indian foreign secretaries meet the Dalai Lama. Timmins and Viwahar 2012. After 2013, however, the Indian government failed to reaffirm Tibet's status as part of China in joint statements, a clear signal of Indian displeasure over subsequent Chinese behavior. Thoreau 2013. 149-150. In 2014, as a strong signal to China, the 204th 19 CBJP government invited Lobsang Sangay, head of the Central Tibetan Administration, Tibetan government in exile, to attend the swearing-in ceremony of Prime Minister Modi. This was a clear change from earlier policy and seemed to signal that the Modi government would take a more assertive line on Tibet. Indian External Minister Sushma Swaraj later confirmed that India's Tibet policy would be governed by the principle of reciprocity. In her meeting with the visiting Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in June 2014, she said that India understood China's sensitivities on Tibet and Taiwan and hoped that China would respect India's sensitivities on Arunachal Pradesh. India would also expect China to adopt a One India policy as the new BJP government supported Beijing's One China policy. Samanta 2014. She repeated this argument in September 2014. Bakshi 2014. Chinese scholars therefore again blamed India for engaging in petty actions and playing the Tibet card. Lam 2014. In June-August 2017, India's relations with China were further strained by the military standoff in the Donglang Plateau, a tree junction of India, Bhutan, and China. In order to defuse tensions and reset bilateral relations, New Delhi now adopted a more cautious approach in dealing with the Tibet issue. Indian Foreign Secretary Vijay Gokhale wrote to the Cabinet Secretary, calling on senior Indian leaders and government officials to not attend the Thank You India events planned by the Tibetan government in exile. Gosh 2018. In fact, as a gesture of goodwill, New Delhi had informed Beijing of this decision before it sent out its internal note on the matter. Roy 2018. The reset process proceeded further with Indian Prime Minister Modi's visit to Wuhan for an unofficial summit. Remarkably, the Dalai Lama's health condition emerged as one of the major talking points at the summit. Kiranuma 2018. Prime Minister Modi shared intelligence regarding the Dalai Lama's health with President Xi as part of a more conciliatory approach. An Indian Parliament report later asked why the Indian government was overly concerned about China's sensitivities on Tibet, given that Beijing did not exhibit the same deference in dealing with New Delhi's sovereignty concerns over Arunachal Pradesh or over the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC. Lok Sabha Secretariat 2019. 2. As Tibetans get frustrated at the lack of progress in talks with Beijing, they might be forced to embark on more vigorous forms of protest against China. The recurrence of self-immolations in protests by Tibetans have highlighted that China's current policies toward Tibet are not working and need to be revised. India is also concerned over the future course of the Tibetan protest movements after the demise of the present Dalai Lama. To some extent, New Delhi finds it increasingly difficult to control the militancy in the Tibetan community, which could lead to greater mistrust between China and India. Sarin 2017. 145. Some Indian scholars therefore suggest that India should engage with the Tibetan government in exile on the succession issue. Narayan 2015. 110. Panda 2017. 61. In this view, India's non-interference policy needs to be reviewed even if New Delhi does not repudiate China's assertion of sovereignty over Tibet. Conclusion: the long-simmering Tibet problem lies at the heart of the deep distrust between India and China, although it is not clear whether Tibet is the cause of distrust or a symptom of it. China's failure in Tibet and its increasingly assertive posture toward India create strong incentives for India to play the Tibet card. Beijing needs to acknowledge that India is an important stakeholder on the Tibet issue given India's status as host of Tibet. Solving is solved problem 205. The Dalai Lama, the Tibetan government in exile, and the Tibetan diaspora. Given India's links with Tibet, non-recognition of India's role only puts China in a difficult situation. On Tibet, India's position has gradually changed from a deferential stance to a more reciprocal approach. Beijing cannot take India's endorsement of the One China policy for granted as it did before. A softer attitude toward India is likely to discourage the Indian leadership from playing the Tibet card when China-India relations develop smoothly or when the Indians want to improve bilateral relations. New Delhi is more cooperative on Tibet. New Delhi, too, needs to fashion a more sophisticated policy toward the Tibetan diaspora. India's primary challenge is how it can assure Tibet of a high degree of regional autonomy while not provoking China. A balance can be achieved if India focuses on the humanitarian issues facing the Tibetans while respecting Chinese sovereignty over Tibet. In addition, New Delhi can consult with both Beijing and Dharamsala to get them to resume direct talks. Looking ahead, Tibet continues to exist as a significant dispute even though it has not been mentioned in recent China-India joint statements. There is very high uncertainty over the post-Dalai Lama period. Greater coordination between China and India will be required if they are to avoid conflict. Bibliography Anand, D. 2012. India's Tibet Problem. The Indian Express, 19 June. Available online at www.indianexpress.com/news/india-s-tibet-problem/963602/2. Accessed the 31st of January 2019. Bagchi, I. 2014. India talks tough on one China policy. Says reaffirm one India policy first. The Times of India, 9 September. Available online at http://timesofindia.india.times.com. India, India-talks-tough-on-China-policy- says reaffirm-one-India-policy first. Article show 4206031.cms. Access the 31st of January 2019. Banerjee, D. 2013. India-China relations in the 21st century. Seeking confidence and convergence. Indi Banerjee and J.T. Jacob, eds. Military confidence building in India-China relations. Fighting distrust. New Delhi. Pentagon Press. 1226. Barua, A. 2003. No change in Tibet policy. PM. The Hindu. 23 July. Available online at www.thehindu.com/2003/07/24/stories/2003072405681100.htm. Access the 31st of January 2019. China Daily. 2013. Top political advisor urges stability in Tibet. 9 July. Available online at http://africa.chinadaily.com.cn/china/2013-07/09/content_1675338.htm. Access 31 January 2019. Deepak, B. R. 2011. India, China and Tibet. Fundamental Perceptions from Dharamsala, Beijing and New Delhi. Asian Ethnicity 12-3, 301-321. Dixit, S. and Krishnan, A. 2013. India plays down admission of Tibet from joint statement. The Hindu, 21 May. Available online at www.thehindu.com/news/national/India-plays-down-omission-of-Tibet-from-joint-statement /article 47337009.ece. Access the 31st of January 2019. Feng, T.S. 2014. Asymmetrical Threat Perceptions in India-China Relations. New Delhi. Oxford University Press. Gosh, A. 2018. Government sends out note. Very sensitive time for ties with China. So skip Dalai Lama events. The Indian Express. 2 March. Available online at https://indianexpress.com. Article India. Government sends out note sensitive time for ties with China so skip Dalai Lama event 50834330 / access the 31st of January 2019. GT. Global Times. 2012. Indian consulate proposal for Lhasa denied. 6 August. Available online at www.globaltimes.cn/content/7253119.html. Access the 31st of December 2018. 206 Fangtin C. Gupta, S. 2014. The Himalayan Face-Off. Chinese assertion in the Indian Riposte. Bergen, Ashet. Hu, S. 2017. Donglang Da Jiwai Hiu Zhongyuan Guangxi. The Weilai. Donglang Area Standoff and the Future of Sino-India Relations. Xianbai Gaio He Guangxi. Contemporary International Relations. 11. 922. Huangqiu Shibao. Global Times. 2013. Jiwai Chun. Zhongjin Daolu Zhu Shi, Shi Zhanguli, Fenliang Buzu, Jiwai Chun. Middle Way is a two-step approach for the Tibet independence. 16 July. Available online at http://opinion.huangqiu.com/opinion_China 2013-07/413338.9.html. Access the 31st of January 2019. INS, Indo-Asian News Service, 2005. Tibet no longer etching in bilateral ties. China, Fail, 29 October. Available online at www.phayul.com/news/article.aspects question it equals 11041 ampersand t equals 1. Access the 31st of January 2019. G.S. 2013. Xianfang. Zhongyang Jiangxia Ashiki Jiao Danbu Jinwei Jiao Shuo. Zhongqi Tanpan Jiwu Shizang Winti. Interview with Jinwei, professor of the Teaching and Research Department of Scientific Socialism, the Party School of the Central Committee of the CPC. Resume negotiations to resolve the Tibet issue. Yazoo Zhukang. Asia Weekly. 9 June 2722. Available online at www.yzzk.com/cfm/content_archive. CFM. It equals 1369884897851 and doc issue equals 2013-22. Access the 31st of January 2019. Kalha, R. S. 2012. Tibet as a factor in Sino-Indian relations. Past and present. Journal of Defense Studies 64, 726. Kang, S. 2013. Yenduta, Hikang Ji, Jeki Dayu Jiang Guangxi Yingxang, India's Tibetan infatuation and its influence on Sino-India relations. Nanyanju, South Asian Studies 2, 8092. Kilnani, S. Kumar, R. Meda, P. B. Menon, P. Nile Kanyan, Ravavan, S. Saran, S. and Religion, S. 2013. Non-alignment 2.0. A foreign and strategic policy for India in the 21st century. New Delhi. Penguin, India. Kiranuma, Y. 2018. India uses rumor of Dalai Lama's ill health to mend China ties. Nikkei Asian Review, 7 August. Available online at https://asia.nikkei.com/politics/international-relations. India uses rumor of Dalai Lama's ill health to mend China ties. Access 31 January 2019. Lan, J. 2014. Yendu Daiwa Liang Mayan Xiao Yuan Yu Pan Qingxi. India's double-faced tactics towards China is due to its misjudgment of situation. Huangqiu Wang. Global Net, November. Available online at http://opinion.huangqiu.com/opinion_world 2014-11/519438.html. Loyal, M. 2017. India is the Guru. Tibetans are disciples, says Dalai Lama. India Today, 11 April. Available online at www.indiatoday.in/India/story/Dalai-Lama- says-India-is-Guru- Tibet is its disciple 970,713 2017 0411. Accessed on the 31st of January 2019. Lok Sabha Secretariat, 2019, 25th Report, Committee on External Affairs, 2018-19, 16th Lok Sabha, February. Available online at http://164.100.407.193/LSSCOMMITTE/external%20 affairs/16_external_affairs_25.pdf. Ma, J. 2011. Zhongqiu Yunanyat and Guangxi. Security relationship between China and South Asian countries. Keeping Yu Fazhan. Peace and Development. 6-124-14. MEA. Ministry of External Affairs. 2013. Joint statement on the state visit of Chinese Premier Li Keqiang to India. 20 May. Available online at http://mea.gov.in/bilateral-documents. HTM, DTL 21723, joint plus statement plus on plus the plus state plus visit plus of plus Chinese plus LI plus KEQING plus 2 plus India, access the 31st of January 2019. Meng, Q, 2016, Yendu Daiyu Zhang Yun Bianju Wen Tai Aju Duanhua, The Changes of India's Attitude Toward the Sino-Indian Border Issue, Qinghai Daxu Shu Bao, Daxu Shi Hui Kaxu Ban, Journal, Tsinghua University Philosophy and Social Sciences, 5, 5061, Mohan, C. R. 2012, India China Talks Today, Tibet Holds Key, The Indian Express, 16 January, available online at www.indianexpress.com/news/India China Talks-Today-Tibet-Holds-Key/900175/ access the 31st of January 2019, Tibet, Solving the Solved Problem 207 Narayanan, R. 2015, India and China, Shifting the Generic from the Specific in G. V. C. Naidu, M. Chen and R. Narayanan, eds, India and China and the Emerging Dynamics of East Asia, New Delhi, Springer, 107-121, Panda, J. P. 2017, India-China Relations, Politics of Resources, Identity and Authority in a Multipolar World Order, New York, Routledge, Pardesi, M. S. 2017, Modi's China Policy, Change or Continuity, Ina Singh, ed. Modi and the World, Reconstructing Indian Foreign Policy, Singapore, World Scientific Publishing Co. 324, PIB, Press Information Bureau, Government of India, 2006, Joint Declaration by the Republic of India and the People's Republic of China, 21 November, available online at http://pib.nic.in/newsite/release.aspects question reload equals 22168, access the 31st of January 2019, PTI, Press Trust of India, 2017, Dalai Lama describes himself as Son of India, The Indian Express, 17 March, available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/india/dalai-lama- describes himself-as-son-of-India/ access the 31st of January 2019, Ren and Raibao, People's Daily, 2013, Lei Keqiang Qiang Diao, Tudong Jiang Zhang Lu Yuashi Hazuo Quzin Zhengguo, Lei Keqiang, New Achievements in Pushing Forward China-India Strategic and Pragmatic Cooperation, 20 May, available online at http://politics.people.com.cn/big5/n/2013/0520/c1024-2154784.html, access the 31st of January 2020, Ren and Wang, People's Net, 2003, Zhangyan Qianqiu Xuanbian Guangxi Yuans, Higuamian Hazuo de Zuanian, China and India signed the Declaration on Principles for Relations and Comprehensive Cooperation, 23 June, available online at http://www.people.com.cn/gb/shizheng/1024/1930439.html, accessed on the 31st of January 2020, RFA, Radio Free Asia, 2018, Tibetan Man in Angabo stages self-immolation protest, available online at www.rfa.org/English/news/Tibet/immolation-protest-1209201813233.html, accessed the 31st of January 2019. Roy S. 2018, before cautioning officials against Dalai Lama events, New Delhi sounded Beijing, The Indian Express, 24 April, available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/India, before cautioning officials against Dalai Lama events New Delhi sounded Beijing Narendra Modi Xi Jinping meet 5149084/ accessed on the 31st of January 2019. Samantha P. D. 2013, China's ties with others must not hurt India, PM tells Xi Jinping, The Indian Express, 30 March, available online at www.indianexpress.com/news/China's-ties-with-others-must-not-hurt-India-PM-hurt-Xi-Jinping/10951461, access the 31st of January 2019. Samantha P. D. 2014, One China, What About One India Policy, Sushma swears to Wang Yi, The Indian Express, 12 June, available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/India/India-others/1-China-what-about-1-India-policy-Sushma-to-Wang/ access the 31st of January 2019. Saran S. 2017, How India Sees the World, Correlate to 21st Century, New Delhi, Juggernaut Books. Sikri, R. 2011, The Tibet Factor in India-China Relations, Journal of International Affairs, Spring-Summer, 64-5571. Tharoor S. 2013, Pax Indica, India and the World of the 21st Century, New Delhi, Penguin Books. The Economist, 2013, Bold New Proposals, 22 June, available online at www.economist.com. News China 215798447. Welcome signs some off. ICIALS-R-starting-question-policies Tibet Bold New, access the 31st of January 2019. The Kashag, 2013, Statement of the Kashag on the 53rd anniversary of Tibetan Democracy Day, Central Tibetan Administration, 2 September, available online at https://tibet.net/statement-of-the-KASHG-on-the-53rd-anniversary-of-Tibetan-democracy-day/ access 31 January 2018. The Kashag, 2018, Kashag Statement on the 58th anniversary of Tibetan Democracy Day, Central Tibetan Administration, 2 September, available online at https://tibet.net/KASHG-statement-on-the-58th anniversary-of-Tibetan-democracy-day/ access the 31st of January 2020. 208 C. The Tibetan Parliament in Exile, 2018, Statement of the Tibetan Parliament in Exile on the 58th anniversary of Tibetan Democracy Day, Central Tibetan Administration, 2 September, available online at https://tibet.net/statement-of-the-Tibetan-parliament-in-exile-on-the-58th anniversary-of-Tibetan-democracy-day/ access the 31st of January 2020. Timmons, H. and Viwiller, M. 2012. Between Tibet and China, India plays delicate balancing act. India Inc. The New York Times, 3 April. Available online at http://india.blogs. NewYorkTimes.com/2004/03/between-Tibet-India-plays-delicate-balancing-Tibet/question_P.H.P=true and_Tibet-Balancing-+. Access to 31st of January 2019. CNN, Times News Network, 2008. Tawang is part of India. Dalai Lama, The Times of India, 4 June. Available online at http://timesofindia.india.times/India/Tawang-is-part-of-India/Dalai-Lama/article/show/3097568.cms. Access to 31st of January 2019. CNN, Times News Network, 2013. Tyrannical leaders urge Manmohan Singh to end Tibet crisis. The Times of India, 19 September. Available online at http://articles.time/sofindia.india.times.com/2013-09-19/GWAHTI/422736-1_Tibet-Tibet-crisis-Tibetan government in exile. Access to 31st of January 2019. 2010. India tells China, Kashmir is to us what Tibet, Taiwan are to you. The Hindu, 15 November. Available online at www.thehindu.com/news/National/India-tells-China-Kashmir-is-to-us-what-Tibet-Taiwan-r-to-you. /article 864883.ece. Access 31 January 2019. Vashisht, D. 2008. India overcautious on Tibet. Dalai Lama, The Indian Express, 23 November. Available online at http://archive.indianexpress.com/news/India-overcautious-on-Tibet-Dalai-Lama/3899620/. Access to 31st of January 2019. Xinhua Wang, Xinhua Net, 2015. Xi Jinping Qiang Diao Yifaz Yikang Fu Min Xing Chang Qi Jiankang, Jiakuai Hikang Quan Min Jian Cheng Hiao Kang Shahui Bufa. Xi Jinping stresses governing Tibet by rule of law in enriching the people and prospering Tibet, and the long-term construction of Tibet, accelerating the pace of building a well-off society in Tibet. 25 August. Available online at www.xinhuanet.com/poly-tix2015-025-028/c_1116370428.htm. Access to 31st of January 2019. Yi, Z. Ed. 1997. Di Yuanzheng Zhiyu Zheng Wei Hiao. Geopolitics and Chinese Diplomacy. Beijing. Beijing Publishing House. Yi, D. 2010. Foreign backing gives Dalai Lama no room but doom. Ren Wang. PO Plays Net. 20 February. Available online at http://politics.people.com.cn/gb/1026/10983507. HTML. Accessed on the 31st of January 2019. Zhongyao Pinglun. China Review. 2011. Zhongyan Tanpan to Zhongji. Dalai Feng Ying Xiang Shang Shang. Sino-Indian negotiations suddenly stop. The negative impact of the Dalai Lama increases. 29 November. Available online at hk.cr.ntt.com/doc10,190,217.410192048.html. Question ZOLUID equals 7 ampersand Kinded equals 0 ampersand Ducid equals 10192048. Access to 31st of January 2019. 12 China-India river water conflicts toward a solution through launching the cooperation spiral. Sebastian Biba. The management of shared river water has in recent years turned into one of the hottest and most intricate issues in Sino-Indian relations. What is more, river water has mostly, and increasingly so, been framed in terms of conflict rather than cooperation. For reasons to be outlined below, it has in particular been the Indian side, or at least certain quarters in India, including academics, politicians, and media outlets, that continue to use the extraordinarily strong term, water war, to describe Beijing's ongoing river politics. Visay Gravis Delhi. Prominent Indian scholar Brahma Chelani, for example, has fervently toured the Indian and international media landscape, including the Chinese South China Morning Post, to promote his view of China stealthily waging the water war on India. Chelani 2018b. Also see Chelani 2017, 2018a. Meanwhile, the distinguished U.S. professor Aaron Wolf has long argued that the lens over water does not seem strategically rational, hydrographically effective, or economically viable. Wolf 2007, 247. Accordingly, Chinese authors have rejected alarmist viewpoints and treated the water wars narrative as being overstated. Zhang. 2016, 155. However, even serious scientific publications have opined, while it is unlikely that China and India will fight over water, such a possibility cannot be entirely ruled out. Ho 2018, 138. Similarly, Pak 2016, 53 has stated that even though water insecurity itself will not likely lead to armed conflict, but when coupled with other international and domestic factors, it could increase the likelihood of war between China and India. Such reasoning is in line with the work of Wolf's academic antagonist, U.S. scholar Thomas Halmer Dixon, who has found that the renewable resource most likely to stimulate interstate resource war is river water. Halmer Dixon 1994, 19. No matter where one stands on the controversial and hotly debated question of the likelihood of a Sino-Indian water war, it is undisputed that water resources can act as a grave irritant in interstate relations, which often entail conflicts below the threshold of actual war. To Stefano et al. 2010. Such a state of affairs is exactly what is currently observed when it comes to China-India relations over their shared rivers. As a result, and given possible future trajectories pointing to developments even worse than the present situation, analysts from both sides have almost unanimously reached the conclusion that there is urgent need for increased, more institutionalized cooperation between Beijing and Delhi on water and related issues. At the same time, however, according to Zai and Jia, 2018, 131, Sino-Indian diplomatic initiatives over shared water resources have entered a deadlock. Ho, 2016, 193, has been similarly pessimistic with regard to the prospects of a bilateral water management sharing arrangement between China and India, seeing it as a non-starter at the present moment. 210 Sebastian Biba. The various assessments in the existing literature, which argue that Sino-Indian river disputes will be extremely hard to solve in the future, are certainly well-founded. Yet, China and India are too big, and their bilateral water issues too consequential, to give in to defeatist reasoning. As Sina, 2016, 171 has pointed out, as two critically important riparian countries in Asia, it is troubling that there is an absence of institutionalist water cooperation between Beijing and Delhi. Therefore, this chapter seeks to elaborate a new way forward. As previous attempts at institutionalized cooperation have not borne much fruit to date, we might have to start thinking out of the box. In this chapter, I would like to suggest that one promising, albeit potentially painful, approach is the idea of cooperation spirals, as originally introduced by Lyle Goldstein with a view to defuse the emerging U.S.-China rivalry. Cooperation spirals are the opposite of escalation spirals. Their chief purpose is to build trust and confidence over time so as to avoid serious future conflict. Goldstein 2015. Before detailing the concept of cooperation spirals and the concrete measures that might present a pathway to better future management of Sino-Indian river water issues, the following section looks into the reasons that have led to the current situation. In other words, the next section will recount a story of what has happened so far in terms of water-related conflicts and cooperation between China and India. The third section will delineate and analyze the key obstacles to greater bilateral water cooperation to date. The fourth and most important section of the chapter will then explore how a cooperation spiral might eventually produce a functioning and legally binding Sino-Indian agreement on shared rivers as the most viable resolution to the two countries' bilateral water disputes. The conclusion will wrap up the findings and broach the subject of what key features such a Sino-Indian water agreement should have. Conflict and cooperation on Sino-Indian shared river water. The story so far: China and India share a number of cross-border rivers, the major ones of which are the Indus, the Sutlej, and, above all, the Brahmaputra. All of these rivers originate on the Tibetan Plateau and therefore in China. In other words, China is upstream and India is downstream, and other riparian countries such as Pakistan and Bangladesh are still further downstream than India. This permanent geographic setting, together with the significant fact that Beijing and Delhi have yet to ink a joint water treaty, creates specific dynamics and has important implications. In particular, it gives China an advantage over India with regard to resource utilization and strategic benefits. If China wants to, it can utilize the rivers according to its needs and without being concerned about the negative externalities and general impacts of its actions on India and other downstream riparians. In strategic terms, Beijing can undertake actions as leverage against Delhi in the event of a conflict between the two countries because China controls the headwaters of the rivers it shares with India. Ho 2018, 144. Issues of concern in light of this situation. Indian anxieties have mostly revolved around possible Chinese plans for future water diversion projects and a series of dam projects already launched by China on the Brahmaputra, which is called Yarlung Sanpo in Tibet. China-India River Water Conflicts 211. Those Chinese activities could reduce the flow of water into India, thereby incurring huge economic and ecological costs for the latter. Sinna 2016, 167. Another Indian worry has been the opposite. That is, too much water flowing in from China in the form of deadly flash floods, for which there is a heightened risk in the Yarlung during the monsoon season and which pose a great threat to Indian residents downstream. Zayanja 2018, 119. The fear of flooding due, for instance, to ineffective water management and deforestation is India's longest held concern about Chinese behavior in their shared river basins. Bible 2018, 170. The concern dates back to a major flood in June 2000, which left 30 Indians dead and another 50,000 homeless after a natural dam on a Yarlung tributary broke in 3 to 4 billion cubic meters of water poured into Arunachal Pradesh. And as Sam, many in India believe that China had kept back hydrological data that could have prevented the disaster. With no 2016. 25. Meanwhile, the flood issue remains a concern as the events in late summer 2018 showed when a similar situation occurred. This time it was handled more successfully due to greater communication between the two sides. Dawes 2018. Water diversion has been another cause of grave apprehension in India, albeit one more abstract than flash floods because, as of now, this point is only about future possibilities that have in fact been assessed differently. What can be said for sure is that in 2002 China officially launched the largest water transfer scheme ever undertaken. The objective of this South to North Water Transfer (SNWT) project is the diversion of up to almost 45 billion cubic meters of water annually from southern rivers in China to supply the population and agricultural centers of the country's north over 3 different routes. Bible 2018, 9. With reference to Chinese sources, it has been feared in India that tapping the Yarlung, along with other international rivers such as the Mekong and Salween, could become part of the project's western route. Yet, while the eastern and central routes of the scheme have by now been completed, the feasibility of the western route is unclear due to unresolved technical, economic, and seismic questions. In a move to allay misgivings, the Indian Water Resources Ministry has in the meantime made clear that the Yarlung enters India with 78 billion cubic meters of water, and it leaves India with 629 billion cubic meters. Sinna 2016, 169-170. At the same time, however, Sinna 2016, 169 has noted that given China's penchant for over-designed hydraulic engineering, Beijing's long-standing plans for the western route are not off the table and could still be used as an important threat multiplier. Vis gravis Delhi. Nevertheless, as long as river rerouting remains in the future, China's ongoing dam building activities on the Yarlung and its tributaries are probably India's main concern. In fact, China's key interest in the Yarlung is to harness the huge hydropower potential, as hydropower represents a critical renewable resource for China's sustainable development and, in addition, is part of Beijing's broader efforts to develop the country's western regions. Ho 2018, 146. As a result, the Zhangmu Dam, proposed by the 11th Five-Year Plan of Tibet's Development of Society and Economy, 2006-2010, launched in 2010, and operational since 2015, became the first mega hydroelectric power station on the mainstream of the Yarlung, and not far from the border with India. U 2015, 355. 3 more dams on the middle reaches of the river, at Dogri, Jiacha and Jiksu, were then approved by China's 12th Five-Year Plan of Energy Development on the 1st of January 2013, IBID, 356, and there seems to be no end in sight. In 2010 alone, there were at least 28 dams on the Yarlung and its tributaries that were either completed, 212 Sebastian Biebel planned, or under discussion by China. Watts 2010. Of particular worry for India is a potential and gigantic dam project at the river's Great Bend at Mojuo, which is said to have a capacity of 38 gigawatts, dwarfing the Three Gorges Dam by far. IBID. Generally speaking, large-scale dam building may have a set of negative impacts, comprising ecological, economic, and political aspects. Biebel 2012, 609-610. In the case at hand, India seems to be concerned primarily about the uncertain design of the Chinese dams. That is to say, while the Chinese side has asserted that its dams on the Yarlung are so-called run-of-the-river projects, which means that the dams return the water to the river after it passes through the turbines, the opaqueness of China's information sharing has made the Indian side fear that at least some of the dams might in fact have water storage capacities. Sinna 2016, 169. This would enable China to regulate, at least to some extent, the flow of the river, which would create a number of problems for India. One is related to the fact that of India's total hydropower potential, roughly 44% lies in the Brahmaputra Basin, Raiman in various 2009, 67. Depending on China's upstream activities, this potential could be greatly reduced. Meanwhile, hydropower features prominently in the Indian government's objective to provide electricity for its huge and growing population. Consequently, India itself has been planning the development of hydropower schemes in the Brahmaputra Basin on a massive scale, even though implementation remains unclear. Hills in 2014. Attempts at cooperation. Given the typical upstream-downstream constellation and its relatively high potential for conflict in Sino-Indian shared rivers, cooperation between the two sides is highly desirable, at least from a neutral point of view. In practice, it has been the Indian side that has repeatedly sought to promote riparian cooperation with China, on an at best institutionalized basis, whereas the latter has generally had few incentives to follow up on Indian proposals. Also see next section. As a result, the degree of cooperation between Beijing and Delhi on their shared rivers has overall remained quite limited to date. To begin with, it has already been mentioned that there is no comprehensive and legally binding river treaty that could, for instance, tackle crucial questions of water allocation or dam operation. What does exist, meanwhile, is more than one memorandum of understanding, MOU, on hydrological data sharing. More specifically, there is one such MOU on the Brahmaputra, first signed in 2002 and then renewed in 2008 and 2013, and another on the Routledge, first inked in 2005 and later renewed in 2010. The terms of these MOUs, however, have remained rather circumscribed. For one thing, China only agrees to provide hydrological information during the flood season. Originally, this meant data provision from the 1st of June to the 15th of October. In the 2013 MOU, this period was extended for the Brahmaputra and now lasts from the 15th of May to the 15th of October. For another thing, China has rejected requests from India to let its experts visit Chinese dam sites. Finally, the MOUs are not legally binding and there is no oversight body to guarantee implementation. 2016, 190-191. In other words, hydrological data sharing to India only comes at China's goodwill and can easily be suspended or even terminated. As a matter of fact, there was no data flow in summer 2017, and rumor had it that China held back on the information, presumably in retaliation for the 73-day military standoff between Chinese and Indian soldiers in Doklam near Bhutan around the same China-India River water conflicts 213 time. DAWS 2018. The 2017 flood season cost 130 Indian lives and left 3 million stranded. Idled. Even Chinese authors have concluded that the Beijing government is interested in the domination of hydrological data and water policy information as well. Xianjia 2018, 116. In addition to the MOUs, an expert-level mechanism, ELM, was established in 2006 and has since 2007 met annually. Topics discussed have included information sharing and emergency management. While it can be argued that the mechanism represents a theoretically useful channel of communication between the two sides that helps routinize their interactions, promote better understanding, and thus, ultimately, prevent open conflict. 2018, 153. Tangible positive outcomes have so far been few, if any. That said, preventing open conflict or, put differently, relying on strategies of non- or de-escalation has certainly been driving China's riparian behavior vis-a-vis India all along. Despite a limited degree of institutionalized cooperation and the continuation of unilateral actions, China has always sought to not let controversial river water issues spiral out of control. In a previous article, I have therefore introduced China's rationale toward its shared rivers, not just with India, but with other riparian neighbors as well, as one of favoring and promoting desecuritization. Bible 2014. In brief, desecuritization is about turning threats into challenges and security into politics. Why ever? 1995, 60. It is a discursive approach aimed at moving contentious issues off the security agenda and bringing them back into the realm of normal political discourse and accommodation. It is not necessarily tantamount to a mode of full-blown cooperation. It can be purely tactical. The way China has employed desecuritization in its river politics has usually been reactive and short-term. Bible 2014, 28, 29, 42. In the India case, China has chiefly made use of assuaging rhetoric in times of heightened tensions. This has included reassuring India that Chinese dams are river designs, see above, and insisting that Beijing would never harm downstream interests, as then Premier Wen Jiabao put it during a state visit to India in late 2010, cited in Chelny 2011, 196. While such often anti-securitization endeavors from China are better than nothing, they can in no way compensate for the lack of institutionalized cooperation in the form of legally binding treaties. Obstacles to greater cooperation. A deeper level of Sino-Indian river water cooperation has been impeded by multiple intricate factors. According to BIS 2011, 664-665, a number of reasons make it difficult to negotiate river treaties apart from water-focused aspects such as water scarcity, including the absence of trust and confidence among riparian countries, historical animosities, existing power asymmetries, zero-sum game thinking, and the emergence of other issues of conflict. Political and strategic mistrust frequently is at the root of prevailing tensions, as power asymmetry, for example, is not as threatening between friends as it is between foes. With a view to the China-India relationship, the following obstacles to greater cooperation deserve to be outlined in greater detail. To begin with, Dinar, 2009, has found that riparian diets sharing high levels of water scarcity are unlikely to initiate river cooperation. Essentially, this is because resource is so scarce that there is very little to benefit from and divide among the parties. IBID 128. Both China and India suffered from a variety of domestic water woes, including distribution, pollution, overexploitation, mismanagement, and shortage. In 214 Sebastian Biebel fact, China and India are amongst those countries in the world with the lowest per capita freshwater availability. Water demand in some sectors already exceeds supply in both countries, and increasingly so. Given water as an excess resource, shortages are likely to negatively impact a number of critical other issues such as the two countries' food and energy security. What is more, some of the water-related future key trends like population growth, urbanization rates, and climate change all point to a direction of further growing water stress, and even scarcity, in both China and India. Biebel 2016a. Under these circumstances, it has not been helpful that there is an enormous power asymmetry at work between Beijing and Delhi. China is not only in an advantageous position geographically, being the upstream riparian, as we have seen, it is also much more powerful than India in economic and military terms. To be more precise, in 2017 China's nominal GDP stood at $12.24 trillion and therefore was almost 5 times the size of India's $2.60 trillion. World Bank 2017. Similarly, in the same year China spent roughly 3.5 times more money on its military than India, $228 billion versus $63.9 billion. SIPRI 2018. 2. The problem is, as Ho 2018 has recently shown by using Brantley-Lomax asymmetry theory, that the Sino-Indian power asymmetry has caused asymmetrical threat perceptions and attention as well. That is to say, China, as the more powerful country, does not perceive India as a serious threat and does not pay as much attention to India as India does to China. India, by contrast, tends to view Chinese actions as more threatening than they are. IBID 142. Consequently, China is much more satisfied than India with the current status quo of overall bilateral relations in general as well as with the present state of river-water cooperation more specifically. In light of existing power asymmetries, China has little incentive to enhance riparian cooperation with India because it sees little benefit from doing so. As the lower and weaker riparian, India has an obvious interest in laying down formal water sharing and water use principles, whereas from the Chinese perspective, this would entail considerable sovereignty and autonomy risks as well as limited political and economic gains. Ho 2016, 182. While these problems are already grave enough in and of themselves, they come with a number of controversial non-water issues in Sino-Indian relations that have precipitated very low levels of trust and confidence between the countries and have thereby aggravated the situation in the water realm. In the traditional security realm alone, lingering suspicions over the other's military buildup and strategic intent spurred by a brief 1962 border war as well as growing rivalries with regard to regional influence and great power relations have continuously strained the bilateral relationship. The one traditional security concern that makes China-India river cooperation even more complicated than it already is, however, is the long-standing question of unresolved territorial disputes between the two countries. This is because cooperation on shared river water has, as a matter of fact, been overlaid by territorial disputes. B 2016 v. 25. Beijing and Delhi have faced a number of those disputes and they are featured elsewhere in this volume. Here, suffice it to say that on the one hand, India believes that water has been central to China's interest in Tibet and that China claims Arunachal Pradesh, where the Brahmaputra enters into India so that it can exploit its abundant China-India river water conflicts 215 water resources. On the other hand, China has worried that India's plans to build dams in Arunachal Pradesh could bolster India's actual control over this region and complicate border negotiations between the two countries. Ho 2018, 147. Even though Ho 2016, 194 has reasonably suggested that de-linking the management of shared water resources from other contentious issues between China and India is a first step towards greater water cooperation. China, meanwhile, has displayed an intention to deliberately link the water sharing issue with territorial matters. Xi and Jia. 2018, 129 and seems to be completely unwilling to walk away from this approach. In other words, the Chinese side has refused to move toward significantly greater levels of river cooperation without substantial progress on territorial disputes, including the questions of Tibet and the Dalai Lama. A new path to increased cooperation via starting the cooperation spiral. It has been shown so far that the controversial issues on China and India's shared river water have the potential to cause serious, some claim, even hot, conflict between the two countries. Yet the existing obstacles to greater cooperation as outlined earlier are unlikely to go away anytime soon, especially in an underlying atmosphere of continued and grave strategic mistrust. It is thus increasingly necessary to make the two countries step up river water-related cooperation on a permanent, reliable, and equitable basis. As previous attempts to do so have remained unsuccessful, it might be time for fresh ideas. One such idea could be Lyle Goldstein's concept of cooperation spirals, which can be deemed as the opposite of the more well-known notion of escalation spirals and which mainly work by building trust and confidence over time. Goldstein 2015, 2. In this sense, the model can be seen as seeking to tackle one of the root causes of Sino-Indian rivalry, even beyond the issue area of water resources. Cooperation spirals are based on three fundamental and in fact indispensable principles: gradualism, reciprocity, and compromise. Goldstein 2015, 12. What do these principles mean exactly? First, to achieve a fair and legally binding Sino-Indian River Water Treaty is the arguably best way to resolve their existing river disputes. It does not make any sense to go like a bull at a gate. A number of smaller and relatively easier cooperative steps need to be taken before such an agreement can even become realistic. In what follows, 5 preliminary steps each are presented, but there could certainly be several more in practice. Second, it is pivotal that both sides engage in a cooperation spiral, give and take. Whenever one side makes a concession, the other side needs to follow with a concession before moving on to the next round. How quickly one round follows upon another depends on the actors involved and on how fast they manage to build sufficient trust. Because it can be tricky to measure specific concessions against each other, it is better to avoid this in the first place. Each side should rather be judged by what it can offer. In addition, depending on what each side can actually offer, it may at some point become inevitable to deploy linkage tactics, that is to say, to bring issues from river water unrelated fields to the table. As previously alluded to, the use of issue linkage is debatable. From a normative point of view, it may be desirable to treat issues separately. In practice, however, bilateral relations can often not be neatly compartmentalized. What is more, linkages with non-water issues have been widely used in river treaty negotiations and have often helped promote a more positive outcome. See Fischhandler et al. 2004. Third, and probably the hardest part of any cooperation 216 Sebastian Beeble spiral, both sides need to be, or become over time, ready to do without some of their previously declared red lines. Even though this will be extremely challenging, the net result should be compensating for both parties. In the case at hand, the result would be a functioning river water treaty critical to create a more friendly neighborly relationship and to maintain peace between China and India. In light of the serious obstacles to greater water-related cooperation between China and India, as outlined in the previous section, what is it that makes the framework of cooperation spirals a promising and workable concept, and, in fact, one that is more promising and more workable than others? To begin with, and apart from the already highlighted aspect that the model seeks to tackle one of the root causes of Sino-Indian water disputes, Goldstein, 2015-12, has reasonably argued that it is the gradual, evolutionary and reciprocal nature of cooperation spirals that make them a feasible guide for practitioner. To be sure, this nature alone is no guarantee for success. It can rightly be claimed, though, that the endpoints of any cooperation spiral may only seem utopian in the absence of the accomplishments that result from climbing the earlier steps. Goldstein 2015-14. Therefore, it clearly is one of the strong suits of cooperation spirals to combine evolutionary pragmatism and reciprocity by what is possible for each side at any given point in time. After all, the European Union could not have emerged from a process other than one of numerous small and tentative cooperative measures that have proven their intrinsic usefulness. In addition, other frameworks that have been applied to tackle the problem at hand, such as multilateral negotiations, multi-stakeholder diplomacy, issue to linkage, etc., are a priori fixated on one specific and relatively narrow toolset, ultimately insufficient to fully solve a complex problem that requires a diversified, multi-stage approach. In contrast, the universe of concrete tools available to cooperation spirals is both flexible and extensive and may well include and pool various strategies as suggested by other concepts as well. While the overarching goal of cooperation spirals, in general terms, is to increase the level of trust between the parties involved, the way to reach this goal on the ground is relatively open, albeit strictly case-specific. As a result, when compared to other frameworks, the possibilities of cooperation spirals to promote collaboration cooperation and foster trust are more comprehensive and yet more nuanced at the same time. Finally, it is crucial that in pursuing their objectives, cooperation spirals are by no means a loose and haphazard category as seen from a larger meta-theoretical point of view. As Goldstein, 2015-14, has stated, cooperation spirals as a matter of fact draw solidly on all major traditions in international relations theory. More specifically, the model relies on the constructivist conception that norms and ideas have force unto themselves so that creative diplomacy can potentially resolve divisive deadlocks. Also, the framework takes from the liberal tradition the process-related tenet that institutions can shape expectations and behavior, thereby building trust and facilitating further cooperation. Last but not least, cooperation spirals even adopt some realist principles, including that cooperative efforts must be in line with key state interests and must agree with tendencies in the balance of power. Figure 12.1 shows just one example of what a possible cooperation spiral to reach a China-India river water agreement could look like. There may be several other steps each side could take, or the steps presented could possibly be taken in a slightly different order. In any case, though, it falls to India to start the spiral, if only because India is in more dire need of a water treaty than China. China-India river water conflicts 217. Water treaty reciprocate India's China 5 territorial concessions. Show flexibility on territorial issues India 5. China 4 guarantee no water diversions. Support China's Belt and Road Initiative India 4. Ramp up environmental China 3 protection. Hire Chinese dam developers India 3. Step up information China 2 sharing on dam building enhance cooperation with other riparian neighbors India 2. Increase and stabilize China 1 hydrological data sharing. Stop accusations of China India 1. Figure 12.1 cooperation spiral to achieve a Sino-Indian water treaty. Source, author. India Step 1. Stop accusations of China Ho, 2018, 150, has argued that with regard to river issues with China, Indian governments have avoided inflammatory language and sought to calm incendiary language from other Indian politicians and the Indian media. Generally speaking, such an attitude is exactly what is required from the Indian side to get a cooperation spiral with China going. Accusations, especially if they are not based on solid ground, because evidence is dubious or even lacking, do not help India's cause. China would immediately dig its heels in and not accept such behavior as a starting point for greater cooperation. However, even though Indian administrations might have tried, not every politician, scholar, or media outlet in India has treated the reasonable calls to 218 Sebastian Bieber refrain from unduly criticizing China's river politics. Although some of the criticism may well be justified, certain narratives, such as to claim that China is waging a stealth water war on India or that China is committing water theft vis gravis India, go too far and should be rigorously and openly condemned by any incumbent Indian government. China's Step 1. Increase and stabilize hydrological data sharing. The sharing of hydrological data such as precipitation and stream flow is extremely important in an international river basin. Data sharing produces a number of tangible benefits, as it can be life and crop saving, as well as several intangible rewards, as such transparency measures tend to help build trust. The case at hand has meanwhile demonstrated what can happen if, for whatever reason, such data are not shared between riparian countries. As we have also seen, China has already signed 2 MOUs on hydrological information provision with India, which moreover have been renewed and slightly modified over the years. However, these MOUs still suffer from a couple of critical shortcomings. In particular, data provision is not legally binding and only occurs during the flood season. See above. For India, this situation creates a not negligible amount of uncertainty. Consequently, the incumbent Modi administration has been asking China to provide year-round hydrological data. Zai et al. 2018, 42. China should no longer treat hydrological information as a state secret, nor as a bargaining chip. Instead, China should respond positively to India's request. The data exist and for China, it is in fact not very costly to share them, especially if India pays for them, as has been the case, and unless China has something to hide, e.g. water storage. In addition, China should make sure that India no longer depends on China's goodwill with regard to such data sharing. Instead, China should allow a bilateral mechanism such as the ELM to oversee the data transfer. India Step 2. Enhance cooperation with other riparian neighbors. India is, as a matter of fact, a middle riparian country. While it is downstream of China, it equally is upstream of Bangladesh in the Brahmaputra Basin and of Pakistan in the Indus and Sutlej rivers. Strikingly, even though India has signed water treaties with both Bangladesh and Pakistan, the Indus Water Treaty has even endured more than one war between Delhi and Islamabad. India is frequently perceived negatively as a water hegemon in South Asia. Sina 2016, 175. Contributing to this bad image is the fact that Delhi, similar to Beijing, has only been interested in bilateral water cooperation with its riparian neighbors so as to be more able to exploit advantages in geography and power. Accordingly, India's treaty compliance and information sharing policies have been criticized downstream on various occasions. Zai and Jia 2018, 123. This Indian attitude has not helped to make the country's own water-related concerns charge open doors in China, and in fact China has accused India of hypocrisy. As a result, India needs to improve its track record vis gravis its riparian neighbors in South Asia. It also needs to open up to the idea of a multilateral approach toward river management, which brings in smaller South Asian riparian countries such as Nepal and Bhutan as well. Critically, though, enhancing cooperation with other riparian neighbors should not intend to build anti-China coalitions, but should rather aim at sensitizing China to downstream concerns and upstream responsibilities. Sina 2016, 175. China-India river water conflicts 219. China's Step 2. Step up information sharing on dam building. Reliable sharing of hydrological data is one thing that can increase transparency and thereby trust between China and India over their shared rivers. Another significant measure in this regard is the enhancement of information sharing on dam-related issues. As we have seen, China has been planning and constructing a number of dams on the Yarlung and its tributaries. So far, however, China has been highly secretive about communicating its dam building activities and the operating schemes of its completed dams. Bible 2018, 173. Obviously, this creates distrust in downstream countries such as India, which can only guess about China's actions and intentions. At this point in the cooperation spiral, it might be too much to demand of China to agree to full-blown procedures for notification or prior consultation and agreement processes that regulate, in theory at least, dam building amongst the member states of the Mekong River Commission. However, even if it is unthinkable for China to consult with India over its dam building plans, China should at least notify India of those plans ex ante. Also, China should allow regular dam site visits from Indian experts and share information on the operating schemes of completed dams. Once again, a body like the ELM should be given the authority to oversee that these transparency measures be upheld. India Step 3. hire Chinese dam developers while India would benefit from receiving river water-related information. The reverse does not hold true. This has to do with the upstream-downstream constellation between Beijing and Delhi. As a result, the Indian side needs to generally be more creative about the steps it can take to incentivize China to ink a future water treaty. One such step could be to hire Chinese dam building companies for projects in India, as this would reciprocate the leap of faith gained through China's transparency measures. On the one hand, as mentioned before, India has great plans to develop the country's high dropwater potential, not least in the Brahmaputra basin. On the other hand, Chinese dam developers have become the world's leading hydropower firms, with mature technology and expertise in the field of dam building that allow them to construct dams at relatively low cost. At the same time, these hydropower dam builders are having to look abroad for new markets because of, for instance, the Chinese government's cooling out strategy, growing domestic competition, and the declining number of suitable sites for new dams within Chinese borders. Tan Mullins et al., 2017. 465. In addition, Chinese dam developers have been found to increasingly adhere to internationally accepted social and environmental safeguard norms. Birchar et al., 2017. What sounds like a good example of economic complementarity certainly has a few pitfalls. For one thing, disputed territories such as Arunachal Pradesh should be excluded. For another, the benefits accrued from the dams should be divided in an equitable fashion amongst the various Chinese and Indian stakeholders involved. China's Step 3. Ramp up environmental protection. The Tibetan Plateau and the adjacent Himalayas constitute an environmentally highly sensitive region prone to accelerated climate change. As dam building in this region gathers speed, ecological matters will likewise gain in importance, too. This 220 Sebastian Bieber is because large-scale dam building is likely to have a number of adverse impacts on the environment, both during construction and after completion. See above. Many of those impacts are likely to turn into negative externalities for downstream India, affecting the livelihoods of millions of Indians. In order to anticipate and counter adverse dam impacts on India, China should become open to having impartial environmental impact assessments (EIAs) conducted. China should also take the findings of those EIAs seriously and, for example, refrain from building dams that are held to entail huge negative environmental impacts to, for instance, to the dam site or design chosen. In a similar vein, China should take precautions against the pollution of shared river water resulting, for example, from increasing mining activities on the Tibetan Plateau. India's Step 4. Support China's Belt and Road Initiative as India will quickly run out of possible cooperation steps related more directly to river water. Delhi also has to think about what non-water issues it can bring to the table in order to enhance the chances for a future water treaty with China. Such a linkage will be inevitable for India, otherwise, it does not have enough to offer to China. One non-water cooperation measure that is likely to be well received by China could be official Indian support for an engagement with China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. The BRI is China's signature foreign policy project, and the Chinese leadership has attached great importance to winning support for it from all countries en route to Europe. Delhi, meanwhile, has remained highly skeptical about the Chinese geopolitical intentions behind the initiative. In response, India has even been found to have developed new formats of cooperation with Japan, the USA and Australia that are directly or indirectly positioned against China. Wagner and Tripathi 2018. 1. While such behavior may be understandable from India's perspective, it will not help bring India any closer towards solving its river water problems with China, because China is very unlikely to react favorably to anti-Chinese coalition building. China's Step 4. Guarantee no water diversions following the sharing of more hydrological data, as well as increased transparency and responsibility surrounding dam building activities. Another confidence-building measure China should take along the road toward a Sino-Indian water treaty is to guarantee, for example, in the form of a unilateral government declaration or another bilateral MOU, that there will be no water diversions in its shared rivers with India. As has been shown earlier, the possibility of Chinese river rerouting in the Brahmaputra basin has long been a thorn in India's side. Assuaging Chinese rhetoric aside, the western route of the SNWT project, along with the ostensible tapping of international rivers, has not been officially cancelled by the Chinese government. To be sure, the Chinese side is aware of the fact that the project, as long as it is pending, can always serve as a subtle reminder to India of China's ultimate water leverage. For India, however, water diversion is like the swords of Damocles. No matter how much or little water China contributes to the Brahmaputras and other shared rivers flow, for increasingly water-scarce India, every drop can make a difference in the future. Consequently, China should forego such direct potential. China-India river water conflicts 221. India's Step 5. Show flexibility on territorial issues. There might be more prerequisites, but at some point in this cooperation spiral, territorial issues have to be tackled. This is particularly because, as we have seen, China has steadfastly linked progress on river water cooperation to headway on territorial disputes. For better or worse, India has to accept this condition if it wants to achieve a water treaty with China. Again, it is up to India to make an advance input on this matter, although this will no doubt be extremely challenging. The border disputes, see previous chapters in this volume, have been quite protracted, and growing nationalism on both sides has made a solution increasingly hard to find and sell. Galleries Wami 2017. Nonetheless, the Indian side should be prepared to make a few concessions, such as giving in to Chinese demands on the still debated line of actual control between the two countries. Also, Indian politicians should once and for all refrain from seeking to use Tibet and the Dalai Lama as a card to be played against China, stopped in 2018. The question, however, is whether such relatively minor steps will be sufficient to make China sign a bilateral water treaty with India. Ultimately, therefore, India may be in the highly undesirable situation to be confronted with the enormously tough-to-take decision between a water treaty with China and the administration of Arunachal Pradesh. China's Step 5. Reciprocate India's territorial concessions even more than India. The Chinese side will probably believe at this point in the cooperation spiral that it has already given away a lot, and maybe too much, especially in light of China's superior geographical and material position. As a result, it will be even harder to convince China to make territorial concessions than it is the case for India. Nevertheless, China should think about how to reciprocate India's accommodation of Chinese territorial concerns. One thing China should certainly do is to support the Indian government in not losing too much face over any concessions made. This could happen, for example, through Chinese promises not to disclose to the public an Indian concession before the latter has also achieved some success, such as a water treaty. Moreover, if the Indian side eventually really went as far as to sacrifice Arunachal Pradesh for a water agreement, China should in return accommodate Indian claims over Aksai Chin. With progress on the border disputes and a whole set of mutual transparency and confidence-building measures in place, it should subsequently become relatively easier to negotiate a much-needed river water treaty between Beijing and Delhi. Conclusion. This chapter has detailed the characteristics of the Sino-Indian River water disputes, one of the most serious irritants in the two countries' bilateral relations. The chapter has shown what specific problems exist, what concrete efforts at cooperation have been tried, and why these efforts have been largely insufficient and ineffective. In particular, however, this chapter has not settled for the current situation, which has the potential for further deterioration, even to a point where serious academic accounts have not completely ruled out armed conflict between the two sides. Instead, this chapter has sought to lay out an innovative plan, in the form of a cooperation spiral, to approach the resolution of the river water disputes. Obviously, this plan is highly ambitious and takes tremendous courage and foresight on both sides to be carried through. However, 222 Sebastian people given the stakes involved, it should not be easily dismissed. While at least some of the specific steps suggested here would certainly be exceptionally painful for the two sides to actually take, Beijing and Delhi should also realize that the intended result of the cooperation spiral, that is, a bilateral water treaty, would be worth it. For Delhi, it would be relatively straightforward to understand the enormous benefits of a water treaty with China, but the benefits for China should not be discounted either, as they would materialize, among others, in a much more stable and friendly overall relationship with another emerging great power on the Chinese periphery, as well as in a significant boost for China's image and reputation as a benign hegemon, one that leads not by force but by example. There is one final thing to highlight. While the inking of a legally binding Sino-Indian water treaty arguably is the best way to resolve river water conflicts between the two countries, the mere existence of such a treaty would serve no self-purpose. In fact, water treaties can be the result of existing power asymmetries between riparian neighbors, thereby locking in the status quo as favored by the stronger country under the pretext of cooperation. See Tao and Miramichi 2008. In order to escape such a scenario, the design of the treaty is of paramount importance. International water law gives some indication of what a functioning interstate river water treaty should look like, focusing on the cornerstone elements of scope, substantive rules, procedural rules, institutional mechanisms, and dispute settlement. Chen et al. 2013, 219. While this is not the moment to talk about these 5 elements in detail, there are a few essential attributes to a future Sino-Indian water agreement that should be briefly mentioned here. First, the treaty should be comprehensive in at least 2 significant regards. It should cover all rivers shared between China and India, and it should tackle a range of relevant issues, including water quantity as well as water quality. Second, the treaty should be explicit about the principle of equitable and reasonable utilization, as well as the duty to protect and preserve ecosystems, thereby always seeking to strike a fair balance between the needs of upstream China and the concerns of downstream India. Third, the treaty should set up a robust and autonomous river basin organization for effective management of the shared water resources. Fourth, the treaty should include clearly defined rules for a multi-stage dispute resolution mechanism, at best bringing in third-party mediators. Fifth, and finally, the treaty should be flexible enough to account for and adapt to the dynamic character of riparian conditions. Designed in such a way, a Sino-Indian water treaty could also serve as a blueprint for the next goal, that is, multilateral and truly basin-wide management of transboundary waters in the entire region. Bibliography Biba S. 2012. China's Continuous Dam Building on the Mekong River. Journal of Contemporary Asia 42-4, 603-628. Biba S. 2014. Desecuritization in China's behavior towards its transboundary rivers, the Mekong River, the Brahmaputra River, and the Ardishandali rivers. Journal of Contemporary China 2385, 2143. Biba S. 2016a. The Goals and Reality of the Water Food Energy Security Nexus. The Case of China and its Southern Neighbors. Third World Quarterly 37-1, 5170. Biba S. 2016b. New Concerns, More Cooperation. How Non-Traditional Security Issues Affect Sino-Indian Relations. Journal of Current Chinese Affairs 45-3, 330. Biba S. 2018. China's Bilateral Politics in the Mekong. Conflict and Cooperation in Light of Securitization Theory. London and New York. Routledge. China-India River Water Conflicts 223 Biswas A. 2011. Cooperation or Conflict in Transboundary Water Management. Case Study of South Asia. Hydrological Science Journal 56-4, 662-670. Chilene B. 2011. Water, Asia's New Battleground. Washington, D.C. Georgetown University Press. Chilene B. 2017. China is waging a water war on India. Hindustan Times, 21 August. Available online at www.hindustantimes.com/analysis/China-is-waging-a-water-war-on-India. Sorry-6GFFPFZJ6FU6CJ.html. Chilene B. 2018a. China is stealthily waging a water war. The Globe and Mail, 12 January. Available online at www.theglobeandmail.com/opinion/China-is-stealthily-waging-a-water-war/article 375833969/ Chilene B. 2018b. Resource-hungry China is in overdrive as it wages water wars by stealth. South China Morning Post, 16 January. Available online at www.scmp.com/news/China/diplomacy-defense/article/212811/resource-hungry-China-overdrive-wages-water-wars. Chen H. Ryu Clark, A. and Wouters P. 2013. Exploring China's Transboundary Water Treaty Practice through the Prism of the UN Watercourse Convention. Water International 38-2, 217-230. Dawes, B. 2018. Has flood warning turned the tide in China-India relations? South China Morning Post, 9 September. Available online at www.scmp.com/week-asia/geopolitics/article 2163306. Has flood warning turned tide China-India relations? DeStefano, L. Edwards, P. De Silva, L. and Wolf, A. 2010. Tracking Cooperation in Conflict in International Basins. Historic and Recent Trends. Water Policy 12-6, 871-884. Dinar S. 2009. Scarcity and Cooperation Along International Rivers. Global Environmental Politics 9-1, 109-135. Fischhandler, I. Friedhelsen, E. and Eden, D. 2004. The Short-Term and Long-Term Ramifications of Linkages Involving Natural Resources. The U.S.-Mexico Transboundary Water Case. Environment and Planning C. Government and Policy 22-5, 633-650. Goldstein, L. 2015. Meeting China Halfway. How to Defuse the Emerging U.S.-China Rivalry. Washington, D.C. Georgetown University Press. Garyaswamy, M. 2017. Why India and China's border disputes are so difficult to resolve. South China Morning Post, 17 December. Available online at www.scmp.com/news/China/diplomacy-defense/article/21245528/y-India-China-border-disputes-are-so-difficult. Hilton, I. 2014. It's time for a new era of cooperation on the Brahmaputra. The Third Pole, 5 March. Available online at www.thethirdpole.net/on/03/03/05/005/it's-time-for--its-new-era-for-for-for/the-brahmaputra/. Ho. 2016. A river flows through it. A Chinese perspective. In K. Bajpai, J1 and K. Mabubani, EDS, China-India relations. Cooperation and conflict. London and New York. Routledge. 180-197. Ho. 2018. Power asymmetry in the China-India water dispute. In TV Paul, ed. The China-India rivalry in the globalization era. Washington, D.C. Georgetown University Press. 137-161. Homer Dixon, T. 1994. Environmental scarcities and violent conflict. Evidence from cases. International Security 19-1. 540. Gerchair, J. Matthews, N. Charles, K. and Walton, M. 2017. Learning it the hard way. Social safeguards norms in Chinese-led dam projects in Myanmar, Laos and Cambodia. Energy Policy 102. March. 529-539. Liu, Y. 2015. Transboundary water cooperation on the Yarlung-Zanbo Brahmaputra. A legal analysis of riparian state practice. Water International 42. 354-374. Pack, J. 2016. China, India, and War Over Water. Parameters 46-5367. Ryman, M. and Varies, O. 2009. Integrated Water Management of the Brahmaputra Basin. Perspectives and Hope for Regional Development. Natural Resources Forum 33-1. 6075. Sina, U. K. 2016. Towards Riparian Rationality. An Indian Perspective. In K. Bajpai, J. Wang and K. Mabubani, EDS, China-India relations. Cooperation and conflict. London and New York. Routledge. 167-181. 224. Sebastian Biba SIPRI. Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. 2018. Trends in World Military Expenditure. 2017. SIPRI Fact Sheet. May. Available online at www.sipri.org/sites/default/files 2018-04/SIPRI_FS_18005_MELEX_2017.pdf. Stoughton, P. 2018. The Modi government must realize the folly of India playing the Tibet card. The Wire, 30 March. Available online at https://thewire.in/diplomacy/Modi government folly of India playing the Tibet card. Tan Mullins, M. Urban, F. and Nang, G. 2017. Evaluating the behavior of Chinese stakeholders engaged in large hydropower projects in Asia and Africa. The China Quarterly 230, June, 464-488. Wyver, O. 1995. Securitization and Desecuritization. In R. Lipschutz, ed. On Security, New York, Columbia University Press, 4686. Wagner, C. and Tripathi, S. 2018. India's response to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. New partners and new formats. Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik. SWP comment. January. Available online at www.swp-berlin.org/file-admin/contents/products/comments/2018C07_WGN_TRIPATHI.pdf. Watts, J. 2010. Chinese engineers propose world's biggest hydroelectric project in Tibet. The Guardian, 24 May. Available online at www.theguardian.com/environment/2010/May 24. Chinese hydro engineers propose Tibet Dam. Wolf, A. 2007. Shared Waters. Conflict and Cooperation. Annual Review of Environment and Resources 32, 241-269. World Bank, 2017. Data, GDP, current US dollar. Available online at https://data.worldbank.org/indicator.ny.gdp.mktp.cd. Wuthno, J. 2016. Water Power, Water Worries, China's Goals and Challenges as the Brahmaputra's uppermost riparian. In N. Samaranthig, S. Limai and J. Wathnow, EDS. Water Resource Competition in the Brahmaputra River Basin, China, India, and Bangladesh. Arlington, VA. Center for Strategic Studies. 1537. Zai, L. and Jia, S. 2018. China's International Transboundary Rivers. Politics, Security and Diplomacy of Shared Water Resources. London and New York. Routledge. Zai, L. Zhang, Y. and Panda, J. 2018. Mismatched Diplomacy. China-India Water Relations over the Ganges-Brahmaputra Meghna River Basin. Journal Contemporary China 27-109, 3246. Sitauan, M. and Marinachi, N. 2008. Transboundary Water Interaction I. Reconsidering Conflict and Cooperation. International Environmental Agreement State 4, 297-316. Zhang, H. 2016. Sino-Indian Water Disputes. Becoming Water Wars. Wires Water 32, March-April, 155-166. Part 4. Military Relations 13. Offensive Defense. India's strategic responses to the rise of China. Yogesh Joshi and Anand Mukherjee. India's security relations with China have been shaped by the Thucydidean trinity of fear, honor and interest. Colleen Raymond 2013. Since the beginning, the two countries have been embroiled in a territorial dispute along their Himalayan frontier. India fought a brief but intense border war with China in 1962, and the ensuing defeat still informed mainstream views on China. Since then, the fear of China as an uncertain and aggressive power has entrenched itself in India's strategic mindset. Garver 2001a. The clash of India's territorial interest and the fear engineered by uncertainty about Chinese behavior is compounded by the fact that the two countries have always competed for both global and regional leadership. Malone and Mukherjee 2010, Joshi 2011. These leadership claims are premised upon the differences in the country's approaches to issues of governance and development. India's liberal democracy competing with China's communist authoritarianism. The meteoric rise in China's economic and military prowess in the last 2 decades has only intensified India's security concerns. Maintaining a robust military balance against China therefore remains a top priority for India's defense establishment. Ministry of Defense 2017. 4. What are India's military objectives vis-a-vis China, and what is its preferred military strategy? How has the interaction between conventional military power and nuclear weapons shaped the strategy vis-a-vis China? With the growing asymmetry of power between the two countries, these questions have gained immense traction among policymakers and analysts, both in New Delhi and beyond. For most of the Cold War, India's military objectives vis-a-vis China remained limited to preserving the status quo along the India-China border. Deterrence by denial, primarily through preponderance and force ratios, was its preferred military strategy. Joshi and Mukherjee 2019. This defensive strategy relied heavily on ground troops, with the Indian Air Force (IAF) relegated to the role of air defense against enemy air intrusions. The Navy, on the other hand, had no role in India's military strategy vis-a-vis China. Even when China went nuclear in 1964 and New Delhi demonstrated an explosive nuclear capability in May 1974, India's military strategy remained purely conventional. As part of this strategy, India did not even build up the infrastructure on its own part of the disputed border with China, as it was afraid that these would be used as lanes of invasion by the Chinese military. At the same time, the Indian military responded strongly to perceived Chinese attempts to change the status quo during the 1967 Nathula and 1987 Sundaram-Chu crises. These contrasting approaches and beliefs captured the mixture of bravado and fear that characterized the Indian military's mindset about China. 228 Joshi and Mukherjee. In the last 2 decades, however, China's rapid military modernization and its increasing capabilities both along the land border and in the maritime domain have created enormous military pressure on India. Massive military expenditures sustained by the Chinese economy in the last 15 years have allowed the People's Liberation Army (PLA) a fair amount of defense modernization, accumulating capabilities which are generally associated with a revolution in military affairs. Infrastructure development along the Indo-Tibetan border has increased the PLA's ability to mobilize quickly vis-a-vis Indian defense forces. Moreover, naval modernization and acquisition have given China an ability to project power in an unprecedented manner into the Indian Ocean region. As a top-secret report of a task force on national security, more popularly known as the Naresh Chandra Committee, constituted by the Indian Prime Minister in 2012, observed, China's development of military infrastructure in Tibet and the Indian Ocean region coupled with the PLA's modernization changes its military capabilities meaningfully. NSCS 2012, 1819. This chapter is divided into 3 sections. The first section elaborates on India's military objectives and strategy vis-a-vis China from the 1962 war till the end of the Cold War. It will specifically discuss India's military strategy of deterrence by denial and the force structures that were required to achieve a dissuasive deterrent against China. The second section focuses on the changes in the military balance in the last quarter century, the shifts in India's conventional military strategy, and consequent changes in force structures in the Indian armed forces. The last section delves into the nuclear balance between the two countries and analyzes its relationship with the conventional military balance in the Sino-Indian military equation. Though India remains committed to the doctrine of no first use (NFU), arguments in favor of leveraging India's nuclear might to bolster its conventional deterrence are increasingly becoming a part of mainstream discourse. The nuclear balance between the two countries therefore promises to become a prominent aspect of their overall military balance. Forging a defensive deterrent. In October 1962, India fought a brief but intense war with China. India lost the war in High Himalayas which, according to Lord Kabik, 1967, 183, exposed many deficiencies in India's defense. This led to a sustained effort to build its defense forces. Much of the focus went to the Army and the Air Force, as New Delhi realized that reality of having to make defensive arrangements along a vast frontier. Ministry of Defense. 1964, 1. By late 1963, a new defense plan was formulated, and India decided to increase its defense expenditures from 2% of GDP to about 5%. Under this defense plan, 10 mountain divisions were raised along the Himalayan frontier. India also brought MiG fighters from the Soviet Union, along with radar acquisitions from the United States, to provide an effective air defense against China. In 1976, the Indian Navy had a minuscule role in any potential conflict with China, but received some attention as it had to deal with the threats posed by Pakistan. India's strategy along the Himalayan frontier was one of deterrence by denial. According to Wes Mitchell, this form of deterrence depends on fear that the defender will inflict a level of pain that exceeds whatever gains the attacker hoped to achieve through aggression. Mitchell 2015. The main approach was to ensure that a repeat of 1962 was avoided by putting up a resolute defense against any aggression from the Chinese forces. As Raju G. C. Thomas, 1986, 17 argues, the underlying Indian military offensive defense and India's responses to 229 posture since 1962 has been to maintain minimum border defense capabilities for a holding operation against China. The sole focus was defending the mountain passes along the border. Thomas 1986, 138. The Air Force was similarly geared toward supporting, in limited capacity, the Indian Army's ground operations. Thomas 1986, 138. During the 1965 India-Pakistan War, China threatened troop movements along the border to put pressure on India and support Pakistan. These proved to be empty threats, strengthening impressions in New Delhi that Beijing would not risk an unnecessary military confrontation with India. May 2006, 106, 107. The lessons learned by India were obvious. China will exercise military prudence until and unless there is a certainty of military victory or its integrity was perceived to be threatened. May 2010, 150. India had fulfilled the latter of these conditions by giving up the option of recovering the lost territories through force. By 1967, the defensive measures initiated after the 1962 war proved successful when the major incursion by the PLA in Nathula was successfully thwarted by the Indian Army. Calha 2014, 182. A number of factors explain India's defensive strategy. First, India's aims vis-a-vis China remain very limited. Rather than planning any recovery of the lost territories, New Delhi focused on maintaining the status quo and denying China an easy victory along the frontier. Second, the Soviet-China rivalry helped ease pressure on the Indian border. The Chinese military focus remained firmly on the Soviet Union and, accordingly, in the late 1960s and into the 1970s, Chinese military capability along the Indian border was comparatively thin. In 1975, 205.23, as an inadvertent result of India's wars with Pakistan in 1965 and 1971 and consequent military modernization of its defense forces, India's deterrent capability vis-a-vis China automatically increased. By the mid-1970s, Indian assessments of the Chinese threat were reduced to Beijing's support for insurgencies in India's northeast and provision of military equipment to Pakistan. Joshi 2015, 6. If India's military modernization had created a deterrent, infirmities in China's military capability became quite evident during its war with Vietnam in 1979, Bain 1994, 133. By the early 1980s, analysts predicted that the Indian Army enjoyed an advantageous position against China to the extent that it could make incisive thrusts into Tibet across the Chinese borders in the north. Thomas 1986, 140-141. Yet, no change in strategy was perceptible. The introduction of mechanized forces in the late 1970s and early 1980s in the Indian Army remained concentrated on the western frontier with Pakistan, Gupta 1995, 447. Even when the IAF acquired deep penetration strike aircrafts, DPSs, in the late 1970s, the target remained Pakistan rather than China. 3 Visegrad is China. The IAF was committed to interception and air defense rather than long-range strikes against assets in the Chinese mainland. Thomas 1980, 295. Finally, the Navy never figured into India's military strategy toward China during the Cold War. The Indian naval strategy was predominantly disposed toward sea control in its immediate neighborhood and sea denial against larger naval forces operating in the Indian Ocean. TTS 1985, 1998, 1990b, Naidu 1991. China's limited naval capability ruled out any sustained involvement in the Indian Ocean. On the other hand, India's naval capabilities were too limited to project power overseas. As Ashley Tellis, 1998, 81, has argued, India's naval strategy toward the end of the Cold War was essentially one of creating a cordon sanitaire around India's waters. Deterrence by denial, therefore, was India's preferred military strategy. This military stalemate also helped India's diplomatic strategy toward China. Once assured of its defenses, India could take the risk of opening diplomatic channels with the PRC. 230 Ojish Joshi and Mukherjee. India had first indicated their willingness to establish diplomatic relations after the 1969 Sino-Soviet crisis. Full diplomatic relations could only be resumed in 1976 when the two sides exchanged ambassadors. In 1981, after the visit of Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Hua to Delhi, the two states began their first-ever boundary negotiations after the hostilities of 1962, Elkin and Fredericks 1983, Ganley 1989. The initiation of this dialogue invoked compromises on both sides. China signaled its willingness to a pact deal where the de facto status quo on the frontier could be accepted by both sides. India, for its part, gave up its insistence on China's withdrawal from the territory it had annexed during the 1962 war. A comprehensive agreement, however, entailed constant bargaining. Part of this bargaining strategy was to check each other's military preparedness. This resulted in a brief military confrontation during 1986 and 1987 along the India-China border in the eastern sector. Yet at the same time, the incident underlined the importance of India's strong military posture to its diplomatic effort in finding a solution to the India-China boundary problem. In June 1986, after the PLA had occupied Sundarangchu in Northeast Frontier Agency, Arunachal Pradesh, the Indian Army mobilized an entire brigade and controlled the heights around the area. As Ambassador Ranjit Singh Kalla, 2014, 203 explains, the speed of Indian deployment, Operation Falcon, made the Chinese realize that they could not deploy overwhelming numbers as that would take time, and Indian troops, too, could be reinforced. As the Indian Army had deployed in strength and with great speed, the Chinese realized that if any conflict ensued, the results would be quite different from those of 1962. Operation Cheko Airborne, as the Indian Army's response in Sundarangchu was called, demonstrated India's military capability and effectively deterring the Chinese probes. Bandor 2016, 7. India was able to signal to Beijing that a military victory along the frontier is highly doubtful. Gupta 2014, 88-89. India's successful military deterrence of China also provided the Indian government many dividends. It first assimilated the Northeastern Frontier Agency as a full province of the Indian Republic in December 1986. This military stalemate also led to a realization among the Chinese that the border could not be resolved through a military conflict. Calha 2014, 203-204. Meaning 2016, 20. For the boundary negotiations to move forward, political intervention was now necessary. As Ambassador Shiv Shankar Menon argued, the standoff served a political purpose. Meaning 2016, 15. During the 8th round of negotiations in November 1987, both sides stressed the need to avoid any armed confrontation along the border. Chakravarti 1987. This political intervention came with the December 1988 visit of Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi to China, during which the two sides agreed to initiate negotiations for fair and reasonable settlement of the border. Calha 2014, 206. It was also agreed that the two sides would maintain peace and tranquility along the border, pending the Gaudiya ions of a settlement. Meaning 2016, 20. This process resulted in the border peace and tranquility agreement of 1993. India's dissuasive defense had prepared the ground situation where the first steps toward political settlement of the India-China territorial dispute could be taken by the two sides after decades of mistrust and hatred. Menon 2016, 15, 20. RP 2013. By the early 1990s, the bilateral relationship had entered its most cordial phase since the 1962 war. Garver 1992, 67. Offensive defense and India's responses 231 for a new paradigm. Offensive defense in 1998. Sino-Indian relations were damaged when India conducted 5 underground nuclear tests and, more importantly, justified the tests with the threat posed by China. However, after some years, due to sustained diplomacy from both sides, a level of comedy more normal to relations between Asia's two giants had been restored. Garver 2001b, 865. During this time and in the early years of the 21st century, the Indian military was engaged on the Western Front, dealing with the 1999 Kargil War and continued violence along the line of control with Pakistan and with Pakistani-supported insurgent violence in Kashmir. However, with the entry of U.S. troops in Afghanistan after 9/11 and the toppling of the Taliban regime, violence levels in Kashmir gradually reduced. In 2003, India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire along the line of control. Around the same time, India started to refocus on its western neighbor and realized that it had to play catch up relatively quickly. In the absence of primary documents, it is difficult to put a precise date on the shift, but since around 2005, the Indian military has in both public and semi-public forums increasingly spoken about the threats posed by growing Chinese military power, both along the border and in the Indian Ocean region. In part, this was in response to China's impressive infrastructure development in the Tibetan Autonomous Region, TAR, which gave it the capability to rapidly mobilize and project power across the line of actual control, LAC, that separates the two countries. Infrastructure development, combined with massive military modernization, caused serious concern within the Indian Army. Routledge 2014, Gupta 2014, 105. In the naval domain, under the guise of anti-piracy missions, the People's Liberation Army Navy plan undertook regular patrols into the Indian Ocean region. Co 2016. These developments, especially port calls by Chinese nuclear submarines in Sri Lanka, deeply alarmed the Indian Navy. Consequently, therefore, India's military strategy has also seen a major shift to deterrence by punishment, under which the Indian military intends to take the battle into Chinese territory or target Chinese assets in the high seas, unlike deterrence by denial, which aims to deny the enemy any territorial gain. A strategy of deterrence by punishment deters by imposing higher costs upon the adversary by being more offensive in its approach. Snyder 1961, 15. Therefore, the dominant function of India's conventional deterrence strategy, to use the words of Glenn Snyder, has changed significantly. First, India now intends to communicate its deterrence by not only denying any gains to the PLA and Indian-held territory, but also by imposing significant costs both in terms of Chinese territory in Tibet as well as in its war-making potential both on land and the high seas. Second, to impose such costs, India would not fight the battle only in its own territory. It would open up additional fronts on land, air, and the high seas. Finally, the strategy of deterrence by punishment communicates India's intentions to escalate the conflict into new areas and avenues so as to signal to the Chinese that once initiated, Beijing cannot be sure that it can fully control the process of hostilities. There are two main elements to this strategy of deterrence by punishment: infrastructure development and military modernization. For a long time after the 1962 war, India had deliberately ignored infrastructure along the border regions, under the belief that this might facilitate lanes of invasion for a possible Chinese aggression. Before 2013, China, however, was uninhibited in this department and especially from the late 1990s onward invested massively in infrastructure development on its side of the border. Over time, this created a defensive shortcoming for India as China could rapidly 232 Joshi and Anand Mukherjee mobilize and move its troops to project power at selected areas. In 2005-2006, the government took a decision to develop strategic infrastructure along the LAC. Since then there has been a concerted effort to build roads and bridges, activate forward airfields, and even build railways to connect the border regions more closely with the rest of the country. To be sure, there has been some criticism of the slow pace of work, but over the last decade the logistical network to the border regions has improved significantly. Kotaki and Bipindra 2018. This has enhanced the ability of the Indian military to mobilize and deploy forward in a shorter time period. Military modernization is the second pillar of this strategy of deterrence by punishment. Over the last decade and a half, all three services have acquired capabilities and platforms aimed primarily at India's western neighbor. The following describes these developments for each of the three services. In 2009, then Chief of the Indian Army, General Deepak Kapoor, publicly spoke about India's two-front dilemma, referring to the challenge posed by Pakistan and China. May 2017. The threats posed by China along the land border increasingly fetched the attention of army strategists and came across clearly in writing by professional military journals. Mukherjee 2009, Sagal 2009, Nagel 2010. Canwell 2012, Nair 2013. In 2012, giving into the logic of these arguments, the government approved the creation of a Mountain Strike Corps task for offensive operations along the China border. This force of region was motivated by a perception that China had now acquired the capability to launch an offensive almost without warning. Good to 2014, 225. Under such a situation, the Army's deterrence by denial strategy would have resulted in major territorial losses on India's part given the time required to mobilize reserves. These additional forces gave India more options, particularly to conduct strikes into Chinese territory and to punish the PLA for any potential misadventures. Over the last few years, despite some hesitation, mainly on financial grounds, new formations have been established in the Eastern Theater. Apart from manpower accretion, the Indian Army has also invested in weapons platforms more suited for mountainous terrain. For instance, in 2016, India signed a deal with the United States to acquire 145 M777 ultralight howitzers, a weapon system ideally suited for mountains. The Indian Army has deployed the BrahMos cruise missile system, multi-barrel rocket launchers, MBRLs, and armor along the China border. All these have added, in an unprecedented manner, to the capabilities of the troops deployed along the border. The IAF is currently facing a crisis in terms of depleting strength of its fighter fleet, saying 2019. Notwithstanding this, over the years, the IAF has shifted from a defensive to offensive posture vis-a-vis China. The primary task of the IAF along the Sino-Indian border had long remained one of interception of Chinese air ingress. However, the IAF is slowly projecting itself as a strategic force able to strike deep inside Chinese territory, creating what the IAF doctrine calls strategic outcomes. Indian Air Force 2012, 10.5. It has done so by deploying its frontline Su-30 MKI deep penetration aircraft, unlike the MiG-21 interceptors, which had limited operating ranges, to operate along Chinese border. Accordingly, in 2009, Sukhois were deployed at the strategically important base of Tezpur in Assam, with which India can reach almost all of Tibet. This has been combined with the acquisition of mid-air refueling capabilities, which places the IAF in an advantageous position against the Chinese Air Force. While in 2013, the IAF is also currently acquiring Apache attack helicopters, which are ideal for providing supporting firepower to the Indian Army in the mountainous terrain and creating kill zones by directing this firepower along predetermined ingress routes in Sikkim and Arunachal. Offensive defense in India's response is 233. Malsakar 2014, 61. Equally importantly, the IAF has invested resources in acquiring significant strategic airlift capabilities, which allows for rapid deployment of troops across various theaters of operations. This gives the Indian military an option to switch forces from one theater to another and thereby rapidly mobilize and project power. Accordingly, since 2009, the IAF has built an impressive fleet of 10 C-17 Globemasters and 17 C-130J Super Hercules, with reports of possible additional orders, and has also placed orders for Chinook heavy lift helicopters. In sum, these capabilities indicate that the IAF is focusing on the threats posed by China along its border and, most recently, validated its operational plans for a two-front war by holding one of its biggest live exercises, titled Gagan Shakti, involving more than 1,000 aircraft. The Indian Navy has also been paying attention to the threats posed by the rise of China. By undertaking a number of measures, the Indian Navy now intends to be part of the larger military strategy of deterrence by punishment against China. First, the Indian Navy has made a serious effort at acquiring new hardware and capabilities. It has taken on lease a nuclear-powered attack submarine, SSN, from Russia, the INS Chakra, and the aircraft carrier INS Vikramaditya, ex-Admiral Gorshkov. Also on order from various sources are 7 stealth frigates, 6 diesel submarines, and 30 other warships. Apart from this, the Navy has purchased 12 Boeing PAI maritime patrol aircraft, 45 MiG-29K aircraft, and over 200 helicopters. After accounting for all the other acquisitions on order, the Indian Navy has a committed expenditure in the region of US $30-40 billion in the next decade on naval hardware of strategic significance, Prakash 2016, 156, which will enhance the operational capabilities of the Indian Navy. Second, the Indian Navy has also embarked on major new projects for naval infrastructure development, including the development of one of the largest sea bases in the Eastern Hemisphere, INS Kadamba near Karwar along India's western coastline, the construction of a state-of-the-art very low-frequency VLF transmitting station called INS Kadamba in Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu, launch of the GS-87 satellite, which is dedicated solely for the Indian Navy, and the establishment of the Information Management and Analysis Center (IMAC) in Gurugram, which links 51 substations to provide real-time information awareness. In sum, in terms of acquisition and doctrinal changes, all three services have gradually shifted their attention to deal with the challenge posed by the Chinese military. At one level, arguably, this is a case of bureaucratic role expansion, with the armed forces forces justifying their budgets by playing up new threats. However, it is not a coincidence that during this time, India and China got into multiple crises, mainly along the land border, in 2013 near Dalat, Begoli and Jumar, in 2014 in Damchak, and most recently in 2017 at Dakhlam, done in 2017. Therefore, this is not just a case of the military-wise role expansion, but rather of a clash of perspective. As discussed later, India's shift to a more proactive stance on the border may have contributed to these crises. Interaction between conventional and nuclear strategy. Forging a persuasive nuclear deterrent vis China has been a long-term goal for New Delhi. It was the Chinese nuclear test in 1964 that first animated the debate over an Indian nuclear weapons capability, Merchant Donny 1968, Perkovich 2002. In later decades, China receded in the background of India's concerns, and Pakistan became the most immediate motivation for India to go nuclear, Joshi 2018. However, China did remain a long-term nuclear threat because of the disputed land border and because of 234 Yogesh Joshi and Anand Mukherjee. Beijing's political, economic, and military support to Pakistan. China's larger strategy in Asia also demanded that India remain embroiled in the South Asian region. A nuclear India was, therefore, a problem for Beijing. Notwithstanding the long-term hostility between the two countries, India's nuclear equation with China, unlike that of Pakistan, has remained stable. Two reasons are primarily responsible for this muted nuclear competition. Campaign 2014A. First, in the immediate aftermath of the 1998 tests, India's nuclear deterrent was too rudimentary to have been a concern for Chinese decision-makers, whereas China was capable of targeting the whole of Indian territory with its medium and long-range ballistic missiles. India's air-delivered nuclear arsenal faced serious vulnerabilities. Second, Chinese military strategy, unlike that of Pakistan, did not depend upon its nuclear forces. China followed, at least at the level of rhetoric, a no-first-use policy with regard to the use of nuclear weapons. Being conventionally superior, there was also no need for China to engage in nuclear coercion against India. However, after the 1998 nuclear tests, India's nuclear trajectory has been determined by a quest to achieve an effective nuclear deterrent against China. Its missile program has grown substantially, with the ANI series of missiles becoming the primary delivery vehicle. With the coming of ANI-V, India now has an intercontinental ballistic missile capability, O'Donnell and Penn 2014. These missile platforms have been silo-hardened and made road and rail mobile. India is also working on developing the Multiple Independent Reentry Vehicle, MIRV technology, which will allow its missiles to carry multiple nuclear warheads, increasing the bang for the buck of its nuclear arsenal. The nuclear submarine program has achieved fruition with the commission of the first nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine, the Arihant, Joshi 2019. A series of nuclear submarines are now under production. This trajectory of India's nuclear forces in the last 2 decades has been mainly determined by the requirement to achieve an effective second strike capability, Campaign 2014B 395. This entails that India's nuclear forces be able to withstand an initial onslaught of nuclear attack from the enemy, yet still retain a formidable force for nuclear retaliation. The drive to obtain a stable nuclear balance with China is driven by a number of factors. First, even when China continues to decouple its nuclear forces from its conventional forces, a large gap in nuclear capabilities between India and China may provide China with the capability to blackmail India in case of a serious conventional war. Nagel 2015. The India-China boundary dispute along the Himalayas continues to dodge any resolution. If anything, China's growing economic and military power in the last 2 decades has made the country more, rather than less, adamant about its claims on the Indian territory. Some Indian strategists have therefore argued that India's conventional military strategy must also be extended to the nuclear domain. Carnid. 2008. 148-149. Reg 2018-14. The rationale for interconnecting India's conventional and nuclear strategies is twofold. First, some have argued that China has in the recent past diluted its NFU commitment. The Indian military is also unsure that, if faced with military defeat during a conventional war, China would continue to adhere to its NFU pledge. As a former chairman of India's Chiefs of Staff Committee speculated, faced with a serious conventional military setback in hostilities with India, China may resort to nuclear first use, initially at the tactical level, quoted in Carnid 2008. 148. In light of this development, India cannot sequestrate its conventional military response from its nuclear deterrent. Second, the increasing imbalance in conventional military power vis China can only be offset by linking India's conventional military strategy with offensive defense and India's responses to 235 its nuclear weapons. As Bharat Carnid, 2015, 389 argues, the only credible nuclear deterrent in the circumstances of India-China war on the Himalayan front are atomic demolition munitions, ADMs, places just behind the prepared defensive line along the likely ingress routes of the PLA in the mountains. Third, after a substantial time gap, China has started expanding and modernizing its nuclear forces in response to its growing military competition with the United States. 6. This automatically creates pressure upon India. The most troublesome aspect of Chinese modernization has been its expansion of missile capabilities, both conventional and nuclear. Indian military analysts see in this a major missile gap between the two countries, as India's missile capabilities have not yet reached that level of sophistication and maturity. This strategic imbalance, in the words of a senior Indian military commander, may force India to attain matching or counter capabilities by boosting the growth of its nuclear deterrent. Nagel 2015, 15-16. Fourth, the modernization of the Chinese nuclear forces also provides China with a counterforce capability of specifically targeting India's nuclear forces and infrastructure. These developments in Chinese nuclear infrastructure and thinking engender enormous challenges for India's nuclear deterrence, especially with regard to minimizing the expanding deterrence gap between the two counties. India also faces the threat of a Sino-Pakistani nuclear nexus. Historically, New Delhi has viewed China's support to Pakistan's nuclear weapons program as Beijing's way of propping up a proxy in South Asia and containing India's rise. Joshi 2018. 12-16. China has not only helped Pakistan in designing its nuclear weapons, it has also provided designs for much of Pakistan's missile force. Small 2015. Strategists fear that this cooperation still continues unabated. Zhao 2018. Moreover, Beijing has firmly supported Pakistan's entry into the nuclear mainstream even when the rest of the global community has hesitated in engaging with Islamabad on civilian nuclear cooperation. China is the only country supplying new nuclear reactors to Pakistan. It has already built a nuclear reactor at the Chashma nuclear power complex called Chashma 2 and is currently engaged in constructing 2 more reactors at the same complex. Beijing's support is also vital for Pakistan's atomic diplomacy. Beijing has consistently pushed the Pakistani case in the Nuclear Suppliers Group, NSG, Beijing's strategy is as much about propping up its close ally as it is to thwart India's membership bid. By equating the case of all non-proliferation treaty, non-NPT member countries, Beijing has ensured that India's candidature is put on an indefinite hold. Press Trust of India 2019. Sino-Pakistan nuclear nexus, some have argued, is a major spoiler in Sino-Indian relationship. In 2013, India's buildup of its nuclear forces in the post-1998 period has been primarily driven by the need to achieve deterrent stability with China. Even when its conventional military doctrine has seen a shift toward a more offensive strategy of deterrence by punishment, India remains committed to an NFU and retaliation-only nuclear doctrine. It is hard to imagine that India would link its conventional and nuclear military strategies in response to China's actions to increase military prowess on the Himalayan frontier. Conclusion. This chapter explains the shift in India's military strategy and its big-picture response to the rise of Chinese military power. In doctrinal terms and in terms of capabilities, the Indian military has shifted from a strategy of deterrence by denial to one of deterrence. 236 Yogesh Joshi and Mukherjee by punishment. Was the Doklam crisis in 2017 triggered by this shift in strategy? As a relatively recent event, the Doklam incident requires more research. However, one can argue that infrastructure improvement and greater troop presence on both the Indian and Chinese sides have increased each other's visibility and could have perhaps been the trigger for the recent spate of border crises. There have been 4 such border crises since 2013. Significantly, after the Doklam crisis, both the governments resolved to facilitate greater military-to-military contacts, suggesting that inadvertent orders from lower formation commanders may have led to the crisis. However, substantiating such a claim requires more evidence. For the time being, it is enough to note that growing capability in both countries are leading to a jostling for power, both on land and in the seas. Whether this jostling remains peaceful or leads to the outbreak of military hostilities, inadvertent or otherwise, remains to be seen. Notes 1. Summary of records of Foreign Ministers' discussion with General Maxwell Taylor, 21 December 1963. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, NMML, New Delhi, B.K. Nehru Papers, 1961-1963. Subject file number 17. As Ambassador to the U.S., 1961-1966, 153. 2. According to K. Subramaniam, by the middle of the 1970s, the India-China force ratio on the LAC was in India's favor. PLA strength was around 100,000 compared to India's 10 mountain divisions, approximately 200,000 troops. C. Subramaniam, 1972, 52. 3. For more on debates surrounding the DPSAs in the mid-1970s, say Joshi, 2015. 4. This section draws on our earlier paper on India's military strategy toward China, say Joshi and Mukherjee, 2019. 5. For more on the shift to offensive air operations vis Gravis China, see Sahgal, 2012, 296. 6. For a perceptive discussion on the changing Chinese strategic profile, see Wu, 2013. Bibliography RPC, 2013, The Sundaram-Chu Incident, A Strong Indian Stand, Indian Defense Review, 4 May, available online at www.indiandefensereview.com/the-2-MDRong-chu-incident-a-strong-indian-stand/ Bin, W. 1994, Sino-Indian Military Modernization, The Potential for Destabilization, Asian Affairs 21-3, 131-147. Bandor, A. 2016, has strategic military restraint during most of the last 6 decades serve India's national interests, USI Journal CXLVI, 603, 314. Bardwaj, K. 2014, Infrastructure Development by China in Tibet Autonomous Region and Military Implications for India, USI Journal CXLIV, 596, April-June, 246-259. Walia, V. K. 2013, Air Power Across the Himalayas, A Military Appreciation of Chinese and Indian Air Forces, RSIS Policy Brief, December, available online at www.rsis.edu.sk/WP-content/uploads/2014/007/PB131201_airpower_across_Himalayas.pdf. Chakravarthi, N. 1987, There is a distinct thaw in the Chinese mood, The Telegraph, 22 November. Chao, E. K. 2018, Could China help Pakistan make its nuclear arsenal even deadlier? The National Interest, 30 March, available online at https://nationalinterest.org/blog/the-buzz/ Could China help Pakistan make its nuclear arsenal even 25,158. Cohen, S. P. 1975, Security Issues in South Asia, Asian Survey 15-3, 202-214. Cohen, S. P. 1976, U.S. Weapons in South Asia, A Policy Analysis, Pacific Affairs 49-1, 4969. Dutta, P. K. 2017, How India, China Compromise, A Look at How Standoffs Before Doklam Were Resolved, India Today, 31 August, available online at www.indiatoday.in/India/story/DOKLAM-Standoff India China Compromise EMCHOKCHUMRDAU LTA Bego LDI 1034861 2017 0831, Offensive Defense and India's Responses 237 Elkin, J.F. and Fredericks, B. 1983, Sino-Indian Border Talks, View from New Delhi, Asian Survey 2310, 1128-1139. Ganguly, S. 1989, The Sino-Indian Border Talks, A View from New Delhi, 1981-89, Asian Survey 2912, 1123-1135. Garver, J. W. 1992, China and South Asia, The Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science 591, 6785. Garver, J. W. 2001A, Protracted Contest, Sino-Indian Rivalry in the 20th Century, Seattle and London, University of Washington Press. Garver, J. W. 2001b, The Restoration of Sino-Indian Comedy Following India's Nuclear Tests, The China Quarterly 168, 865-889. Gupta, A. 1995, Determining India's Force Structures and Military Doctrine, I Want My MiG, Asian Survey 35-5, 441-458. Gupta, S. 2014, The Himalayan Face-Off, The Chinese Assertion and Indian Riposte, New Delhi, Ashed, Indian Air Force, 2012, Basic Doctrine of the Indian Air Force, 2012, New Delhi, Air Headquarters. Joshi, S. 2011, India and China, Awkward Ascents, Orbis 55-4, 558-576. Joshi, Y. 2015, The Imagined Arsenal, India's Nuclear Decision-Making, 1973-76, Nuclear Proliferation International History Project Working Paper No. 6, June, available online at www.wilsoncenter.org/sites/default/files/WP6-the %20 Imagined %20 Arsenal_2.pdf. Joshi, Y. 2018, Between Principles and Pragmatism, India and the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Regime in the Post-PNE Era, 1974-1980, International History Review 45, 1073-1093. Joshi, Y. 2019, Angles and Gangles, Arihant and the Dilemmas of India's Undersea Nuclear Deterrent, War on the Rocks, 14 January, available online at https://warontherocks.com/2019/01/angles-angles-arihant-the-dilemma-of-India's undersea nuclear weapons/ Joshi, Y. and Mukherjee, A. 2018, From Denial to Punishment, The Security Dilemma and Changes in India's Military Strategy Towards China, Asian Security 15-1, 2543, Kalha, R. S. 2014, India-China Boundary Issue, Quest for Settlement, New Delhi, Pentagon Press. Colleen Raymond, S. 2013, Fear, Interest and Honor, The Thucydidean Trinity and India's Asia Policy, Strategic Analysis 37-4, 381-387. Campany, G. 2014, A. India, The Challenge of Nuclear Operationalization and Strategic Stability, in A. Tellis, A. and Denmark, and T. Tanner, EDS, Strategic Asia 2013-2014, Asia in the Second Nuclear Age, Washington, D.C., National Bureau of Asian Research. Campany, G. 2014, V. Is the Indian Nuclear Tiger Changing Its Stripes? Non-Proliferation Review 21, 3 and 4, 383-398. Canwell, G. 2012, China's Growing Military Power, Implications for India, in Eskandapalli, ed. China's Military in India, New Delhi, Pentagon Press, 7-8. Kapoor, D. 2013, Infrastructure Development, Key to a Credible Defense, India Straight Gig, September, available online at www.indiastrategic.in/top stories 3036_infrastructure_key_development_to_credible_defense.htm. Karanid, B. 2008, India's Nuclear Policy, Westport, CT, Praeger. Karanid, B. 2015, Why India is Not a Great Power Yet, New Delhi, Oxford University Press. Kabik, L. J. 1967, India's Quest for Security, Defense Policies, 1947-1965, Berkeley and Los Angeles, University of California Press. Co. C. S. L. 2016, New Normal in the Indo-Pacific, Sino-Indian Maritime Security Dilemma, in A. Mukherjee and C.R. Mohan, EDS, India's Naval Strategy and Asian Security, London and New York, Routledge, 144-174. Kataki, A. and Bipindra, N. C. 2018, After Decades of Neglect, India Builds Roads Along China Border, The Economic Times, 12 July, available online at https://economictimes.indi-adi.com/news/defense/after-decades-of neglect-India build-roads along-China border/ article show 5833597.cms question from =MGR. Malone, DM and Mukherjee, R. 2010, India and China, Conflict and Cooperation, Survival 52-1, 137-158, 238 Yogesh Joshi and Anand Mukherjee Mausikar, R. A. 2014, Inducting Apaches and Chinooks in Indian Armed Forces, Preparing for the Next War, The War College Journal, Army College of Combat, Mao, 43-1, 58-64, Maida, A. K. 2017, Dilemma of a Two-Front War, The Tribune, 14 July, available online at www.tribuneindia.com/news/comment/dilemma-of-2-front-war/436-191.html. Maida, J. S. 2006, Negotiating for India, Resolving Problems Through Diplomacy, New Delhi, Manohar. Maida, J. S. 2010, The Tris Betrayed, Reflections on Diplomacy and Development, New Delhi, Penguin, Viking. Menon, R. 2013, Not the Border, Nor the Ocean, The Indian Express, 12 April, available online at http://archive.indianexpress.com/news/not-the-border-nor-the-ocean/11011073/ Menon, S. 2016, Choices, Inside the Making of India's Foreign Policy, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution Press, Ministry of Defense, 1964, Annual Report 1963-64, New Delhi, Government of India, Ministry of Defense, 2017, Annual Report 2016-2017, New Delhi, Government of India, Merchandani, G. 1968, India's Nuclear Dilemma, New York, Humanities Press, Mitchell, A. W. 2015, The Case for Deterrence by Denial, The American Interest, 12 August, available online at www.the-american-interest.com/2015/08/12/the-case-for-deterrence-by-denial. Mukherjee, A. 2009, A Brand New Day of Back to the Future, The Dynamics of India-Pakistan Relations, India Review 84, October-December, 404-445. Nagle, B. 2015, Strategic Stability, Conundrum, Challenge and Dilemma, The Case of India, China and Pakistan, Clause Journal, Summer, 122. Nagle, V. 2010, Indian Military Doctrine, The Way Ahead, The War College Journal, Army College of Combat, Mao, 39-45. Naidu, G. V. C. 1991, The Indian Navy in Southeast Asia, Contemporary Southeast Asia 13-1, 72-85. Nair, V. K. 2013, The Challenge Posed by China's Military Posture in Tibet, Indian Defense Review, 9 March, available online at www.indiandefensereview.com/spotlights/the-challenge-posed-by-China's-military-posture-in-Tibet/ NSCS, National Security Council Secretariat, 2012, Report of the Task Force on National Security, New Delhi, Government of India, O'Donnell, F. and Pent, H. V. 2014, The Evolution of India's NVV Missile, Bureaucratic Politics and Nuclear Ambiguity, Asian Survey 54-3, 584-610. Perkovich, G. 2002, India's Nuclear Bomb, The Impact on Global Nuclear Non-Proliferation, Los Angeles, University of California Press. Prakash, A. 2016, Evolution of the Indian Navy, Towards a Maritime Awakening, in H. VPent, ed. Handbook of Indian Defense Policy, Themes, Structures and Doctrines, New Delhi, Routledge, India, 149-164. Press Trust of India, 2019. China rules out India's entry into the NSG without consensus on allowing non-NPT countries, 21 June. Available online at https://economictimes.in-defense/China-rules-out-India-countries-20-unthe-93448.cms question from =MGR. Reg. A. 2018. The Sobering Arithmetic of a Two-Front War. Observer Research Foundation Special Report 67. July. Available online at www.orphanline.org/research/the-sobering-arith-of-a-2-front-war/ Sagel, A. 2009. Perspectives of Chinese Threat to India. Pinnacle. The Heir to RAC Journal 62, 6377. Sagel, A. 2012. China's Military Modernization. Responses from India. In A.J. Tellis and T. Tanner, eds. Strategic Asia 2012-13. China's Military Challenge. Seattle, W.A. National Bureau of Asian Research. 277-308. Singh, S. 2019. IAF Worry. In next 2 years, only 26 fighter squadrons. Short 516. The Indian Express. 24 January. Available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/India. Indian-China-4-Raf-L-China-Pakistan-Worry-Next-2-6-Fighter-Squadrons-short-by-1-6-555-3150/ Offensive Defense in India's Responses 239 Small, A. 2015. The China-Pakistan Nexus. Asia's New Geopolitics. Bergen. Random House, India. Snyder, G. H. 1961. Deterrence and Defense. Towards the Theory of National Security. Princeton. N.J. Princeton University Press. Subramaniam, K. 1972. Our National Security. New Delhi. Economic and Scientific Research Foundation. Tellis, A. J. 1985. The Naval Balance in the Indian Ocean. Demanding Missions for the Indian Navy. Asian Survey 2512. 1186-1213. Tellis, A. J. 1998. Securing the Barak. The Logic, Structure and Objectives of India's Naval Expansion. Part 1. Naval War College Review XLIII 3. 7797. Tellis, A. J. 1990b. Securing the Barak. The Logic, Structure and Objectives of India's Naval Expansion. Part 2. Naval War College Review XLIII 4. 3157. Thomas, R. G. C. 1980. The Armed Services in India's Defense Budgets. Asian Survey 23. 280-297. Thomas, R. G. C. 1986. India's Security Policy. Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press. Wu, R. 2013. Certainty of Uncertainty. Nuclear Strategy with Chinese Characteristics. Journal of Strategic Studies 36-4. 579-614. 14 Asymmetric but uneven. The China-India Conventional Military Balance. Ariane Schuyler Mastro. Mars and Tau Report. The strategic competition between China and India has had a conventional military dimension for decades. The two countries fought a limited war on their disputed land border in 1962 and have engaged in perennial confrontations over the line of actual control (LAC) ever since. But the conventional military balance has taken on a new complexion in the past decade, as both China and India have modernized their forces and given them new missions. Both countries have equipped their forces with increasingly lethal and long-range weapons, from nuclear submarines to cruise missiles, and both have begun to use their militaries to defend ever wider security interests, so their forces encounter each other in new locales, from the Red Sea to Southeast Asia. Where do these changes leave the conventional military balance? Military capabilities are founded, most basically, on quantities of material and personnel. China, for example, has just over 2 million active duty personnel, whereas India has just under 1.4 million. China operates 6,740 main battle tanks, and India operates 3,097. China operates 57 attack submarines, and India operates 14. China has 3,736 more artillery pieces, 55 more major surface combatants, 1,181 more fighter multi-role aircraft, and 162 more bombers than India, IISS 2019. But military capabilities are determined by a much wider and more important range of factors. In this chapter, we assess the conventional military balance in 3 parts. First, by explaining the context of each military force's main priorities. Second, by outlining key factors in military modernization. And third, by directly comparing India and China's relative advantages as they face each other across the LAC and in the Indian Ocean. We show that the conventional balance is asymmetric but uneven. That is, China has a larger and more powerful military overall, but this may not translate into military superiority in every scenario. The relative advantages are highly context-dependent. Military priorities for the past 3 decades. The primary mission of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, PLA, has been to support the main strategic objective of safeguarding China's national sovereignty and territorial integrity as Beijing defines it. This has meant developing the capabilities to deter and defeat the U.S. military within the first and second island chains. 1 To do so, China has adopted an anti-access area denial (A2AD) approach to warfare. Anti-access refers to China's focus on capabilities designed to prevent the U.S. military from entering into an area of operations, for example by disrupting mobilization or excluding U.S. forces from certain bases and thus forcing them to operate farther from the center of conflict. Area denial focuses on disruption. China's integrated area symmetric but uneven military balance. 241 defense systems, anti-ship cruise and ballistic missiles, maritime bombers, and missile and torpedo-carrying submarines would all inflict high cost on the United States in the event of war, limiting its freedom of maneuver within the first island chain. Because of China's focus on deterring, disrupting, delaying, and degrading the deployment of U.S. forces into the region, in a Taiwan, South China Sea, or East China Sea scenario, Chinese forces are heavily concentrated in the eastern part of the country. The A2AD approach also affects China's investments. Resources are increasingly diverted away from ground forces and toward the People's Liberation Army Navy Plan and the People's Liberation Army Air Force, PLAAF. In other words, while China and India share a disputed border and are competing in the Indian Ocean, India falls relatively low on China's list of threats to its national security and ability to rise to great power status. Ren 2017, Mastro 2019. The Indian military's primary mission is the defense of India's territorial integrity. Most of India's uses of force have been intended to consolidate or defend its territorial unity, including several minor actions soon after independence in Goa, Hyderabad, and Kashmir and the more recent annexation of the Siachen Glacier. India's threat perceptions have long been dominated by land threats on its northern borders from China and Pakistan. Its 4 wars against Pakistan and 1 against China were all fought over disputed territories. Those territories remain disputed, and they are heavily militarized. India routinely exchanges artillery fire, and occasional special forces raids. With Pakistan, it also seeks to fend off frequent incursions by Chinese troops across the LAC. These continental threats, unsurprisingly, dominate India's military procurement and planning. The Indian Army attracts the lion's share of the country's defense budget and personnel. In the 2018-2019 budget, it was allocated 55% of the military services budget, whereas the Air Force was allocated 23% and the Navy 15%, in large part because it accounts for over 85% of India's military personnel. Here 2018A. The continental bias is even more pronounced when we include the paramilitary security forces outside the conventional military, a total of another 1,586,000 personnel, IISS 2019. In contrast, New Delhi has traditionally perceived less acute threats from its southern maritime approaches. It regards the Indian Ocean, including its islands and littoral states, as an area of natural Indian influence. India has occasionally intervened militarily to assert its primacy over smaller states. For example, in Sri Lanka in 1987-1990 and in the Maldives in 1988, especially in the face of perceived encroachment by extra-regional powers. In the past decade, India has recognized new maritime threats such as terrorism. To address these threats, and especially because the perpetrators of the 26/11 Bombay attacks in 2008 infiltrated from the harbor, India is redoubling its coastal security defenses. Military modernization to date. Thanks to China's significantly larger economy and greater defense allocations, the PLA has modernized its forces much more ambitiously in the past decade than has India. India's modernization has been encumbered not only by its comparative lack of resources, but also by its low bureaucratic capacity. The PLA's key modernization initiatives, often driven by other requirements such as its competition with the United States, affect the dyadic China-India balance, creating a growing military capabilities gap between the two countries. The different trajectories of modernization are vividly apparent in 4 dimensions. 242 Ariana Schuyler Mastro enlarges and core economic resources first. The Chinese military has access to significantly greater national economic resources with which to modernize, while the Indian military must make do with a smaller share of a smaller pie. Thanks to decades of high economic growth, China now has the second largest defense budget in the world, after the United States. The official defense budget continues to enjoy real growth, even as national economic growth has slowed in the past decade. The actual defense budget is probably about 20 to 25% larger than official figures suggest, because these figures omit major spending categories such as research and development and foreign acquisitions. As the PLA's modernization reduces the number of active duty personnel, a greater share of the Chinese defense budget will be available for capital expenditure and operations. Office of the Secretary of Defense 2018. In contrast, India's defense allocations as a share of the national budget have been stagnant for the past decade. Here 2018b. Despite vocal calls for increased defense spending, including from parliamentary committees, New Delhi is unlikely to summon the political will to increase defense spending significantly at the cost of other urgent priorities. Even more damaging, however, is the fact that a growing share of the defense budget is being spent on pay and pensions rather than on new equipment for military modernization. Here 2018a. India's military services, as a result, cannot replace aging equipment, let alone expand their inventory. The Air Force is in a particularly problematic position. Its aircraft strength has dwindled in recent decades as its older aircraft reach obsolescence, while insufficient resources and inefficient procurement processes delay the acquisition of replacements. It can now field only 33 fighter and multi-role aircraft squadrons out of a mandated strength of 42 squadrons. IISS 2019. The core of its fighting power comes from 11 squadrons of Su-30 and Ki multi-role aircraft, but even they suffer extremely low serviceability rates of approximately 55 to 60%. By 2017, the centerpiece of the Indian Army's offensive capability against China has also been guided by resource constraints. The Mountain Strike Corps, which had been bedeviled by funding shortfalls since the announcement of its creation in 2013, was suspended in 2018, and its future remains in doubt. Done in 2018. More generally, the Indian military lacks the resources to maintain its mandated war-wasted reserves, WWR, the stock of equipment and ammunition required to fight expected contingencies. The Indian Army, for example, has revised downward its WWR requirements in some categories of ammunition such as anti-tank missiles. Although the new requirement mandates sufficient reserves for just 10 days of intense combat, the Army cannot meet even these modest demands. Joshi 2018. The Indian military uses a planning construct of fighting a simultaneous two-front conventional war against Pakistan and China, but its resourcing and readiness shortfalls suggest that such a benchmark is grossly unrealistic. Indigenous production. Second, the PLA has access to a burgeoning defense industrial sector that develops and produces advanced capabilities indigenously and improving efficiency. In contrast, India's inefficient defense industries have struggled to deliver major systems. China's defense industry has undergone serious reform and modernization in the past decade, largely asymmetric but uneven military balance. 243 in response to President Xi Jinping's strategic push for science and technology innovation to help rejuvenate China by 2050. This 2050 rejuvenation strategy has 4 major milestones, 2 of which necessitate indigenous innovation. Office of the Secretary of Defense 2018, 121. Furthermore, the PRC has taken numerous steps to maximize domestic defense development through mixed ownership reform, which includes extensive civilian military integration, Yang 2017, and the implementation of the Strategic Support Force, which is intended to pursue leapfrog development and the advancement of military innovation, Kenya 2017. As a result, most of the PLA's equipment, weapons, and platforms are made indigenously, with a number of major Chinese state-owned companies competing for contracts. For example, the China State Shipbuilding Corporation and the China Shipbuilding Industry Company have built most of the 100 or so ships purchased by the plan over the past 10 years. Year 2018. In aviation, fighters like the J-10, J-11, and J-20 are built at home, though with Russian know-how and engines. 3 Chinese firms are within the top 10 defense companies in the world. Nuance in Burosudro 2018. In the strategic sector of shipbuilding, China now produces its own engine plants and almost all of its shipboard weapons and electronic systems and is almost entirely self-sufficient. Office of the Secretary of Defense 2018. Critics of China's defense industry point out that its inefficient monopolistic structure undermines domestic innovation, resulting in the need to procure high-tech military equipment abroad. Chase et al. 2015. 125-134. To mitigate these problems, China has recently launched initiatives such as the 13th Defense Science and Technology and Industry 5-Year Plan and the 2025 Defense Science and Technology Plan prepared by the State Administration for Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense. While some quality deficiencies remain and the aircraft defense industry remains reliant on foreign-source aircraft engine components, the remarkable advances in the PLA's capabilities demonstrate that China is rapidly becoming self-sufficient in producing high-quality advanced capabilities and is arguably already self-sufficient in many areas. India's defense industrial sector is also largely state-owned and monopolistic, but it is highly inefficient due to cumbersome bureaucratic processes and weak institutional capacity. Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, the monopoly aircraft producer, has long built airframes on license, including the Russian origin Su-30 MKI, but its flagship and indigenously developed platform, the Tejas light combat aircraft, was initiated in the early 1980s and did not enter service until 2016, over a decade late, by which time many of its capabilities were already obsolete. MiG-Lundy and Wilkes 2015. As a result of such inefficiencies, the Indian military is still heavily reliant on foreign sources of weaponry. To mitigate its foreign dependence, New Delhi has sought to encourage domestic co-development or co-production of equipment, along with foreign partners, with the Modi government encouraging more indigenous development and production through its Make in India program. Indian companies have entered into joint ventures with foreign suppliers. The Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, has a long association with various Russian suppliers and has succeeded in developing some state-of-the-art weapons such as the BrahMos cruise missile. More recently, other joint ventures, for example, between BAE Systems and Mahindra for M777 self-propelled artillery, and between Boeing and Tata for Apache helicopter fuselages, promise several benefits. They will not only provide technology transfer to India and integrate India into global supply chains for some equipment, but also forge deeper strategic partnerships with a more diverse range of suppliers, including the United States, Israel, and France. 244 Ariane Skylar Mastro in Ars and Tower organizational structure. Third, the PLA has made major organizational changes to consolidate its operational level command arrangements and improve joint war fighting, whereas the Indian military continues to lack inter-service coordination at both the strategic and operational levels. The PLA aims to complete its most comprehensive push for restructuring and modernization over the next decade. These reforms will reinforce the CCP's control of the military, improve the plausibility to perform joint operations, increase combat effectiveness, and curb corruption. Office of the Secretary of Defense 2018. 2. During the 19th Party Congress in October 2017, China reduced the membership of the Central Military Commission from 11 to 7. Office of the Secretary of Defense 2018. 2. The SAR vice chiefs were removed from the body, leaving the chairman, vice chairman, Minister of National Defense, Joint Staff Department Chief, Political Work Department Director, and Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary, DIA 2019. 15. In theory, the new command structure should facilitate joint operations and decision-making in times of crisis. To improve its ability to conduct joint operations, the PLA has also reorganized its forces from internally focused military regions into a smaller number of joint operational commands. In contrast, India's Army, Navy, and Air Force have separate command arrangements, acquisition programs, and doctrines. Each service designs and prioritizes its own acquisitions independently of other services. This may create difficulties of interoperability, which undermine combat effectiveness, or it may lead to duplication and inefficiencies. For example, each service operates the Israeli origin unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, Searcher Mk2 and Heron, but each service plays to separate order for each type. In command and control, in August 2019, Prime Minister Modi announced an intent to establish a Chief of Defense Staff, CDS, who would oversee the military and provide unified military advice to the government, although it remains unclear whether the position will be endowed with the necessary authority. At the operational level, the Army, Navy, and Air Force continue to operate their own single-service geographic commands, 17 in all, none of which are co-located. India's only three-service joint command, the Andaman and Nicobar Command, was established to test and develop the practice of joint commands, but it has been starved of resources and institutional support from each of the services. Certain other advances have given the illusion of progress on jointness, such as the creation of an integrated defense staff, the establishment of joint agencies for cyber, space, and special operations, each commanded by a single service, and even the promulgation of India's first joint doctrine. But none of these initiatives amount to true jointness in the form of unified operational command or interdependent operational concepts. At the operational level, the absence of joint theater commands impedes the Indian military's ability to coordinate plans, doctrine, and operations. Despite the recommendations of several review commissions, the concept of jointness, at both the strategic and operational levels, has been stillborn due to the resistance or lethargy of individual services, civilian bureaucrats, and political parties. Mukherjee 2016. Network capabilities. Fourth, the PLA has aggressively pursued command, control, computer, communication, intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, C4ISR, enabling capabilities, whereas the Indian military retains a personnel-intensive force lacking in network capabilities. In this pursuit of capabilities for informatized war, the PLA has emphasized advanced network C4ISR and counter C4ISR technologies, while simultaneously asymmetric but uneven military balance 245, reducing the number of personnel in its force. Chinese strategists have determined that defeating an enemy like the United States or Japan will require integration amongst their devices and a more robust command and control network. President Xi has also set the following overarching goals for the Chinese military. By 2020, the Chinese military should have basically realized mechanization, made significant progress in information technology, and made a big leap in strategic ability. By 2035, the modernization of national defense and the military should have been largely achieved, and by 2050, the Chinese military should be a world-class force. Yao 2017. In contrast, India's investments and doctrine have not emphasized intelligence or information technology as a key enabler. The Air Force has sought to upgrade its fighters with the addition of Israeli-made latent intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, ISR, pods, EGOZ 2016, and all of the services are acquiring various types of UAVs to improve their situational awareness. The communications and battlefield management systems, however, lag behind. India's recently acquired PAI maritime patrol aircraft are highly capable, but for years could not realize their potential without secure communications and data links. Rosen and Jackson 2017. 14. In 2018, India and the United States signed the Communications Compatibility and Security Agreement, COMCASA, which will over time improve India's ability to share secure data and communications with U.S. forces. The Indian Army's battlefield management system is accessible only down to the brigade level, CATOC 2017, which significantly limits the lower echelon situational awareness and ability to operate autonomously. These differences, in areas ranging from national resource allocation to tactical equipment and doctrine, show clearly that the Chinese military has made greater strides in modernization than India's military has. On balance, it is larger, better equipped, better organized, and better prepared for the battlefield of the future. The balance of forces is generally asymmetric. Conflicts, however, are not decided on the basis of arithmetic comparisons between adversaries. A richer analysis of the conventional balance should also consider the strategic context in specific locations where India and China are likely to engage each other. Local military balances. A military crisis or conflict between China and India is most likely to occur either on their shared land border or, with increasing likelihood, in the Indian Ocean. The land border was the site of China and India's only war in 1962 and has seen several tense crises and innumerable non-violent troop incursions since then. The Indian Ocean is a more recent arena of strategic competition, as the plan now regularly deploys into the area that the Indian Navy for decades considered its sphere of influence. Other geographic locales, such as the South China Sea and other East Asian waters, are unlikely to witness China-India security crises, at least for the next decade, because India has negligible direct security interest or military presence there. On the land border, military geography favors China. The Tibetan Plateau and Taklamakan Desert in Xinjiang are sparsely populated and offer China enormous strategic depth. Its major population and industrial centers are far from the LAC. In that relatively flat terrain, China has built all-weather road and rail infrastructure and dual-use airfields that it can use to quickly reinforce its military presence at the border. This infrastructure includes the landmark Shanghai-Tibet Railway, which was the first, in 2006, to connect Lhasa to the rest of China and was subsequently extended further toward the border. A new multi-lane expressway along a similar path, construction for which began in 2018, and a host of other road and rail links connecting the border to China's interior. 246 Ariane Skylar Mastro and Ars Tarapur China has also built or expanded several airfields in Tibet and Xinjiang, many of which are dual-use facilities to support economic development and Beijing's political control over its restive provinces. This round and air infrastructure has been supplemented by telecommunications infrastructure with an extensive satellite and fiber optic network for both civilian and military communications. Chansaria 2011. In contrast, the Indian side of the border is extremely mountainous and much closer to major population and industrial centers. Because of its lack of strategic depth and its scarring historical memories of the loss of the 1962 war, India deliberately neglected transport infrastructure near the border for decades, with the expectation that Parlu's roads would impede any Chinese invasion. Over the past decade, India has sought to reverse this neglect with an ambitious program to build 73 new border roads, mostly in the northeast. Bureaucratic delays and a lack of resources, however, have caused the road building program as a whole to fall severely behind schedule, saying 2018. Railway construction is even further delayed, but some significant advances have been made, such as the Bogabeel Road and Rail Bridge across the Brahmaputra River, which has greatly improved access to northern Assam and eastern Arunachal Pradesh. Shukla 2018. For the Air Force, India has reactivated 14 advanced landing grounds, air bases disused since the 1962 war, which can be used to forward deploy aircraft closer to the border and contingencies. India has deployed more forces close to the LAC than China has. Indeed, given India's lack of strategic depth, even Indian garrisons in rear areas are closer to the LAC than their Chinese counterparts. However, given the steep uphill terrain and inadequate lines of communication, these Indian forces would still face delays in reinforcing the border. While recognizing these ground force shortfalls, the Indian military has sought to develop a more robust offensive capability against China with a combination of armor, aircraft, and missiles. Thus, it raised 2 new divisions as part of the new Mountain Strike Corps and plans to deploy new variants of BrahMos cruise missiles and its latest Rafale multi-role fighters in Arunachal Pradesh. China, in contrast, maintains a relatively small, though expanding, force on the border. Consequently, the Indian Army can often assert a stronger tactical position on the LAC, although such advantages may be short-lived and highly localized. In the Summer of 2017, for example, Chinese and Indian troops faced off at Doklam, a disputed area at the China-India-Bhutan border tree junction. Indian soldiers had physically impeded a PLA attempt to extend a road into territory that India recognized as Wu-Tandase. While the crisis remained non-violent, and both India and China reinforced their positions to the rear, the Indian contingent held a local tactical advantage. The Chinese road-building crew eventually withdrew, Mastro and Tarapur 2017. Within months of the crisis, however, China had built an array of permanent facilities to house a larger forward troop presence adjacent to the Doklam standoff site and a new road extension, also in disputed territory, that Indian forces could not interdict. Back 2018. Beyond the LAC, the PLA can more readily reinforce its positions. It garrisons heavy maneuver formations near major cities such as Uraumqi, Ningxi, and Lhasa that are well connected to the border with high-capacity roads and railways. In case of contingency, they could be forward deployed to the border and sustained in part through pre-positioned logistics and the rapidly expanding civilian infrastructure for energy and water. JA 2017. For either side, reinforcing border security or preparing for offensive operations would be a significant logistical undertaking, requiring a large and slow movement of forces that would be observable by the other side. Asymmetric but uneven military balance. 247. Meanwhile, in the Indian Ocean, military geography favors India. The Indian Navy enjoys the advantage of having several home ports nearby on the Indian Ocean. It can therefore more readily deploy vessels across the area and sustain them for longer periods or at greater distances compared to an extra-regional power like China, whose vessels require greater endurance to operate in the Indian Ocean. India also has the geographic advantage of sitting astride the sea lines of communication, SLOC, upon which China, like all other East Asian states, depends for trade and energy supplies, giving the Indian Navy leverage to interdict Chinese shipping. From Indian home ports, the Indian Navy can easily deploy to loiter at or screen the Indian Ocean's key choke points, the Malacca, Lombok, and Sunda Straits, leading to the Pacific Ocean, the Straits of Hormuz, leading to the Persian Gulf, and the Bab el-Mandeb, leading to the Red Sea. In addition to ships, the Indian Navy operates U.S. origin PAI maritime patrol aircraft and has the added advantage of shore-based surveillance and, in a conflict scenario, shore-based cruise missile and air interdiction support. These operating advantages are extended by the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, an Indian territory next to the Malacca Strait. Indian naval and air platforms can project from several bases in the island chain, the home of the Indian military's only joint command, the Andaman and Nicobar Command. In contrast, the Chinese military must operate in the Indian Ocean with extended supply lines, reducing its vessels' endurance and increasing their vulnerability. While the plan has a viable A2AD capability off the Chinese mainland's east coast, any activity in the Indian Ocean is expeditionary. Vessels must cross the Malacca Strait and face the constraints of limited logistics and maintenance support. An Indian Ocean presence is, however, an important strategic mission for the Chinese military. Such a presence would allow it to overcome its Malacca dilemma, a recognition that China's economic power is highly vulnerable to interdiction through narrow choke points, especially the Strait of Malacca. To mitigate those challenges, China has sought to establish permanent bases and access to facilities across the Indian Ocean littoral. China's first overseas military base, established in Djibouti in 2007, 2017, is more than a naval logistics base. It also includes an underground facility, UAVs, and a contingent of Marines. U.S. Department of Defense 2018. China also has various levels of access or control like several other civilian ports in the Indian Ocean under the rubric of the Belt and Road Initiative. Beijing's overall strategy for building transport and energy infrastructure, and through it, economic and political influence across Eurasia. Routledge 2017. China's most secure Indian Ocean foothold is in Pakistan, where it has begun a decades-long program to develop the port of Gwadar and may develop another military base nearby, at Jayani. China also took control of Hambantota port in Sri Lanka when the local authorities could not make adequate debt repayments. In a similar way, it may gain control of more ports across the Indian Ocean littoral, from Mombasa in Kenya to Gyeongbu in Myanmar. Shekani 2018. While these are all civilian ports, they could serve a military logistics or maintenance function in the future. India has similarly sought to develop infrastructure across the Indian Ocean, both for its own military uses and to deepen security cooperation with its regional partners. To support its priority mission of enhancing its maritime domain awareness, India has built shore-based surveillance radars in Mauritius, the Seychelles, and Sri Lanka. It fuses data from these and other sensors at the newly established Information Management and Analysis Center. It has also undertaken to develop port facilities in Sabang, Indonesia at the entrance to the Strait of Malacca, and has secured military logistics access to Duqm Port in Oman, and it has signed logistics sharing agreements with the United States 248 Ariane Skylar Mastro in Mars and Tower Port in France, enabling Indian ships to receive logistics support from Indian Ocean territories such as Diego Garcia and Réunion, Salman to 2018. This infrastructure supports an expanding Indian Navy operational presence in the region. India's 2015 maritime security strategy defined the entire Indian Ocean as its primary area of interest. The country's priorities as outlined in this strategy are to protect energy supplies and shipping, provide humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, combat terrorism and piracy, and deter aggression and coercion. Indian Navy 2015. Operation Ally. The Indian Navy has since 2017 conducted near-constant mission-based deployments at several critical locations in the Indian Ocean, including choke points that allow it to monitor the plan's presence and to position itself to respond quickly to emergencies. And in 2018, the Indian Navy has aggressively accelerated its combined training exercises, both bilaterally and multilaterally, with a growing range of partners, including the United States, Japan, Australia, Singapore, and Indonesia. It has also undertaken a wide range of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations, from the Boxing Gate tsunami relief across Southeast Asia in 2004 to non-combatant evacuations in Yemen in 2015. The plan has a smaller presence, but it is sufficiently capable to concern New Delhi. China's naval strategy moved explicitly from a coastal defense to an expeditionary poster in 2015, incorporating the newly expanded mission of open seas protection of Chinese SLOCs and global maritime interests. The State Council Information Office of the People's Republic of China 2015. China's shipbuilding program has also shifted to favor larger ocean-going platforms. Co 2018. The plan's Indian Ocean deployments are the responsibility of its largest fleet, the South Sea Fleet, which in recent years has begun to launch combat readiness patrols through the South China Sea and, briefly, to cross the Lombok and Sunda Straits into the Indian Ocean. U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission 2014. To the Indian Navy's surprise and chagrin, planned submarines have also docked at Karachi and Colombo ports. The plan has maintained a constant presence in the Indian Ocean since 2008, when it began to deploy a three-ship anti-piracy task force in the Gulf of Aden. With the decline of piracy and the expansion of Chinese security interests, that task force now provides naval support for a range of China's regional interests, including non-combatant evacuations from Yemen and Libya, and is supported by the new Chinese base in Djibouti. Critically, the Gulf of Aden deployment now also serves an important training function for the plan, which gains vital expeditionary experience for a wide array of vessels, including submarines. Erickson and Strange 2013, Shin 2017. Conclusion. Relative advantages and implications. As the foregoing discussion has shown, the conventional military balance between China and India is highly contextual. The PLA remains, in aggregate, a more powerful military. It has the resources to quickly, and, to an increasing extent, indigenously, produce large numbers of key weapons systems such as submarines, surface combatants, long-range bombers, tanks, and artillery. It is also more technologically advanced. It fields some fifth-generation aircraft, for example, and has a more robust enabling network of C4ISR. And it has undertaken painful organizational reforms, shedding large numbers of personnel and establishing new joint operational structures to improve its combat effectiveness. On all those measures, the Indian military lags. Nevertheless, China's advantages are uneven, and the outcome of any specific scenario is unpredictable. The dynamics of the crisis on the LAC would depend on the tactical balance asymmetric but uneven military balance 249 at that particular locale, which varies along the length of the LAC. If such a crisis were to flare into a limited war, the PLA would be better positioned to quickly surge offensive forces to the border, using standoff strikes to gain an operational advantage. In the Indian Ocean, India holds significant advantages and could inflict extensive harm on Chinese military interests by threatening China's shipping, SLOCs, or fixed bases. Depending on the scenario, India may also benefit from military or non-military assistance from its regional partners, with which it has increasingly close defense relationships and shared security interests. However, such options would be highly escalatory, and they would be viable only if India had the political will to expand a local coercive confrontation. In any scenario, the conventional military balance will play only one part in the strategic outcome. Whether in peacetime deterrence, crisis, or open conflict, contemporary strategic competition involves a wide suite of national capabilities. Non-conventional military power, including cyber exploitation and attacks, ballistic missiles, space-based C4ISR, special forces, and information operations, may play at least as important a role in conflict outcomes as conventional capabilities. Non-conventional and non-military instruments of power, especially political warfare, have become particularly salient in recent years as certain states have begun to use gray zone tactics to achieve political goals short of conventional conflict. Indeed, such methods, sometimes known as the three warfares, have become a staple of Chinese strategic behavior. Mattis 2018. Thus, while conventional military capabilities offer a highly visible way of comparing China's and India's national power, they are an imprecise and unreliable measure of the likelihood that either state would prevail in strategic competition. Note. Bibliography. Good R. 2017. Painful Progress. Indian Air Modernization Inches Forward. Jane's Defense Weekly. 4 January. 7588. Bihira, L. K. 2018a. Defense Budget 2018-19. The Imperative of Controlling Manpower Costs. IBSA Issue Brief. 5 February. Available online at https://ibsa.in/system/files/issue-brief. IB-defense-budget-2018-19-manpower-cost-lkbehera.pdf. Bihira, L. K. 2018 B. Examining the feasibility and affordability of raising the share of defense expenditure to 3% of GDP. IDSA issue brief, 20 August. Available online at https://idsa.in/system/files/issue brief/id-defense-expenditure-gdp-lkbegra-2008-2008.pdf. That V. 2018. China quietly and cleverly finds a new route to Stockholm, 7 months after India stopped it. The print, 19 March. Available online at https://theprint.in/security/china-quietly-finds-new-route-to--it/43070/access 5 February 2019. Chansaria M. 2011. China's infrastructure development in Tibet. Evaluating trend lines. New Delhi, Center for Land Warfare Studies. Chase M. S. Angstrom J. Tai M. C. Gunnis K. A. Harold S. W. Huska S. and Berkowit S. K. 2015. China's incomplete military transformation. Assessing the weakness of the People's Liberation Army. PLA. Santa Monica. CA. Rand Corporation. DIA. Defense Intelligence Agency. 2019. China military power. Modernizing a force to fight and win. 3 January. Available online at www.dia.mil/portals/27/documents/news/mil-TRE%20power%20 publications/China_military_power_final_5MB_20101003.pdf. 250 Ariana Skylar Mastro and Arms Intel Report Data S. 2018. Indian Army puts Mountain Strike Corps aimed at China and cold storage. The print, 12 July. Available online at https://theprint.in/defense/Indian-Army-puts-mountain-strike-cold-aim-cold-storage/A2319/access the 8th of January 2020. Egozi A. 2016. Rafael will supply 164 examples of its latent targeting pod to the Indian Air Force for use on 4 types of combat aircraft including New Delhi's Sukhoi Su-30 fighters. Fight Global blog, 29 June. Available online at www.flightglobal.com/news/RI-clays India-acquires-latent-targeting-pod-426811/access the 5th of February 2019. Erickson, A. and Strange, A. M. 2013. No substitute for experience. Chinese anti-piracy operations in the Gulf of Aden. U.S. Naval War College China Maritime Studies 10. Available online at www.andrewerickson.com/wp-content/uploads/2013/1/china-anti-piracy-ops-in-go_201311.pdf. Access the 5th of February 2019. Gao A. C. 2017. 3 major takeaways from Xi Jinping's speech at the 19th Party Congress. The Diplomat, 18 October. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2017/10/3-major-takeaways-from-Xi-Jinping's speech-190-party-congress/access the 5th of February 2019. IISS, International Institute for Strategic Studies, 2019. The Military Balance 2019, London. IISS, Indian Navy, 2015. Ensuring Secure Seas, Indian Maritime Security Strategy. Available online at www.indiannavy.nic.in/sites/default/files/Indian_maritime_security_strategy_document_25 Jan16.pdf. Access the 5th of February 2019. JHAS, 2017. China's creeping invasion of India. The Diplomat, 6 July. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2017/China's-creeping-invasion-of-India/access the 5th of February 2019. Joshi M. 2018. Scraping the bottom of the barrel. Budgets, organization and leadership in the Indian defense system. ORF Special Report 74 August. Available online at www.orfonline.org/WP-content/uploads/2018/ORF_special_report_74_defense_1.pdf. Kenya E. 2017. China's Strategic Support Force. A Force for Innovation. The Diplomat, 18 February. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2017/02/China's-strategic-support force-a-force-for-innovation/access the 5th of February 2019. Katak P. 2017. Battlefield Management System for Indian Army. Where are we? Indian Defense Review, 31 December. Available online at www.indiandefensereview.com/news/battlefield-management-system-for-Indian-army-where-r-we/access the 5th of February 2019. Co. C. 2018. China-India rivalry at sea. Capability, trends and challenges. Asian security. November. DOI 10.1080/147998555.2019.153980. Mastro O. 2019. It Takes Two to Tango. Autocratic Underbalancing, Regime Legitimacy and China's Responses to India's Rise. Journal of Strategic Studies 42-1, 114-152. Mastro O. and Tarapur A. 2017. Countering Chinese Coercion. The Case of Doklam, War on the Rocks. Available online at https://warontherocks.com/2017/08/countering-Chinese-coercion-the-case-of-doklam/access the 5th of February 2019. Mattis P. 2018. China's Three Warfares in Perspective. War on the Rocks. 30 January. Available online at https://warontherocks.com/2018/China's-3-warfare-perspective/access the 5th of February 2019. Miglani, S. and Wilkes, T. 2015. Exclusive. Modi pushes obsolete Made in India plane on reluctant military. Reuters, 7 October. Available online at www.reuters.com/article/us-India defense aircraft is USKCN 0S10DB20151007. Access the 5th of February 2019. Mukherjee A. 2016. Fighting Separately. Jointness in Civil Military Relations in India. Journal of Strategic Studies 40. 12. DOI 10.1080/01402390.2016.11963557. Nunes, M. and Barosudro, L. 2018, Global Defense Industry League. Where is China? Military Balance Blog, 28 August. Available online at www.iiss.org/blogs/military-balance/2018/08/China-Global-Defense-Industry-League. Access to 5th of February 2019. Office of the Secretary of Defense, 2018, Annual Report to Congress. Military and Security Developments Involving the People's Republic of China 2018, 16 May, Washington, D.C., U.S. Department of Defense. Available online at https://media.defense.gov/2018/AUG/16/2001955282/1/January 1st, 2018, China-Military-Power-Report.pdf. Access to 5th of February 2019. Asymmetric but uneven military balance 251 pundit R. 2018, Increase in deployment of Chinese ships in Indian Ocean region. Admiral Sunil Landwa, The Times of India, 26th February. Available online at https://times-of-india.indie-admiral-committee-to-provide-capacity-building-assistance-to-friendly-navies-article-show/6307241.cms. Access to 5th of February 2019. Ren. T. 2017, Jiangxi Fu Kangjiangji, Zanil Fu Kang Zanil Fu, Supporting Politics over Military, Political Strategy over Military Strategy, Zhongyao Jun Wang, 6 January, available online at www.a1.cn/jmywl/2017-01/06/content_74396669.htm. Access 5 February 2019. Roland, N. 2017, China's Eurasian Century, Political and Strategic Implications of the Belt and Road Initiative, Seattle, W.A., National Bureau of Asian Research. Rosen, M. and Jackson, D. 2017, The U.S.-India Defense Relationship, Putting the Foundational Agreements in Perspective, February, Washington, D.C., Center for Naval Analyses. Samantha, P. D. 2018, Trailing China, A New Defense Deal with France Gives India a Foothold in Indian Ocean. Print, 31 January, available online at https://theprint.in/of-play/a-new-defense-deal-with-france-gives-Indian-ocean/32604/ access to 5th of February 2019. Shen, D. 2017, China's Power Projection in the Western Indian Ocean, China Brief 17.6, available online at https://jamestown.org/program/China's-Power-Projection-Western-Indian-Ocean/ Shukla, A. 2018, Brahmaputra Bridge to connect the Uncle through New Strategic Railway Line, Business Standard, 26 December, available online at http://ajshukla.blogspot.com 2018-12, BRAHMAPUTRA-bridge-to-connect-RUNACL.html. Access to 5th of February 2019. Singh, V. 2018, Government puts delayed road projects on Indo-China border on track. The Hindu, 4 March, available online at www.thehindu.com/news/national/government-puts-delayed-road-projects-on-indo-China-border-on-track/article 2290308.ece. Access to 5th of February 2019. Shekane, N. 2018, China's Maritime Silk Road Strategic and Economic Implications for the Indo-Pacific Region, Center for Strategic and International Studies, March, available online at https://csis-prod.s3.amazon.com/s3fs-public/publication/1804004_FZCHENYI_. China Maritime Silk Road.pdf question YZ-SPUN-FIRWC-HUJNNX3-MOXXNHVX3. The State Council Information Office of the People's Republic of China, 2015, China's Military Strategy, available online at www.scio.gov.cn/ZF-BPs-NDHF 2015 document 1435159, 1435159.htm. Access to 5th of February 2019. U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, 2014, China's Navy extends its combat reach to the Indian Ocean, 14 March, available online at www.uscc.gov/research/China-Navy-extends-its-combat-reach Indian Ocean. Access to 5th of February 2019. U.S. Department of Defense, 2018, Assessment on U.S. Defense Implications of China's Expanding Global Access, December, available online at https://media.defense.gov/2019/gen/14/2002079292/1-11 expanding-global-access-report-final.pdf. Access to 5th of February 2019. Vornik, W. 2018, China's reach has grown, so should the island chains. Center for Strategic and International Studies, 22 October, available online at https://anti.csis.china's-reach-grown-island-chains/ access to 5th of February 2019. Yang, Z. 2017, Privatizing China's Defense Industry, The Diplomat, 7 June, available online at https://thediplomat.com/2017/privatizing-China's-defense-industry, access to 5th of February 2019. Yo, M. 2018, China's military capabilities are booming, but does its defense industry mirror that trend? Defense News, 14 August, available online at www.defensenews.com, top-100/008/08/14/China's-military-capabilities-are-booming-its-defense-industry-mirror-that-trend/ access to 5th of February 2019. 15 China-India and Maritime Security, a contest for power and influence in the Indian Ocean. David Brewser. Strategic competition between India and China has the potential to profoundly affect the stability and security of the Indo-Pacific. The country's relationship in the maritime realm is part of a broader relationship that includes elements of cooperation, coexistence, and competition. But there are also factors that tend to give the maritime security relationship its own, often negative, dynamic. Delhi considers itself a leading Indian Ocean state and a natural leader of the Indian Ocean region, IOR, and as the regional security manager of South Asia, it takes a somewhat proprietary attitude toward the Indian Ocean, perceiving the presence of extra-regional powers, particularly China, as essentially illegitimate. In contrast, Beijing is assertively expanding its economic, political, and military role in the Indian Ocean and refuses to recognize India's claims for a special role in the region. region. These factors are leading to what may become a protracted contest for dominance in the Indian Ocean. As India's national power grows while China's presence in the IOR expands, and as the U.S. presence likely declines in the long term, there is a real risk that the interactions between India and China will become ever more competitive. The chapter is organized in 4 sections. The first deals with India's strategic aspirations in the IOR. The second turns to China's growing role in the region. The third engages India's response to China. The final section relates to the future of Sino-Indian strategic competition in the maritime realm. India's strategic aspirations in the Indian Ocean. India has long harbored ambitions to be the leading power in the Indian Ocean. Indeed, though few Indian officials would publicly admit it, many in Delhi would like to see the Indian Ocean as India's ocean, at least in the long term. Brewster 2014. As one U.S. analyst commented, New Delhi regards the Indian Ocean as its backyard and deems it both natural and desirable that India function as, eventually, the leader and the predominant influence in this region, the world's only region and ocean named after a single state. Berlin 2006, 60. India's aspirations in the Indian Ocean reflect several strands of thinking. To some extent, India's ambitions in the Indian Ocean are connected with its aspirations to be recognized as a major power of global ranking. One, as former Indian Foreign Minister, Pranab Mukherjee, expressed it, China, India and maritime security 253. After nearly a millennium of inward and landward focus, we are once again turning our gaze outwards and seawards, which is the natural direction of view for a nation seeking to re-establish itself, not simply as a continental power, but even more so as a maritime power, and consequently as one that is of significance on the world stage. Emphasis added, Mukherjee 2007. For the moment, however, India's maritime security concerns are principally defensive. With the growth of its trading interests, India has ever greater imperatives to secure its sea lines of communication, SLOCs, across the Indian Ocean. India's colonial experience has also long driven a view that it must either establish a forward defense perimeter in the Indian Ocean to preclude intervention in the subcontinent, or that extra-regional powers must otherwise be excluded from the vicinity of India. Anakar 1945. Ideas about an exclusive sphere of influence in and around the Indian subcontinent have sometimes been labeled as India's Monroe Doctrine. This concept grew from the British Raj, which maintained virtually exclusive control over the Indian Ocean, and intentionally echoed the U.S. Monroe Doctrine, which was propounded by the United States in the 19th century as a way of rejecting the presence of outside powers in the Americas. The term was expressly invoked by Joey Harrell shortly after India's independence as an expression of India's determination to rid the subcontinent of residual colonial influence and exclude other powers from the entire South Asian region. 1985. 133. India's Monroe Doctrine has been expressed in several different ways, but broadly involves an assertion that a military presence of outside powers in India's neighborhood is illegitimate and that India's neighbors must instead rely upon India as a regional manager and security provider. Good to 2014. India's antipathy toward the presence of extra-regional powers was focused on the United States for much of the Cold War, and more recently toward China. Although the idea of an exclusive zone of influence is usually primarily focused on India's special role in South Asia, it has also influenced Indian strategic thinking about the entire IOR. Even if it has become apparent that China's growing material strength may make it unrealizable in the short to medium term, it remains a long-term aspiration. Brewster 2014. But concepts of spheres of influence do not sit easily with Westphalian ideas of sovereignty and non-interference. Public discussion of India's maritime security role in the Indian Ocean is now often expressed by the Indian government using a new terminology that India should be recognized as a net security provider to its region. This was pronounced by Prime Minister Manmohan Singh in 2013 and was adopted by the Modi administration from 2014. Midline 2015.2. What constitutes the role of net security provider is left elastic and undefined, but in broad terms it expresses an aspiration and intention for India to act as a benign provider of public goods in its region. Despite India's maritime aspirations, in practice its role in the Indian Ocean has long been constrained by its continentalist strategic perspectives, in which the maritime realm has a secondary priority. Historically, major military threats to India are perceived to have come over land, primarily from India's northwest. This land-based focus was reinforced by the complete domination of the Indian Ocean by the Royal Navy during most of the colonial era, meaning that the Indian administration did not need to concern itself much with the maritime realm. The continuing threats on India's western and northern borders and from domestic insurgencies since independence has led to the Indian Army holding an indisputably dominant position within the Indian military establishment, in comparison to which the Indian Navy and its supporters have had much less influence. 254. David Brewster. This is changing, if slowly. Indian maritime strategists are seeking to expand India's mental map in strategic affairs to include the maritime dimension. One reason for an increased focus on the Indian Ocean is that realistically any significant geographic expansion of Indian influence can realistically only take place in the maritime domain. The expansion of India's influence in continental Eurasia is largely blocked by competitors in geography. Expansion and modernization of the Indian Navy. The Indian Navy is currently undergoing a long-term modernization program that, if implemented in accordance with public announcements, could in time make India the leading naval power in the IOR. However, there remain some significant questions about whether these plans will be fully implemented. According to the 2019 military balance, IISS 2019, 268-269, the Indian Navy has around 135 vessels, including 1 aircraft carrier, 27 destroyers and frigates, and 16 submarines, including 1 SSBN and 1 SSN, in addition to amphibious, support, and coastal vessels. The Indian Coast Guard also operates around 100 armed patrol vessels of various sizes, IISS 2019, 271. This makes it the largest maritime power among Indian Ocean states by size, although there are some significant capability gaps, including in submarine and anti-submarine warfare. Under its Maritime Capability Perspective Plan 2012-2027, the Navy plans to build some 150 new ships by 2027, including 2 additional aircraft carriers. According to the Indian Navy, as of July 2018, this would result in a 200-ship fleet by 2027, PTI 2018. But there are significant doubts that the target will be achieved, due, among other things, to problems in the acquisition processes and capacity constraints in Indian shipbuilding. May under 2018, the Navy recently announced that a reduction in Navy's share of spending in India's 2020 budget would mean that it would need to scale back procurement plans, and was now targeting a 175-ship fleet by 2027. Pubby 2020. The overall expansion of India's naval capabilities has been accompanied by doctrinal developments reflecting expanded responsibilities. The Indian Navy's 2015 strategy document, Ensuring Secure Seas, India's Maritime Security Strategy, included a number of developments relevant to India's relationship with China. It confirmed India's primary area of interest as being most of the Indian Ocean, with portions of the Western Pacific being of secondary interest, and India's role as a net security provider across this extended space. Deterrence against China and Pakistan, although they are not named, is listed as the Navy's first priority. The Navy's role as a security manager and provider of public goods is also expanded upon. Limai 2017. In announcing the Indian Navy's expansion plans in December September 2018, the then Indian Naval Chief, Admiral Sunil Landwa, claimed that it was prompted by China's growing naval presence in the Indian Ocean, around 2018. But in reality, the China threat is only one of several factors driving the expansion of the Indian Navy, Limai 2017. Other factors also remain important, including protection of maritime trade, maritime terrorism, and threats from Pakistan, although the latter is likely to become more and more asymmetric over time. In broad terms, the growth and opening of India's economy over the last 2 decades have expanded India's economic and other interests across the region, requiring an expanded naval range. The range of potential threats is reflected in the current and planned composition of the Indian Navy, where there is a marked emphasis on the surface fleet, including aircraft carriers, destroyers, frigates, and amphibious vessels useful for sea lane protection. China, India, and maritime security. 255 sea control. In contrast, India has hardly grown its conventional submarines, giving it only a relatively limited sea denial capacity. Latway 2012. Finally, it should be noted that although India's naval expansion plans may seem impressive on paper, they come with important caveats. The Indian Navy has a long history of announcing plans that are rarely fully funded and implemented in practice. Despite considerable rhetoric about the importance of the maritime realm, India still spends a small portion of its overall defense budget on its navy. In 2019-2020, the Indian Navy was due to receive only around 13% of its total defense budget. Valid 2019, a significantly smaller proportion than in prior years. This proportion compares poorly with the proportion devoted to naval spending by maritime powers such as Australia, the United States, and, most likely, China. Accordingly, unless there is a significant change in India's defense priorities, its naval capabilities are unlikely to fully reflect its overall economic power and interest compared with other countries. China's growing role in the Indian Ocean region. Despite being a major Eurasian continental power, for most of its history China has been almost completely cut off from direct access to the Indian Ocean. High mountain ranges, deserts, and jungles extend across southern Asia, cutting off much of the continental hinterland from easy access to the sea. These formidable barriers mean that there are few overland pathways between the Eurasian hinterland and the Indian Ocean. Brewster 2017. This geographic disconnect contributed to China's historical orientation away from the Indian Ocean. To the extent that China pursued maritime interests, it largely did so only in East Asia, on its Pacific coast, from which it generally did not stray very far. Beijing's recent efforts to promote the exploits of Zheng He, a Chinese mariner who led several expeditions to the Indian Ocean in the 15th century, only underlines the country's virtually complete historical absence from the Indian Ocean in the modern era. This disconnect is changing, principally driven by China's growing economic role in the IOR and an accompanying demographic presence, which are now increasingly shaped by the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. The initiative includes the development of new overland pathways through Pakistan and Myanmar that will, for the first time ever, provide substantial direct transport connections between China and the Indian Ocean. The BRI also involved the development of ports to support China's maritime pathways across the Indian Ocean to the Pacific as part of the so-called Maritime Silk Road. Chinese infrastructure projects, involving investment in ports, roads, and railways under the umbrella of the BRI, are among the most controversial features of China's regional presence, in part because of concerns over undue influence over local governments and the potential military use of nominally commercial infrastructure. China's BRI is adding to its growing strategic imperatives in the Indian Ocean that will likely drive a much larger and long-term naval and military presence in the region. China's most important interest in the Indian Ocean is the protection of its trading routes, over which energy is carried from the Middle East and Africa. In 2017, China imported some 67% of its oil requirements, with around 80% of that transported via the Indian Ocean. Its oil import requirements are expected to grow to 80% of total oil needs by 2035. Office of the Secretary of Defense. 2018. 54. China's Indian Ocean SLOCs for energy imports are vulnerable to various threats, especially at the narrow choke points through which most maritime trade must pass, including Hormuz, Bab el-Mandeb, and the Strait of Malacca, the latter of which 256 David Brewster was transited by some 80% of total oil imports in 2017. Office of the Secretary of Defense 2018. 54. These threats may come from non-state actors such as pirates and terrorists or from state adversaries, including those that may try to use China's vulnerabilities as a bargaining chip in a wider dispute. But China also has many other important strategic interests in the IOR that will likely drive its naval presence in the region. Brewster 2019. These include the need to provide security for Chinese people and investments in unstable countries and the ability to evacuate Chinese nationals in response to local crises. In 2004, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs adopted guidelines which made protecting PRC citizens abroad a national priority, and that has been reflected in several humanitarian operations China has conducted in the IOR over the last decade. China's economic interests in the Indian Ocean are also growing. These include the extraction of hydrocarbons off the coast of East Africa and the Bay of Bengal, and undersea mining, where China has been one of the most active countries in seabed mining exploration in international waters. In recent years, there has been a major expansion in China's fishing fleet that is pushing ever further into international waters, including in the Indian Ocean. Beijing's views on India's regional role. Beijing also takes a quite different view from India on the legitimacy of China's presence in the IOR. Many Chinese strategists believe that India lacks comprehensive national power and tend to give it a status below that of other Asian powers, making China less respectful toward India compared with other powers. Overall, there is also a pronounced asymmetry in threat perceptions. India tends to regard China as a much greater threat than China does India. Importantly, Beijing strongly resists any suggestion that India has any right to restrict China's relationships in the IOR, or that India should be somehow recognized as having a sphere of influence in the region, which Beijing argues is a 19th century concept. 2018. China takes the view that it is free to enter into relationships as it chooses with India's neighbors. Some believe that there is potential for a relationship characterized by cooperation more than competition. Chinese analysts such as Zhu Guoping argue that India and China have similar, if not necessarily shared, interests in the Indian Ocean. 2018. 2945. First, China and India will need to maintain stability in the Indian Ocean in the post-America era. Second, both countries seek to benefit from cooperation in the overlapping area between India's Look-East strategy and China's Western strategy. Third, China and India have similar needs in addressing non-conventional security challenges in the Indian Ocean. According to Zhu, this creates overlapping strategic spaces that may bring opportunities for cooperation, rivalry for strategic benefits, and may even result in fierce conflicts. Zhu argues that on the one hand, India hopes to weaken the U.S.'s control over the Indian Ocean with the support of China, while on the other hand, it doesn't want to create an opening for a more assertive China. Zhu argues that China would make a good partner for India because China doesn't have the intention or capability to dominate the IOR, and it will not strengthen its influence at the cost of other countries' interests. Zhu acknowledges that China finds it extremely difficult to convince India that its rising regional influence will pose no threat to India in the future. India's traditional geopolitical ideology and its deep-rooted China threat perceptions will only be magnified as China grows richer and more powerful. There is a risk that India will be trapped in a prisoner's dilemma instead of benefiting from cooperation. China-India and Maritime Security 257. Despite these arguments, in practice, differences in perceptions have led Beijing to pay little heed to Indian sensitivities about China's relationships in the region, whether or not those sensitivities may be justified. Some argue that China suffers from strategic blind spots in understanding the perspectives of its neighbors, particularly with India. Strong Chinese beliefs about their country's history may make it difficult for the Chinese to put themselves in their neighbors' shoes and reassure them about China's growing power. These beliefs may also make China dismissive of Indian fears. Garver 2018. These blind spots are exacerbated by China's approach toward the BRI. Beijing claims that these initiatives are purely economic and takes the position that it does not require India as a partner in the region. Thus, it need not explain its regional initiatives to India nor ask for India's cooperation. Indeed, in many cases, Beijing appears to be actively seeking to displace Delhi as a key regional partner for local states. China's future naval presence in the Indian Ocean. For more than a decade, China has been building a blue water navy capable of supporting an extended presence in the IOR. Over some 25 years, China's PO, Blaze Liberation Army Navy plan, has been undergoing a major modernization and expansion which now includes aircraft carriers, nuclear and conventional submarines, and logistics support vessels. As of 2017, the plan had some 317 ships in active service. Myers 2018, the largest number of any navy in the world. Indeed, the speed of the plan's expansion in recent years has been remarkable. According to one analyst, since 2014, China has launched more submarines, warships, principal amphibious vessels, and auxiliaries than the total number of ships currently serving in the navies of Germany, India, Spain, Taiwan, and the United Kingdom. Childs and Baldwin 2018. Some analysts have projected that by 2030, the planned fleet may consist of around 550 ships, including some 450 surface ships, including small combatants, and 99 submarines. Fennell and Peters 2017. This would likely make the plan the dominant naval force up to the first island chain that encircles the Yellow, East China, and South China Seas, while it will also enjoy significant advantages out to a farther limit running roughly from Japan to Indonesia through islands such as Guam and Palau. However, predicting the future size of the planned fleet is a difficult exercise, and it is possible that the ultimate size and composition of China's navy is an unsettled issue even among Chinese military and political leaders. O'Rourke 2018. It is almost certain, however, that China will develop an ever greater naval presence in the Indian Ocean in coming years. The expansion of the plan's capabilities is part of China's ocean strategy, extending its responsibilities beyond the Pacific into the Indian Ocean. That has involved revising its doctrine and developing new capabilities, facilities, and support arrangements with host countries in the IOR. 2018. Much of this still remains in the realm of aspiration. As Andrew Erickson commented in early 2019, at present, the PLA remains incapable of conducting most far-seas operations against a capable opponent, including force projection, sustainment, capacity, coordination, defense and opposed intervention. Erickson 2019, 259. A major challenge for China's navy in the Indian Ocean will be the tyranny of distance. Any sustained and significant Chinese naval presence, whatever its missions, will require local bases or at least assured access to naval facilities of local partners. In 2017, China opened its first overseas military base in Djibouti. Its facilities will allow for the docking of up to 4 vessels, including replenishment and amphibious vessels, which is 258. David Brewster, consistent with a primary focus on military operations rather than war, MOTW, including support for anti-piracy, UN peacekeeping, and non-combatant evacuation operations in the Western Indian Ocean, Africa, the Middle East, and the Mediterranean. But the Djibouti base has significant limitations, including the lack of a dedicated airfield suitable for manned fixed-wing aircraft. Any significant and sustained Chinese naval presence across the Indian Ocean would require additional basing. In addition to its current base at Djibouti, China will likely establish a naval and air presence in Pakistan, and probably elsewhere in the IOR such as East Africa and the Central Eastern Indian Ocean. Otherwise, it will need to rely as much as possible on commercial Chinese logistics providers located in neutral ports. Andrew Erickson, a U.S. naval analyst, argues that China's efforts to establish logistical support facilities over the next decade would still leave it far from the naval port network that naval sea powers have needed to ensure their ability to project major naval power under all conditions. Erickson 2019, 262. And the enhanced Chinese naval strategy in the IOR would also require substantial air power support. China's lack of maritime surveillance and strike aircraft in the Indian Ocean currently places it at a substantial disadvantage to potential adversaries such as India. In 2018, it would be difficult for China to adequately plug this gap without acquiring local air basing facilities in several locations in the IOR. Although China's naval presence in the Indian Ocean has been growing, there are still considerable uncertainties about its size and composition. The plan's future presence and mission in the Indian Ocean could evolve in several different ways. For the last decade, the plan's principal focus in the region has been on MOTW, including anti-piracy and humanitarian relief operations. Many have assumed that the plan is pursuing a sea control strategy to protect its SLOCs across the Indian Ocean and achieve naval dominance of the region, as the U.S. Navy achieved some decades ago. However, it may be a mistake to automatically equate China's strategic ambitions with the experience of the United States. There are reasons to believe that sea control over large parts of the Indian Ocean would represent a major challenge for China that may not be realistic for some decades, if at all. Brewster 2019. It may be that, like the Soviet Union in the 1970s and 1980s, China will pursue its own strategic imperatives in the IOR, involving a mix of capabilities that provide China with options in the event of a contingency affecting its interests. Although China's naval presence in the IOR has been steadily growing over the last decade, Beijing has so far been relatively cautious and incremental. Its current naval presence is limited to around 5 or 6 surface vessels, including survey ships and submarine deployments, although this number may spike during the crossover between trends and vessels. Garung 2017. In assessing the future Sino-Indian naval balance, figures on the aggregate size of the planned fleet also need to be treated with caution. As discussed below, the Indian Ocean is the main area of any potential contest with India and the theater where virtually all of India's forces would be deployed. In contrast, only a small fraction of China's naval capabilities is likely to be deployed to the Indian Ocean, and the country's maritime focus will likely be overwhelmingly in the Pacific theater for the foreseeable future. The future naval balance of power in the Indian Ocean is unlikely to be unipolar, US or China or India, or bipolar, e.g. US-China or even India-China. It is much more likely to be multipolar, involving several major naval powers, US, India, China, as well as several capable middle powers, including France and Australia, each pursuing their own interests. China, India, and maritime security. 259. India's response to China's maritime presence. China's growing presence in the IOR causes significant anxieties for India. For many in Delhi, the BRI neatly fits a long-standing narrative that China is pursuing a so-called string of pearls strategy in the Indian Ocean that involves the development of a string of naval bases right across the northern Indian Ocean. China's relationships in the region are generally not perceived, within the Indian government, as being merely a legitimate reflection of its interests. Rather, many Indian analysts perceive China's regional relationships as being directed against India in one way or another, either as a plan of maritime encirclement or to keep India strategically off balance in the broader IOR, just as China's relationship with Pakistan has long kept India off balance in South Asia. There is a view in Delhi that India needs to act quickly to secure its position in its neighborhood. Some years ago, Indian strategists hoped that China would remain preoccupied in its immediate maritime theater in the Western Pacific, with the Indian Ocean having a much lower priority. Kilnani et al. 2012. 164-177. However, in the last several years, China's BRI has progressed and its influence has grown far faster than most analysts predicted. This has left India scrambling to play catch-up in securing its regional relationships and trying to minimize and, if at all possible, exclude China's presence. But India's concerns about any Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean are not only motivated by a desire to secure or expand India's influence and leadership role, there is also a desire to maintain China's strategic vulnerability in the Indian Ocean. Unlike other dimensions of the Sino-Indian relationship, such as economic power, the nuclear balance, or the conventional military balance in the Himalayas, where India is at a major disadvantage to China, the Indian Ocean is the theater in which China is relatively vulnerable, giving India opportunities to pursue an asymmetric strategy against China. In strategic terms, the Indian Ocean represents exterior lines for China and interior lines for India. Holmes 2016. The Indian subcontinent physically dominates the northern Indian Ocean, giving India natural centrality. The geography of the Indian Ocean also provides India with many military advantages, including short lines of communication to its own bases and resources. China has corresponding disadvantages, including the need to deploy its naval forces through narrow and dangerous choke points and then cope with uncertain logistical support when it arrives. Holmes 2012. These factors mean that the Chinese naval presence in the Indian Ocean, under any realistic scenario, is unlikely to present a substantial military threat to Indian territory or trade. On the contrary, the Indian Ocean is the one area in which India holds a clear military advantage over China. As former Indian Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Mehta, commented, the weak area for China today is the Indian Navy. We sit in the Indian Ocean, and that is a concern for China, and they are not happy, as it is not so easy for them to come inside. Z News 2009. Although China has been seeking to ameliorate its strategic vulnerabilities by different means, especially at the so-called maritime choke points such as the Strait of Malacca, it is difficult to see China ever being in a position to fully defend the entirety of its SLOCs that run from the Straits of Hormuz around the Indian subcontinent and through the Strait of Malacca. There is little value in having the capability to defend only a portion of the SLOCs. China must be capable of defending their whole length against both state and non-state actors. Scenarios involving the planned interdicting Indian SLOCs in the Indian Ocean while leaving China's trade unhindered are also very difficult to envisage. 260. David Brewster. India's relative advantage over China in the Indian Ocean gives the maritime dimension of the relationship a special strategic significance. India's strategy of building its naval presence and relationships at or near the entrances exits to the Indian Ocean and in southern India makes it apparent that Delhi believes there is value in creating an implicit threat of interdiction of China's SLOCs. American academic John Garver argues that in the event of a military conflict between the two countries, India might be tempted to escalate from the land dimension, where it may suffer reverses, to the maritime dimension, where it enjoys substantial advantages, and employ those advantages to restrict China's vital Indian Ocean trade. Garver 2001. 277. Similarly, a report by a panel of leading Indian strategists advocated that India should leverage potential opportunities that flow from peninsular India's location in the Indian Ocean as part of an asymmetric strategy toward China. Kilnani et al. 2012. 164-177. The maintenance of China's relative vulnerability in the Indian Ocean may therefore be an important element in the overall balance of power between India and China. It also considerably complicates Sino-Indian relations in the Indian Ocean. India's response to China's maritime presence in the Indian Ocean. India is responding to China's growing presence in the Indian Ocean in several ways. As discussed previously, India is expanding and modernizing the Indian Navy, although there is a marked emphasis on sea control over sea denial capabilities. India is also developing naval and air facilities beyond the subcontinent as a cost-effective way of extending India's military reach across the Indian Ocean. Over the last several years, India has opened several new bases in its Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which stretches across the western entrance of the Strait of Malacca, the plan's main point of entry into the Indian Ocean. A second element involves reinforcing security relationships with its regional neighbors in order to limit China's military presence and regional influence, while simultaneously expanding India's presence. Delhi has, for example, been seeking to construct military facilities on the territory of friendly states such as Seychelles and Mauritius. Shotari 2018. Billing 2018. These are intended to consolidate India's role as a security provider to those island countries, while also providing useful staging points to interdict Chinese energy supplies that cross the southwest Indian Ocean. India's regional strategy also includes significant economic assistance and investment in neighboring states in response to China's BRI. In 2014, the Modi government announced its SAGR, Security and Growth for All in the Region initiative, involving sponsoring maritime connectivity projects in small Indian Ocean states as an alternative to the BRI. However, the effectiveness of this initiative is limited by India's relatively limited financial resources and its own institutional inefficiencies. For this reason, India has sought to partner with Japan as a valuable source of infrastructure finance, including through the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor (AAGC) initiative. In 2018, this economic strategy was expanded to include the United States and Australia under the label Free and Open Indo-Pacific. A third approach is to reinforce security cooperation with other powers that share India's concerns about China, including the United States, Japan, France, Australia, and Indonesia. Enhance cooperation with these naval powers can be an effective way of leveraging India's power. For example, logistics exchange arrangements with the United States, signed in August 2016, France, signed in March 2018, and Australia, 2020, facilitate access by Indian warships and aircraft into the various military bases operated by the U.S., China, India, and Maritime Security 261 and France throughout the region, including, for example, in Diego Garcia, Reunion, Djibouti, Oman, and the Persian Gulf. A strategy of working with others to limit China's naval presence in the Indian Ocean is helped by geography. The Indian Ocean has few maritime entry points, and vast distances across the water with few islands between. The semi-enclosed nature of the Indian Ocean has long created a premium for powers that can control the few points of entry into the ocean and deny rivals access to the ports necessary to sustain a naval presence. During the Cold War, the United States dissuaded most Indian Ocean states from cooperating with the Soviet Union, meaning that the Soviet Navy could gain only very limited access to modern maintenance and logistics facilities in the Indian Ocean. Soviet vessels were forced to deploy into the region from bases in the Mediterranean or the Pacific, entailing long voyages through narrow choke points where they could be tracked and potentially interdicted, and often had to rely on a float logistical support. India, in cooperation with the United States and other partners, are now employing a similar denial strategy against China. This is why the competition for influence among the island and littoral states of the Indian Ocean is such a key element in maritime security competition. Sino-Indian maritime competition in the Pacific. Maritime competition between India and China is also extending into the Pacific Ocean, although in a less intense way. India's emergence as a major Indo-Pacific power has involved the expansion of its strategic interests beyond the Indian Ocean, including the growth of important economic and political relationships in East Asia, and consequently the heightening of India's interest in maintaining a stable Indo-Pacific regional order and ensuring freedom of navigation. On top of this is a wish to counterbalance China closer to its home turf, as a quid pro quo for China's activities in the IOR. The Indian Navy conducts regular exercises in the South China Sea and Western Pacific with countries such as Singapore, the United States, Japan, and Vietnam as part of developing a naval presence in that theater. However, despite India's substantial interest in the Pacific, that theater has a secondary place in the Sino-Indian maritime security relationship, reflecting India's realization of its military limitations. As India's Chief of Navy, Admiral Longwood, commented in December 2018, the balance of power rests with India over the Chinese naval forces in the Indian Ocean, but in the South China Sea, the balance of power rests with China. Gatheron 2018. This has caused Delhi to limit any possibility of confrontations with China in the Pacific. Although Hanoi has sought to encourage India to establish a naval presence in Vietnam as part of its strategy of partnering with major powers and internationalizing its territorial dispute with China, Delhi has so far resisted. The Indian Navy has a clear understanding that any confrontation between it and the plan in the South China Sea would place India at a severe disadvantage. The future of Sino-Indian strategic competition in the maritime realm, the emergence of both China and India as major Indo-Pacific powers, is causing a historically unprecedented overlap of their strategic interests, both on land and in the maritime realm. Differences in perceptions of status and regional roles are driving what appears to be a sharper and more sustained political and economic contest in the Indian 262 David Brewster Ocean that in some ways is coming to resemble the jostling for power and influence between the superpowers during the Cold War. Recent developments in the Indian Ocean island states of Sri Lanka and the Maldives provide useful examples. Over the last several years, the growth of China's economic presence in conjunction with the BRI has significantly increased Beijing's political influence in those countries. Many Indian policymakers and analysts fear that, among other things, China might use its influence to obtain rights to base warships or aircraft, which could have a significant effect on the balance of military power in the region. This competition has been an important factor in political instability in those countries. In both those states, political leaders tagged as pro-China or pro-India have battled for power with the support of their foreign backers. In February 2018, the pro-China president of the Maldives, Abdullah Yameen, who saw his position under threat, moved to arrest opposition leaders and shut down democratic institutions. He then called on Beijing's support to forestall a possible Indian military intervention against him. There were widespread fears that China would establish naval and air bases in the country, with a significant impact on regional security. Brewster 2018. Some months later, Yameen was thrown out of power to be replaced by the pro-India President Ibu Salih. India then offered more than $1.4 billion in economic assistance to the Maldives, while Salih provided assurances that he would not permit any Chinese security presence in the country. Roy 2018. Sri Lanka also saw an extended constitutional crisis in November and December 2018 when the Sri Lankan president moved to sack Ranil Wickremesinghe as prime minister and install Mahinda Rajapaksa, considered to be pro-China. During his previous term as president, he had been closely involved in several dubious deals with China, including allowing the construction of a new port at Hambantota that was subsequently handed over to Beijing. Abiy Habib 2018. The sacking of the prime minister led to a standoff between the president and parliament, each insisting on their own prime ministers, with both China and India publicly supporting their preferred candidates. The crisis caused significant further damage to Sri Lanka's democratic institutions. The return of the Rajapaksa family to power in the presidential elections in late 2019 has reignited intense jostling for influence between China and India. There is a significant risk that strategic competition of this sort will not only continue in Sri Lanka and the Maldives, but also spread to affect other states in the IOR, particularly countries with smaller populations, weak economies, and/or unstable governments, all of which make them relatively vulnerable to outside influence. At stake is long-term political and economic influence in the region, as well as access to naval and air facilities by India and China. This does not mean that India will not be prepared to make some partial accommodations to China. The April 2018 Wuhan summit between Indian Prime Minister Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping raised the potential for a rapprochement between India and China in the Indian Ocean. This may have involved a recognition that India's aspirations towards spheres of influence were no longer realistic. As one Indian official commented, the days when India believed that South Asia was its primary sphere of influence and that it could prevent other powers, such as China, from expanding its own clout are long gone. India cannot claim sole proprietorship of the region. We can't stop what the Chinese are doing, whether in the Maldives or in Nepal, but we can tell China, India, and Maritime Security 263 them about our sensitivities, our lines of legitimacy. If they cross it, the violation of this strategic trust will be upon Beijing. Malhotra 2018. According to sketchy reports on the summit, the two sides agreed to enhance policy coordination in their neighborhood to discuss cooperation in the form of China, India +1. Long Xingchun, Director for Indian Studies at the China West Normal University, notes that the 2+1 mechanism can not only enhance mutual trust between China and India also, but prevent other South Asian countries from being caught in between. Asia 2018. Conclusion: the relationship between India and China is a broad and complex one, within which the Sino-Indian maritime security relationship has its own, frequently negative, dynamic, as Delhi's views on its special role in the Indian Ocean and its preference to exclude competing powers encounters a significant expansion of China's presence in the region. Many in Delhi fear that China will develop a substantial naval presence in the Indian Ocean in pursuit of its growing interest. Although China's naval and military presence is set to grow, China's overall maritime security strategy is not yet clear. A sea control strategy may be beyond China's reach for the foreseeable future. Instead, China may seek to develop naval capabilities that could mitigate some of the risks that it faces in the region. In the meantime, we are seeing an ever sharper and long-running contest between India and China, particularly in the maritime realm. Although 2018 saw a partial tempering in relations between the two countries, there are few reasons to believe that it will come to a long-term accommodation about their respective security roles in the Indian Ocean. The fundamental reasons for strategic competition between India and China in the Indian Ocean run deep, and any understandings reached at Wuhan are most certainly only tactical and limited in time. Indeed, as China's presence in the IOR grows and the U.S. presence likely declines, there is a real risk that their interactions will become ever more competitive and even come to resemble the contests for power and influence that were witnessed during the Cold War. Notes 1. There are parallels between these views and China's maritime security ambitions in the Pacific as a foundation for its global ambitions. 2. The term net security provider seems to have been borrowed from the description of India's role in the IOR in the 2012 Microsecond Department of Defense Strategic Guidance. Bibliography: Abi Habib, M. 2018, How China Got Sri Lanka to Cough Up a Port. The New York Times, 25 June. Available online at www.newyorktimes.com/2018/06/25/world/Asia/China-Sri-Lanka-port.html. Asia, A. 2018, Xi Jinping reaches out to new Maldives leadership. The Hindu, 2 October. Available online at www.thehindu.com/news/international/Xi-Jinping-reaches-out-to-new-Maldives-leadership/article 250989336.ece. Bihira, L. K. 2018, Defense Budget 2018-19, The Imperative of Controlling Manpower Costs, IDSA Issue Brief, 2 February, available online at https://idsa.in/issue brief/Defense Budget 2018-19 Controlling Manpower Costs LKBEHERA 020218, 264 David Brewster Berlin, D. L. 2006, India and the Indian Ocean, Naval War College Review 59-2, 5889. Bala, A. 2019, Navy's modernization plans take a blow with massive fund crunch. India Today, 3 December, available online at www.indiatoday.in/India/story/Navy-S-modernization-plans take a blow with massive fund crunch 1624A7-2019-1203. Brewster, D. 2014, India's Ocean, The Story of India's Bid for Regional Leadership, London, Routledge. Brewster, D. 2017, Silk Roads and Strings of Pearls, The Strategic Geography of China's New Pathways in the Indian Ocean, Geopolitics 22-2, 123. Brewster, D. 2018, Between Giants, The Sino-Indian Cold War in the Indian Ocean, ACI. Visions number 103, Institut Français des Relations Internationales, I-Free, available online at www.ifri.org/sites/default/files/atoms/Brewster_Sino_Indian_cold_war_2018.pdf. Brewster, D. 2019, The Red Flag Follows Trade, China's Future as an Indian Ocean Power, in A.J. Tellis, A. Zawinski and A. Wills, EDS, Strategic Asia 2019, China's Expanding Strategic Ambitions, Washington, D.C., National Bureau of Asian Research, 175-210, Shotari, D. P. 2018, India and Seychelles agree on naval base at Assumption Island. The Economic Times, 13 July, available online at https://economictimes.india.times.com/news-defense India-agree-on-naval-base-at-Assumption-Island/article-show 647311817.cms. Childs, Ann and Baldwin, T. 2018, China's Naval Shipbuilding, Delivering on Its Ambition in a Big Way, IISS, 1 May, available online at www.iiss.org/blogs/military-balance/2018/05/China Naval Shipbuilding. Erickson, A. S. 2019, Power versus Distance, China's Global Maritime Interests and Investments in the Far Seas, in A.J. Tellis, A. Zawinski and M. Wills, EDS, Strategic Asia 2019, China's Expanding Strategic Ambitions, Washington, D.C., National Bureau of Asian Research, 247-277. Fennell, J. E. and Peters, S. C. 2017, Maximal Scenario, Expansive Naval Trajectory to China's Naval Dream, in I.S. Erickson, ed. Chinese Naval Shipbuilding, An Ambitious and Uncertain Course, Annapolis, M.D., U.S. Naval Institute Press, Garver, J. W. 2001, Protracted Contest, Sino-Indian Rivalry in the 20th Century, Seattle, University of Washington Press, Garver, J. W. 2018, Limitations on China's Ability to Understand Indian Apprehensions about China's Rise as a Naval Power, in David Brewster, ed. India and China at Sea, Competition for Naval Dominance in the Indian Ocean, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 7589, Gupta, B. S. 2014, Carnage in Sri Lanka Spawns Indian Doctrine of Regional Security, India Today, updated 18 June, available online at www.indiatoday.in/magazine/cover-story/198308331- Carnage in Sri Lanka Spawns Indian Doctrine of Regional Security 770,977 2013 0720. Gallerung, S. K. 2017, 14 Chinese Navy ships spotted in Indian Ocean, Indian Navy monitoring locations, The Economic Times, 1 December, available online at https://economictimes, indiatimes.com/news/defense/14-Navy-ships-spotted-Indian-ocean-locations/article-show/6188264.cms question from =MDR. Gallerung, S. K. 2018, Navy looking at inducting 56 warships and submarines, Admiral Lonwood, The Economic Times, 3 December, available online at https://economictimes.india-times.com/news/defense/navy-looking-at-inducting-56-warships-submarines-admiral-Lonwood article show 669179171.cms. Holmes, J. 2012, Inside, Outside, India's Exterior Lines in the South China Sea, Strategic Analysis 36-3, 358-363. Holmes, J. 2016, China's String of Pearls, Naval Rivalry or Entente in the Indian Ocean, World Politics Review, 1 March. Available online at www.worldpoliticsreview.com/articles 18,085 China S string of pearls naval rivalry around in the Indian Ocean. IISS, International Institute for Strategic Studies, 2019. The Military Balance 2019, London. IISS. Kilnani, S. Kumar, R. Mehta, P. B. Menon, P. Nalkane, N. Ravavan, S. Saran, S. Religion, S. 2012, Non-Alignment 2.0, A Foreign and Strategic Policy for India in the 21st Century. Available online at www.cprindia.org/sites/default/files/non-alignment per sent 202.0_1.pdf. China, India and Maritime Security 265 Ladwig, W. 2012, Drivers of Indian Naval Expansion, Image V. Pent, ed. The Rise of the Indian Navy, Internal Vulnerabilities, External Challenges, London, Ash 8, 1940. Limai, S. 2017, Weighted West, focused on the Indian Ocean and cooperating across the Indo-Pacific, the Indian Navy's new maritime strategy, capabilities, and diplomacy, Center for Naval Analyses, April, available online at www.cna.org/cna_files/pdf/DRM-2016-U-013939-final2.pdf. Malhotra, J. 2018, Stepping Back from Maldives, India tells China, The Indian Express, 28 March, available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/India/stepping-back-from-Maldives-India-EOKLAM-51138555/ Mazumber, M. 2018, Pushing the Boat Out, Naval Warfare International 1-3, September-October, 2831. Menon, R. 2018, Scenarios for China's Naval Deployment in the Indian Ocean and India's Naval Response, Indy Brewster, ed. India and China at Sea, Competition for Naval Dominance in the Indian Ocean, New Delhi, Oxford University Press, 2018, 125-136. Miglani, S. 2015, Modi to ramp up help for Indian Ocean nations to counter China influence, Reuters, 5 March, available online at https://uk.reuters.com/article/UK-India-Modi Islands at UKKBN 0M10AZ201503005. Mukherjee, S. P. 2007, International Relations and Maritime Affairs, Strategic Imperatives, Speech of the Admiral at Chatterjee Memorial Lecture, Kolkata, Ministry of External Affairs, 30 June, available online at www.maya.gov.in/speeches-statements.hdm question DTL/1866/. Myers, S. L. 2018, With Ships and Missiles, China is ready to challenge U.S. Navy in Pacific, The New York Times, 29 August, available online at www.newyorktimes.com/201/08/29/World Asia, China-Navy-Aircraft-Carrier-Pacific.html. Nehru, J. 1985, Selected Works of Jawaharlal Nehru, Volume 3, Series 2, New Delhi, Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Fund, Office of the Secretary of Defense, 2018, Annual Report to Congress, Military and Security Developments Involving the People's Republic of China 2018, 16 May, Washington, D.C., U.S. Department of Defense, available online at https://media.defense.gov/2018/AUG/16/2001855282/1/January 1st, 2018, China-military-power-report.pdf. O'Rourke, R. 2018, China Naval Modernization, Implications for U.S. Navy Capabilities, Background and Issues for Congress, 1 August, Washington, D.C., Congressional Research Service. Panikar, K. M. 1945, India and the Indian Ocean, An Essay on the Influence of Sea Power on Indian History, London, George Allen and Unwin. Billing, D. 2018, India's Plans on Archipelago and Mauritius Cause Unease, Financial Times, 25 October, available online at www.fate.com/content/301916-D67-118-A854-336F82E62F8, PTI, 2018, Indian Navy aiming at 200-ship fleet by 2027, The Economic Times, 14 July, available online at https://economictimes.india-navy-aiming-207/article show/48072917.cms. Hubby, M. 2020, Indian Navy cutting down on procurement due to budget cuts, The Economic Times, 16 January, available online at https://economictimes.india-times.com/news/defense, Indian-Navy-trends-acquisition-list-u-to-budget-cuts/article show/7328124.cms. Roy, S. 2018, India offers $1.4 billion aid to Maldives, Indian Express, 18 December, available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/India/India-offers-1.4 billion-Maldives 5498261. J. 2018, The Indian Ocean, A Grand Sino-Indian Game of Go, Indy Brewster, ed. India and China at Sea, Competition for Naval Dominance in the Indian Ocean, New Delhi, Oxford University Press, 9110. U.J. 2018, Don't View Maldives from Lens of Sphere of Influence, Global Times, 12 September, available online at www.globaltimes.cn/content/111502.html. Z News, 2009, China Afraid of India's Naval Presence in the Ocean, 13 August, available online at https://znews.india.com/news/nation/China-afraid-of-India's naval-presence-in-the-5555196.html. Jew, C. 2018, India's Ocean, Can China and India Coexist? Singapore, Springer, 16 China and India 2 Models for AI Military Acquisition and Integration Laura Salman. A decade ago, a volume on India's military modernization levied the criticism that India often seeks to arm itself with the most advanced platforms without aiming. Code in Dosgo to 2010. When it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, the opposite logic holds. India could be said to be aiming without arming. In spite of its reputation as an information technology hub, India has been lagging on AI integration. Recognizing this, India has initiated multidisciplinary task forces to develop a conceptual framework for AI development across a range of sectors. DIIP 2018, PIB 2018. Yet when it comes to implementing these frameworks, particularly in national defense, India's current procurement and research and development (R&D) structure presents a number of challenges. By contrast, China could be be said to have shifted to arming without aiming over the past decade, particularly when it comes to AI. In other words, China has leapt ahead with fielding of AI technologies, with its strategic documents following many of these breakneck advances. Technical writings on everything from neural networks and hypersonic glide vehicles to swarm capabilities in unmanned aerial and underwater vehicles illustrate a profusion of stakeholders already well engaged in the push toward leading the AI field. When viewed in light of the 2017 New Generation of Artificial Intelligence Development Plan, State Council 2017, China's approach seems to have been to funnel as much funding and talent as possible into AI-related projects and then to shape a doctrine to fit. And, unlike the stovepipe structure in India that has only recently begun to try and bridge the civil-military divide, China's long-standing fusion of the two facilitates its development and integration of dual-use AI technologies. Within this AI pantheon, 5 dual-use applications stand out for India's and China's national defense modernization: computational military reasoning, intelligence and autonomous unmanned weapon systems, AI-enabled information processing and intelligence analysis, cyber defense and warfare, and electronic warfare. Both countries have undertaken efforts to integrate these technologies with varying levels of success. This chapter explores the differences and similarities between the Indian and Chinese models. To date, China remains ahead in operationalization of these AI technologies. At the same time, India shows promise if it is able to deliver on its recently released conceptual frameworks and transition from simply aiming to arming. India new and emerging technologies like AI and robotics will perhaps be the most important determinants of defensive and offensive capabilities for any defense force AI military acquisition and integration. 267 in the future, India, with its leadership in the information technology domain, would strive to use this technology tilt to its advantage. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, April 2018, and in 2018, this AI is where the future is going to be. We need to prepare ourselves for the next generation warfare, which will be more and more technology driven, more and more automated and robotized. India's Secretary of Defense Production, Ajay Kumar, May 2018, PTI 2018, creating an AI ecosystem one of the core requirements for AI development. As with any technology, is ample and diversified funding. Over the past 5 years, the Indian AI sector has been estimated to consist of over 400 companies comprising $180 million annually in revenues, with investment nearly doubling in 1 year to reach $77 million in 2017, MISO 2018, and 2018. In the latest budget, the Indian government set aside $480 million for investment into emerging technologies, including AI, Ravi and Routledge 2018. Part of this sum was meant to build upon the approximately 29,000 AI professionals from such centers as the University of Mumbai, Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Indian Institutes of Technology, IITs, University of Pune, and Delhi University, GUT to 2018. While much of India's AI activity has been devoted toward the foundation of an AI ecosystem at the civilian level, there is also a national defense component. The Indian government has set military priorities in such areas as AI-enabled communications, unmanned aerial vehicles, unmanned naval vessels, unmanned tanks, and automatic robotic rifles, among others. PTI 2018. Segments of India's AI ecosystem have been in place for decades. Its Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, CAIR, under the Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, has been at the center of many of the country's efforts since 1986. In 2000, the R&D groups of Electronics and Radar Development Establishment that specialized in command control communication and intelligence, C3I, Communication and Networking, and Communication Secrecy merged with CAIR 2019A. With this merger, CAIR has become a core laboratory for R&D and defense-related information and communication technology. In association with CAIR, academic institutions like the Indian Institute of Science, IISc, and IITs have been tasked periodically with conducting research in areas of interest to the laboratory. CAIR 2019A. As recently as January 2019, CAIR's primary focus was on research and development of net-centric systems for tactical command control and communication systems, intelligence systems, unmanned systems, information processing, and information security. CAIR 2019B. Among the 5 CAIR directives, the organization has also highlighted driving the national debate where technology policy is critical to preserving national security and self-sufficiency. CAIR 2019A. This description points to 2 dilemmas of AI development that are inherent to the Indian system, one stemming from a difference with China and the other from a similarity. First, unlike China, India is a vibrant democracy with an active debate on how to best integrate and control AI. At the same time, this has led to obstacles in India in mobilizing funding and talent. Second, both India and China prize self-sufficiency, but India's partnerships with Israeli and Russian firms on many 268 Laura Salman of its military platforms indicate that even with requirements for technology transfer, the country remains dependent on external inputs. In the case of AI, however, foreign collaboration can have advantages. There are a diverse range of AI developments in cooperation with external partners that could have spin-on effects for the Indian military. For example, the big data storage supplier Data Direct Networks contracted to engage Council of Scientific Industrial Research Central Electronics Engineering Research Institute to design, test, and execute computation and storage solutions for AI, machine learning, ML, and deep learning, DE in 2018. Adobe has also announced plans to open an AI lab in Hyderabad, following a meeting between the Telangana IT Minister, KT Rama Rao, and Adobe Chief Executive Officer, Shantanu Narayan, at Garhwal 2018. Further, the Swedish company Ericsson has expressed an interest in opening a global AI accelerator in Bangalore, focused on automation and AI systems, with a second AI center in Chennai, Kannan 2018. At the domestic level, there has also been collaboration between the National Institution for Transforming India, NITI-IO, and the National Association of Software and Services Companies, NASSCOM, to set up a center of excellence, in artificial intelligence in Bangalore with the help of the state government of Karnataka, Sina, Hikok and Basu 2018. While smaller in scale than domestic and international collaboration found in China, these examples serve as solid launching points. They contribute to the overall AI and machine learning ecosystem in India, expanding its body of trained talent and domestic strengths. As these capabilities proliferate into other arenas, including national defense, the oxygen for India to carry some of these developments into national defense aims will expand. Of particular note in growing this AI ecosystem in the military sector, India faces a key obstacle with its often opaque and stovepipe system dominated by DRDO. Recognizing this, India's recent AI-related task forces have sought representation from such diverse stakeholders as Tata Consultancy Services, Defense Public Sector Undertakings, the Indian Space Research Organization, the Indian Army, Navy, and Air Force, Bharat Electronics Limited, the IISc, the IITs, Idea Forge, Velmachani Fractal Analysis, Carnegie India, Solaris Technologies, High-Tech Robotics Systems Limited, Institute of Genomics and Integrated Biology, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, DCS Innovation Labs, HCL Technology, Cognizant, XLPAT Labs, U-Trade Solutions, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, NITIIOG, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Department of Science and Technology, Unique Identification Authority of India, and even purportedly the Babla Atomic Research Center, PIB 2017-2018, Artificial Intelligence Task Force ND. In addition to this domestic inclusivity, India has also begun looking to foreign companies and models. In doing so, while empowering domestic industry through the Make in India campaign, Delhi may be able to engage in some of the expansive high technology growth found in China with its Made in China 2025. Launched in 2014, Make in India covers 25 sectors, including aviation, defense manufacturing, defense exports, electronic systems, information technology, and space, and encourages companies to manufacture their products in India and to engage in dedicated investments into manufacturing. DIIP 2019. While there are understandable barriers to information sharing between the civilian and military sphere, the AI military acquisition and integration 269 dual-use nature of AI requires greater transparency and cross-collaboration to flourish. Similar to China, India applies its own form of techno-nationalism, as well as insistence on technology transfer, under its offset system. While there are indications that India's often complicated and cumbersome procedure has often served as a deterrent to foreign firms, India has a track record of working with Israel in aerospace and with Russia throughout all defense sectors. Moham 2018. Given these two countries' strong background in AI-enabled technologies in conventional and even nuclear platforms, there appears to be room for AI-related foreign inputs into the Indian defense sector. At the domestic level, India's AI defense ecosystem has begun to expand beyond CAIR. India is building a range of new centers, including the COS and the International Center for Transformational Artificial Intelligence, ICTAI. These bodies could be instrumental in undertaking some of the diversification of innovation that has allowed China to thrive. In the Chinese case, the introduction of mega projects has allowed some space and momentum for cooperation among sectors. Similarly, in India there has been a suggestion that the ICTAIs may commission moonshot projects that span multiple departments or may spearhead the formation of limited-term independent project teams. Ravi and Routledge 2018. This has further contributed to speculation as to whether ICTAI Incorporated, the overall governing body, could be the future equivalent of the United States Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, for AI research in India. To achieve this would require a high level of autonomy in the designated budget, as well as the means to bring in multiple stakeholders across the private and public sectors to lead innovation in dual-use AI-related technologies. To this end, the Interministerial National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber-Physical Systems, IMICPS, shows promise. NITIIO 2018. It suggests a four-tier framework for promoting research focused on all aspects of the technology life cycle: research, technology deployment, translation, and management. The International Centers of New Knowledge, ICON, focus on the creation of new knowledge through basic research. The Center for Research on Subsystems, CROSS, seeks to develop and integrate core technologies developed at the ICON level. The Center for Advanced Studies, Translational Research and Leadership, CASTLE, engages in development and deployment of application-based research. And the Center of Excellence in Technology Innovation and Transfer, CETIT, works on the commercialization of these technologies. NITIIO 2018. This framework provides an interlocking set of mechanisms for taking innovation from R&D into application. To populate all of these new initiatives, however, one of India's other pressing challenges remains its limited number of trained researchers. While this may seem surprising in light of India's large population and dominance in IT-related fields, the concern over a relative dearth of trained experts appears repeatedly throughout domestic discussions of the future of AI. Some estimates claim that only 4% of AI professionals in India have worked on such emerging technologies as deep learning and neural networks. There is also a significant gap of doctoral research scholars in the field. While the new AI framework seeks to enhance educational access, even the IITs are struggling to keep up with demand, with brain drain remaining a persistent issue. As one sign of working to overcome this gap, there has been collaboration between India's Central Board of Secondary Education and the 270 Laura Salman Royal Academy of Engineering in the United Kingdom, which have undertaken an initiative under the Newton-Babel Fund on AI and deep learning skilling and research, leading India.AI 2019. This collective works with University College and Brunel University in London and Bennett University in India, as well as industry partners NVIDIA, AWS Educate, VideoGen, Advantix, among others. Initiatives such as this one, comprising approximately 10 collaborator institutions, 1,000 basic partner institutions, 10,000 teachers, and 1 million students, promise to reduce the gap in training on essential AI capabilities. Civil-military partnership. Beyond diversification of the ecosystem, India has begun to build a partnership model between the armed forces and the private sector. Of late, this has taken the form of a multi-stakeholder task force on AI integration, constituted by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and headed by V. Kamakodia by IT Madras, which released a 72-page report on AI integration and recommendations in March 2018, DIIP 2018. This is definitely a step in the right direction, though the document has been critiqued for its generalities within sectors that span manufacturing, financial technology, health, agriculture, technology for the differently abled, national security, environment, public utility services, retail and consumer relationships, and education. As a report in Business Today alleges, it is really only able to skim the surface, given its wide scope and limited space. Data 2018. When it comes to the report of the Ministry of Defense's own AI task force under the chairmanship of Shri N. Chandrasekaran, chairman of Tata Sons, the focus is understandably sharper. While the DRDO continues to dominate domestic innovation in the military sphere, the lead role for industry in the task force is a step toward a more inclusive defense structure. Moreover, this grouping has targeted aims, including 1. Establishment of a tactical deterrent in the region, 2. Support for AI's peaceful and commercial use, 3. Mitigation of catastrophic risk, 4. Visualization of potential transformative weaponry of future, 5. Facilitation of monitoring of non-state actors, 6. Development of intelligent, autonomous robotic systems, 7. Enhancement of capabilities for collection and analysis of data and also creation of data, 8. Boosting of cyber defense, 9. Studies on the use of AI by other leading countries including United States, China, Japan, Germany, Russia, 10. Inquiries on the level of AI/ML development in India in general and specific in the context of defense needs, 11. Means to integrate AI in aviation, naval, land systems, cyber, nuclear, and biological warfare, 12. Suggestions on defensive and offensive needs including counter-AI needs, 13. Arrangements for AI safety required within defense ecosystem, 14. Policy and institutional interventions required to regulate and encourage robust AI-based technologies for defense sector, 15. Suggestions for increased focus on AI within the RDO, BEL, service units, selected activity might institutions of the country. 16. Ways ahead on collaboration with domestic and U.S. startups commercial industry in the field of use of AI for defense purposes. 17. Recommendations of requests for information, RFIs, over the next 2 years on dual-use AI capabilities. And 18. Funding required to achieve aforementioned goals. PIB 2018. In achieving these goals, there are some positive signs of how India may start to diminish some of the pre-existing silos. Among these, Nirmala Sitharaman, who headed the Indian Ministry of Commerce and Industry, in her position heading the Ministry of Defense could play a vital role. Sitharaman's experience in both the economic and AI military acquisition and integration 271 defense spheres has the potential to be a sizable boon to AI promotion and future collaboration between the public and private sectors, since she has spearheaded business incubators and AI task force formation. If leveraged, her position can make greater use of the role of AI in both civilian and military arenas, while also empowering the private sector to supplement CAIR under the DRDO. Still, while India has made strides in forming a conceptual framework for its AI acquisition, its approach does not necessarily lend itself to a prioritization of military applications. While private sector engagement may be expanding, India remains an AI ecosystem with only a few major players. In China, there is a profusion of stakeholders and grassroots activity that can be channeled into the government and military. By contrast, much of the Indian approach remains centralized in just a few public sector departments. And despite its promotion of a multi-stakeholder process through its AI task force, India is still dominated by an inherent lack of transparency and limited cross-collaboration between private industry and the public sector. This translates into a weaker tender process that is dominated by a select few, while others who might be more innovative from the university and private sector level do not have the funding and support to compete. Moreover, the high cost and low availability of computing infrastructure required for the development, training, and deployment of AI-based services remain an obstacle to the ability of startups to even enter the cycle. Cloud infrastructure, though growing rapidly, is limited in terms of its capabilities. Also lacking are AI as a service models of cloud platforms. The lack of infrastructure has led many Indian AI startups to incorporate their businesses outside of the country, which places AI beyond the reach of Indian researchers and government labs and many industries. While some have suggested that initiatives like GI Cloud, Megraj are a step in the right direction, they are ill-equipped to address these issues at scale. Startups face numerous barriers and a paucity of information resources and computing power needed in the data-intensive field of AI and ITIO 2018. Further, an ongoing difficulty in the Indian military AI ecosystem is that even as there has been an effort to reach out to local firms and startups as suppliers, many of the current AI-related tenders only seek spare parts and components. This contrasts with China, where in 2017, the Ministry of Science and Technology most issued a call for tenders for 13 transformative technology projects that are privileged as recipients of state funds to be realized by 2021. One of these projects is the development of an AI chip that seeks to be more powerful than a product offered by U.S. chipmaker NVIDIA. In 2018, the scope of Chinese ambition, often coming from industry as much as from government, creates an ecosystem built on growth and moonshots, rather than scraping around the margins to innovate. China's model is beset by its own challenges, but merits further analysis for lessons learned for India. Unmanned systems. Given this overview, it is illustrative to undertake a brief case study of unmanned systems development in India. India is still at an early phase of AI integration when compared with China. Its unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, number in the dozens, and unmanned underwater vehicles, UUVs, remain a growing field. Nonetheless, there are some signs of AI-related progress. In February 2018, DRDO successfully tested the Rustam-2 UAV and is reportedly developing a multi-agent robotics framework, a system that would enable the Indian Army's many battlefield robots to collaborate with each other on surveillance and 272 LoRa Salman reconnaissance. Ray 2018. The DRDO is also reportedly developing chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive CBRNA UAVs to detect radiation, as well as remotely operated vehicles for surveillance and improvised explosive device disposal. Ray 2018. In doing so, DRDO has on occasion collaborated with a limited number of domestic firms, including Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, to expand India's presence in air and at sea. At the same time, the domestic market works with Israeli and Russian firms to fill in the gaps, as with the AI Heron, Defense Industry Daily 2019. More recently, Adani Defense and Aerospace and Elbit Systems have announced the inauguration of the Adani Elbit UAV complex in Hyderabad, Lasanya 2018. Apart from reportedly serving as India's first private UAV manufacturing facility, the complex will reportedly serve as the first UAV manufacturing facility in India and the first outside Israel to manufacture the Hermes 900 medium-altitude long-endurance UAV. The factory is aimed at assembly and integration of carbon composite aerostructures for Hermes 900 and Hermes 450. While still dependent upon Israeli foundations, the idea is for such facilities to allow India to expand its own domestic expertise and to deliver on the Make in India concept. Nonetheless, in contrast to the Made in China 2025 plan, local industry and scientists require further investment to innovate within this ecosystem. At sea, the Indian Navy faces a number of issues in terms of acquisition priorities, budgetary issues, the unavailability of technology, and political buy-in. Still, it has made some progress. The DRDO inaugurated an autonomous underwater vehicle, AUV, center in Visakhapatnam in 2008 that has worked on developing an AUV at its Naval Science and Technology Laboratory, NSTL, from the NSTL AUV that has undergone sea trials to the Larsen and Toubro Dami AUV that is built to be operated from a submarine's torpedo tube. India's AUV technology has steadily progressed over the last few years, Corla 2016. However, the length of this timeline and the relatively limited number of platforms over the decade demonstrate ongoing challenges to the rate and quality of procurement as India crosses from development into deployment. Facing such limitations, India's Ministry of Defense recently released 2 RFIs in line with the Indigenous Development Component of India's Defense Procurement Procedure, DBP 2008. A special category that can be invoked by the armed forces for high-technology complex systems designed, developed and produced indigenously, Aurora 2018. The intention behind the bidding is to procure 12 unmanned surface vehicles, USVs, and 8 high-endurance AUVs for the Indian Navy, capable of missions lasting a minimum of 15 days, Aurora 2018. This would be a significant jump from a decade ago when the platforms under development were only destined to conduct 7 to 8 hours of surveillance and seabed mapping. The new profile suggests a much more aggressive plan, with the platforms envisaged for use in anti-submarine warfare, mine countermeasures, intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, and force protection measures operations with dedicated mission modules. Indian Navy spokesperson Captain Dilip Sharma explains that India TTS, looking to induct AUVs in various roles, including ISR and anti-submarine warfare. We currently operate self-propelled underwater reusable targets, SPURTs, as with SWAP's AUV-62, Aurora 2018. While these cases are frequently either DRDO-led or procured in collaboration with foreign firms, reports indicate that incubation projects may also be taking off. For the recent RFI from the Indian Navy, there are suggestions that IITs that displayed AUVs at the DEF Expo in 2018 could be contenders through collaboration with larger firms. While not necessarily breaking through the cost, training, and market access barriers faced by domestic universities and startups, their incorporation in the process with AI military acquisition and integration 273 constitute a start. In fact, since December 2011, students at IIT Bombay have been working on MATSIA, an IUV that reportedly can control its own movements and execute specific tasks without human intervention, Aurora 2018. Even though Delhi Technological University, IIT Madras, and other government entities worked on IUVs before 2011, the MATSIA team is reportedly working to develop an autonomous submarine that is intelligent enough to attempt the task if the previous try is unsuccessful. IIT Bombay's design could make a strong contribution to Indian military operations, with indications that it could also autonomously shoot torpedoes, place and monitor sensors on the seabed, track down and destroy enemy submarines, carry out rescue missions, and recover remnants from crash sites. While these reports may be overstating the progress made to date, they indicate that there is academic effort to contribute to military aims. However, reports are also quick to point out the limitations in resources and funding for these grassroots endeavors, in stark contrast to China. The current RFI on the part of the Indian Navy is part and parcel of this strategic realization. To be acquired under the DPP 2016, the Indian Navy has kept the method of its purchase open to include the possibility of acquiring an Indian system, an Indian-built foreign system, or a fully imported system, Department of Defense 2019, yet without more fulsomely engaging in financial and resource inducements for domestic startups and universities. Indian-built foreign systems and fully imported systems are likely to continue to dominate. This contributes to an ever-growing chasm with China's model. China, we should develop a dynamic, innovation-driven growth model. The fourth industrial revolution is unfolding at an exponential rather than a linear pace. Xi Jinping, President and Chairman, People's Republic of China, January 2017, World Economic Forum 2017. Facing disruptive technology, we must seize the opportunity to change paradigms. Wang Daojiaojie. If you don't disrupt, you'll be disrupted. Lieutenant General Yu Guoji, Director, Central Military Commission Science and Technology Commission, October 2018, Canadian Security Intelligence Service 2018. Expanding an AI ecosystem much like India, China's pursuit of AI receives support from the uppermost echelons of Chinese leadership. President and Chairman Xi Jinping followed up the July release of the State Council's New Generation of Artificial Intelligence Development Plan with a 19th Party Congress speech in October 2018, in which he emphasized the development of advanced manufacturing and the promotion of further integration of the Internet, big data, and AI with the real-world economy. In combination with the Made in China 2025 campaign that was announced in 2015, the country has set itself on a path toward achieving world-leading levels in AI technology and reducing its vulnerable external foreign dependence for key technologies and advanced equipment. Wabik, Meissner, Zheng Liang, Ives and Conrad 2016, Allen 2019. In essence, Made in China 2025 climbs the next rung on the development ladder beyond that of Make 274 Laura Salman in India to move China away from being the world's factory toward producing higher value products and services. In AI, China stands head and shoulders above the economies of scale in India. It has set as its goal to achieve a core AI industry gross output in excess of $150.8 billion by 2020 and AI-related gross output exceeding $1.5 trillion by 2030, DING 2019. Further, China seeks to have its AI theories, technologies, and applications achieve breakthroughs in intelligence economy and society applications, as well as brain-inspired, autonomous, hybrid, and swarm intelligence. To this end, reports abound on how such developments will contribute to China's advancement of autonomous tanks, aircraft, reconnaissance robots, and supply convoys. China boasts a strong degree of state support, transfer of technology and talent, investment in long-term, whole-of-society measures, as well as horizontal collaboration and cross-sectoral development. This approach allows for China to make headway on such priorities as 1. Big data, hybrid, swarm, and enhanced intelligence. 2. Cross-medium analytical reasoning. 3. Autonomous coordination and control, and optimized decision-making. 4. Intelligent technologies of autonomous unmanned systems. 5. High-level 1050. 6. Brain-inspired intelligence computing. 7. Intelligent virtual reality modeling. 8. Intelligent computing chips and systems. 9. Quantum intelligence computing. And 10. Natural language processing. State Council 2017. When it comes to these pursuits, China has moved beyond its traditional R&D models, which often follow U.S. advances. In fact, China's recent rollout of AI strategic documents and technologies runs in tandem with, and in some cases even precedes, U.S. initiatives. As just one example, China's release of the Internet Plus Artificial Intelligence 3-year action implementation plan coincided with the U.S. announcement in May 2016 of the formation of a new National Science and Technology Council Subcommittee on Machine Learning and Artificial Intelligence, ZOO 2016. Moreover, China's efforts to be at the forefront of AI technological advancement have taken the form of targeted and concrete action plans for the government, industry, academia, and even military. Among these, the 3-year action plan for promoting development of a new generation artificial intelligence industry, under the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, MIIT, provided immediate guidelines to industry and other actors to pursue autonomous vehicles, intelligent service robots, UAVs, medical image diagnosis assistance systems, video and image identification systems, voice interactive systems, translation systems, and smart home products, as well as breakthroughs in core foundational technologies such as intelligent sensors, neural network chips, and open source platforms, Triolo, Kenya and Webster 2018. These guidelines were followed in short order by China's issuance of the 13th Five-Year Plan on Science, Technology and Innovation, calling for China to seize the high ground in international scientific development and launch a series of 15 Science and Technology Innovation 2030 megaprojects that included both big data and intelligent manufacturing and robotics, Department of International Cooperation 2016. Within less than a year, China's MOSA announced a decision to add AI 2.0 to the initial lineup as a 16th megaproject, with an emphasis on data intelligence, cross-media intelligence, swarm intelligence, hybrid augmented intelligence, and autonomous intelligence systems, among others, Kenya 2018. and funding has followed in kind. The Fund for Industrial Restructuring and Upgrading levied approximately $404.3 million for projects in smart manufacturing in 2016 alone. The 2017 Central Basic Infrastructure Budget allocated a combined $614 million to infrastructure for Internet Plus and key projects in emerging industries in 2017, Kenya 2018. As such, AI military acquisition and integration 275 China is not just making empty pronouncements. It has the wherewithal to mobilize the financing needed to support the action plans and initiatives that it puts forth. In guiding this future development, the National Science and Technology Structural Reform and Innovation System Construction Leading Small Group will take the lead in comprehensive planning and coordination. The most will, in turn, be responsible for propelling forward the implementation of major science and technology programs for a new generation of AI and strengthen linkages and coordination with the establishment of an AI Plan Implementation Office and AI Strategy Advisory Committee to provide advice and assessment concerning major AI policy decisions. Webster, Creamers, Triolo in Kenya 2017. An AI Strategy Advisory Committee has also been established to conduct research and make recommendations. This is reportedly headed by Pan Yun, an academic in advanced manufacturing at the Chinese Academy of Engineering, who is also deputy chairman of the China Association for Artificial Intelligence, Future of Life Institute 2018. In addition, China has established an AI Industry Development Alliance, which is co-sponsored by more than 200 enterprises and agencies nationwide and focuses on building a public service platform for the development, integration, and acceleration of China's AI industry. The alliance, backed by several state ministries and commissions including the National Development and Reform Commission, NDRC, and most, will be led by top-tier institutes such as the China Academy of Information and Communications Technology. The aforementioned multi-layered structure has started to generate strategic priorities and to promote technological advances that were already occurring in a number of fields. In August 2017, just 1 month after the AI plan's release, the National Neuroscience Foundation of China released guidelines on AI basic research urgent management projects, identifying a series of research priorities to receive millions in new funding, including new brain-inspired computing architectures and methods in man-machine cooperative hybrid intelligence. Kenya 2018. Just 2 months later, the NDRC announced a parallel AI innovation and development megaproject, highlighting priorities that included advances in deep learning AI chips and highly reliable intelligence unmanned systems and service robots. Other projects on the NDRC docket include cloud services and open source platforms, among others. Also, in 2017, the MOST convened a high-level meeting that set up the New Generation AI Development Plan Promotion Office, including 15 entities and led by the MOST, NDRC, and MIIT, Kenya 2018. Most importantly, from a national defense perspective, there has been involvement of the Central Military Civil Fusion Development Commission Office, the Central Military Commission, CMC, Science and Technology Commission, and the CMC Equipment Development Department in a variety of these initiatives, speaking to future AI military applications within this broader agenda. In parallel to these efforts at the national level, cities throughout China have started to develop and to release their own plans and policies for AI, including Beijing, Shanghai, Hangzhou, Guangzhou, and Tianjin. In total, as many as 19 different cities and provinces are slated to engage in AI development. In 2017, before the State Council report, Tianjin announced a $5 billion fund to support the AI industry. Shanghai and Guangzhou both plan to establish a special fund and institute to invest in AI development. Hangzhou has also launched its own AI park, along with a fund that will invest $1.59 billion. Shanghai Xiren Menjiang Fuzhang in Bangongxi 2017. And the Zhongguancun Development Group in Beijing is promoting a $2.12 billion AI development park that could host up to 400 AI enterprises that will feed into a national-level AI 276 Laura Salomon laboratory within the park. Reuters 2018. As China directs support and domestic resources toward AI development at the state and city level, major Chinese technology companies have been designated as national champions to develop new open innovative platforms in AI. In support of this endeavor, the New Generation AI Strategic Advisory Commission convenes senior academicians and experts from prominent PRI mid sector players, including Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, iFlyTech, and Horizon Robotics. Thus far, Baidu has been responsible for autonomous vehicles, Alibaba Cloud, Allian for smart cities, Tencent for medical imaging, and iFlyTech for voice recognition. Dickinson 2018. Baidu is also leading China's National Engineering Laboratory for Deep Learning Technologies, which will pursue next-generation research in deep learning through promotion of brain-inspired neural chips and brain-inspired intelligent robotics. In doing so, Baidu is building upon work that began in 2013 with its launch of the Institute for Deep Learning and later establishment of a Silicon Valley AI lab. Li Yanhong, Baidu CEO, in his capacity as a delegate to the Chinese People's Holy Consultative Conference, proposed the creation of the China Brain Plan in 2015 that would devote extensive state investment to AI, welcoming military funding for such an initiative in 2018. Thus, Baidu's recommendations may even be credited with shaping national policy, demonstrating the depth of public and private sector interoperability. Rather than just serving as domestic guards of Chinese innovation, these companies also have international ties and outposts. The Beijing Frontier International AI Research Institute, under the leadership of Kai-Fu Li of Innovation, was established in 2018 to invest in AI research in both China and the United States, and Tencent and Baidu already have AI research labs in the United States, Kaya and Yang 2018. While the inclusion of multiple actors can lead to rivalries, competition can also provide the impetus for scientific advancement. Crossover among government, industry, and military continues to grow. Alibaba's Ali Yun is working with the new National Engineering Laboratory of Big Data Systems and Software, led by Tsinghua University, since 2017. Similarly, Baidu has announced a $104 million partnership with Peking University to further research in AI-related topics, and an AI Center for Law and Legal Issues was unveiled to research applications to improve legal efficiency. Xinhua 2018. At the military level, news reports detail a 4-year experimental program for intelligent weapons systems at the Beijing Institute of Technology, BIT, which selected 27 men and 4 women from more than 5,000 candidates. Gen 2018b. The BIT is one of China's top weapons research institutes. Moreover, the launch of the new program at the headquarters of defense contractor Norinco in October 2018 is evidence of the weight China places on the development of AI technology for military use. After completing the 4-year course, the students are expected to continue on to a doctoral program and to become the next leaders of China's AI weapons program. Such students will be funneled directly into China's national apparatus and pursuits of military modernization. The aforementioned channels between private companies and national laboratories engaged in dual use and even military R&D have direct implications for not only the party corporate complex but also the policing and military AI applications that will follow. Military civil fusion. Military civil fusion, Zhenminrong, is one of the cornerstones of China's national AI strategy, and for that matter, any number of national advances. Combined with AI's dual-use nature, China's ever-growing integration of its political, military, industrial, AI military acquisition and integration 277 and academic communities has fed into military applications of its AI advances, Regal, Adams, and Vacos 2012. As just one example, Li Dai is both the director of the Chinese Association for Artificial Intelligence and a major general in the People's Liberation Army, Kenya 2017. Further, China's State Council explicitly promotes a number of initiatives for military-civil collaboration. 1. Sharing and joint use among military and civilian bodies for a variety of platforms. 2. Strengthening of military-civil integration in the AI domain. 3. Deepening of military-civil fusion development strategy implementation to promote the formation of all-element, multi-field, high-efficiency AI military-civil integration. 4. Construction of a new generation AI based on R&D and common theories and critical technologies. 5. Establishment of mechanisms to normalize communication and coordination among scientific research institutes, universities, enterprises, and military industry units. 6. Promotion of military-civil, two-way transformation of AI technologies. 7. Strengthening of a new generation of AI technologies as a strong support to command and decision-making, military deduction, defense equipment, and other applications. 8. Guidance of defense domain AI technology toward civilian applications. 9. Advancement of scientific research forces to participate in the domain of national defense for major scientific and technological innovation tasks in AI. 10. Promotion of a variety of AI technologies to be quickly embedded in the field of national defense innovation. 11. Strengthening of the construction of military and civilian standard systems of AI technologies. And 12. Promotion of the overall layout and open sharing of science and technology innovation platform and bases. State Council 2017. Beyond the AI surveillance applications that are ubiquitous within policing and counterterrorism in China, private industry plays a central role in achieving China's military aims. Zhuo 2018. Major General Ding Xianwang, Deputy Director of the General Office of China CMC, has argued that to narrow the gap between the Chinese military and global advanced powers, it is necessary to take advantage of the ongoing military revolution centered on information technology and intelligence technology. In 2019, to aid in this process, China has engaged a number of bodies, including the NDRC, MOST, MIIT, Central Military Civil Fusion Development Commission Office, CMC Science and Technology Commission, and the CMC Equipment Development Department. In 2018, the National Innovation Institute of Defense Technology, a subsidiary of the National University of Defense Technology, reportedly set up two Beijing-based research organizations focusing on military operationalization of AI, the Unmanned Size 10 Research Center and the Artificial Intelligence Research Center. In 2019, the latter of the two is engaged in research into dual-use AI technology, including applying ML to robotics, swarm networking, wireless communications, and cybersecurity. Such expansion speaks to strengths that China has already begun to demonstrate in domestic and foreign markets. Chinese weapons manufacturers are selling armed drones with significant amounts of combat autonomy. Zion reportedly sold its Blowfish A2 drone to the United Arab Emirates and has engaged in negotiations with Saudi Arabia and Pakistan for Blowfish A2 sales. In 2019, this system is thought to autonomously performs more complex combat missions, including fixed-point timing detection, fixed-range reconnaissance, and targeted precision strikes, and can be equipped with either missiles or machine guns. For 2019, beyond using AI for autonomous military robotics, China's Zhang Yi, a senior executive at China's third-largest defense company, has claimed that, in future battlegrounds, there will be no people fighting, as lethal autonomous weapons would be commonplace by 2025, and the military use of AI is inevitable. In 2019, 278 Laura Salomon semiconductors are another key element of this process. For China, U.S. restrictions placed on ZTE Corporation, among others, have demonstrated the importance of developing independent and controllable core technologies. Delaney 2018. As a result, Chinese firms are expending a great deal of financial and human capital to develop AI-optimized hardware and semiconductors designed for AI algorithms such as neural networks for machine language processing and facial recognition. According to China's Semiconductor Industry Association, Chinese producers are on track to increase their share of domestic consumption from 29% in 2014 to 49% by the end of 2019. In 2014, China's government established the National Integrated Circuit Industry Investment Fund that in 2018 was on track to invest $20.5 billion to reduce China's dependence on foreign semiconductors. A growing number of D-Tech startups are pursuing dedicated AI integrated circuit design and development, including Cambrican, Bitmain, DeepV, Micro, Chip Intelli, and Horizon Robotics, targeted at generating image sensor chips, image processing chips, and semiconductors. These developments have the potential to make longer-term national defense contributions, whether these companies identified as defense contractors or not. Further, while Article 7 of China's National Intelligence Law gives the government legal authority to compel any organization or citizen to support, assist, and cooperate with the state intelligence work in accordance with the law, and keep the secrets of the national intelligence work known to the public, there are other incentives for private sector cooperation. Chinese National People's Congress Network 2017. China officially designated Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, iFlyTech, and SenseTime as national champions in 2018, allowing them privileged positions for the establishment of domestic technical standards and insulating them from competition from state-owned enterprises. Among these, China's SenseTime Corporation, a national champion in computer vision AI, is a major provider of surveillance technology to China's government, including for Xinjiang. SenseTime co-founder Beng Zhu has stated, "We are very lucky to be a private company working on a technology that will be critical for the next 2 decades. Historically, governments would dominate nuclear, rocket, and comparable technologies and not trust private companies." In 2019, this direct connection between private industry and national security is a major difference, with a structural stovepipe being found in India. Given SenseTime's computational capacity, estimated at more than 160 petaflops, more than the world's top-ranked supercomputer at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, combined with a computing infrastructure spanning over 54 million graphical processing unit (GPU) cores across 15,000 GPUs within 12 GPU clusters in several countries, SenseTime has the potential to make significant contributions throughout China's military civil fusion. To enhance the contributions from the civil side of this equation, the Chinese government has taken an active role in funding AI ventures, dispersing funds through government guidance funds set up by local governments and state-owned companies. Kenya 2017. The government has reportedly invested more than $1 billion on 2 tech startups, with a large subset of the investment shifting toward AI over the last 2 years. At the same time, the central government is exploring methods, including through the establishment of party committees and special management shares, to exert more influence over large tech companies. and this approach is succeeding. The Chinese AI industry reportedly grew 67% from 2017 to 2018 and produced more patents and research papers than the United States, despite having access to about a fifth of the U.S. talent pool. Robles 2018. Quantity and quality. When it comes to AI, particularly when it comes to data, data are essential to ML and critical AI military acquisition and integration. 279 for AI. The Chinese Academy of Sciences president estimates that by 2020, China will hold 20% of the global data, which is expected to reach 44 trillion gigabytes, making China well positioned to lead the field. Lee and Triolo 2017. These data are likely not limited to domestic sources, as shown by the high-profile cases of alleged Chinese hacking of the U.S. Office of Personnel Management and other defense contractors. Threat Connect 2015. Beyond training systems, China is well on its way to training professionals. China's Microsoft Research Asia has trained over 5,000 AI experts, many of whom have moved on to universities, companies, and startups, including Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, Lenovo, Face++, and Momenta, among others. Lee and Triolo 2017. The Chinese government also plans to continue to use a number of pre-existing recruitment and talent programs, such as the program 1,000 Talents, as well as university projects on such topics as sensory AI, including computer vision, physical AI, including robotics, and industrial automation, cognitive AI, including worker training, general AI, high-precision learning from small datasets, research on new algorithms and datasets, including advanced cryptography and security, and explainable AI. Lee and Triolo 2017. To fulfill these research fields, China has launched a 5-year university program to train at least 500 teachers and 5,000 students in AI technologies. The program is a collaboration between government bodies, private companies, and universities. Further, China's Ministry of Education (MO) has launched an AI innovation action plan for colleges and universities that seeks to develop 50 world-class teaching institutes and research institutions, 50 national-level high-quality online open courses, and 50 AI faculties by 2020 as part of the AI Plus X program. In 2018, it is frequently asserted that China's scientific research institutions and enterprises do not yet possess sufficient international influence upon ecological cycles in the supply chain, and that they lack a systematic R&D layout. Nonetheless, China has set its sights on mitigating these deficiencies and is likely to succeed. Chinese firms Baidu, in partnership with Intel, Alibaba, via new subsidiary, Bingtao, and Huawei, via its HiSilicon subsidiary, have all established semiconductor design divisions focused on developing AI accelerator chips. Chinese AI chip startups Horizon Robotics and Cambrican have raised hundreds of millions of dollars in venture capital funding. In fact, the basis for the Cambrican 1A chip was developed while company founders were working at the Institute of Computing Technology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which later backed them with seed funding. Cambrican is now reportedly worth $1 billion. Lee and Triolo 2017. Thus, while China is often criticized for its relative weakness on core AI technologies, such as hardware and algorithm development, developers of AI systems rarely start from scratch. They can leverage pre-written programs developed by others and shared into code libraries. This allows developers to focus on the unique specifics of their application usage requirements, rather than solving generic problems faced by all AI developers. Some organizations have combined ML code libraries with other AI software development tools and to ensure ML software frameworks, many of which are open source. Although it is true that none of the most popular ML software frameworks have been developed in China at this early stage, this is not necessarily determinative. Companies that are working toward their own ML frameworks, including SenseTime, may end up working within the Chinese AI ecosystem. Much like quantum encryption, these technological advances would aim to provide platforms for the Chinese government and military that would not require, or even desire, an international market. 280 Laura Salman unmanned systems advances in unmanned systems provide another illustration of the differential in capacity and structure between India and China. China has a staggering number of UAV and UUV platforms available for domestic use and international export. On UAVs alone, the country counted more than 100 developers and manufacturers as of 2010, with this number doubling in just 4 years, generating an excess of 15,000 UAV civil and military platforms. FAN 2014. Of the firms, over 2/3 are private enterprises and the remainder are state-owned enterprises. This is a stark difference with India, where military and AI development is dominated by state-led organizations including DRDO, CAIR, and ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization. In the air, the number of collaborative technical papers on such AI-related areas as integrating neural networks into hypersonic glide and other platforms has grown substantially. Salman 2018b. Chinese experts have explored applications of Pikal-only algorithms and swarm technologies for nearly a decade to address parameter identification problems found in complex operating environments for such platforms as hypersonic glide vehicles. Lee and Duan 2012. These works rely on autonomy as a means of achieving coordinated guidance control of adjacent space platforms, namely, cooperative guidance and control of hypersonic vehicle autonomous formation. Yaoi Kaoling Sufixinki Zaizubai Andui Zaitong Zai Kongzi Fan Wang Liu Kin and Liang 2018. Whether integrated into autonomous swarm-like formations or utilized for enhancement of maneuverability and control, neural networks are contributing to China's communication and decision-making systems, high-precision guidance, targeting and discrimination, as well as cyber-centric and electronic warfare. Zhao Hu, Liang Yang 2017. At sea, reports suggest that AI-enabled submarines are part and parcel of China's future development of what has been dubbed as its underwater Great Wall. Wang 2016. Such platforms have a variety of functions, including gathering intelligence, deploying mines, stationing at geographical choke points, working with manned submarines to scout or decoy to draw fire and expose the position of adversaries, and potentially even ramming high-value targets. Lin Yang, the Marine Technology Equipment Director at the Shenyang Institute of Automation of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, has reportedly confirmed that China is developing a series of extra-large unmanned underwater vehicles, XLUUVs. Glass 2018. The Shenyang Institute of Automation is a major producer of underwater robots to the Chinese military, and Lin developed China's first autonomous UUV with operational depth beyond 6 kilometers. He is now chief scientist of the 912 project, a classified program that reportedly seeks to develop new generation military underwater robots in time for the 100-year anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party in 2021. AI-enabled submarines fit perfectly into China's prioritization of systems that can be produced and operated on a large scale at a relatively low cost, while addressing other asymmetries in battle. China's pursuit of such platforms also makes sense in the context of U.S. and Russian military trends. Chinese reports discuss the U.S. military's pursuits using Lockheed Martin's Orca and Boeing's Echo Voyager-based prototypes, the latter of which would have an approximately 12,000-kilometer range. Zong 2017. Moreover, Russia has reportedly built and begun sea trials of the Poseidon, also known as the SAS-6 Oceanic Multipurpose System, an unmanned nuclear-powered platform AI military acquisition and integration 281 with an intercontinental range for the reported delivery of nuclear weapons. Gady 2018. Luo Yusheng, a professor at the College of Automation and Harbin Engineering University, which also serves as a development center for China's new submarines, emphasizes the psychological and operational pressure placed by these these relatively low-cost platforms, whether conventional or nuclear-armed, on human captains of other vessels in battle. Shen 2018a. China's entrance into this field of UUVs poses its own challenges to other maritime powers, India included. For countries that, in spite of their growing military dominance, continue to perceive themselves at a distinct asymmetrical disadvantage, the greater incorporation of automation and autonomy into both conventional and strategic platforms remains a trend to watch. Salman 2018a. This applies to both China and India. Conclusion: within the past 5 years, both India and China have issued strategic documents and action plans that detail the importance of AI for the country's political, economic, and military futures. While there are certainly some areas of overlap between India and China, as with the Make in India and Made in China 2025 plans and requirements on technology transfer, there remain stark differences in the two countries' models and systems. Official Indian documents label India's future as becoming the AI garage for the third world, while China maintains a goal of being second to none. The breadth of Chinese pre-existing achievements and ambition is staggering, while India still seems to be working from an earlier phase of developing an AI ecosystem. To this end, financial and educational commitments, combined with public sector support for private sector innovation, have been essential in advancing AI development. The difference in capacity between India and China is immense. India is earmarking $150 million in AI, compared with the Chinese effort to generate $150 billion, and Indian startups have been able to raise $87 million, in contrast with an estimated $28 billion raised by Chinese startups in 2017. Even with government support, under the Startup India Hub, investments remain diffuse in terms of AI and still by orders of magnitude lower than that of China, Agarwal 2017. Given this disparity, India could be said to be aiming without arming. In other words, India's AI conceptual framework takes aim at a number of developments, while facing significant challenges in terms of operationalization under its current national defense structure. There is no question that the various multidisciplinary task forces have done an admirable job in articulating a sound framework for India's AI priorities. If even a fraction of the recommendations contained in these reports are implemented, then India could ostensibly make a large dent in the realm of AI. However, much will need to change in terms of structure to accomplish this. While the task forces may be diverse, the roles of each of the various participants in implementing this AI agenda remain unclear. Moreover, stovepiping and secrecy among the various departments remain an impediment to successful development of AI technologies that are currently overly dependent upon the private sector. Further, India will be hard-pressed to deliver on its framework without the commensurate funding, transparency, and civil-military partnerships. A review of existing programs reveals that universities and startups in India continue to receive relatively limited inducements and economic support from the government in achieving their aims. This is in spite of the country's large population of young, 282 Laura Salman, technically savvy engineers and programmers who lack the resources needed to promote their laboratory findings. Domestic tenders and RFI remain largely focused on supplemental software and hardware that nibble at the edges of the core technologies and platforms. While recent efforts to empower the IITs and BOCOs are strong steps toward innovation, India remains limited in terms of both opportunities and mega projects within its local governments and private sector. There is a stark difference between how AI is approached by the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, with its ad hoc engagement of the defense complex, and Chinese leverage of the National Champions program. This illustrates just one of the ways in which the Indian model for AI national defense integration will continue to falter when compared to China, FICCI and EY 2018. In contrast, China could be said to be arming without aiming. This is not to suggest that China lacks aims, as it seeks to become an AI leader and continues to target the United States with its economic and national defense advances. Instead, it means that China has leapt ahead with developing and fielding its AI technologies and platforms, while its overarching strategy often struggles to keep up with the pace of deployments. It is important to keep in mind that, with a few exceptions, most of China's policy pronouncements have come out over the past few years, while China's AI technological advances and systems have been decades in the making. China's conceptual framework for AI development is at best running a pace of these advances and at worst behind them. This may seem counterintuitive since China has long been lauded as a strategic powerhouse and seeks to be an AI leader, and yet, implementation and integration of technological advances in AI and any number of arenas often outpace their theoretical and strategic underpinnings. If anything, technology is driving China's strategy and doctrine, rather than the other way around. As a result, documents such as the 2017 State Council Plan read more like a laundry list of areas that China not only seeks to develop but has already been aggressively pursuing. Much of this foment has occurred in the private sector, but the government has been effective in tapping into the talent base. China's designation of national champions, resulting in governmental regulatory and financial support for these companies, allows it to engender dual-use advancement in both policing and military. In essence, China has undertaken an approach of vacuuming in as much talent and information as possible, with the policies, controls, and norms set to follow. China also has the advantage of budgetary largesse and limited constraints, allowing it to allocate the funds to invest in megaprojects and to empower local governments, universities, think tanks, and AI hubs in Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, Hangzhou, Guangzhou, and elsewhere. When it comes to education, China has been able to make the most of the centripetal force of the promise of research funding to attract the best talent both domestically and internationally. Nonetheless, China also faces pressures, as it will be increasingly confronted by pushback from the international community that questions the level to which military-civil fusion compromises the independence and integrity of its companies and commitments to the responsible development of AI. By contrast, responsibility is embedded in the Indian approach in which a conceptual framework is created, and domestic innovation and national defense grow out of this foundation. As just one example, India has already played a prominent and engaged role in the lethal autonomous weapon systems debate, Pan War 2018. Moreover, privacy, ethics, and human rights permeate India's official and unofficial documents on AI. Such AI military acquisition and integration 283 concerns are debated to a much lesser degree in China. Kai-Fu Lee and Paul Triello's report on AI notes that, when the new technology comes out, China's government will give it the benefit of doubt and let it grow, rather than stifle it with policy or endless debates. Also, the environment in China is more conducive to fast launch and iteration. There is a general belief that it is better to launch something and then get it approved later. This allows Chinese businesses to generate real data at scale, which in turn allows technology to improve over a shorter period of time, particularly once AI is introduced into the equation. Lee and Triello 2017. The authors cite U.S. examples of unions undermining various programs, but these examples could be easily applied to interest groups in India. Thus, while there are some indications that China may be considering the implications of arms races and norms in the AI space, many of these discussions are being undertaken after the fact. Allen 2019. China has placed itself on a trajectory of implementation and integration of AI in policing, military, and other platforms, and would be hard-pressed to adhere to these norms if they are ever realized. Chinese policy reflects an understanding of U.S. approaches toward emerging technologies and its third offset strategy of staying ahead of the technological curve. Elman, Samp and Call 2017. It also applies to lessons learned, with China's own passive developing nuclear weapons before the the implementation of limits and norms. The difficulty that India faces is that it found itself caught as a late entrant into the nuclear realm and may again be facing the same technological quandary of late entry into AI. This is not to suggest that the Chinese approach of technological advance driving strategy and doctrine is the right one. It can lead to unanticipated consequences that jeopardize humanity with cascading effects, particularly in an arena like AI that permeates into all levels of politics, economy, military, and society. Despite these concerns, India could still benefit from undertaking a more integrated and multi-stakeholder approach in developing its AI-enabled platforms beyond its current task forces and reports. This will require greater transparency and integration of diverse actors in implementing AI-related research and projects. Given that India's financial constraints are greater than that of China, India would benefit from undertaking this approach in a more targeted manner. Doing so would utilize a similar rationale applied by China early on when it concentrated its more limited resources on niche capabilities, particularly in the military realm. Rather than trying to compete with the United States and Russia on all fronts, China instead sought out specific technologies and platforms that offered a military edge. China also provides an example of how to increase research transparency and cross-sectoral collaboration in a country that is not traditionally known for openness. Its engagement and funding of universities, industry, and military departments in such targeted research projects as the integration of swarm and neural networks and UAVs are a perfect illustration of this evolution. Successful implementation of such structural changes in India may not address all of the aforementioned asymmetries, but would mitigate the pressure to compete in all AI arenas that is mandated by its current national strategy. By focusing on specific areas for AI to enhance, India could improve upon its already sizable naval and aerospace advances in submarines, supersonic and hypersonic cruise missiles, and missile defense. A-284 Laura Salman is also essential that AI be seen as a series of enabling technologies, not as the answer to recalibrating India's national defense balance with other nations. Domestic innovation of AI can offer India greater predictive and early warning capabilities, data and information processing, reconnaissance, and maneuverability, but it does not come without financial and manpower costs. Trying to determine how to best leverage and target these investments, using China's experience for insights, will allow India to avoid the pitfalls of doctrine-shaped by technology and to better integrate its current aiming into its arming. Bibliography at Garwell, M. 2018. Adobe to set up Artificial Intelligence Center in Hyderabad. The Economic Times, 19 February. Available online at https://economictimes.indiatimes.com/tech/its Adobe-set-AI-center-in-Hyderabad/article show/629864669.cms question from =MGR. At Garwell, M. 2017. Government launches Startup India Hub to bring all the stakeholders on a single platform. Inc. 42, 19 June. Available online at https://inc42.com/buzz/startup-India Hub launch. Allen, G. 2019. Understanding China's AI Strategy. Clues to Chinese Strategic Thinking on Artificial Intelligence and National Security. Center for New American Security. CNAS. 6 February. Available online at www.cnas.org/publications/understanding-China's-AI Strategy. Aurora, S. 2018. After U.S. Navy raises first full underwater drone squadron, Indian Navy wants its own. LiveFirstDefense.com, 12 July. Available online at www.livefirstdefense.com. 2018-07. Indian-Navy-Shouts-Stealthy-Long-Range-Unmanned-Submarines.html. Artificial Intelligence Task Force. ND. Artificial Intelligence Task Force. Constituted by Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Government of the Republic of India. Available online at www.aitf.org.in. R4, J. 2019. China releases fully autonomous killer robots and drones for combat. Technology News and Trends. 11 February. Available online at www.technocracy.news/China releases fully autonomous killer robots and drones for combat. CAIR. Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. 2019. About Lab. Defense Research and Development Organization. Updated 9 January. Available online at www.drdo.gov.in/drdo/labs1CAIR English. Index new.jsp question pg =about-lab.jsp. Access the 15th of January 2019. CAIR. Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. 2019 B. Area of Work. Defense Research and Development Organization. Updated 9 January. Available online at www.drdo.gov.in/drdo/labs1CAIR English. Index new.jsp question pg =area of work.jsp. Access the 15th of January 2019. Canadian Security Intelligence Service. 2018. Chinese Military Innovation and Emerging Technologies. 11 May. Available online at www.canada.ca/on/security-intelligence-service/corporate publications. China-and-the-H-military-military-Chinese-military-innovation-emerging-technologies.html. Shen, S. 2018 A. China military developed robotic submarines to launch a new era of sea power. South China Morning Post, 22 July. Available online at www.scmp.com/news/China/society/article 2156361 China developing unmanned AI submarines launch new era sea power. Shen, S. 2018 B. China's brightest children are being recruited to develop AI killer bots. South China Morning Post, 8 November. Available online at www.scmp.com/news/China/science article 217214 China's brightest children are being recruited to develop AI killer. Chinese National People's Congress Network, 2017. National Intelligence Law of the People's Republic. Brown University. Available online at http://cs.brown.edu/courses/csci1800/sources 2017_PRC_National Intelligence Law.pdf. Cohen, S. and Dawgupta, S. 2010. Arming Without Aiming. India's Military Modernization. Washington, D.C. Brookings Institution Press. AI Military Acquisition and Integration 285 Data. P. 2018. V. Kamakodi Committee on Artificial Intelligence Only skims the surface. Business Today, 17 April. Available online at www.businesstoday.in/opinion/prosaic-buvkamakoti Committee on ARTIF, ICIL-only-skims-the-surface/story/2750709.html. DDN, 2018. DDN Storage and CSIRCERI enter partnership to provide artificial intelligence as a service solutions. SICK, 27 November. Available online at www.ddn.com/press-releases/ddn-storage-CSIR-CEERI-enter-partnership-provide-artificial-intelligence-service solutions. Defense Industry Daily, 2019. Israel sells Heron UAVs to India. Leases to Germany imminent. Signs contract with Vietnam. 6 June. Available online at www.defenseindustrydaily.com/Israel sells Heron UAVs to India 01476. Delaney, R. 2018, U.S. slaps China's ZTE with 7-year component ban for breaching terms of sanctions settlement. South China Morning Post, 16 April. Available online at www.scmp.com/business/companies/article/214000//s-slaps-ZTE-7-year-components-ban- breaching terms sanctions. Department of Defense, 2019, Defense Procurement Procedure, Government of India. Available online at https://mod.gov.in/DOD/defense-procurement-procedure. Department of International Cooperation, 2016, China Science and Technology Newsletter, Ministry of Science and Technology, People's Republic of China, 15 September. Available online at www.cistc.gov.cn/upfile/842.21.pdf. Dickinson, S. 2018, China's Artificial Intelligence Plan, Stage 1, China Law Blog, 19 March. Available online at www.chinalawblog.com/2018/03/China's-artificial-intelligence-plan-stage-1.html. DIIP, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, 2019, Make in India, Government of India. Available online at www.makeinindia.com/about. DIIP, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, 2018, Report of the Artificial Intelligence Task Force, 20 March. Available online at https://dipp.gov.in/sites/default/files/reports_of_task_force_on_artificial intelligence_20 March 2018_2.pdf. Ding, J. 2019, China's current capabilities, policies, and industrial ecosystem in AI. Testimony before the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission. Hearing on technology, trade, and military civil fusion. China's pursuit of artificial intelligence, new materials, and new energy. 7 June, 1625. Available online at www.uscc.gov/sites/default/files transcripts. June %207% 2C%202019% 20 hearing %20 transcripts.pdf. Ding, J. 2018, Deciphering China's AI Dream. The context, components, capabilities, and consequences of China's strategy to lead the world in AI. Future of Humanity Institute, March. Available online at www.fi.ox.ac.uk/wp-content/uploads/deciphering_China's_AI-dream.pdf. Elman, J. Samp. Ellen Call, G. 2017, Assessing the Third Offset Strategy. Center for Strategic and International Studies, March. Available online at https://csis-prod.s3.amazon.com s3fs-public/publication/170302_Elman_third offset strategy summary_web.pdf. Fan, C. Wang, Y. Liu, T. Kin, X. and Liang, H. 2018, Lin Jinkong Jianyaoi Kao Sheng Sufi Xin Kizi Tangji Dao Kangji Zong Di Jishu Yanju. System Design of Cooperative Guidance and Control of Near-Space Hypersonic Vehicles. Zenshu Dao Danjishu. Tactical Missile Technology 4. 5258. Fan, Y. 2014, Wangren Hibu Min Yang Lingyu, Guanli Feng Min Jiang Yufa Ke, UAV layout in the civil field will have to rely on laws. CARNOC.com 7 March. Available online at http://news.carnoc.com/list/275/2755541.html. FICCI, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and EY, Ernst & Young, 2018, Make in India for Unmanned Aircraft Systems. Awaiting its Kitty Hawk moment, 12 July. Available online at www.ey.com/publication/VWLU assets/ui-make-in-india-for-unmanned-aircraft-systems/file/ui-make-in-india-for-unmanned-aircraft-systems.pdf. 286 Laura Salamath Future of Life Institute, 2018, AI Policy, China. Available online at https://futureoflife.org/AI Policy China. GADF. 2018, Russia begins sea trials of nuclear-capable Poseidon underwater drone. The Diplomat, 21 July. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2018/07/ Russia begins sea trials of nuclear-capable Poseidon underwater drone. Class P. 2018, China's robot subs will lean heavily on AI. Report, Defense 1, 23 July. Available online at www.defense1.com/technology/2018/China's-robot-subs-will-lean-heavily-AI-report/149959. Gupta, D. K. 2018, Military Applications of Artificial Intelligence, Center for Land and Warfare Studies, 17 March. Available online at https://archive.clause.in/18788/military-applications-of-artificial-intelligence-deepak-kumar-gupta.html. Kaya, A. and Yan, L. 2018, Covington Artificial Intelligence Update, China's Vision for the Next Generation of AI, Covington and Burling LLP, 24 March. Available online at www.insideprivacy.com/artificial-intelligence/China's-vision-for-the-next-generation-of-AI. Kenya, E. 2018, China's AI agenda advances. The Diplomat, 14 February. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2018/02/China's-AI-agenda-advances. Kenya, E. 2017, Testimony before the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, Chinese Advances in Unmanned Systems and the Military Applications of Artificial Intelligence, the Plus Trajectory Towards Unmanned, Intelligentized Warfare, U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, 23 February. Available online at www.uscc. Governor Cites Default Files, Kenya_testimony.pdf. Candan, U. 2018, Ericsson sets up Global AI Accelerator in Belarus, Deccan Herald, 13 December. Available online at www.deccanherald.com/business/Ericsson-sets-global-AI-707969.html. Corla, M. 2016, Make in India Paradigm, Roadmap for a Future-Ready Naval Force, Autonomous Underwater Vehicles, organized by FICCI in association with Indian Navy, 1819 April. Available online at http://ficci.in/events/22716/isp/2-dr-menu-dorula.pdf. Gregel, B. Adams, P. and Backus, G. 2012, Occupying the Information High Ground, Chinese Capabilities for Computer Network Operations and Cyber Espionage, Northrop Grumman Corporation for the U.S.-China Economic Security Review Commission, 7 March. Available online at https://nsarchive2.gwu.edu/. /NSAEBB/NSAEBB424/docs/cyber-066.pdf. Los Angeles, Y. 2018, AUDIOBOOK UAV complex inaugurated in Hyderabad. Live Mint, 15 December. Available online at www.livemint.com/technology/EXLKTTL4VO2AQQRA-LLIJKK/ADANI-LLIJKK/ADANI-LLIJKK/in.HTML. LeadingIndia.ai 2019 LeadingIndia.ai. Available online at www.leadingindia.ai. Lee, K. and Triolo, P. 2017, China's Artificial Intelligence Revolution, Understanding by Genji's Structural Advantages in China Embraces AI, Eurasia Group, December, available online at www.eurasiagroup.net/files/upload/China_embraces_AI.pdf. Lee, S. and Duan, H. 2012, Jiu Ren Gongfeng Jinyua Tagawi Kao Sheng Sufiak Sin Kizai Zian Kanshu Bianchi, Artificial Ecology Approach to Online Parameters Identification for Hypersonic Vehicle, Zhonggyo Cax U, Xingxi Cax U, China Science, Information Science, 4211, 1350-1363. Mishra, D. 2018, Artificial Intelligence Task Force seeks 1,200 crore corpus from government. The Times of India, 22 March. Available online at https://timesofindia.india.times.com/trend-tracking/artificial-intelligence-task-force seeks-12000-crore-corpus-from-government/article-show 63409-127.cms. Mohammed, N. 2018, despite the hype, the defense offset policy hasn't really worked for India. The Wire, 2 August. Available online at https://thewire.in/security/despite-the hype, the defense offset policy HASNT really worked for India. NITIIO, 2018, National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence. NITIIO discussion Popper, June. Available online at http://niti.gov.in/write-data/files/document_publication/national strategy-for-AI-discussion-paper.pdf. AI military acquisition and integration 287 Pundit, R. 2018, India now wants artificial intelligence-based weapon systems. The Times of India, 21 May. Available online at https://timesofindia.india.times/india-moves-develop-AI-based development-develop-AI-develop-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-develop-AI-de number 49, August. Available online at https://idsa.in/occasional papers/future warfare and artificial intelligence 49. Pan War, R. 2018, Artificial Intelligence in Military Operations, Technology, Ethics and the Indian Perspective, Institute for Defense Studies and Analyses, 31 January, available online at https://idsa.in/idsacomments/artificial-intelligence-military-operations-India_RSPANWAR_3101118, PIB, Press Information Bureau, 2018, Raksham Antri inaugurates workshop on AI and national security and defense, 21 May, available online at http://pib.nic.in/newsite/printer-lease.aspects question real equals 179445, PIB, Press Information Bureau, 2017, Commerce and Industry Minister sets up task force on artificial intelligence for economic transformation, 25 August, available online at http://pib.nic.in/newsite/print-release.aspects question real equals 170231, PTI, Press Trust of India, 2018, India working on unmanned tanks, vessels, robotic weaponry for future wars, The Economic Times, 20 May, available online at www.outlookindia.com website story, India-working-unmanned-tanks-vessels-robotic-weaponry-for-future-wars/3123030. Ravi, S. and Nagaraj, P. 2018, Harnessing the Future of AI in India, Brookings, 18 October, available online at www.brookings.edu/research/harnessing-the-future-of-AI-in-India. Ray, T. 2018, Slow and Steady, India's Tentative Steps into the AI Race, The Diplomat, 14 July, available online at https://thediplomat.com/2018/slow-and-steady-India's-tentative-steps into the AI Race. Reuters, 2018, Beijing to build $2 billion AI research park, Xinhua, 3 January, Ava illegally online at www.reuters.com/article/s-china-artificial-intelligence/beijing-2-build-2-billion AI research park Xinhua USKBN 1EF0B8. Robles, P. 2018, China plans to be a world leader in artificial intelligence by 2030. South China Morning Post, 1 October, available online at https://multimedia.scmp.com/news/china/article 2166148 China-2025-artificial-intelligence/index.html. Solomon, L. 2018 A. Fear of False Negatives, AI and China's Nuclear Posture, Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, 24 April, available online at https://thebulletin.org/military-applications-artificial-intelligence/fear-false-negatives-AI-10%-99s-nuclear-posture. Solomon, L. 2018 B. China's integration of neural networks into hypersonic glide vehicles, in Enright, ed. AI, China, Russia, and the Global Order, Technological, Political, Global, and Creative Perspectives, a Strategic Multilayer Assessment, SME, periodic publication, U.S. Department of Defense and Joint Chiefs of Staff, December, available online at https://nsiteam.com, AI-China-Russia-global-order-technological-political-global-creative perspectives. Shanghai Shiren Minzheng Fuzan Wenbangongxi, Shanghai Municipal People's Government Press Office, 2017, Shanghai Juoxing Tudongzin Yudai Rangongzin Fazhan, Shishi Yujian, Fabu Yui, Shanghai holds press conference on recommendations for implementation of the new generation of artificial intelligence development. Guoyunzin Wenbangongxi Wangshan, the State Council Information Office of the People's Republic of China, 14 November, available online at www.scio.gov.cn/xwf-bhgsxwf-bhxwf-bh, Shanghai document 16060039, 16060039.htm, Sina, A. Hickok, E. and Basu, A. 2018, AI in India. A policy agenda. The Center for Internet and Society. 5 September. Available online at https://cis-india.org/internet-governance/blog/AI in India policy agenda. State Council. 2017. Zinyadaya Rengong Zhang Fazhan Yihua. New Generation of Artificial Intelligence Development Plan. In FSAPO. W. Chen and A. Lo. Trans. The 288 Laura Salman Foundation for Law and International Affairs. Available online at https://flia.org/wp-content/uploads 2017-07 a-generation-of-artificial-intelligence-development-plan-1.pdf. Synced 2017. Baidu leads China's construction of the upcoming National Engineering Laboratory of Deep Learning Technology and Application. 26th February. Available online at https://medium.com/sync-review/baidu-leads-China's-construction-of-the upcoming National Engineering Laboratory of Deep Learning 999C7631207. Thread Connect 2015. OPM breach analysis. 5 June. Available online at https://threadconnect.com OPM breach analysis. Triolo, P. Kenya, E. and Webster, G. 2018. Translation. Chinese government outlines AI ambitions through 2020. New America, 26 January. Available online at www.newamerica.org/cybersecurity-initiative/gigakina/blog/translation-chinese-government-outlines AI ambitions through 2020. Webster, G. Creamers, R. Triolo, P. and Kenya, E. 2017. Full translation. China's New Generation Artificial Intelligence Development Plan. New America, 1 August. Available online at www.newamerica.org/cybersecurity-initiative/gigakina/blog/full-translation-China's New Generation Artificial Intelligence Development Plan 2017. Wang, C. 2016. Underwater Great Wall. Chinese firm proposes building network of submarine detectors to boost nation's defense. South China Morning Post. 19 May. Available online at www.scmp.com/news/China/diplomacy-defense/article/1947212/underwater-Great Wall. Chinese firm proposes building. World Economic Forum. 2017. Opening plenary with Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China. World Economic Forum annual meeting. 17-20 January. Available online at www.weforum.org/events/world-economic-forum-annual-meeting-2017/sessions/opening plenary Davos 2017. Wabik, J. Meissner, M. Zhenglian, M. J. Ives, J. and Conrad, B. 2016. Made in China 2025. Mercator Institute for China Studies. December. Available online at www.americs.org/sites default files 2018-07/MPOC_MO.2_Median China 2025_web.pdf. Xinhua.net 2018. Baidu, Peking University Cooperate on AI Research. 28 April. Available online at www.xinhuanet.com/english/2018-c_108-004/28/c_137144303.htm. Zhu, G. 2016. Analysis of 3-year implementation plan of Internet plus Artificial Intelligence. CNKI. Available online at www.on.cnki.com.cn/article_on/CJFD total-HLWT2016120110.htm. Zhao, H. Hu, Y. Liang, Y. and Yang, X. 2017. Yaoi Kao Shengsu Fiaxin Kizishi Shenxing Wang Lao Kangji. Hypersonic Vehicle Adaptive Neural Network Control. Beauty Huaji and Jishu. Journal of Solid Rocket Technology. 42. 257-263. Zong, H. 2017. Current status and prospects of equipment and technology for unmanned underwater vehicles abroad. Journal of Unmanned Undersea Systems. 25-3. 215-225. Zhuao, J. 2018. Drones, facial recognition, and a social credit system. 10 ways China watches its citizens. South China Morning Post. 4 August. Available online at www.scmp.com/news/China/society article 2157883 Drones, facial recognition, and social credit system. 10 ways China. Part 5. Economy and Connectivity. 17. Bilateral economic relations amid trade and trust deficits. When Deng Xiaoping met the then Indian Prime Minister, Rajiv Gandhi, in Beijing in 1988, he is believed to have told his guest that there cannot be an Asian century until China and India are developed, adding further that, if China and India are developed, we can say that we have made our contributions to mankind. Deng 1988. Since the historic meeting, China has become the world's second largest economy, and India has broken free of the so-called Hindi rate of growth to emerge as the world's fastest growing major economy and the sixth largest. International trade and foreign investment have been among the key drivers of China's economic growth and development since it first began its reform and opening policy in 1978. They are also playing an important and growing part in India's economic development. India-China trade has grown rapidly since the turn of the century, with China becoming India's largest trading partner in 2008, a position it has maintained ever since. Hundreds of companies from the two countries have successfully invested in each other's market, and the number of tourists and business travelers between the two countries has grown significantly. This chapter focuses on bilateral trade and investment ties between the two Asian neighbors. It argues that economic factors are drawing China and India closer, despite the continuing strategic competition and mistrust, through the introduction of business interest groups and individuals as new stakeholders in the bilateral relationship. The chapter is divided into the following 4 sections. The first section provides a brief historical background to bilateral trade relations from the 1950s onward. This is followed by an examination of the bilateral trade data from 1995 to 2016, including an explanation for the large and widening trade deficit against India. The third section looks at capital investment. The fourth and final section identifies some of the challenges that continue to impede bilateral economic relations, but also opportunities that would be hard to ignore. Background: the history of trade between China and India goes back thousands of years, but until a couple of decades ago, it was rare to find Chinese products in India and Indian products in China. After the 1962 border war, the Chinese goods available in India were generally smuggled into India via Nepal and included simple items such as pens and cigarette lighters. In the early years after the resumption of ambassador-level relations in 1976 and the beginning of China's open door policy, China began to import lower-grade tobacco from India for domestic consumption, while it exported some of its own higher-grade tobacco to other countries to earn foreign exchange. The rapid transformation of 292 Pradiptandeha China into the factory of the world over the subsequent 40 years has also witnessed a radical shift in China's foreign trade system and policies. The old unified system system of international trade where all imports and exports were handled by a limited number of state-owned import-export corporations gave way to a decentralized system with a multitude of players. China's entry into the World Trade Organization in 2001 required China to reduce tariffs on over 7,000 items, relax quotas and other trade barriers, and remove many restrictions on the trading rights of Chinese companies. China's international trade as a percentage of gross domestic product (GDP), which indicates the relative importance of foreign trade in the economy of a country, was less than 10% in 1978, but rose to more than 38% by 2001 and then peaked at 64% in 2006, before falling back again to 37% in 2016. India, which had managed to protect its domestic manufacturers and producers from foreign competitors for a long time despite being a founding member of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade (GATT), also began to relax trade tariffs and other barriers as part of its economic reforms that began in 1991. Figure 17.1 shows India and China's trade as a percentage of GDP. Like China, India's trade as a percentage of GDP also rose sharply from 17% in 1991 to nearly 56% in 2012, then dropping to 40% in 2016. The data indicate that India's economy is slightly more dependent on international trade than China's. Bilateral trade in December 2010, during a visit to New Delhi by the then Chinese Premier, Wen Jiabao, the two countries set a bilateral trade target of $100 billion by 2015. The total value of Sino-Indian trade in 2015-2016 financial year was just under $71 billion. The World Bank 2019, well short of the $100 billion target. 8 years after that. 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. 0 1990 2000 2009 2010 2011 2012 2013 2014 2015 2016 2017 2018. India China. Figure 17.1 trade as a percentage of GDP, China and India. Source, compiled by author based on data from the World Bank, 2019. On the 4th of April 2019, China-India Economic Relations 293 aspirational target was set. The total value of two-way trade in 2017-2018 had climbed up to $89.7 billion and, according to Chinese sources, in 2018 it had gone up to $95.5 billion, Luo 2019, which is still below the target set for 2015. The discrepancy between the two figures is probably the result of different time frames, as the Indian data relate to the financial year, whereas Chinese data are for the 2018 calendar year. While Chinese exports to India have grown substantially over the years, Indian exports to China have not performed as well as Indian leaders and industry would have expected. As figure 17.2 shows, China and India had generally balanced trade until the early 2000s, after which India's trade deficit with China began to grow rapidly. The rise in Chinese exports to India, starting around 2004, can be attributed to the increase in India's economic growth rate and the concomitant rise in demand for imported machinery and intermediate goods. As a low-cost supplier of such equipment, China emerged as the preferred source of imports for price-sensitive Indian firms and, at least in some cases, imports from China were made attractive by the low-interest finance provided by China's Exim Bank. Chinese products also came to dominate several consumer product categories in the Indian market. Chinese brands such as Xiaomi, Vivo, and Oppo are household names in India, and their share of the Indian mobile phone market grew to 53% in 2017 from 34% a year earlier. 60,000 value of trade, $M 2015 USD, 40,000, 20,000, 0 1995 2000 2005 2010 2015 year. Exports imports. Figure 17.2 China-India trade, 1995-2015. Source, compiled by author based on data from United Nations, 2019, 294 proteins and data. In fact, Oppo is the main sponsor of the Indian cricket team after it signed an exclusive 5-year deal in March 2017. It paid more than $160 million for the right to have its brand name emblazoned on the Team India jersey and training gear. Its nearest rival in the sponsorship bid was also another Chinese company, Vivo, Hindustan Times 2017. The success of these and other Chinese brands in the Indian market is not the only or principal reason for the booming Chinese exports to India. Industrial goods in machinery, electrical, chemical, and allied sectors make up the bulk of Indian imports from China, based on calculations from United Nations 2019. While a large proportion of these goods are imported by Indian companies, the Chinese brands operating in India are increasingly taking advantage of the incentives offered by the Indian government to encourage local manufacturing under its Make in India program. Chinese mobile phone handset manufacturers like Xiaomi and Oppo have set up factories in India to assemble handsets from components imported from China. As a result, there were 120 mobile phone assembly plants in India in 2018, compared to just 2 in 2014. Of 2019. Local Indian mobile phone brands such as Jio also import the majority of their components from China for assembly in India. According to an estimate by the Hong Kong-based consulting firm Counterpoint, India imported mobile phone components worth $13 billion in 2018. Of 2019. Although the distribution by country of origin for these imports is not available, it is safe to assume that a large proportion of these were imported from China. Indian exports to China, on the other hand, continue to be dominated by raw materials or semi-processed goods such as metals, minerals, and chemicals. Exports of minerals, mainly iron ore, made a significant contribution to the overall growth in Indian exports to China between 2006 and 2012, based on calculations from United Nations 2019. However, iron ore exports were hit hard in 2011 by legal wrangling in India over mining licenses and a subsequent ban on iron ore mining in the leading iron ore exporting state of Goa. The ban was triggered by the findings of an inquiry commission that illegal mining worth 350 billion Indian rupees, roughly $5.2 billion, had taken place between 2005 and 2012 to 2018, a period that corresponded directly with the jump in iron ore exports to China. The ban was lifted in 2014 and iron ore exports to China resumed in 2015. 4 years later, in March 2018, the mining ban in Goa was reimposed, seriously affecting the confidence of Chinese iron ore importers in Indian suppliers. Following the initial ban on iron ore mining in Goa, a representative of China Metals Corporation told the Indian media, India's iron ore supply is not very stable. Who can tell what is the policy about the iron ore? Chinese companies are looking for alternatives. PTI 2011. In addition to uncertainty over mining policy in India, the continuing slowdown in China's economy is also likely to affect Indian minerals exports to China in years ahead. Although the total value of Indian exports to China rose by 31% in 2017-2018 to $13.3 billion, imports from China also grew by nearly 25% in the same year to hit $76 billion, thus creating the highest ever bilateral trade deficit for India of $63 billion. Department of Commerce, Government of India 2019. The widening trade deficit has been one of the major points of friction between the two countries and remains one of the top items on the agenda in bilateral discussions between the leaders of the two countries. A number of memoranda of understanding, MOUs, have been signed between the two countries with the aim of boosting Indian exports to China to reduce the trade deficit. For example, during the visit of Premier Li Keqiang to New Delhi in May 2013, 3 separate MOUs were signed to assist with China-India economic relations. 295 exports of items seen as priority by India. These included agreements to facilitate Indian exports of pharmaceuticals, buffalo meat, and processed foods to China. Such agreements have become part of a routine, but in practice they have made little difference to the growing trade deficit. One of the main reasons for the widening trade deficit is the difference in productivity between China and India, especially in manufacturing. Chinese manufacturers not only enjoy economies of scale, but are also better integrated with the global supply chains than their Indian counterparts. In a 2018 study for the World Economic Forum, India scored 5.99 on a 0-10 scale, where 10 is the best score on the structure of product ion scale in a global manufacturing assessment index, compared to China's 8.25 and Japan's 8.99. Structure of production measures complexity, the mix and uniqueness of products a country can make, and scale, total volume of manufacturing output, and the significance of manufacturing for the economy as a percentage of GDP. World Economic Forum 2018. It shows that India has a long way to go in catching up with China in manufacturing capability and efficiency. This makes it difficult for Indian manufacturers to make significant inroads into the Chinese market for finished products, both industrial and consumer. It also explains why Chinese exports of machinery, power generation, and communication equipment to India have continued to rise year after year, as local manufacturers are either unable to match Chinese producers on price or do not have the range of products that India needs at this stage of its development. Another reason for the large trade deficit is the invisible or non-tariff barriers that Indian companies face when trying to grow their business in the Chinese market. The key sectors in which India has most vociferously pressured China to help open up its domestic markets for Indian suppliers are agriculture, pharmaceuticals, and information technology (IT) or IT-enabled services. Indian companies are known worldwide for their success and price competitiveness in IT services and generic medicines. China is one of the world's biggest markets for both, but Indian companies have not had the same level of success in these sectors in China as they have in other parts of the world. Indian government and companies have frequently complained about significant arrears in winning contracts for IT services with Chinese government agencies and large state-owned enterprises. Chinese officials are, however, dismissive of these criticisms, arguing that Indian companies had done far less than their foreign counterparts to make their presence felt here in China. Krishnan 2012. While Chinese officials may make light of Indian concerns about the non-tariff barriers facing Indian suppliers to the Chinese market, there is no denying that foreign companies in China do face opaque rules and regulations that seem to apply only to foreign firms. China has also kept its interest rates artificially low and for many years prevented its currency from appreciating, giving Chinese companies a competitive edge over their foreign counterparts. In addition, Indian companies complain about dumping by Chinese companies in the Indian market, with the assistance of export and other subsidies from the Chinese central and provincial governments. India has initiated more than 150 anti-dumping investigations against Chinese companies since China became a member of the World Trade Organization in November 2001, which was more than against any other country. 3. In order to address the issue of trade imbalance and to increase market access for Indian products in China, the two governments adopted the 5-year development program for economic and trade cooperation during President Xi Jinping's visit to India in September 2014. As a result of unrelenting pressure from India, in 2018 China 296 projects and agreed to grant limited market access for Indian non-BASMATI rice, fish meal, and fish oil. While this was a significant concession by China, Indian complaints regarding the lack of market access are far from being fully resolved and are likely to remain a source of contention between the two countries for the foreseeable future. In addition to market access, businesses from the two countries have also seen the number and type of commercial disputes grow along with the volume of trade between the two countries. As the number of Indian small and medium enterprises (SMEs) doing business with Chinese firms has grown substantially over the years, the incidence of trade-related disputes has been rising, although this is not a linear trend as the number of Chinese companies involved in these disputes fluctuates from year to year. According to a trade advisory issued by the Indian Embassy in April 2019, an average of 61 Chinese firms were reported to the Indian Embassy each year between 2013 and 2018 by the Indian SMEs as having engaged in unfair, illegal, or unethical conduct. Examples of these complaints, included in the trade advisory, ranged from the supply of substandard goods to outright fraud, where Chinese suppliers shipped sand, stones, salt, bricks, mud, etc. in place of chemicals, silicon carbide, aluminium, and zinc ingots. Embassy of India 2019. Investment relations. While India is by far China's biggest trading partner in South Asia, it is not the largest recipient of Chinese foreign direct investment in the region, with Pakistan, China's traditional ally and iron brother, and Sri Lanka receiving a larger amount of Chinese investment so far. China has committed over $60 billion to the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, the flagship project of China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, in the form of investment, development assistance, and loans. India has strongly objected to CPEC, arguing that it violates India's sovereignty because it traverses the disputed region of Kashmir. Primarily for this reason, but also because of a number of other concerns surrounding its sustainability and transparency, India has refused to join the BRI. Although up-to-date and sector-wide data on Chinese investment in India are difficult to obtain because of large discrepancies between different sources, the Indian government sources, citing China's Ministry of Commerce, put the cumulative Chinese investment in India till the end of 2017 at $4.74 billion. Embassy of India 2019. In terms of sector distribution, until 2015 the bulk of Chinese investment in India went into traditional sectors such as automobiles, 59.66%, metallurgy, 14.35%, and electrical equipment, 4.15%, according to Donsaith and Cyril, 2018. An important reason for a recent uptick in Chinese investment in India is the desire by Chinese investors to exploit opportunities in India's growing digital economy in addition to the traditional sectors. As of early 2019, more than 1,000 Chinese firms were operating in India, according to Luo Zhaohui, 2019, the then Chinese ambassador in New Delhi. Chinese companies have extended their reach, either through direct investments or global mergers and acquisitions, from the traditional manufacturing hubs of Maharashtra and Gujarat to other states such as Haryana, Rajasthan, and Tamil Nadu, and diversified into the new economy. A number of prominent Chinese billionaires such as Jack Ma of Alibaba have visited India on multiple occasions and plowed hundreds of millions of dollars into Indian digital startups. Chinese companies such as Alibaba, Maidano, Tencent, and Trip have become become significant stakeholders in various Indian companies. In 2016, China-India Economic Relations 297 Beijing Telecommunication Technology Company Limited, now renamed Shuji, made the biggest investment by a Chinese company in an Indian-owned business when it paid $900 million to acquire the Dubai-headquartered advertising technology company Media.net. Founded in 2010 by Mumbai-born young technology entrepreneur brothers Divyank and Bhavan Turakia, Media.net was at the time of its acquisition by Shuji one of the top 5 ad tech companies in the world, Gutu in Chankani 2016. Earlier, Alibaba made a $680 million investment in the Indian digital payment startup Paytm in 2015. In the same year, Alibaba, together with Taiwan's Foxconn and Japan's SoftBank, had made a $500 million investment in Snapdeal, another Indian technology startup. China's largest online travel agency Trip also made an $180 million investment in India's largest travel portal MakeMyTrip in 2016. In April 2019, Trip vastly increased its stake in MakeMyTrip when it acquired the South African company Naspers Limited's 42.5% stake in the Indian company in a share swap deal. This deal means that the Chinese company now owns nearly half of MakeMyTrip. Business Today 2019. These investment deals indicate recognition by Chinese companies of the future growth potential of India and of a positive future for Sino-Indian economic relations. The Indian government and business have also been actively seeking Chinese investment in Indian startups. Since 2017, Startup India Association in partnership with the Indian Embassy in China has been organizing an annual investment seminar in Beijing where Indian startups are able to network with their Chinese counterparts and make presentations before Chinese investors. The 2018 seminar was attended by more than 400 people, mostly drawn from Chinese venture capital funds and angel investors, according to the organizers, Venture Gurukul 2018. Meanwhile, Indian companies have also made inroads into the highly crowded Chinese market space. Large Indian IT companies were among the first to set up operations in China to service their multinational clients, but also with an eye on China's own fast-growing market for IT services. The global attention that Indian IT companies drew as governments and corporations around the world tried to solve the Millennium Bug problem also brought them to the attention of Chinese political and corporate leaders. In January 2002, the pro-business premier of China, Zhu Rongyi, visited the Bangalore campus of Indian IT services giant Infosys and granted on-the-spot approval for the Indian company to open an office in Shanghai, a city where most Indian companies in China are now based. Zhu was so impressed by the success of Indian IT companies that he reportedly said, "You, India, are no one in software exports. China is left far behind." CNN 2002. Infosys has since grown rapidly in China, where in 2018 it employed 4,000 people across 8 cities. It has built a huge campus in Shanghai's technology hub in Minning district that has the capacity to provide workspaces for 9,000 people. Landry 2018. The digital transformation and disruption of business models that have driven demand for IT services globally have also boosted the business of Indian IT companies in China, which are now servicing a growing list of Chinese companies. From banking to retail, Indian IT majors such as Infosys and Tata Consultancy Services Limited (TCS) have established themselves in China as reliable and cost-efficient providers of IT services to both global and local clients. In fact, TCS was the first Indian IT company to enter China back in July 2002. It now employs more than 3,500 people across a number of cities, including Shanghai, Hangzhou, Dalian, Tianjin, and Shenzhen. The significance of TCS as an important Indian player in the Chinese market was highlighted by the visit to its global software development center in Mumbai by Premier Li Keqiang during an official trip to India in May 2013. 298 Rajit Tandeva. The Tata Group operations in China extend beyond TCS and include a joint venture with China's Chery automobile company to manufacture and sell Tata Motors' own, United Kingdom-based, Jaguar Land Rover, JLR, company vehicles in China. Established in 2011, the RMB 10.9 billion joint venture manufactures at least 4 different models of JLR vehicles in its modern production facility in Changshu, near Shanghai. Indian IT companies have the highest profile in China, as software is perhaps the only sector where Chinese officials recognize India's lead over China, as acknowledged by Zhu Rongyi in the statement cited earlier. But IT firms are not the only Indian businesses to have established a presence there. Several other Indian companies that have established either wholly owned subsidiaries or joint ventures with Chinese or other foreign companies belong to the manufacturing sector. These companies produce pharmaceuticals, refractories, auto parts, wind turbines, and other related equipment in China for both Chinese and foreign markets. This is somewhat ironic given that Indian exports to China predominantly consist of minerals, metal ores, precious stones, and chemicals, not manufactures. But these firms have clearly found niches in the Chinese market that they are able to develop further by localizing production. Sundram Fasteners Limited, an auto parts maker, was the first Indian engineering industry firm to enter the Chinese market in 2003, primarily to supply its multinational customers there. Having commissioned 2 production units in Zhejiang province, it now sells its products to both multinational and Chinese companies and expects to see its China business to grow at between 15 to 20% annually over the next few years. The Hindu Business Line 2018. But despite some notable successes, Indian companies have not found China an easy market in which to do business. As chairman of Sundram Fasteners, Suresh Krishna, said, "We are among very few Indian companies that have succeeded there." The Hindu Business Line 2018. In order to succeed in China, he said, Indian firms need to take a long-term perspective and not look for short-term benefits. Another Indian manufacturer and firm, Mahindra & Mahindra, which makes agricultural machinery and automobiles, entered China in 2004, where it formed a joint venture with the Nanjing city government and acquired a Chinese tractor company to produce tractors for the local and international markets. Subsequently, in 2008, Mahindra & Mahindra acquired a majority stake in China's third-largest tractor maker, Jiangsu Yuliancheng Tractor Company for $26 million. However, less than a decade later, it decided to exit the Chinese market and sold its 51% stake to its Chinese partners for just $12.3 million, although it has said that it plans to re-enter the Chinese market independently. Thacker 2018. While the exact number of Indian companies in China is difficult to determine, many of India's largest companies and numerous medium-sized companies have some form of presence in China, which could mean just a representative office or a wholly owned subsidiary or a joint venture. According to Indian government sources, the cumulative Indian investment in China till September 2017 stood at $851.91 million. Embassy of India 2019, although the real figure could be considerably higher as the earlier figure does not include investment channeled through third countries such as Mauritius or Singapore. In addition to the in-country presence of individual companies, the 2 main industry lobby groups, the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI, and the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, have long maintained a presence in China, with the former also being a founder member of the Boao Forum for Asia, sometimes dubbed as China's Davos, after the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland. These chambers also provide valuable advice to their members and engage in advocacy on their behalf. A very experienced Mandarin China-India Economic Relations 299 speaker who has lived in China for nearly 40 years heads the China office at FICCI, giving the lobby group significant on-the-ground advantage. However, one Indian industry that has made the most visible impression on China and Chinese people is the Indian film industry or Bollywood. Harvard Business School professor Tarun Khanna wrote that in an informal survey, 4 out of 5 Chinese told them that Bollywood movies come immediately to mind when they think of India. Khanna 2007. 62. While China strictly controls the number of foreign films it allows for screening in Chinese cinemas each year, some of the Bollywood films that have been screened in China have been extraordinarily popular. Indian film stars like Amir Khan have become household names in China. 2 films such as Three Idiots, Dangal, and Secret Superstar were hugely successful on the Chinese box office. Dangal, translated as Shui Jiao Ba, Baba in Chinese, played for 60 days and was the #1 movie at the Chinese box office for 16 consecutive days, grossing $189 million, more than most Hollywood films screened in China in 2017. In 2017, Khan's personal economic interest in the Chinese entertainment market is so significant that he was a prominent unofficial attendee at the Conference on Dialogue of Asian Civilizations convened by President Xi Jinping in Beijing in May 2019. Even though India sent no official delegate to the conference, Khan has become a strong advocate of improved Sino-Indian relations and people-to-people contacts. He has called for further deepening of bilateral cooperation in the film industry and praised the Chinese public for their open attitude towards foreign culture and movies. Kuo in 2019. All things considered, Chinese investment in India and Indian investment in China remain at very low levels and far below what would be expected of 2 large economies, each with a population of 1.3 billion or more and significant growth potential. By way of comparison, tiny Singapore is the second largest foreign investor in India with a cumulative investment of nearly $83 billion between 2000 and 2018, according to the Indian government's Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT 2019. China, according to the same source, was the 18th biggest foreign investor in India. Future challenges. The leaders of the two countries have repeatedly called for greater economic cooperation between the two countries, but as the foregoing discussion has shown, past trade targets set by the leaders have not been met, and investors from the two countries still see each other's domestic markets and business environments as difficult. However, trade and investment relations between the two Asian neighbors are increasing despite numerous political differences and growing strategic competition. Since 2017, Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India and President Xi Jinping of China have agreed not to allow these differences to become disputes. However, the level of trust between the political and military leaders remains low, and the possibility of another border incursion or other such incident cannot be ruled out. Any such incident will have the potential to further undermine trust and weaken the constituency in both countries that wants to foster better trade and economic relations. This constituency consists of a variety of actors. First, it includes those who champion an Asian Renaissance or argue that the 21st century is destined to be an Asian century and believe that China and India must work together politically and economically if the dream is to become a reality. The majority of these actors have no economic skin in the game. They are driven primarily by ideology. 300 Pradeep Sandeha second. It represents those who do have an economic interest in seeing a stable development of and steady improvement in bilateral relations. They include those companies and individuals from India and China who have already made significant investments in the other country or see lucrative future opportunities for business across the Himalayan divide. This group consists of the founders and chief executives of major companies as also their senior executives and many of their employees. It also includes successful artists, film producers, and cultural impresarios. The economic business group is powerful, and its members have the potential ability to influence political decisions if they choose to act in a coordinated fashion. In the future, this constituency is likely to grow in strength in both China and India as its members will find it difficult to ignore business opportunities in what would be the world's second and third largest economies. Third, the constituency for better trade and economic relations between the two countries consists of people who do not necessarily have a deep understanding of the factors that drive the bilateral relationship or impede its forward movement, but rather whose livelihoods have come to depend on their ability to trade between the two countries. This last group covers thousands of Indian merchants who make multiple trips a year to Chinese commodities trading centers such as Yiwu in Zhejiang province, from where they buy and ship back to India container loads of manufactured goods from toys to power tools. Although their contribution to the overall value of bilateral trade is difficult to measure, their numbers are growing as is evident to anyone who flies between India and China. This author approvingly calls these traders furnulas, a Hindi word meaning a hawker or itinerant salesperson. These modern furnulas are, however, better educated, conduct their trade across vast distances, and travel by air. At its heart, their core business is to make available to the end users the products they want, when they want them, and at affordable prices. The number of Chinese furnulas traveling to India to buy Indian products remains small in comparison, but will grow in the future as Indian products become more acceptable and competitive in the Chinese market. In conversations this author has had with Indian traders, he has found them to be very favorably impressed with the quality of Chinese infrastructure, the speed with which China has been able to transform its economy, and the business-friendly attitude of Chinese local governments. They also evince an interest in a stronger bilateral relationship. However, the constituency for better trade and economic relations is still developing, and it faces real resistance from those who see India and China as strategic and commercial competitors, who believe that there can only be one great power in Asia and both China and India are destined to compete for that status, who may have long been socialized into seeing a strategic rivalry between the two countries as inevitable, including those in the foreign affairs, military, and intelligence communities in the two countries, and finally, those who fundamentally find the political system and values of the other unacceptable and threatening. Notes 1. The trade to GDP data for both China and India are from the World Bank website, https://data.worldbank.org/indicator/me.trd.gnfs.zs. Question. Locations equals CN-IN. 2. India's financial year runs from the 1st of April to the 31st of March of the following year. 3. Data extracted from the website of the Directorate General of Trade Remedies in the Indian Ministry of Commerce, www.dgtr.gov.in/anti-dumping-cases. China-India Economic Relations 301. Bibliography. Business Today, 2019. Naspers to sell stake in Make My Trip to become biggest shareholder, 27 April. Available online at www.businesstoday.in/current/corporate/n/sell-stake-in-make my trip-c-trip-become-biggest-shareholder/story/34046.html. Ken R. 2017. No Hollywood film has topped Dangal in China since May except Transformers 5. Forbes, 14 October. Available online at www.forbes.com/sites/robken/October 14, 2017. No Hollywood-film has topped Dangal in China since Mad-Transformers 5 number 30567 F1198B. Deng, X. 1988. Deng Xiaoping's remarks to Prime Minister of India, Rajiv Gandhi. Selected works of Deng Xiaoping 3. December. Beijing. Foreign Languages Press. Department of Commerce. Government of India. 2019. Export-Import Data Bank. Available online at https://commerce-app.gov.in/eidb/dpiit. Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. 2019. Fact sheet on foreign direct investment. Annex Year 8. 27 May. Available online at https://dipp.gov.in/sites/default files. FDI_factsheet_27 May 2019.pdf. Dunsith, B. and Cyril, M. 2018. Chinese investment into India confirms key market dynamics. India Briefing, 13 June. Available online at www.india-briefing.com/news/Chinese-investment-India-digital-market-dynamics-14383.html/Embassy of India, 2019. Fourth Advisory for Indian Small and Medium Enterprises, SMEs, interested in doing business with Chinese companies. No. PACCOM 208 2019. Available online at www.oibijing.gov.in/pdf/48-trade-advisory-revised %202019-April-08-05.pdf. Landry, R. 2018. Localization. Disruption boost India's info size in China. Forbes, 20 September. Available online at www.forbes.com/sites/russell-Flannery/2018/09/20/localization-disruption-boost-India's-info size-in-China/patch 10443034382E. Gu2, B. and Giancani, M. 2016. China Consortium buys AdTech Venture Media.net for $900 million. The Economic Times, 23 August. Available online at https://economic times, indiatimes.com/small-biz/startups/china-consortium-buys-adtech-venture-media-net-for-900-million/article show/538-18542.cms. Hindustan Times, 2017. OPPO Digital Strikes RS1079 crore deal as India national cricket team sponsor, 7 March. Available online at www.hindustantimes.com/replace-star-india-team-sponsor/sorry-2PPB6L/6 2ZYCZK60SVN. HTML. Kana, T. 2007. China plus India. The Power of Two. Harvard Business Review. December. 6069. Available online at https://hbr.org/2007/12/china-india-the-power-of-2. Kuao, J&E, Z. 2019. Cultural cooperation between China and India should be strengthened. Amir Khan. People's Daily Online. 17 May. Available online at http://en.people.cn/n3 2019-0517 C900009579195.html. Krishnan, A. 2012. Chinese Commerce Minister coming amid trade strains. The Hindu, 16 August. Available online at www.thehindu.com/business/economy/Chinese-commerce-minister-coming-amid-trade-strains/article 3780924.ece. Luo, Z. 2019. Dragon Elephant Tango. The Indian Express, 4 April, 12. Available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/opinion/dragon-elephant-tango-india-china-modi-jinping-5657281/ Potter, T. 2019. India imported $13 billion worth of mobile phone components in 2018. Counterpoint. Blog. 22 February. Available online at www.counterpointresearch.com/India-imported-$13-worth-mobile-phone-components-2018/PTI. Press Trust of India, 2011. China looks for alternatives as India falters in iron ore trade. The Economic Times, 18 November. Available online at https://economic times, indiatimes.com/news/economy/foreign-trade/China-looks-for-alternatives as India-falters-in-iron-ore-trade/article show/1077996.cms. 302 Prati Tandehater, K. 2018. Mining MS. India Today, 29 March. Available online at www.indiatoday. In magazine, the big story/sorry/20180409-gold-ban-iron-workers-manohar PRRIKAR 1201187 Thacker, K. 2018. M&M to return to China. Tap $25 billion agri equipment market. The Economic Times, 8 June. Available online at https://economictimes.indiatimes.com/industry auto-news/mm-to-return-$25-billion-agri-equipment-market/article show 645026444.cms. The Hindu Business Line, 2018. Sundram Fasteners China Arm Clocks. Indian Rupee Sign 250 CR revenue, 9 May. Available online at www.thehindubusinessline.com/news/Sundram-Fasteners-China-arm-clocks-250-CR-revenue/article 2382356.ece. The World Bank, 2019. World Bank Development Indicators. Available online at http://datatopics. worldbank.org/world-development-indicators/CNN. Times News Network, 2002. Jew clears info size request on the spot. The Times of India, 18 January. Available online at https://timesofindia.indiatimes.com/city/bengalu/Jew-clears-info size-request-on-the-spot/article show/961454261.cms. United Nations, 2019. United Nations Commodity Trade Statistics Database. Available online at https://comtrade.org/. Venture Guru Cool, 2018. Second Startup India Investment Seminar 2018. Beijing, 30 November. Available online at www.venturegurucool.com/blog/second-investment-seminar-2018-Beijing. World Economic Forum, 2018. Readiness for the Future of Production Report 2018. Available online at www.weforum.org/docs/FOP_readiness_report_2018.pdf. 18 China, India, and Asian Connectivity. China's Yu Linmin Wang. In 2013, China's President Xi Jinping proposed the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, to run through the continents of Asia, Europe, and Africa. Enhancing connectivity within Asia is one of the most fundamental goals of the BRI. In parallel, India has been promoting various initiatives to improve connectivity among South Asian countries, as also in other neighboring countries. However, China's BRI does not easily fit with India's strategy on regional connectivity and its broader geopolitical vision. This chapter attempts to explore the interaction between China and India on the BRI and how different geopolitical views pose potential hurdles for China-India cooperation in South Asian connectivity. The paper proceeds in 3 sections. The first part provides a brief overview of China's BRI plan on Asia connectivity, especially focusing on South Asia. The second section explores India's response toward the BRI under the Modi government. The third part analyzes Chinese views of India's stance on the BRI. Is China reshaping South Asia through connectivity? The United States, Japan, and other countries had already tried to sell the idea of Silk Road cooperation before the BRI, which may inspire China's thinking on regional connectivity. In 2011, U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton had proposed the new Silk Road as a means for Afghanistan to integrate further into the region by resumming traditional trading routes and reconstructing significant infrastructure links broken by decades of conflict. Since 2011, Japan had used the term Silk Road diplomacy for its Central Asia policy since 2004, MOFA 2004. China's political leaders also frequently mentioned the Silk Road in their speeches before the BRI. When meeting with Central Asian countries, Arab countries, and Central and Eastern European countries, Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao repeatedly mentioned that Silk Road and the Maritime Silk Road in history. At the opening ceremony of the Second China-Eurasia Economic Development and Cooperation Forum held in 2012, he made a speech toward the new glory of the Silk Road, which emphasized connectivity and economic cooperation between China and Eurasian countries. In 2012, how did the China's leaders transform a historical concept, the Silk Road, into official policy? The specific processes and reasons for adopting the BRI are still not definitively known. Various policy and intellectual communities in China have different views on the motivations for the initiative. The economic community believes that BRI is economically rational. For example, famous economist Justin Yifulin and others maintain that, after more than 30 years high-speed economic growth, China needs 304 Lin Minwang to change its economic development model. China's future economic growth should be based on a careful plan in which its surplus capital and industrial capacity are geared toward global projects in order to maximize returns. In this view, the BRI is a vehicle for a more internationalized Chinese economy. In 2018, on the other hand, the diplomatic and strategic community in China links the BRI to the Westward Strategy. Point 1. Before President Xi Jinping took office, the Westward Strategy had been hotly debated within strategic circles in 2012. This debate may have been one of the original sources for the birth of the BRI. South 2015. At that time, China-Japan relations were tense due to the Diaoyu Islands dispute, and the United States was implementing its rebalance to Asia policy. In this context, the new Chinese government under Xi chose a version of the Westward Strategy. As part of the strategy, President Xi visited Russia for his first state visit and Premier Li Keqiang visited India for his first overseas trip as premier in 2013. Nonetheless, when President Xi Jinping first proposed the BRI, there was no absolute clarity on the aims of the initiative. At the third plenary session of the 18th CPC Central Committee, held in November 2013, the Chinese government decided to adopt the BRI as a key new measure to build a more open economic system. At this meeting, it was clear that the initial goal of the BRI was to promote the new round of economic development for China, the Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China 2013. 1 year later, at the beginning of 2015, China set up a steering group for the BRI headed by Zhang Jiaoli, a member of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee and Vice Premier of the State Council. The mission of the steering group of the BRI is to study important issues related to planning, policy, and projects, and to provide guidance and coordination in the implementation of the initiative. Xinhua 2017. In March 2015, the document, Vision and Actions on Jointly Building Silk Road Economic Belt and 21st Century Maritime Silk Road, was officially launched, setting a clear direction for the BRI. Since the BRI was first proposed, its specific content has changed slightly, but its core has remained unchanged. The Silk Road Economic Belt focuses on bringing together China, Central Asia, Russia, and Europe, the Baltic, linking China with the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean Sea through Central Asia and West Asia, and connecting China with Southeast Asia, South Asia, and the Indian Ocean. The 21st Century Maritime Silk Road is designed to go from China's coast to Europe through the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean in one route, and from China's coast through the South China Sea to the South Pacific in the other. NDRC 2015. On land, the initiative will focus on jointly building a new Eurasian land bridge, China-Mongolia-Russia economic corridors, China-Central Asia-West Asia economic corridors, China-Indo-China Peninsula economic corridors, the China-Pakistan economic corridor, CPEC, and the Bangladesh-China-India-Myanmar, BCIM economic corridor. The BRI is an ambitious plan for the opening of and cooperation among Asian countries. South Asia is an important region for the BRI. President Xi emphasized the position and role of South Asia. He noted that the region is located at the intersection of the Silk Road Economic Belt and the 21st Century Maritime Silk Road. Xinhua 2015. In China's view of Asian connectivity 305 September 2014, he delivered a speech entitled In Joint Pursuit of the Dream of National Renewal to the Indian Council of World Affairs, New Delhi. In the speech, he stated that the BRI is aimed at strengthening connectivity among countries along the routes of the traditional land and maritime Silk Roads, with a view to achieving common prosperity, complementarity in trade, and closer people-to-people ties. The speech expressed the hope that, propelled by the two wings of the belt and the road, China's economy would take off together with those of the South Asian countries. Xi 2014. With the exception of India, most South Asian countries actively embrace the BRI. Through it, China has increasingly expanded its economic presence in the region. From 2013 to 2017, China's trade with South Asia grew from $91.3 billion to $126.8 billion in 2018. Although China is not the top export destination for South Asian countries, it is nonetheless one of the top sources of imports for these countries, the largest for Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, the second largest for Nepal, and the third largest for Maldives. Samrani 2019. 5. At the same time, in 2012-2016, China exported more arms than Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, pushing it up to third place among arms exporting nations. It is now a major supplier of military equipment to India's neighbors, with Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar receiving over 70% of its exports between 2012 and 2017. Matthews and Ping 2017. In South Asia, the CPEC has made rapid progress. As of 2018, there are 22 projects under the framework of the CPEC. CPEC, 9 of which have been completed and 13 of which are under construction, with a total investment of $19 billion that is expected to drive up the annual economic growth of Pakistan by 1 to 2 percentage points. In addition, the CPEC has created 70,000 jobs for Pakistan, Liu 2018, Shinwan 2018. The early harvest projects of the economic corridor are dominated by energy and transportation infrastructure, and these are intended to help break the bottlenecks holding back Pakistan's economic development. FMPRC 2018b. China and Nepal too have made important progress in the construction of the BRI. On 24th of June 2018, Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli of Nepal paid an official visit to China, and the two sides agreed to build a three-dimensional connectivity network across the Himalayas. In particular, they signed a number of cooperation agreements such as a Memorandum of Cooperation on the construction of a cross-border railway from Geelong, Jaiarong in Tibet to Kathmandu, FMPRC 2018a. In 2018, they signed the Transit Transport Agreement. China allowed Nepal to use 4 Chinese ports to trade with other countries. According to the agreement, Nepal can use the ports of Tianjin, Shenzhen, Liaoyang, and Zhenjiang in China, as well as the ports of Lanzhou, Lhasa, and Shigas to trade with other countries. Yangpu 2018. The construction of the BRI between China and Bangladesh is also making rapid headway. During President Xi's visit to Bangladesh in 2016, China promised to provide $21.5 billion in loans to help Bangladesh's domestic modernization. Zhang 2018. The 27 agreements and memorandums of understanding signed by the two sides cover various areas of the national economy such as trade and investment, marine economy, road and bridge construction, power and energy, maritime Cooper and ion, and communication technology. Cooperation in these fields is aimed at greatly enhancing Bangladesh's domestic industrial production and level of social governance. China and Bangladesh also plan to connect Kunming, Myanmar, and Chittagong by strengthening road and railway networks and forming an international traffic corridor across Southeast Asia, South Asia in order to facilitate regional interconnection and economic and trade development. Zhang 2018. 306 Lin Minwang Myanmar is particularly prominent in the development of the BRI. On 19 November 2017, Foreign Minister Wang Yi met with Burmese State Councillor and Foreign Minister Aung San Suu Kyi. They announced that China proposes to build a China-Myanmar economic corridor. In September 2018, the two countries signed a memorandum of understanding on the joint construction of the China-Myanmar economic corridor and convened the first meeting of the Corridor Joint Commission. They signed the framework agreement for the Yunnan Industrial New City and China-Myanmar Border Economic Cooperation Zone. China's presence in the Indian Ocean has become more visible as a result of its anti-piracy operations and port construction, especially with the construction of a naval logistics supply base in Djibouti. After the Abdul Yamin government of Maldives took office in 2013, India-Maldives relations went into a downward spiral. Abdul Yamin was thought to have acted in a pro-China way when the Maldives Parliament passed a constitutional amendment on the 22nd of July 2015 allowing foreigners to buy land provided they invest more than $1 billion and provided that 70% of the land is reclaimed from the Indian Ocean. BBC 2015. Sri Lanka has always been a key country in the construction of the BRI. However, following the 2015 Sri Lankan general election, the Colombo Port City project was suspended in March of that year and resumed only in March 2016. China and the Sri Lankan government reached a new agreement in August 2016. 20 hectares of land used by China under the previous agreement were now given to it in a 99-year lease in the new agreement. Yangpu 2016. The Hambantota Port project also acts Perry and several twists and turns. Eventually, on the 29th of July 2017, the Sri Lankan government signed a franchise agreement with the China Merchants Group Holdings. The Chinese company will hold a 70% stake in a joint venture with the state-run Sri Lanka Ports Authority in order to run the Hambantota port. On the 9th of December 2017, the franchise agreement came into effect, and Sri Lanka officially handed over the port to the China Merchants Group Holdings. China.com 2017. China has undoubtedly expanded its economic influence in South Asia through the BRI. At present, the impact has been primarily at the economic level, while the impact at the strategic level has been relatively limited. In the long run, the BRI in South Asia will have geopolitical implications. Through CPEC, China-Pakistan economic ties have strengthened. The construction of Gwadar port has caused India to be very worried about China's possible military presence in the North Indian Ocean and the Straits of Hormuz, which will change the complex geopolitical situation in this region. At the same time, India is worried that China's project in Pakistan-controlled Kashmir will further insert Beijing into the disputes between India and Pakistan and strengthen Islamabad's territorial claims. The Sino-Nepalese Transit Transport Agreement and the cross-border railway construction from Geelong to Kathmandu may also have geopolitical impact. Because of the geographical constraints of the Himalayas, Nepal is highly dependent on India, which constitutes an important source of influence for New Delhi. When Nepal adopted a new constitution in September 2015, India deliberately implemented a virtual embargo to force the Nepalese government to give the Madasi people, who are ethnically linked to northern Indians, greater political power. With the construction of the cross-border railway with China, Nepal would be able to reduce its complete dependence on India. With the strengthening of China-Bangladesh economic cooperation under the BRI, coupled with the already deeper security and defense ties between the two countries, India has become increasingly anxious about the possibility of its eastern neighbor being China's view of Asian connectivity 307 developed into another, all-weather strategic partner like Pakistan. Most worryingly, between 2009 and 2013, Bangladesh sourced over 80% of its arms from China, to rank in the top 3 customers of Chinese arms. Midlai 2015. As the land bridge connecting South Asia and Southeast Asia, Myanmar occupies an important geopolitical position. China-Myanmar relations have developed rapidly since 1988. One of the most troubling issues for India is that China may expand its presence around the Bay of Bengal. Indian analysts have long speculated that China wants to have military bases around the Bay of Bengal. Quran 2008. For India, the ability to control the maritime traffic lines that cross the Bay of Bengal to the Andaman Sea and through the Straits of Malacca into the Pacific Ocean is its bargaining chip in dealing with competitors, especially China. With respect to the Maldives, India is worried that China may be invited to carry out land reclamation there. Anand Kumar, an Indian analyst based at the Institute for Defense Studies and Analyses (IDSA) in New Delhi, has noted said, "The constitution has been amended for the benefit of the Chinese. It is only China which has capital to acquire 70% of the land for land reclamation," as quoted in Kumar 2015. In December 2017, during the state visit of Abdul Yamin to China, the two countries signed a memorandum of understanding and a free trade agreement for the joint promotion of the BRI. These agreements were regarded as signs of the Maldives moving even closer to China. However, Abdul Yamin was defeated by Ibrahim Mohammed Salih in the 2018 presidential election held on the 23rd of September 2018, which cast into doubt the prospects of the BRI in the Maldives. New Delhi remains concerned though that China will continue to make strategic inroads in the island nation. China acquisition of Hambantota port in Sri Lanka has been seen by some Indian commentators as a clear indication of Beijing's string of pearls strategy to surround India and contain it in the Indian Ocean. See 2017. saying 2018, while Sri Lankan officials have publicly stated that the port would not be used for military purposes, this does not seem to have allayed New Delhi's concerns. Low 2018. In 2018, India paid $300 million for a 40-year lease over Hambantota Airport, dubbed the world's emptiest airport. The move has been seen as a means to prevent Hambantota Port from being developed into a Chinese naval port, since it would lack the relevant air surveillance capabilities. Booster 2017. In another move to counter Chinese influence, India entered into an agreement with Japan and Sri Lanka to develop a deep-sea container port at the port of Colombo. PTI 2019. The geopolitical impact of the BRI for South Asia mentioned earlier is speculation for now, not reality. While the BRI will have long-run geopolitical implications, the Chinese government emphasizes that the BRI is a means of furthering Chinese strategic interests. For China, the main goal of the BRI at present is to take China's domestic economic development to the next stage. As China's domestic market competition is already intense, China's infrastructure construction companies need to expand into the global market. India's response to the BRI clearly, India does not welcome China's expanding economic role in South Asia, and it has responded negatively to the BRI. On the other hand, China sees India as an important partner in the initiative. Before China formally announced the launch of the BRI, China and India had already reached an agreement to build a BCIM economic 308 Lin-Minwang corridor in 2013. At the 17th round of the border meeting of the special representatives of the two countries on 10–12 of February 2014 in New Delhi, China's special representative Yang Jiechi invited India to join China in building the 21st century maritime Silk Road. The Indian representative, National Security Advisor Shiv Shankar Menon, accepted the Chinese invitation and made a positive comment on the project. PTI 2014a. However, when Indian Vice President Mohammad Hamid Ansari participated in the commemoration of the 5 Principles of Peaceful Coexistence colloquium in Beijing in May 2014, the Chinese side raised the issue of India joining the BRI. In response, Ansari said that BCIM, Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar is a good and positive initiative, and we will be supportive of it. And as for the BRI, we have asked for more details to be able to study the proposal in all its fullness. PTI 2014b. In other words, by then, India had already come to believe that China's BRI lacked transparency. In September 2014, when President Xi visited India, India's response to the BRI was to counter-propose similar projects. One such project is Project NASAM, which will promote cooperation among countries in the Indian Ocean region. The other is the Spice Route, through which India will expand economic and cultural exchange between India and Southeast Asian countries. India has, however, not made any substantial investments in either project so far. In 2015, India began to gradually make clear its opposition toward the BRI. In February of that year, Indian Foreign Minister Sushma Swaraj attended the China-India-Russia tripartite foreign ministers meeting in Beijing. In response to the Indian media's question on why India would not join the BRI, she said that New Delhi saw no need to give the blanket endorsement to the plan, adding that it would work with Beijing where there was synergy. India's official position was that it was awaiting further details from China on the plan. Krishna 2015. In the run-up to the first BRI International Cooperation Forum held in Beijing in May 2017, China invited India to attend. Liu Jinsong, Minister and Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in India, explained that the connectivity between China and Pakistan will unavoidably pass through the Kashmir area. On the Pakistan side, the China-Pakistan Karakoram-Kunlun Road was built in the 1960s and put into use in the 1980s. Therefore, it's no fresh news for India that China and Pakistan's transportation connections and related cooperation surpass the Kashmir region. Liu 2017. He also assured his host that China has no intention to interfere in the territorial and sovereignty disputes between India and its neighbors. Liu 2017. Luo Zhaohui, the Chinese ambassador to India, asserted during a speech to the United Service Institution (USI) on May 5 that TPCPEC is for promoting economic cooperation and connectivity. It has no connections to or impact on sovereignty issues. Embassy of the PRC in the Republic of India 2017. Luo said that China is even willing to consider renaming the CPEC. Mitchell 2017. This is the first time ever that a Chinese official had publicly talked of renaming the CPEC project. These assurances from the Chinese side have not fundamentally addressed India's core concerns. India continues to regard China's efforts as cosmetic. On the 13th of May 2017, China's view of Asian Connectivity 309 responding to a query on the participation of India in the BRI forum, the official spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs, MEA, said, "Connectivity initiatives must be based on universally recognized international norms, good governance, rule of law, openness, transparency and equality. Connectivity initiatives must follow principles of financial responsibility to avoid projects that would create unsustainable debt burden for communities, balanced ecological and environmental protection and preservation standards, transparent assessment of project costs, and skill and technology transfer to help long-term running and maintenance of the assets created by local communities. Connectivity projects must be pursued in a manner that respects sovereignty and territorial integrity." MEA 2017. New Delhi indirectly implied that the BRI did not meet these critical standards. India urged China to engage in a meaningful dialogue on its connectivity initiative and noted it was awaiting a positive response from the Chinese side. MEA 2017. This statement by India's foreign ministry received wide attention in the international media. Prior to the statement, the Indian media had prepared the ground with negative reports on the BRI. Before the first BRI forum in May 2017, it began to report that the initiative had led to an unsustainable debt burden for Sri Lanka and serious ecological damage in Nepal. These negative reports correlated with the content of the 13th of May statement. The timing of India's statement was also a clear signal to the international community that New Delhi was not positive about the BRI. India wanted to boycott the CPEC and wanted the world to know why. India thus became the first and most prominent country to oppose and question the initiative. China also seems to have given up on its efforts to invite India to participate in the BRI. At the second BRI International Cooperation Forum held in 2019, reference to the BCIM economic corridor was deleted from the BRI projects list, which indicates that China has abandoned all projects involving India. Chinese views and reactions to India's position. China and India are both regional powers. Their rise at the end of the Cold War has intensified the competition between the two countries in South Asia and the Indian Ocean region. India is increasingly worried about its dominant position in both areas. With the rapid advancement of the BRI, India is particularly concerned that the smaller South Asian countries will turn away from their traditional reliance on India as they draw closer to China. In India's view, the BRI has significant geopolitical implications. As Indian Foreign Secretary Subramaniam J. Shankar said at the Raisina dialogue in New Delhi, in the absence of an agreed security architecture in Asia, connectivity could give rise to unnecessary competitiveness. Connectivity should diffuse national rivalries, not add to regional tensions. J. Shankar 2016. He also pointed out out that, if we seek a multipolar world, the right way to begin is to create a multipolar Asia, J. Shanker 2016. His view undoubtedly parallels the thinking of many Indian strategists who see the BRI as China's instrument to construct a Sino-centric global order. When Chinese Prime Minister Wen Jiabao visited India in December 2010, the joint statement issued by China and India mentioned that there was enough space in the world for both China 300 and Lin Minwang and India to grow. MEA 2010. But the tone has changed. For Indian strategists, China promotes the construction of the BRI around India's neighboring countries to squeeze India's geopolitical space so that all roads lead to Beijing. Point 2. China understands India's strategic concerns. To address them, Beijing had at first invited India to participate in the BRI projects in South Asia. Earlier, China had invited India to join the BCIM Economic Corridor and China-Nepal-India Economic Corridor, FMPRC 2015. However, China found that it was difficult to achieve much progress in these projects due to India's negative attitude. It therefore stopped making the effort to persuade India, and no longer took measures to include India-related projects under BRI. As noted earlier, China even omitted mention of the BCIM Economic Corridor, BCIM, in the annex of the Joint Communique of the Leaders' Roundtable of the Second Belt and Road Forum, Xinhua 2019. In the meantime, India's attitude toward the BRI has affected the small South Asian countries' participation in BRI projects. Nepal and Bangladesh were hesitant initially to formally accept the BRI and have subsequently proceeded slowly. As a response to the BRI, the Modi government has placed higher priority on South Asia's connectivity. Soon after China and Nepal signed an agreement to build the China-Nepal Railway, India too signed an agreement with Nepal to build a railway. More broadly, New Delhi has made a series of moves to counter Chinese BRI-linked influence. It proposed that Neighbor First policy for South Asia, the Act East policy for Southeast Asia, the Link West policy for the West Asian and Persian Gulf countries, and the Connect Central Asia policy in Central Asia. Indian connectivity projects may well affect the construction of BRI projects and thus are seen in Beijing as countermeasures to BRI. For example, India's efforts to construct a Chabahar port in Iran may affect the CPEC. Chabahar is less than 100 kilometers from Gwadar port in Pakistan. Both Afghanistan and Central Asian countries can bypass Pakistan because of Chabahar, reducing their dependence on it. India is also building a Sitwe port in the inland water terminal in Papua, which is not far from the Chinese-built Gyeongju deep sea port and Gyeongju Special Economic Zone in the Rakhine state of Myanmar. India's stance on the BRI is a serious obstacle for China. Nevertheless, Beijing places great strategic importance on China-India relations and maintains a larger view of its ties with New Delhi. India is a big country which is rising rapidly. It is in fact moving from being a regional power to being a global power. Sino-Indian relations will have extensive regional and global implications and may even become one of the most important bilateral relationships in world politics. In the Chinese view, India is different from other regional powers. India pursues a balanced diplomacy, does not follow the United States unlike Japan, and does not have a big ideological quarrel with China. Since both China and India have had a history of being colonized and are rising powers in an international system dominated by the United States and Europe, they have more consonant views on the current international system and could be natural allies on many global issues. They also share a common interest in peace and development. These foundations make it possible for the two countries to explore and develop better relations. During the informal Wuhan summit in May 2018, President Xi and Prime Minister Modi reached a consensus on the BRI. China now understands that India cannot express its formal support for the initiative. Its current stance is to promote cooperation between the two countries in regional connectivity and in the economic sphere and no longer seek India's formal acceptance of the BRI. As a result, at the China's View of Asian Connectivity 311 summit, both sides announced that they would pursue a path of China-India Plus for deeper cooperation in the surrounding region. One of the China-India Plus cooperation programs is jointly conducting a training program for Afghan diplomats. The two sides also discussed China-India Plus cooperation on the Rohingya issue in Myanmar and the Iranian nuclear issue. For China, this new model of cooperation can also be extended to South Asian countries including Nepal and Bhutan on some projects of mutual interest. In the long run, India's enhanced connectivity with its neighboring countries should be welcomed by China because New Delhi's efforts to promote connectivity in and around South Asia have increased the level of connectivity and interoperability across the region, providing opportunities for linking up projects and various schemes including the BRI in the future. Conclusion: the BRI proposed by China has caused negative reactions in India. The perception gap between two countries has added to the geopolitical competition between the two Asian giants. However, with the ups and downs of the Sino-Indian relationship during Modi's first term in office behind it, the Indian government seems to be moving toward a more rational, practical approach to the BRI and connectivity. Although China has given up its efforts to include India in the BRI, it has not given up on cooperation with India on some connectivity projects. The future prospects are relatively bright, even though the road to deeper cooperation may be tortuous. Notes 1. The so-called westward strategy was widely discussed in China's strategic circles. Professor Wang Jie of Peking University is one of the leading exponents of it. The core idea is that China should pay more strategic attention to the western and northern parts of China. Since the reform and opening up in 1978, China has mainly developed economic and diplomatic relations with the United States, Europe, and East Asian countries. In the future, China should expand its economic and strategic relations with its western and northern neighboring countries. To former Indian Foreign Secretary Kanwal Sibal sees the goal of the BRI as the establishment of a China-centric system in Asia, which would lead to the marginalization of other powers like India. Sibal 2017. This view is shared by noted Indian strategic analyst C. Raja Mohan, who believes that the BRI would serve to strengthen China's influence in India's neighborhood and marginalize Delhi's regional primacy. Mohan 2017. Bibliography and B. 2018. Trade with South Asia to expand. China Daily. 15 June. Available online at www.chinadaily.com.cn/a/201806/15/WS5B22F64F3100108F59D111.html. Access to 10th of August 2019. BBC. 2015. Maldives Foreign Land Ownership Reform Bill is approved. 23 July. Available online at www.bbc.com/news/world-asia-33638516. Access to 23rd of August 2019. Brewster, D. 2017. Why does India want to buy the world's emptiest airport? Courts India, 5 December. Available online at https://qz.com/india/11466925/3-lankas-hambantoda-y-this-india-1-the-world's emptiest airport/ Sao X. 2015. Jingzhou Yaojian Yao Shang Zhongyao Yi Dai Yailu. Financial Times Chinese. 8 June. Available online at www.fechinese.com/story/0010623889 question full equals y ampersand archive. Access the 1st of September 2018. 312 linmanwangchina.com 2017. Hanban Zhuo Zhuang Jinjing Quan Jin Yijia Zongfang Faoren Jiang Yang Zuo Hai Zhongjide 9 December. Available online at https://military.china.com/import and 11132797201712009 317859552.html. Access the 10th of June 2018. DOS. United States Department of State. 2011. U.S. support for the New Silk Road. Available online at https://2009-2017.state.gov/p/sca/ci/af/new Silk Road/index.htm. Access 25 August 2019. Data. P. K. 2017. Can China really encircle India with its string of pearls? The Great Game of Asia. India Today. 15 June. Available online at www.indiatoday.in/india/story/China encircle India string of pearls 982,932,017 Embassy of the PRC in the Republic of India. 2017. Remarks by HE Ambassador Luo Zhaohui at the United Service Institution of India. 5 May. Available online at http://in china-embassy.org/ang/embassy_news/t1459430.htm. Access the 25th of August 2019. FMPRC. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China. 2015. Wang Yi. Zonjian Jugongtong Kan Unibar Zhongjiang Yi Tantao Zhongyi and Sanguo Jingji Zuaolang de Chengangshi. 25 June. Available online at www.fmprc.gov.cn/web/GJHEQ_67620/YZ_6760603/YZ_67608/T1276059.html. Access the 26th of August 2018. FMPRC. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China. 2018. A joint statement between the People's Republic of China and Nepal. 22 June. Available online at www.fmprc.gov.cn/mfa_66538/2649_6653937/T1570977.html. Access the 10th of November 2018. FMPRC. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China. 2018. B. Wang Yi. Zhangba Jingjizu Langjian Shichangguo Shishazai Mayu Jiaz Hongba Zayu Fudan. 8 September. Available online at www.mfa.gov.cn/web/zy/T1593417.html. Yangpu. 2016. Zhangqi Fanqi Zai So Lanka Kellen Po Ganku Cheng Zayang Mudi Jingguang Pei. 3 August. Available online at http://w.huanqyu.com/r/mbawcntcwodnf-mtn4xz0nzxnjgwmda equals. Access the 10th of June 2018. Yangpu. 2018. Zongyao Hinibar Kian. Lishusheng Ganku Zuayun Nethensuan. 10 September. Available online at http://mil.huanqyu.com/world/2018-09/12973419.html. AC says the 10th of October 2018. J. Shankar, S. 2016. Speech by Foreign Secretary at Rising Dialogue in New Delhi, Ministry of External Affairs. 2 March. Available online at www.maya.gov.in/speeches-statements. HTM. DTL 26433. Speech _by_foreign secretary at Rising dialogue in new Delhi March 2 2015. Access the 19th of June 2017. Kurana, G. S. 2008. China's String of Pearls in the Indian Ocean and its Security Implications. Strategic Analysis 32-1. 140. Krishnan, A. 2015. China asks India to put aside Maritime Silk Road concerns. India Today, 12 February. Available online at www.indiatoday.in/world/story/China-India-ASEAN-Sushima SWRHA Maritime Silk Road concerns 240,048,015 0212. Access the 22nd of August 2019. Kumar, S. 2015. This will make the country a Chinese colony. The Diplomat, 25 July. Available online at https://thediplomat.com/2015/well-make-the-country-the-Chinese-colony. Access the 1st of July 2019. Lin, Y. 2018. Yunyalu 2.0. Zhongyao Yunlingzia to Jehu, Beijing. Yijing University Press. Liu, J. 2017. Belt and Road. Sharing Opportunities. Speech by Ambassador Liu Jinsong at the Belt and Road Initiative Conference at Observer Research Foundation, Mumbai. Embassy of the People's Republic of China in the Republic of India. 21 April. Available online at http://in.china-embassy.org/ang/embassy_news/t1455781.htm. Access the 1st of September 2018. Liu, Z. 2018. China. Pakistan can resolve investment problems, but Belt and Road concerns should not be ignored. Experts say. South China Morning Post. 10 September. Available online at www.scmp.com/news/china/diplomacy/article/216364/China-Pakistan- can resolve investment problems. Belt and Road. Access to September. China's view of Asian connectivity 313 Low, K. 2018. A Chinese flag flies over Sri Lanka as China extends its reach into India's backyard. South China Morning Post. 5 January. Available online at www.scmp.com/news/China/diplomacy-defense/article/21268997/Chinese-flag-flies-over-Sri Lanka-China-extends. Matthews, R. and Ping, X. 2017. Why the World Should Fear China's Military. The National Interest. 27 September. Available online at https://nationalinterest.org/blog/the-buzz/y- The World Should Fear China's Military Exports 22,494. Access the 22nd of August 2019. MEA, Ministry of External Affairs. 2010. Joint Communique of the Republic of India and the People's Republic of China. 16 December. Available online at https://maya.gov.in/bilateral-documents.htm question DTL/5158/joint plus COMMUNIQ U plus of plus the plus Republic plus of plus India plus in plus the plus peoples plus Republic plus of plus China MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, 2017. Official spokesperson's response to a query on participation of India in OBRBRI Forum, 13 May. Available online at https://maya.gov. In media-briefings.htm question DTL/28463/official plus spokespersons plus response plus 2 plus A plus query plus on plus part ICIPATION plus plus India plus and plus OBRBRI plus forum. Access the 1st of September 2018. Miglani S. 2015. Indian leader heading to Bangladesh with China on his mind. Reuters, 28 May. Available online at www.reuters.com/article/India-Bangladesh-China/Indian-leader-heading to Bangladesh with China on his mind at USL3N0YG2QG20150527. Access 25 July 2019. Mitra, D. 2017. To meet Indian concerns, China offers to rename China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. The Wire, 8 May. Available online at https://thewire.in/diplomacy/China-Pakistan-India OBOR. Access the 25th of August 2019. MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, 2004. Central Asia plus Japan Dialogue Foreign Ministers Meeting. Relations between Japan and Central Asia as they enter a new era. Joint statement between the Foreign Ministers of Japan, Kazakhstan, the Kyrgyz Republic, the Republic of Tajikistan, and the Republic of Uzbekistan in Astana on the 28th of August. Available online at www.mofa.go.jp/region/Europe/dialogue/joint0408.pdf. Access the 25th of August 2019. Mohan, C. R. 2017. Network is the key. The Indian Express, 9 May. Available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/opinion/columns/network-is-dash-46466728/ NDRC, National Development and Reform Commission, 2015. Vision and Actions on Jointly Building Silk Road Economic Belt and 21st Century Maritime Silk Road, 28 March. Available online at http://en.ndrc.gov.cn/news release/201503/T20150330_6693667.html. PTI, Press Trust of India, 2014. A. China invites India to join its Maritime Silk Road Initiative. The Economic Times, 14 February. Available online at https://economictimes.indiatimes.com/news economy infrastructure. China-invites-India-to-join-its-maritime-silk-road-initiative/article show 304000642.cms question from =MGR. Access the 24th of August 2019. PTI, Press Trust of India, 2014b. India okay with BCIM. Wants details on China Maritime Silk Road. The Economic Times, 30 June. Available online at https://economictimes.indiatimes.com/news/economy/foreign-trade/India-okay-with-BCIM-wants-details-on-China-Maritime-silk-road/article show/3752927.cms. Access the 10th of March 2019. PTI, Press Trust of India, 2019. Sri Lanka signs port deal with India, Japan. The Economic Times, 28 May. Available online at https://economictimes.indiatimes.com/news/defense/Sri-Lanka signs-port-deal-with-India-Japan/print article/69547981.cms. Samaranag, N. 2019. China's engagement with smaller South Asian countries. United States Institute of Peace. Special Report 446. April. Available online at www.usip.org/publications/2019/04/China's engagement smaller South Asian countries. Access the 22nd of August 2019. Cybel, K. 2017. The Belt and Road Forum. India hits the nail. Indian Defense Review, 7 June. Available online at www.indiandefensereview.com/the-belt-on-road-forum-India-hits-the nail. Singh, A. 2018. China's strategic ambitions seen in the Hanbanto report in Sri Lanka. ORF commentaries, 27 July. Available online at www.orphanline.org/research/China's-strategic-ambitions-seen-HANBANTO-port-Sri Lanka/314 Min Wang, the Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China, 2013. Zhonggangzong-Yang-Guanyu-Guanmian-Chen-Wage-Ruogenzongda, Wentita-Juding, 15 November. Available online at www.gov.cn/jrzg/2013-115/content_2528179.htm. Access the 1st of September 2018. Win, J. 2012. Towards New Glory of the Silk Road. Speech at the opening session of the 2nd China-Eurasia Expo and the China-Eurasia Economic Development and Cooperation Forum at Urumqi on the 2nd of September. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, 2 September. Available online at www.mprc.gov.cn/mfa_66385/6653991/D977466.shtml. Access the 17th of August 2018. Xi, J. 2014. In joint pursuit of the dream of national renewal. Speech at the Indian World Affairs Committee on the 18th of September. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, 19 September. Available online at https://www.mprc.gov.cn/mfa_topics_6656778/ZJP T119430.html. Access the 1st of September 2018. Xinhuanet, 2015. Hijinpengzayabejazitanyahua 21 April. Available online at www.xinhuanet.com/world/2015-04/C_11150438004.htm. Access the 25th of January 2017. Xinhuanet, 2017. Backgrounder. Keywords on Belt and Road Initiative, 6 May. Available online at www.xinhuanet.com/English/2017-05/06/C_136261504.htm. Xinhuanet, 2018. Pakistan committed to completing CPEC. Supports China on core issues. Senate Chairman, 29 September. Available online at www.zjliyan.com/English/2018-0929. C_137500870.htm. Xinhuanet, 2019. Gongjian, Yidayalu Kaichang Miahe Weilai. Joint communique of the Leaders Roundtable of the Second Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation in Beijing, 27 April. Available online at www.xinhuanet.com/world/2019-04/27/C_11244252237. HTM. Access the 22nd of August 2019. Zhang, R. and Lu, C. 2018, Yunyilu, Menjila Fezin Zongsu, Duoji Zongda Ziyang Luo Shengen, Shenhua Silk Road, 5 January, available online at www.imsilkroad.com/news p. 78071.html, access to 25th of January 2019, 19 China, India, and Asian connectivity. India's view. Job in T. Jacob. Physical connectivity across borders is not a new idea in Asia. Even following partition in the Indian subcontinent, it was only after some decades and as a result of increasing tensions in the respective bilateral relationships that many connections or networks were blocked or gradually fell into disuse. For example, it was not until the India-Pakistan War of 1965 that riverine transportation between India and East Pakistan ceased completely. In other areas, however, especially along India's northeastern borders, border communities and trade in both traditional goods as well as more modern products continued freely, no matter the legal regimes in place governing such flows. This was equally true of China, for example, in its south along the borders of the ethnic minority-dominated provinces of Yunnan and Guangxi with Indochina. And it was not until after the March 2008 protests in Tibet that the Chinese government was able, owing to both its rising global political influence and economic capacity, to clamp down on the flow of Tibetan refugees southward with the cooperation of the Nepalese government. Nevertheless, it could also be argued, especially in the case of China, that much of the contemporary expansion of physical connectivity projects is based at least notionally on the idea that such connectivity existed in the past. The Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, Yilu, for example, has been explicitly advertised as being a revival of the ancient Silk Roads, as is evident from the names of the two primary prongs of the project, the Silk Road Economic Belt, SREB, and the 21st Century Maritime Silk Road, MSR, but the reference to the ancient Silk Roads should also remind us of the fact that it is also more readily understood, if not always easily accepted or admitted, that physical connectivity is accompanied by potential connectivities of other sorts, be they economic, cultural, or ideological. This chapter focuses on aspects of connectivity that go beyond just physical connectivity. China in particular is beginning to redefine the concept of connectivity from one that has largely been limited to physical, and to some extent financial, connectivity for purposes of trade and commerce to one that encompasses wider political, ideological, cultural, military, and social linkages. The chapter is divided into 5 sections. The first section provides a brief historical overview of Indian and Chinese objectives behind their physical connectivity projects, whether at home or abroad, while the second attempts to conceptualize the notion of connectivity, especially how China has redefined it under the rubric of its BRI. The third section looks at some of the domestic consequences of engaging in ambitious connectivity projects, however they are defined, for India and China, while the fourth offers some case studies on how Chinese connectivity projects work in practice in South 316 Job in T. Jacob Asia. This is followed by a section on India's responses to Chinese connectivity initiatives. The chapter closes with a brief conclusion. Physical connectivity. Historically, in the immediate aftermath of India's independence and the foundation of the People's Republic of China, the emphasis on physical connectivity was focused within each country's borders. It was about knitting each country's peripheries more closely to the center or the mainland. The Chinese Communists started a major road-building campaign in the West which allowed, among other things, the occupation of Tibet in 1950. Not long after, in India, an Indian army major hiked his way through thick jungle and high passes to claim Tawang in present-day Arunachal Pradesh, much smaller than Tibet but of significant political and religious import to the Tibetans and by extension to the Chinese. In 1951, and in response to China's action in Tibet, the government of India would constitute the Hemsng Committee, the first of many through the decades, to identify problems with infrastructure connectivity along its northern borders and to come up with recommendations to resolve them. It was thus evident that both governments were cognizant of the strategic significance of physical connectivity and how connectivity itself was understood as ensuring control and protecting and promoting national sovereignty and national interest. This underlying principle would eventually carry over into foreign policy, where both India and China understood the value of physical connectivity projects and countries where they offered development assistance. India engaged in such projects in Nepal and Bhutan, while the most famous such Chinese project outside its borders was the Jazar Railway project connecting Tanzania and Zambia between 1970 and 1975. At the same time, limited hard capital also encouraged the promotion of new forms of connectivity in the form of scholarships and training programs for foreign students and officials, respectively. In the immediate post-colonial era, this is how India and China, with ambitions to return to their rightful place in the world order, understood and deployed connectivity in their neighborhood and further afield. As a result, foreign visits to smaller neighbors by Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru or by Chinese Premier Zhu Enlai were exercises not so much in offering economic largesse but in showing solidarity and communicating that these countries counted for New Delhi or Beijing. By virtue of their ambition for their countries and the force of their personalities, Nehru and Zhu managed for a time to overcome a lack of economic resources and provide leadership at the regional and global levels. The apogee was reached at the Bandung Conference of 1955, before India's defeat in the 1962 conflict with China ended its pretensions into the radical turn of Chinese communism in the 1960s under Mao Zedong undermined Zhu's carefully cultivated image of China abroad. Today, however, with fast-paced economic growth, both countries have revived not only their physical connectivity projects within their borders but also abroad and have refashioned past patterns of international outreach for the 21st century. Connectivity defined and reimagined issues related to physical connectivity have long been examined in the literature coming out of India's think tanks and research institutions. In China, there has been an uptick in attention to the subject since the 2013 launch of the BRI, previously known in English India's view of connectivity 317 as One Belt, One Road or OBR. The concept of connectivity itself is seldom defined in the policy literature. It is normally assumed as encompassing road, rail, and air routes with the objective of economic development and or integration. This is evident from simply looking at the subjects that are generally covered. They are usually about transport corridors or economic corridors built on the backs of new or expanded transport networks. On the Indian side, much work on connectivity-related issues, usually in the nature of physical networks of road and rail transport into economic corridors, has been carried out by the Indian Ministry of External Affairs think tank, the Research and Information Systems for Developing Countries. See, for example, RIS 2016A, 2016B. Scholars at the Institute of Chinese Studies, Delhi have addressed issues related to economic development, diplomacy, and culture as well as institutionalization. Jacob 2012, 2013, 2014, Rana and Ubroy 2012. In terms of ambition or scope, policy elites do understand that other forms of connectivity exist and can be useful. In the Indian case, it is usually the lack of resources and, therefore, the prioritization that this necessitates that has led to connectivity generally being understood as a matter of physical infrastructure projects. Such projects are more easily measurable in terms of both progress, foundation stones laid, construction begun, lengths completed, and results, volume of vehicles, of passengers, of trade car read on. By contrast, softer or cultural forms forms of connectivity, such as scholarships for students, vocational training courses, as well as other forms of training for civil servants, military officials, and so on, all of which also India carries out in substantial measure, are more difficult to quantify or assess in terms of impact. Further, unlike roads and railways, which are physically non-transferable and are easily identified as being built by a particular entity or country, the same students or officials can be targeted by multiple countries for scholarships or training courses, and thus, the purpose of the investment in them might potentially fail. Too. It is for this reason that despite their heavier capital costs, physical infrastructure development occupies a large part of overseas assistance for countries such as India. India's immediate neighbors, Nepal and Bhutan, receive the lion's share of India's overseas development assistance as part of efforts to build up and strengthen their economic linkages with India. Afghanistan also receives a considerable level of assistance, even though it is not physically linked to India. Of course, in the case of each of these smaller countries, India also expends considerable amounts in terms of scholarships and technical training courses. It is worth noting that the big physical infrastructure projects get greater airtime and attention from Indian and foreign political elites. Consider, for instance, Indian Prime Minister Modi's inauguration of the Salma Dam in Afghanistan in 2016, Swami 2016, and of course, the Chinese media keeps up a constant stream of news about the BRI, with these projects advertised and promoted as successes of China's foreign policy and of its leader Xi Jinping. It is not surprising then that connectivity, by and large, is associated with hard physical infrastructure in the public imagination in India and China. At the same time, China's actions under the rubric of the BRI also make clear the widening ambit of connectivity. This will be evident from the several factors at play when examining China's many international physical infrastructure projects linking its territory with that of its neighbors. First, consider the economic logic or the lack thereof of such projects. China's new transport services by land across large distances might be considered surprising because these only make economic sense up to a certain point, and only in the case of certain 318 job and Jacob kinds of goods, as compared with transportation by sea. In October 2018, for example, a new rail and road cargo service was inaugurated linking Lanzhou, capital of Gansu province in western China, with Islamabad in Pakistan as part of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, Carry Logistics Network Limited 2018. While the route apparently saves 15 days from the regular sea route to Pakistan, the 4,500-kilometer trip takes 13 days, and service is expected to become regular in 2019. Port Technology 2018. It is difficult to understand what daily necessities or time-sensitive products China can sell currently, whose volume would also generate sufficient returns to justify the expense of a multimodal overland transport link through difficult terrain to Pakistan. The same argument applies to other major BRI initiatives, like a proposed Lanzhou link to Kathmandu in Nepal. The fact that an international firm of some repute, namely Carry Logistics, is involved in the transportation along the Lanzhou-Islamabad axis does not necessarily mean that the route, or any of China's other long-distance freight routes, is profitable for the producer, i.e. China, only that Carry Logistics finds it profitable. 3 Physical connectivity projects such as roads and railways, and even airports to an extent, are judged differently in terms of their economic value depending on whether these are domestic projects or transborder projects. Domestically, there are economic development, political, and sometimes military imperatives to implementing such transborder projects. In other words, returns on investment are not always calculated in monetary terms. Thus, Chinese projects connecting the mainland with Tibet or Xinjiang may not have any great economic logic, but rather a political logic of unifying the country. A second aspect, therefore, is the political one. Cross-border international projects run into considerably higher bureaucratic opposition from an economic viewpoint when the returns are uncertain. In the case of China, however, any infrastructure connectivity project that is sold under the rubric of the BRI will be implemented as a priority project, but that still does not explain why some projects take shape while others do not. What is the political logic of cross-border projects when they obviously do not have commensurate economic returns? While all of South Asia is a large market in terms of population, this does not necessarily translate into an equal number of consumers given the state of economic development and poverty in South Asia. It is possible, therefore, that the region or country in question to which China wishes to build a link has a certain degree of priority in China's long-term political calculations. In the case of Pakistan, the sheer lack of economic logic of the CPEC paradoxically makes it all the more necessary to keep up actions that appear to suggest that there is indeed economic merit to the whole enterprise, the equivalent, perhaps, of a Potemkin village in a self-sustaining loop. In the case of Nepal, however, it could be asked if India's fuel blockade in 2015, and the Nepalese actively courting Chinese alternatives on the occasion, might not have speeded up the extension of Chinese connectivity projects focused on the Tibet Autonomous Region, TAR, alone to across the border in Nepal as well. While currently the links were made by road, there are active plans afoot for railway connections between TAR and Kathmandu, Giri and Giri 2018. Part of the political logic in these instances is also the visual imagery or the propaganda value of China announcing such physical linkages to South Asia, a region with a history of poor connectivity and with the regional hegemon India's comparatively poor track record in implementing physical connectivity projects both within and outside its borders. Therefore, no matter the profitability of current Chinese connectivity projects to South Asia, they show Beijing as being willing to take risks and bear economic losses. India's view of connectivity 319 in the interest of its smaller neighbors, and undermining India's image by comparison. It might also be noted that there is currently some concern in Bhutan over the delays in construction of hydropower plants and how this would affect Bhutan's economic growth prospects. Cater 2017. As India is Bhutan's most important partner in this sector, both in terms of building hydropower projects and buying power from India, it is more likely than not that the blame will be pinned on India, offering yet another chance for China to push its case and interest in the Himalayan kingdom, with which it does not yet have official diplomatic relations. The third aspect is, of course, the military one. All physical infrastructure, when built to certain specifications, is dual use. The true import of the Lanzhou-Islamabad and Lanzhou-Kathmandu links, however, might not be so much that they will be used for troop or military equipment movements, but that such physical infrastructure projects come with their own security requirements. Thus, it is now a regular part of the conversation around CPEC that it is threatened by India. See, for example, Ahmed 2016, Ahmed 2017, Marwat 2018. This then creates the precedent and, therefore, the necessity over time for China to also scale up its security ties with the countries in question. In the case of Nepal, as noted earlier, there is considerable Chinese pressure for such cooperation. In the case of Pakistan, it might be argued that a stronger Chinese security presence in Pakistan undercuts the Pakistan Army's raison d'etre. However, where India can be shown as a common enemy, the Pakistan Army could justify its cooperation with the Chinese PO's Liberation Army and cede some space to the latter. Connectivity, however, is not limited to only promoting economic or military interests. Political interest in connectivity projects must also take into account the notion of the ideological, especially in the case of China, or more precisely with respect to the goals of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. This ideology currently officially references Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping theory, and Xi Jinping Jinping thought, as well as several non-EPONYMOUS concepts such as socialism with Chinese characteristics. In practice, though, this ideology is about one-party rule by the CCP based on an economic model that uses the tools of capitalism, including private enterprise and technological innovation, to continually strengthen party-state capital, vis gravis individual rights. In terms of how ideology operates in the connectivity sphere, one need only consider how the United States or Europe has used their superior economic situation in the past as a way of communicating notions of good governance or accountability as part of bailout or aid packages to third-world economies, either directly or through either of the Bretton Woods institutions. China has taken a similar tack in its connectivity projects using the power of its purse, except that it has shown little concern with democracy or popular accountability in countries that host its investments. Rather, it is interested precisely in undermining what it sees as an international order or legal regime based on Western norms and ideals and finding space for Chinese approaches and views. The fact that Xi Jinping's two-volume collection of speeches, titled Governance of China, is being translated into multiple languages and easily available, often for free, in countries around the world, even those that are not part of the BRI, is a case in point. In many ways, therefore, connectivity in Asia, especially as driven by China under the CCP, should be understood much more broadly than as something enabling physical access or economic development. It should be seen as an instrument of politics and influence, of communicating ideas and ideology. 320 Job and T. Jacob Connectivity and its consequences. It is important to underline that there are consequences to how connectivity is so forward and understood in the policy and popular levels in India and China. For instance, there are at least two consequences of the emphasis on physical infrastructure as the focus of connectivity. First, the huge capital expenditures that physical infrastructure projects involve are also the reason why they get delayed, because bureaucrats back in the aid-giving country, and this is especially true of developing countries like India and China, have to balance a number of commitments that the political elites have made, and the money and personnel required often come from or have to be cleared from a different ministry, i.e. than the foreign ministry. Of course, this is just as true of commitments involving scholarships and training programs, with India providing multiple cases over the years of foreign students not receiving their scholarships on time or foreign officials not being able to make it to courses on time or at all because the funds did not come through. For in one instance that involves China, Indian scholarship students studying in China who received stipends from both governments often face delays in receiving their money from the Indian government. 5.2. Physical infrastructure being built by the government for other countries also raises questions among citizens, especially of countries like India and China, about why this is a priority when there is a lack of adequate physical infrastructure at home. In particular, since the BRI has taken off, there has been disaffection at least in some sections in China for precisely this reason. 6. In both cases, there is a political challenge for the governments that are involved in executing connectivity projects in other countries. For one, if the objective is public diplomacy, then delays in getting things off the ground or to completion do not look good for the country executing the infrastructure project. India has an unfortunate representative mutation across the third world for precisely such delays. By contrast, the Chinese have, especially in recent years, a very strong reputation in relation to India, at least for timely completion of projects. 7. China's problems are different, however, with questions about the lack of transparency on contractual terms and the rather close ties to ruling elites and the whiff of corruption that is generally associated with anything the Chinese do. Examples abound in South Asia. The rather tortured path of the Budi Gandaki hydroelectric project in Nepal, in which different governments in Kathmandu have alternatively invited or kicked the Chinese out, is one example. New Spotlight 2017. Topper 2017. Another is the case of the Sri Lankans being forced to lease out their Hambantota port to China for 99 years because they could not repay their debt. Schultz 2017. In fact, the Sri Lanka case has been highlighted within Pakistan by those concerned about the terms and feasibility of the CPEC. Hussein 2018. Sri Lanka also offers a well-documented case of Chinese bribe and political elites. Abiy Habib 2018. For another, if the Indian and Chinese governments have to face opposition from their own population for their overseas development assistance, then this too becomes politically untenable beyond a point. While India as a democracy should be rather more sensitive to this issue, the fact is that foreign policy, including foreign assistance, is not generally an issue that exercises the Indian public imagination. Knowledge of these matters is limited to the policy and academic elites, where there is a greater understanding of the need for such activity. Such consensus also exists in elite circles in China. The aforementioned ideological aspects to Chinese connectivity projects means that the CCP's interests are now closely identified in India's view of connectivity. 321 with China's national interest. Whatever their personal views of the CCP, members of the elite in the country can be willing to accept this melding of party and state interests, since it also helps to promote, for the moment, at least, the image and position of China as a whole in international affairs. However, there are also problems here. For one, quite apart from the political, business, or intellectual elites, there is a sizable educated and increasingly world-aware population in China who can reach a different cost-benefit analysis of connectivity projects than their government. The other issue is that with the limited avenues for dissent in China, even at elite levels, raising questions about Chinese foreign policy in general and about the BRI in particular offers another way of channeling dissatisfaction, including toward Xi Jinping given the BRI's close association with him. At the same time, it might be argued that given Xi's current degree of power in the political system and the fact that the concept of BRI itself became a part of the CCP's constitution in October 2017, Xinhua 2017, any opposition to the BRI also comes with high costs. Chinese connectivity projects in practice, the content of the BRI, its strategic implications, and its consequences have been much discussed. 8. This section will focus on just two examples in South Asia from Nepal and Pakistan from the point of view of how expanded physical connectivity leads to other consequences. In fact, physical connectivity is not the most important form of connectivity for the Chinese, even if it is the most visible. This could explain why economic viability is seldom put forward as a major argument in Chinese discourse on the BRI. Instead, there is much emphasis on positive economic development outcomes, win-win and common destiny, as well as, more importantly, people-to-people connectivity, strategic partnership, and iron friendship. These are somewhat more intangible and less open to quantification than other aspects of connectivity. The first example is China-Nepal connectivity cooperation in the form of port, road, railway, aviation, and communications networks under the overarching framework of Trans-Himalayan Multidimensional Connectivity Network (MOFA 2018). In addition to the proposed China-Nepal railway line between Shigatse, Tibet, and Kathmandu expected to be completed by 2022, Chinese analysts are also highlighting the Sichuan-Tibet railway, which is expected to boost Tibet's connectivity with the rest of China and its integration with South South Asia by increasing the flow of both commodities and tourists to Nepal and to India. Late 2018, Nepal's fledgling aviation sector is also depending on buying Chinese aircraft to increase capacity and routes served. Xinhua 2018. In January 2018, China Telecom Group Corporation and the Nepalese Ministry for Information and Communication inaugurated the Nepal-China cross-border optical fiber link in Kathmandu, providing an alternate internet gateway to the Himalayan nation in addition to those for India. Yuan 2018. Contrast all of this to the Nepalese decision to pull out of the BIMSTEC, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation joint military exercises in September 2018, while going ahead with bilateral military exercises with China the following month. While the case should not be overstated, each exercise was organized differently, with the Sino-Nepalese engagement planned months in advance and also quite small in nature with just 20 Nepalese soldiers participating. Low 2018. It certainly is a significant development. Note also New Delhi's unhappiness and difficulty accepting the suggestion that the Nepalese decision over BIMSTEC had much to do with Nepal's internal political dynamics. Ja 2018. Low 2018. Meanwhile, 322 Job Inti Jacob the Nepalese insistence that Indian proposals to Nepal be routed through the so-called 2+1 mechanism proposed by the Chinese confirms a concern with India's overbearing dominance in Nepal's foreign policy choices. 9. The efficiency of the Chinese outreach in Nepal is evident when Nepalese Prime Minister KP Oli practically sings from the Chinese hymn sheet, calling the BRI a visionary initiative launched by Chinese President Xi Jinping and repeats key phrases such as the community of common interest and community of common destiny. MOFA 2018. It bears highlighting that the personal praise of Xi, whose most powerful position is General Secretary of the CCP, not President of the PRC, also helps the CCP back in China to fuse its goals to that of the state. The second example comes from the growing depth of the China-Pakistan relationship based on the development of the CPEC. Road and energy infrastructure in the case of CPEC has provided avenues for the expansion of other forms of connectivity between the two countries, including what might be called emotional connectivity. For instance, following the attack on the Chinese consulate in Karachi by Balak September Herodis in November 2018, BBC News 2018, donations were collected from Chinese embassy staffers and citizens to support the families of the Pakistani policemen killed in the attack. The publicity given to this effort by both the Pakistani and Chinese sides showcases a new form of messaging around connectivity projects, as well as a new kind of connectivity itself. Dawn 2018, Pakistan Today 2018, the messaging is of a piece with CCP political practice, including of its United Front Work Department, UFWD, Tongshanbu, where a target for suborning is AP Pro 8 or dealt with at the level of each of its constituents. It is for this reason that the Sino-Pak joint statement signed by Chinese Premier Li Keqiang and the visiting Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan in Beijing in November 2018 is bookended by sections on political relations and strategic communication and people-to-people and cultural linkages. FMPRC 2018. Pakistan is not too far behind in learning this art as evident from the August 2018 proposal by its Army Chief, General Qamar Javed Bajwa, to reopen the Kartarpur corridor with India to mark Guru Nanak Dev's 550th birth anniversary. SEFI 2018. It would have been impossible for the Narendra Modi government in New Delhi to turn down this offer with general elections due in mid-2019. PTI 2018a. The corridor runs from Dehradun and in Punjab's Gurdaspur district to the Darbar Sahib Kartarpur in Pakistan's Punjab, the final resting place of the first Sikh Guru. That there might be some Pakistani learning from the Chinese is evident from the fact that while they accepted an Indian proposal to revive the corridor earlier in 2000, the project never actually took off. SEFI 2018. Such a reopening creates emotional connectivity of any significance only on the Indian side, where the Sikhs are a political force to reckon with, and not on the Pakistani side of Punjab. It might also not be too far off the mark to say that Pakistan is attempting to use the goodwill generated by the opening of the Kartarpur corridor with India by inviting Prime Minister Modi for a South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation (SAARC) summit in Pakistan. PTI 2018b. This Pakistani learning from China then invites the question of whether China is reimagining the idea of connectivity itself and how India, too, can do the same. That such political, ideological, and or cultural connectivity is important to the CCP should not be surprising given the nature of the CCP and its domestic and international ambitions, which have been ever more evident since Xi came to power. India's view of connectivity 323 consider, in this regard, the soft infrastructure accompanying the hard aspects of connectivity. One is the increasing strength of Chinese diplomatic missions, including consulates in each South Asian country, and the wide range of expertise available within these missions. These strengths are in terms of numbers of staff, academics specializing in the region or country, serving on deputation within the missions, the local language capability of the diplomatic personnel, conference and scholarship diplomacy, the fund scores, if not hundreds of elites and students from host countries to China for the short and long term, and the active military diplomacy in terms of visits, training exchanges, and equipment sales. 2. There are also concerted efforts by CCP agencies such as the UFWD and the International Department Zhonglayanbu to extend their work in neighboring countries, including in the form of contact with political elites and parties as well as attention to not just the central government level but also the provincial subnational levels in South Asian countries. Thus, there is specific attention to the provincial governments in Pakistan to ensure that they are on board the CPEC as well as to somebody like Ram Madhav in India who is seen as the Indian ruling party Bharatiya Janata Party's point person on China and foreign policy outreach. It should be no surprise that Cheng Shiyun, who took over as Chinese ambassador to Sri Lanka in January 2018, is a CCP apparatchik from the UFWD sent no doubt to retrieve the situation in the wake of the nearly worldwide controversy over the Chinese lease port at Hambantota. Cheng was sent in just a month after Hambantota had been handed over. Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Sri Lanka 2018. An August 2018 report of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission of the United States Congress described the work of the UFWD as influence operations and noted that the fact the UFWD's work was interwoven with sensitive issues such as ethnic, political, and national identity made it difficult to prove its influence in the public domain and made those who sought to highlight the negative effects of such influence vulnerable to accusations of prejudice. O 2018. It is telling that after years of inactivity, it was in 1979 that the UFWD was revived by Deng Xiaoping. Clearly, there is a connection to the launch of China's economic reforms and opening up policies. It should, therefore, not be surprising that the UFWD's activities have once again picked up pace under Xi Jinping following the launch of the BRI, SMEF 2018. Similarly, the CCP's International Department, which is the party's unit responsible for managing foreign affairs, including engaging with fellow Communist Party states such as North Korea and Vietnam, has also conducted research on the reasons for Communism's collapse in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe and focuses on learning from governance practices and methods in other countries through field trips, cadre training, and so on. The research research on the fall of the Soviet Union and on dissimilar political systems suggests that survival of the regime is the foremost priority for the International Department. But this also suggests that during periods of confidence or relative strength, as China seems to be experiencing at the moment under Xi, the department will also engage in promoting Chinese views and models to other countries. The International Department had, for example, a key role in organizing a consortium of over 130 Chinese think tanks and some 110 foreign think tanks under the rubric of the BRI and GAO forthcoming. The fact that this is a network of relationships with think tank and university scholars suggests that the goal is to promote discussion about China's development model and foreign policy in a controlled environment that is expected to serve as an antidote to general and widespread images of China as a threat or challenge to local economic elites or to democratic governance models. 324 Job and Jacob Beijing's objective, as evident in such standard phrases as win-win or community of common destiny used in language about Chinese projects, is to contrast them with Western or other infrastructure projects as somehow being better or more beneficial for the host country. While other countries to engage in public diplomacy, the way the Chinese have married public diplomacy to infrastructure development projects abroad while also promoting a particular ideological line is somewhat unique. At the 9th NCCP National Congress in October 2017, Xi stated, "The path, the theory, the system, and the culture of socialism with Chinese characteristics have kept developing, blazing a new trail for other developing countries to achieve modernization. It offers a new option for other countries and nations who want to speed up their development while preserving their independence, and it offers Chinese wisdom in the Chinese approach to solving the problems facing mankind." Xi 2017. It is this worldview that drives China's BRI and its foreign relations in general. The UFWD and the International Department together allow the CCP to reach out beyond the usual foreign ministry meetings or government elites in foreign countries to target other political groups and the intellectual and economic elites of these countries, as well as to an extent the ordinary populace, to push this Chinese model of development. Finally, the emphasis of both Chinese state-owned enterprises and private enterprises targeting services sector startups, e-commerce and fintech, especially in India, also forms part of this process of reframing connectivity. China's rising stakes in Indian startups are exemplified by the fact that in 2017, Indian startups received some $2 billion of Chinese investment, 3 times as much as in the previous year. Major Indian digital platforms for payments, advertising technology, online travel, online marketplaces and gaming, among other things, now have significant Chinese capital stakes. Con 2017, Money Control 2018, saying 2018, investments in Indian tech startups potentially provide Chinese companies and, by extension, the Chinese state, access to the personal data and market behavior of Indian consumers, data that when added to that on the Chinese population allows them to achieve big data applications on a scale unavailable to individual Western or Indian companies themselves and sometimes even to their governments. Particularly important, of course, are the potentially political uses of such data as evident in scandals around elections in the United States and firms like Cambridge Analytica in Britain. Indian responses to Chinese connectivity projects. It is easy to view India's opposition to China's BRI as a form of petulance, even envy, but the Indian Foreign Ministry's terse explanation in May 2017 of why it was not participating in the Belt and Road Forum in Beijing actually encapsulates very well the Indian understanding of the uses of physical and economic connectivity as possessing strategic long-term objectives beyond mere physical access, in referring to the need for financial responsibility, balanced ecological and environmental protection and preservation standards, transparent assessment of project costs, and skill and technology transfer, among other things. MEA 2017. New Delhi was also reflecting an Indian tradition of standing up for the rights and interests of smaller, weaker countries, at least India's view of connectivity 325 rhetorically, since it has not always been able to safeguard those interests for want of military and economic capabilities. China, too, of course, can legitimately claim to be looking after the interests of smaller, poorer countries by filling an infrastructure deficit and, therefore, an economic growth deficit through its BRI, but it naturally does not have the answer to the charge that India more or less openly lays at its door of physical connectivity being essentially an empire-building exercise. Both New Delhi and Beijing have engaged in this historically and, therefore, the former is possibly best placed to understand China's strategic intentions, while the latter cannot conceal the uses it has put physical connectivity to even as late as the Western development strategy launched in the mid-1990s to further integrate the provinces of Tibet and Xinjiang into the national mainstream. Of course, were the roles reversed, it is quite possible that India would have been no different. Consider, for instance, New Delhi's criticism of the BRI for lacking accountability and good governance, a charge that is true also of India's own internal connectivity projects in its underdeveloped border regions, particularly Jammu and Kashmir state and in its northeast. Projects in these areas have become opportunities for rent-seeking and have perpetuated a political economy of dependence on the central government for subsidies and support which, in turn, undermines local agency and strengthens central control. There have been several transborder and multilateral connectivity projects that India has long been part of, such as the Asian Highway and the Trans-Asian Railway, both of which have yet to reach fruition. Indian scholars have also fleshed out such ideas as a South Asian Economic Union, RIS 2015. But how has India responded to the BRI? For this it is necessary to go a little into how India has responded in the past to other Chinese connectivity initiatives. By far the most important case in this regard is the Bangladesh-China-India-Myanmar BCIM Regional Economic Cooperation Forum that took shape originally under the name Kunming Initiative, named after the capital of Yunnan province in China, where the first formal meeting among academics from the 4 countries as well as officials from China and Myanmar took place in 1999. The progress, or the lack thereof, of this connectivity project, focused on the underdeveloped subregion where the borders of the 4 countries come together, tells 2 stories. The first is of China's conception of a connectivity project, even though at this time the BCIM was initiated and primarily helmed by the Yunnan government, while the second is of India's approach to projects that were driven by the Chinese. 10. Almost from the start, the BCIM was envisaged as a multi-pronged regional initiative that focused not only on physical connectivity by road between the 4 countries, but also on increasing and improving people-to-people contacts, largely a Yunnan provincial government initiative. It met strong opposition from official quarters in India almost from the beginning, even though New Delhi did, often reluctantly, support visits and meetings of the forum in which some former Indian diplomats were also involved in conceptualizing and leading efforts from the Indian side. In many ways, the nature of the BCIM forum as envisaged by the Yunnanese and the Indian opposition was a sign of things to come. During the brief interlude from 2012 to early 2013, the Indian government appeared to be positively inclined to engage with the BCIM forum. See, for example, Mata 2012. This openness was soon replaced by anger at the launch of the BRI, which not only violated Indian sovereignty over Jammu and Kashmir because the CPEC passed through 326 Job and Jacob Pakistan occupied Kashmir, but also subsumed, without consultation with the Indians. The newly minted BCIM economic corridor launched during Chinese Premier Li Keqiang's visit to India in May 2013, several months before she launched the BRI. Since the BRI was launched, the most prominent Indian initiatives that have garnered attention have been the development of the Chabahar port in Iran as part of the International North-South Transport Corridor (INSTC), the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor (AAGC) initiative together with Japan, and a smaller South Asian sub-regional initiative connecting the transport networks of Bhutan, Bangladesh, India, and Nepal, BBIN. The INSTC is a multimodal network of maritime, rail, and road routes between India and Europe via Iran, Afghanistan, the Caucasus, Central Asia, and Russia. It was initiated by Russia, India, and Iran in September 2000 in St. Petersburg with a formal agreement signed in May 2002. According to a statement by the then Indian Foreign Minister Sushma Swaraj at the opening of a conference on the INSTC in June 2015, the initiative, once fully operationalized, was expected to bring down transportation time by 50% and cost by 30% in comparison to other routes currently in use. Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India 2015. 4 years later, the 200-kilometer-long corridor is yet to become fully operational, but New Delhi did finally receive its first cargo shipment from Afghanistan through Chabahar port in Iran in early 2019. The Hindu 2019. The Chabahar port, managed by an Indian joint venture of the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust in Mumbai and the Kandil port in Gujarat, is the key hub connecting the maritime and land routes of the INSTC. However, while the INSTC has been called India's humble but important version of China's One Belt One Road plan, Joshi 2017, it is by no means the case that Chabahar is an exclusively Indian zone of operations. The Iranians have actually invited both Pakistan and China to participate in further developing Chabahar, calling Chabahar in the Chinese-funded Wadar port in Pakistan's Balochistan province, about 170 kilometers away. Sister ports. Tehran has argued that the two could benefit from greater connectivity. Syed 2018. This Iranian position, of course, highlights both India's limited ability to prevail upon Tehran given the close ties between Iran and China, as well as the centrality that China has built up for itself in the infrastructure development realm and in terms of economic capacity more generally. India's involvement in Chabahar also has to delicately balance its relations with the United States and take into account the latter's relationship with Iran, even if Chabahar itself has been exempted from U.S. sanctions. The AAGC, meanwhile, is a direct response to the BRI and aims to build up both physical and digital infrastructure on the African continent while adhering to universally recognized international norms, good governance, rule of law, openness, transparency and equality. J. Shankar 2017. It also has an explicit strategic agenda pushing as it does the idea of realizing a free and open Indo-Pacific region, RIS, ERIA and IDEJTRO 2017, which, in turn, is a direct response and challenge to China's violation of international law in the South China Sea, MEA 2015. The Japanese imprint is particularly sharp, extending as it does Japan's own partnership for quality infrastructure announced in May 2015, which is itself a response to the BRI. However, here too the aforementioned Chinese centrality in infrastructure and connectivity is in evidence. Tokyo has both officially participated in various BRI events conducted by the Chinese government from the beginning, as well as agreed to increase its participation in the BRI after the launch of the AAGC, Aoi 2018. India's view of connectivity 327 in the case of the BBIN. Meanwhile, the Showpiece Motor Vehicles Agreement, MVA, was signed by the transport ministers of the four countries in Thimphu, Bhutan in June 2015. After over a year of trying to get the agreement ratified in the Bhutanese parliament, the previous Bhutan government finally threw in the towel in May 2018, 2017. The three other countries meanwhile managed to agree on the text of the operating procedures for passenger vehicle movement under the MVA, but there remained internal approval processes for signing of the passenger protocol to be negotiated, PIB 2018. All three Indian projects, therefore, face challenges, and while this in itself is not unexpected, the fact that India's connectivity projects are invariably fewer in number, smaller in scale, and historically slower than Chinese infrastructure projects under the BRI mean that the delays or failures are far more consequential for India. The Indian government certainly understands the wide-ranging scope of China's connectivity projects as going beyond just the objective of physical and financial connectivity to elements of ideology peddling and influence aggression. Nevertheless, it is not entirely clear if New Delhi understands the wider political implications of the BRI, for there does not seem to be a long-term Indian strategy or project that appears to incorporate such an understanding, a project that would necessarily have to match the BRI in scope, if not yet in scale, in order to mount an effective challenge. China's access to or monopoly over digital infrastructure in other countries, for instance, creates problems for civil and political rights in these countries, which result in nothing less than ideological conflicts of Chinese wisdom versus Western models of politics and economic development, and undermine an incipient Indian model of guaranteeing both civil liberties and economic development in a third world country despite similar challenges of a huge population and administration and governance as in China. Conclusion: it is obvious that the BRI is being used by China as a means to test out various forms of connectivity that the CCP demands as part of its larger global ambitions. Beijing has used its participation in multilateral institutions as well as created new ones, and under the BRI deployed its diplomats, government officials, and academics in a whole system approach to build on physical connectivity projects and expand these to include other softer, subtler forms of connectivity. This is essentially a mutually reinforcing loop of hard power and soft power, and yet something more than just sharp power. Walker and Routledge 2017, given that it has not just security, influence aggression, and behavior modification as goals but also profit maximization and regime survival. Given this reality, it will be necessary for the Indian government and analysts to shift their focus from the hard facts of growing Chinese physical connectivity projects involving South Asia to the softer reality of both Chinese influence operations and growing technology acquisitions in browse. China's hard infrastructure growth and its intentions in this regard should have been understood as a given by now and not surprise anyone anymore. Over at least the last 2 decades, Indian security agencies have witnessed firsthand the effects of Chinese infrastructure development and the eventual outcomes. These include the 2006 opening of the Qinghai-Tibet Railway, as well as the rapid improvement of Chinese infrastructure along the line of actual control (LAC) between India and China that has resulted in increased incidents of 328 Chinese transgressions across the LAC, as well as a qualitative change in the nature of these transgressions as witnessed during the Depsang 2013, Schumer 2014, Daklam 2017 incidents. Indian strategic attention, however, cannot remain riveted on the physical infrastructure that the Chinese are developing even when the availability of technology, spy satellites and drones, for example, gives enough warning of developments to undertake countermeasures. That there is a lack of resources for such counters is another matter, but there is also perhaps a comfortable predisposition in sections in India to observing and studying what appears to be the more easily comprehensible miles of road and rail track built, strategic lift capability of aircraft. When the real Chinese battles of extending ideological influence and manipulation of narratives, and of acquisitions of enterprises, their data and technology, are now being fought well away from the LAC and inside India's borders as well as in its near and extended neighborhood. The real story of connectivity projects, then, is that they are now multidimensional and multi-pronged in intentions and consequences. Notes. Bibliography Abi Habib, M. 2018, How China Got Sri Lanka to Cough Up a Port. The New York Times, 25 June. Available online at www.newyorktimes.com/2018/06/25/world/asia/china-sri-lanka-port.html. Ahmed, N. 2016, Modi spoke India's mind over CPEC. The Express Tribune, 20 August. Available online at https://tribune.com.pk/story/116645//Modi-spoke-India's-mind-CPEC/ Ahmed, W. 2017, Sinister Indian Moves on the Pakistan, CPEC. The News International, 22 September. Available online at www.thenews.com.pk/print/231774-sinister-indian-moves on Balochistan, CPEC. India's View of Connectivity 329 Aniha, A. 2018, Nepal's decision on BIMSTEC drill does not signal pro-China stance. Official source, The Hindu, 18 September. Available online at www.thehindu.com/news/international. Nepal's decision-BIMSTEC-drill-not-signal-pro-China-stance-official-source. Article 249743222.ece. Hawaii Alma, R. 2018, Japan's Balancing Act Tour Beijing, East Asia Forum, 25 October. Ava illegally online at www.eastasiaforum.org/2018/10/Japan's-Balancing-Act-Tours-Beijing/ BBC News, 2018, Karachi attack. China consulate attack leaves 4 dead, 23 November. Available online at www.bbc.com/news/world-asia-46313136. Bose, P. R. 2017, Bhutan says exit from BBI and motor vehicles pact is temporary. The Hindu Business Line, 7 May. Available online at www.thehindubusinessline.com/economy/logistics/Bhutan says exit from BBI and motor vehicles pact is temporary /article 9685062.ece. Bo, A. 2018, China's Overseas United Front Work, Background and Implications for the United States, U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, Staff Research Report, 24 August, available online at www.uscc.gov/sites/default/files/research/China%27s%20, Overseas %20, United %20, Fronts %20, Work %20, Dash %20, Background %20, and %20, Implications %20, for %20, US_final_0.pdf. Dawn, 2018, Chinese citizens donate to families of policemen martyred in Karachi consulate attack, 26 November, available online at www.dawn.com/news/1447767/ Chinese citizens donate to families of policemen martyred in Karachi consulate attack. Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Sri Lanka, 2018, biographical note of H. Cheng Xiaoyun, 24 January, available online at http://lk.china-embassy.org/ang/ambassador/biography T940400.htm. FMPRC, Foreign Ministry, People's Republic of China, 2018, joint statement between the People's Republic of China and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan on strengthening China-Pakistan all-weather strategic cooperative partnership and building closer China-Pakistan community of shared future in the new era, 4 November, available online at www.fmprc.gov.cn/mfa_66385/2649_66539/6653993/T16100225.html. Giri, A. and Giri, S. 2018, Nepal, China agree on rail study. The Kathmandu Post, 24 August, available online at http://kathmandupost.ekandtipur.com/news/2018-08-08-24/Nepal-China-agree-on-rail-study.html. Kader, S. 2017, Hydropower debt, Belay's biggest challenge in ties with India, say Bhutan officials. The Hindu, 6 September, available online at www.thehindu.com/news/national/hydropower debt, Belay's biggest challenge in ties with India, say Bhutan officials. Article 196307001.ece. Hussein, K. 2018, Lessons of Hamban Torah, Dawn, 28 June, available online at www.dawn.com news 1416611. Jacob, J. T. 2012, Institutionalizing the BCIM, The Next Steps, Thinking About China and India, 5 March, available online at https://indiaandchina.com/2012/03/05/institutionalizing-the-BCIM-the-next-steps/ Jacob, J. T. 2013, Issues and Considerations in Connectivity Projects in the BCIM Region, Thinking About China and India, 28 February, available online at https://indiaandchina.com February 28, 2013, Issues-and-Considerations-projects-in-the-BCIM-region/ Jacob, J. T. 2014, People-to-People Connectivity in the BCIM Region, Principles and Practicalities, Thinking About China and India, 31 May, available online at https://indiaandchina.com May 31st, 2014, People-to-People-Connectivity-in-the BCIM-Region-Principles-Practicalities. Jacob, J. T. 2017, What Does India Think of China's Belt and Road Initiative? ICS Occasional Paper, number 19, December, available online at www.icsin.org/uploads/2017/18/A664F-C A0850B0AF2C40791465301117.pdf. J. Shankar, S. 2017, Speech by Foreign Secretary at the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, 25 August, available online at https://maya.gov.in/speeches-statements.htm question DCL/2888/speech plus by plus foreign plus SECR, an area plus at plus the plus research plus in plus information plus system plus for plus developing plus countries. 330 Job in T. Jacob Jha, P. 2018, on Nepal's pullout from BIMSTEC military drill, India says move, not convincing. Hindustan Times, 11 September, available online at www.hindustantimes.com, India-news/as-nepal-pull-out-of BIMSTEC-military-FTRSIZE-LE-TEL/STEL-9-7-341.HTML Joshi, M. 2017. Relationship Goals. In an America First World, Pursuing an India First Policy is the Logical Response. The Times of India, 4 February. Available online at http://blogs. timesofIndia.india.com/one-edit-page/relationship-goals-in-America-first-world- pursuing-India-first-logical-response/ Carry Logistics Network Limited. 2017. Carry Logistics strengthened rail freight capability through acquisition of shares in Lands Pacific Logistics Limited. 3 July. Available online at www.carrylogistics.com/press/press-release/carry-logistics-strengthens-rail-freight capability through-acquisition-of shares-Lands Pacific Logistics Limited. Carry Logistics Network Limited. 2018. Carry Logistics unveils rail and road freight service from Lands to Pakistan to reinforce overland transportation network in South Asia. 20 November. Available online at www.carrylogistics.com/press/release/carry-logistics-unveils-rail-and-transportation network-in-South Asia. Con. 2017. How Chinese investors are helping Indian startups. The Economic Times. 12 May. Available online at https://economictimes.india-times.com/small-biz/startups/how-chinese investors are helping Indian startups/article show/5863522.cms. Lee, X. 2018. New railway set to fuel Tibet's economy. Trade with India and Nepal. Experts. Global Times. 11 October. Available online at www.globaltimes.cn/content/11226636.html. Low, K. 2018. Did Nepal snub India for China with military drill decision, or is it just a nation in flux? South China Morning Post. 16 September. Available online at www.scmp.com/news/China/diplomacy article 21643776. Did Nepal snub India China military drill decision, or it just Marwat, Z. K. 2018. Attack on Chinese consulate. The News International. 30 November. Available online at www.thenews.com.pk/print/399944-attack-on-Chinese-consulate. Ma Tai, R. 2012. Speech by Foreign Secretary on India's Look-East policy at the 10th meeting of the BCIM, Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar, Cooperation Forum, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, 18 February. Available online at www.maya.gov.in/speeches-statements.htm question DTL/18855/speech +by +foreign +secretary +on+India's +look +EAS T +policy +M +the +10TH +meeting +of +the +BCIM +Bangladesh +China +India +Myanmar +COOPERATION +Forum, MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, 2015, Joint Statement on India and Japan Vision 2025, Special Strategic and Global Partnership working together for peace and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific region and the world, 12 December. Available online at www.maya.gov.in/bilateral-documents.htm question DTL/26176/joint_statement_on-India_Vision_special_strategic_and global_partnership_working together for peace and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, 2017, Official Spokesperson's Response to a Query on Participation of India in OBRBRI Forum, 13 May. Available online at https://maya.gov.in/media-briefings.htm question DTL/28463/official_spokespersons_response to a query on participation of India in OBRBRI Forum, Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India, 2015, Exploring Opportunities on the INSTC Conference India 2015. Available online at http://commerce.gov.in/write-red-data/uploaded file/moc_635986655914116_INSTC_conference_report_final.pdf MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of Nepal, 2018, Inaugural Address by RT. Han. Prime Minister Mr. KP Sharma Oli at International Conference on Belt and Road Initiative, Opportunities and Implications for Nepal and the Region, 12 September. Available online at https://mofa.gov.np/inaugural-address-by-rt-han-prime-minister-mr-k-p Sharma-oli-international-conference-on-belt-and-road-initiative-opportunities-for-Nepal-the-region/India's View of Connectivity 331 Money Control, 2018, Indian Startups Need More Chinese Investments. Amitabh Kent, 28 September. Available online at www.moneycontrol.com/news/business/startup/Indian-startups-Chinese-investments-Amitabh-Kent-29973441.html. News Spotlight, 2017, Nepal's government in waiting to revive scrap Chinese dam project, 16 December. Available online at www.spotlightnepal.com/2017/12/Nepal's-government-waiting-revive-scrap Chinese-dam project/ Ang, E. 2018, Botched Chinese Railway Project in Africa is a warning to belt and road investors. South China Morning Post, 29 October. Available online at www.scmp.com/bui-nes banking-finance/article/2170549/Botched Chinese Railway-project-Africa-warning-belt and NGO, CB, forthcoming, expanding elite networks and securing international friendships. The International Department of the CPC and the Party-Based Diplomacy, in J. T. Jacob and T. A. Hone, EDS, in search of national rejuvenation. Chinese domestic and foreign policies in the New Era, New Delhi. Pal Gray Macmillan. Nikkei Asian Review, 2017. China's projects in Vietnam earn reputation for poor quality. Delays, 20 September. Available online at https://asia.nikkei.com/economy/China's projects in Vietnam earn reputation for poor quality. Delays too. Pakistan Today, 2018. Any attempt to undermine Pakistan-China friendship will not succeed. Chinese Foreign Ministry, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, 28 November. Available online at www.copycinfo.com/news/any-attempt-to-undermine-Pakistan-China-friendship 12-not-6C-Chinese-foreign-ministry/NJNWOQ. PIB, Press Information Bureau, 2018, BDI and Motor Vehicles Agreement regains momentum, 15 January, available online at http://pib.nic.in/news-site/print-release.aspects-question-relate equals 175638. Port Technology, 2018, the Lanzhou to Islamabad Road and Rail Service completes its first journey, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, 22 November, available online at www.copyec.info.com news, the Lanzhou-to-Islamabad-Road-Rail-Service completes its first journey/NJI3MQ. PTI, Press Trust of India, 2018a, India to build corridor from Gurdaspur to IP4 Sikh pilgrims visiting Kartarpur Sahib, The Times of India, 22 November, available online at https://times-of-india.india-times.com/India/India-to-build-corridor-from-GURDAS-PUR-to-IB-to-facilitate-seek-build pilgrims/article Press Trust of India, 2018b, Islamabad to invite PM Modi for SARC Summit, says Pakistan Foreign Office spokesman, The Times of India, 27 November, available online at https://times-of-india.india-times.com/india/PM-Modi-invited-to-Pakistan-for-Saudi-Summit-Pakistan's-for-SARC-Summit, India, Roy, P. 2012, India's Northeast States, the PCIM Forum and Regional Integration, ICS Monograph, number 1, December, available online at www.icsin.org/up-loads June 3, 2015, 9839EFAAF-2DC1C32B016FCBFC1C8.pdf, RIS, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, 2015, towards South Asia Economic Union, Proceedings of the 7th South Asia Economic Summit, SAES, available online at www.ris.org.in/towards-South Asia-Economic-Union, RIS, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, 2016a, ASEAN India Air Connectivity Report, May, available online at www.ris.org.in/ASEAN-India-Air-Connectivity-Report, RIS, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, 2016b, BIMSTEC, The Road Ahead, available online at www.ris.org.in/BIMSTEC-Road-Ahead, RIS, ERIANIDEJETRO, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, and Institute of Developing Economies Japan External Trade Organization, 2017, Asia-Africa Growth Corridor Partnership for Sustainable and Innovative Development, a vision document, ERIA, available online at www.iria.org/asia-africa-growth-corridor-document.pdf. Sapkota, R. 2017, China proposes joint security mechanism along border with Nepal, The Himalayan Times, 26 December, available online at https://thehimalayantimes.com/Nepal/China-proposes-joint security mechanism-along-border-Nepal/332 Jobinti Jacob Sapkota, R. 2018, Chinese writer on Tatopani, The Himalayan Times, 14 January, available online at https://thehimalayantimes.com/Nepal/Chinese-writer-Tatop Schultz, K. 2017, Sri Lanka, struggling with debt, hands a major report to China, The New York Times, 12 December, available online at www.newyorktimes.com/2017/12/world/asia/Sri-Lanka-China-port.html. Sethi, C. K. 2018, What is the Kartarpur Corridor issue that made Navjot Singh Sidhu hug Pakistan Army Chief? The Print, 23 August, available online at https://the print. In governance, what dash is dash the dash KARTARPUR-corridor issue dash made dash Navjot Singh Sidhu hug Pakistan Army Chief /103257/ Singh, N. 2018, How Indian Startups Are Grabbing a Larger Slice of Chinese Investments, Entrepreneur, 15 November, available online at www.entrepreneur.com/article/323331. Smith, G. 2018, China, Magic Weapons and Plausible Deniability, The Interpreter, 30 April, available online at www.loeinstitute.org/the-interpreter/plausible-deniability-and-United Front Work Department. Swami, P. 2016, at Afghan Dam Inauguration, PM promises, India will not forget you, The Indian Express, 5 June, available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/India/India-News-India/Narendra Modi-Afghanistan-Salma-2834106/ Syed, B. S. 2018, Iran invites Pakistan to participate in Chabahar Project, Dawn, 13 March, available online at www.dawn.com/news/1394938. Taba, K. Etton Paul, 2017, the Budi Gandaki Hydropower Project Agreement has no politics in Karachi. It is not against any institution person. Parliamentary committees have been directed to keep the country's highest interest in mind. Now the Energy Ministry and the Investment Board will make necessary changes to ensure transparent policies and procedures. Twitter, 13 November, available online at https://twitter.com/katenipple/status 93005509342397235. The Hindu, 2019, India gets first TIR shipment via Chabahar port from Afghanistan, 13 March, available online at www.thehindu.com/business/India-first-TIR-shipment-via-Chabahar-port-from-Afghanistan/article 265250662.ECE. Walker, C. and Ludwig, J. 2017, The Meaning of Sharp Power, Foreign Affairs, 16 November, available online at www.foreignaffairs.com/articles/China/2017-11-16/meaning-sharp-power. She, J. 2017, secure a decisive victory in building a moderately prosperous society in all respects and strive for the great success of socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. Speech delivered at the 19th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, Xinhua, 18 October, available online at www.xinhuanet.com/english/download/xi_jinpingus, report_at_190h_cpc_national_congress.pdf. Xinhua, 2017, full text of resolution on amendment to CPC Constitution, 24 October, available online at www.xinhuanet.com/english/2017-10/24/c_136702727 2126.htm. Xinhua, 2018. Nepali Airlines team to take delivery of 2 more Chinese-made planes. 31 January. Available online at www.xinhuanet.com/English/2018-01/3/1/C_1364136938579.htm. Yuan, J. 2018. Leijing Sanmian Banjiang Li Guajing, Hulian Wangguan Blendang Shi Kaitong, China Nepal cross-border internet cable officially opened after 3.5 years. Renmin Wang, People's Daily Online, 15 January. Available online at http://ydyl.people.com. CNN 2018-0115, C411946-2976412.html. 20 Divergent Capitalism in China and India, a historical institutionalist approach. Yumin. The rise and globalization of China and India, the world's first and second most populous nations, have raised important questions and engendered many research publications on them in the recent era. Wang and Kana 2003, Kana 2007, Miller 2010, Yi 2014, Guerra and Perry 2018. These diverse works, by business scholars, economists, and political scientists respectively, have presented nuanced comparisons between the country's histories and political economic institutions that have shaped their divergent capitalist experiences. Some even seek to predict which power will surpass the other in the future. Wang and Kana 2003. From a historical institutional perspective, however, how far back should such a comparative analysis of China and India start? What institutions in the two nations should such a comparative approach focus on? This chapter focuses on one salient difference between capital globalization of the two giants, their relative openness to foreign direct investment, FDI, and provides a historical institutional analysis of this divergence. It observes that different capitalist institutions are rooted in the two Asian giants' divergent socialist construction, and furthermore, their divergent capitalist experiences are embedded in political institutions forged in the previous period, including local government activism and ideational preference to FDI as a means to domestic development. The local government FDI coalition has played an important role in China's industrialization and globalization and is likely to shape future trajectories as well. The historical discussion in this chapter focuses on how local governments were strengthened in the socialist period and how FDI emerged as a preferable capital ally in China during the reform era. Local government's proactive developmentalism and preference toward FDI continue to shape development and globalization in China today. In contrast, in India, the socialist construction and capitalist transition have reinforced the roles of national bureaucracies and indigenous big business. These two sets of powerful actors have shaped India's globalization in the last decades, which has been more skeptical of FDI inflows than in China. The contemporary discussion introduces and compares the ongoing regional strategies in the Asian giants, the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, in China and Project Mausam in India. Both strategies have been presented as foreign policy platforms to expand the regional influence of the countries, but they have been conducted very differently. In China, the political leadership launched the BRI using nebulous terms and political mobilization. Chinese local governments then took the strategy into their own hands and improvised new globalization measures that facilitated local development. In India, Project Mausam became popularized and gained global fame as a countermeasure to China's regional diplomatic expansion. Although Prime Minister Modi endorsed 334 Yumin the importance of the strategy, Project Mausam was really an initiative by the Ministry of Culture and its associated experts. Its activities and projects were devised by professionals and relevant associations, primarily the Archaeological Survey of India (ASI), and the project's implementation did not expand to include other interest groups and political forces in India. In short, starting from the early days of socialist construction, the Chinese state employed a political mobilization model that has depended on mobilizing the support and participation of local governments. This political mobilization and the role of local governments were both renewed and enhanced during China's capitalist transition. Since economic development was a predominant state priority in the reform period, FDI from the Chinese diaspora became critical to the growth of local governments. Local developmentalism and a preference for FDI have continued to shape the implementation of the BRI. In India, the process of policymaking is full of debate. The historical periods of socialism and capitalist transition show that, compared to China's mobilization model, India has employed a bureaucratic model in which professionally trained economic bureaucrats devise policies according to expert opinions in the jockeying of interest groups. Which of these two models is better and more effective in helping achieve development and globalization outcomes? A rational policy thinker would undoubtedly rank policymaking in India more advantageous. Take Project Mausam as an example. The project was devised by the Ministry of Culture with the proper expertise and designated resources to achieve well-defined agendas. The funding sources, mechanisms, and procedures were clearly spelled out, and its goal of building research networks across neighboring countries has been clearly stated. The Chinese BRI, in contrast, is extremely vague and ambitious, making it vulnerable to policy, capture, and misuse of public funds. The countless actors involved present numerous opportunities to undermine the diplomatic agenda that the strategy was intended to serve. From a political perspective, however, the BRI is superior to Project Mausam. It has incorporated major stakeholders in the Chinese system, in particular, powerful and resourceful local governments and companies, which will help sustain the strategy in the future and will help the strategy achieve goals beyond diplomacy. By contrast, Project Mausam involved only a few agencies and professional groups. It has designated very little funding for implementation, and it is unlikely to incentivize more participants in India or in the region. Its narrow focus and much clearer geostrategic mandate prevented it from building fruitful cross-national business coalitions. This chapter uses the lens of historical institutionalism to explain the historical and institutional conditions for the divergent strategic policy frameworks in China and India. It does not rank their feasibility or appeal. Rather, it demonstrates that decision-makers are situated in different historical institutional contexts and choose policies in accordance to their rational and political calculations. Policy implementation is decisively shaped by the political economic systems in which they are embedded. The BRI is a product of China's historical institutions, in particular the local developmentalism and FDI preference. Thus, even when the BRI was promulgated as a strategic policy, it was implemented as a development and globalization program inside China. This helped expand the domestic popularity of the BRI, but also weakened its diplomatic achievement. Project Mausam, by contrast, is rooted in India's technocratic and professionally led policy environment. The goals and mechanisms are clearly spelled out, which help divergent capitalism in China and India. 335. The strategy achieve its diplomatic mission, but at the same time make it less fungible, both inside and outside the country. Comparative history in China and India make compelling comparative cases in world development. Their experiences before independence were similar enough that the penetration of foreign capital and governance problems was quite comparable on the eve of independence. 1947 in India, 1949 in China. After independence, the two new regimes, the Indian National Congress in India, the Communist Party in China, adopted isolationist economic policies. Democratic India's socialist construction was relatively peaceful, while authoritarian China's was quite violent. Upon their transition to capitalism, China in 1978, India in 1980, the level of economic openness was extremely low in both giants, with China being even lower than India. In the following 2 decades, however, China galloped ahead as it embraced FDI. India India took a step ahead, another step back. The key positive force, or active engager of foreign capital in China, has been local governments, which have proactively formed coalitions with external investors. Year 2014, 2016, 2018. In India, with few exceptions, FDI liberalization has been dominated by central economic agencies and shaped by domestic business groups who have protectionist interests in domestic markets. This section on comparative history of FDI has two goals. First, it investigates the socialist constructions in China and India to demonstrate how local governments became critical and powerful developmental agents in China, but not in India. Second, it compares their capitalist transitions to show how local governments facilitated FDI inflows in China, but not in India. Mao versus Nehru. Pre-reform political economy in China and India. There were many similarities between pre-reform China and India. First, there was a strong emphasis on building state-owned enterprises, thus making the state the main force in the economy. Second, there was a clear preference for heavy industries compared to light industries, channel and financed or capital-intensive sectors. Third, there was a clear distrust of foreign capital and international trade. Both countries implemented an import substitution industrialization strategy. There were also marked differences. Most importantly, the Chinese system was radically socialist and violently anti-market. Only those in rural collectives were allowed to operate. Private entrepreneurs were eliminated. In India, existing private businesses were allowed to continue but operated under stricter government controls. New entrants and expansion were discouraged. Mobilization and campaigns in Mao's socialism before 1949. Traditional China had what Barry Nutten, 2007, described as a household-based, bottom-heavy economy that was efficient and suitable for China at the time. Socialist China turned its back on this tradition and ignored China's labor advantage. New leaders set out to develop a massive socialist industrial complex through direct government control. Instead of investing in labor-intensive sectors, they poured 336 human resources into capital-intensive factories producing metals, machinery, and chemicals, an expensive socialist industrialization strategy. During the period of socialist construction, Beijing established a command economy and almost entirely eliminated market mechanisms. The state allocated resources directly through state-controlled prices. The system had the following characteristics. The government owned all large factories and transportation and communication enterprises. In the countryside, agricultural collectives took over ownership of the land and management of the farm economy. Planners issued commands that assigned production targets to firms and directly allocated resources and goods among different producers. Finances were used to audit and monitor performance, not to drive investment decisions. The government controlled the price system and set relative prices to channel resources into government hands and into the socialist industrialization. The government and the Communist Party reinforced their control of the economy through a hierarchical personnel system, in which the Communist Party controlled managerial career paths. This system of command and control effectively mobilized individuals and households to defer to the overall national development strategy and allowed the central government to devise desirable industrialization policies. With planners pouring resources into heavy industry, rapid industrial growth resulted. Between 1952 and 1978, industrial output grew at an average annual rate of 11.5%. Moreover, industry's share of total gross domestic product (GDP) climbed steadily over the same period from 18 to 44%, while agriculture's share declined from 51 to 28%. New industries were created such as those producing electricity generating equipment, chemical fertilizers, and motor vehicles. With recurrent political mobilizations and campaigns, however, the Chinese socialist period was highly unstable. Among the instabilities, the Great Leap Forward, GLF 1958-1961, stands out as the most peculiar and the most terrible. Not in 2007, 56 of all these episodes, overshadowing even the Cultural Revolution, CR 1966-1976, which purged scholars, officials, and even members of the military. The CR, however, was more profound from a political perspective. Although it was concentrated in cities and thus did not affect the economy and population at large, the CR destroyed much of China's state planning and its top-down command and control system. As Beijing and other major cities were engulfed in recurrent political crises, lower-level governments were thrust into self-governance and required to make independent economic decisions. In addition, because of the elimination of private business before 1956, Chinese economic decision-making occurred predominantly in the middle, i.e., by the local governments. In short, China's socialist construction left three historical legacies that were critical to the FDI liberalization in the reform era. First, the violent and absolute command and control wiped out private entrepreneurship and market mechanisms. Second, the self-inflicted political movements, often led by the revolutionary impulses of Chairman Mao, weakened economic planners within the command system. In particular, during the CR, the central government's role in decision-making at the local level was sharply reduced. Thus, before the economic reform, Chinese local governments had already been engaged in independent decision-making in the development and economic divergent capitalism in China and India 337 activities of their localities. Third, the command economy wiped out private business and channeled resources indiscriminately to those, which made those extremely inefficient. With no private capital and inefficient those, local governments in China entered the reform era with almost no internal capitalist allies to help growth. Mixed economy in socialist India. After winning independence, the Nehru administration set out to build an Indian version of socialism. Like many post-colonial economies, the Indian new regime aimed to introduce and enhance the import substitution industrialization strategy, to reduce and eliminate market mechanisms and private economic agents, and to extend the government into more and wider economic activities. New Delhi passed several core documents to outline these economic priorities. In 1948, the Industrial Policy Resolution, IPR 1948, laid out the basic industrial system, separating industries into four categories. 1. State monopolies in defense, atomic energy, and railways. 2. A mixed sector comprising aircraft, shipbuilding, telecom equipment, mineral oil, coal, and iron. 3. Government control over 18 industries. And 4. Private enterprises. In 1952, the Industries Act gave the state legal power to implement this approach, and in 1955, the Import Control Order increased the government's roles and reduced India's exchange with external markets. Finally, in 1956, the Industrial Policy Resolution, IPR 1956, systematically consolidated the socialist system in India. Under IPR 1956, the government reduced the number of industrial categories from 4 to 3. Schedule A, the state monopoly, was applied to over 17 industries, among which 4 were exclusive to government: defense, atomic energy, railway, air transport, and 13 new units were to be set up by the government. Existing private units could continue to operate. Schedule B, the mixed sector, had 12 industries, where the state would increasingly establish new units and increase participation, but the private sector could also set up new units. Schedule C comprised private enterprises. The state's roles were further expanded with the nationalization of industries and financial institutions, the reservation of sectors for government investment, and legislative measures to control and direct private activity. India's socialist construction was much milder than China's. Private entrepreneurs were allowed to exist in India. Wealthy Indian families continued to grow. By dislodging multinationals and limiting new entrants into the economy, the socialist state helped private business to grow. Pre-existing business families were so successful in the socialist mixed economy that they created what was often called tycoon capitalism. Chotari 1980. In the meantime, under the state's support, public units grew and monopolized many sectors. These public units then became a hotbed of socialist ideas and interests, and their voices were influential in government policymaking. In contrast to China, India's national planning system was continuous and penetrated deeply into economic decision-making at the local level, although not in a pro-growth manner. In addition to the top-down state roles, business actors were influential in the localities as well. Thus, compared to China, the middle, local governments operating between the federal state and grassroots businesses did not develop independent and developmental capacities. This outcome, however, was not a choice of state building, but rather an unintended consequence of political development in the new regime. 338 human institutions, however, are sticky and lead to subsequent development. This sets the two Asian giants apart. In China, for example, even when central bureaucracies were professionalized and rebuilt in the 1990s, local governments continued to play independent and developmental roles in the national economy. As of today, Chinese local governments are remarkably agile in leveraging political programs and slogans and reinterpreting them to their own advantage. Despite the fact that the Chinese central coffer has accumulated much wealth in recent decades, local governments in China are generally quite self-reliant in economic development. Central transfers in China are usually targeted at poverty alleviation, ethnic politics, border security, and large, cross-regional infrastructure projects. In India, central bureaucracy exerts a strong impact on local governments. At the grassroots level, private capital and traditional social organizations tend to have considerable influence and shape local development. In short, compared to China, it is the middle power that is less developed in India. Unpacking the different layers of state institutions, it is clear that a typical distinction between strong state and weak state, or between autocracy and democracy, is too simplistic to capture the divergent state roles in China and India. Reform divergence. FDI versus domestic opening in the 1980s. Strong leaders in both China and India heralded major changes in the country's economic systems. Deng Xiaoping, after tumultuous political and government experiences, consolidated power in late 1978. Under his rule, China announced the beginning of reform and openness. In India, Indira Gandhi, daughter of one prime minister and mother of another, returned to the top position in 1980 after a devastating electoral defeat and political marginalization for 3 years. When both leaders regained power, they were ready to shift their national economies away from socialism to more market-oriented systems. The directions of change in state-business relations established in the two countries, however, diverged significantly. In China, it came to be dominated by the local state and FDI alliance. In India, it was led by national bureaucracies, yet conditioned by domestic business interests. Leadership, local state, and diaspora. FDI in China. Deng, at the age of 75, was eager to develop China in 1979. He made friends with leading businessmen from Hong Kong and Macau such as Y.K. Pao, Gordon Wu, Li Ka-shing, and Stanley Ho. He invited them to Beijing and asked for their contributions and advice on developing China. These overseas Chinese businessmen had mostly been born on the mainland, migrated during their youth, and made their fortunes during the East Asian high-growth era. When they returned to visit their homeland in 1979, their sentiments were profound. They were struck by the poverty and underdevelopment in China and responded to Deng's request. With the leader's encouragement, local governments, whose economic capacity was enhanced during the socialist period, became critical to China's reforms in the 1980s. In Guangdong and Fujian, the two southern provinces, local officials were eager to tap on their connections to Hong Kong and Macau, where capital, technology, and global markets were abundantly available. In late 1978, the Hong Kong Merchants Group collaborated with the Guangdong government and the Minister of Communications to build an export processing zone in Shekou, a small island in today's Shenzhen. In their divergent capitalism in China and India, 339 bid to the central government for approval. They pledged to use no government funding and to develop the zone entirely with investments from Hong Kong. Once the Shekou zone had been approved, the larger Shenzhen Special Economic Zone (SEZ) was also approved by the central government. Keep in mind that at the time of opening and reform, Chinese SOEs were capital scarce, and private capital was utterly lacking. External capital became major sources of investment in these zones and helped bring visible development success. Shenzhen, previously consisting of fishing villages, emerged as one of the most modern cities in China in 1984. More than 85% of investment in its infrastructure came from FDI. Domestic funds, including national and local government allocations and bank loans, amounted to less than 15%. Furthermore, FDI in Shenzhen and Shekou predominantly came from the Chinese diaspora. More than 90% of FDI in Shenzhen from 1979 to 1983 was from Hong Kong, and in Shikuao, in 1984 alone, Hong Kong and Thailand contributed to more than 60% of FDI. China Special Economic Zones Yearbook Compilation Office 1985, 231, 202. The special zones, openness to foreign capital, and practice of market mechanisms spurred ideological resistance from leftist politicians in Beijing. Interestingly, SOEs did not raise resistance to SEZs because they were shielded from competition while monopolizing the newly emerging trade and foreign exchange. In both Shikuao and Shenzhen, foreign capital built the infrastructure and industries that hired people and manufactured products for export. In the 1980s, drawing on connections with FDI, rural entrepreneurs emerged in this area. Therefore, new economic actors in China joined, rather than resisted, the FDI-led development in South China. Ideational change from Shenzhen's rapid success was remarkable and led local governments elsewhere to copy the measures adopted there, including the use of FDI and the mechanisms of the market. In other words, because of Shenzhen's experiment with FDI, Chinese local governments were not only developmental, they also came to define development with FDI inflows. Shanghai served as a good example. Mayor Zhu Rongji successfully lobbied the central government in 1988 to approve the development of Pudong, a vast rural area east of old Shanghai. Eager to draw FDI, Shanghai local officials used the slogan to develop Pudong into a little Hong Kong and embraced diasporas strongly. In the 1990s, globalization in China intensified. The political leadership, local governments, and diaspora FDI worked together throughout the decade. In 1992, frustrated with a reform impasse in Beijing, Deng Xiaoping launched the Southern Tour to mobilize local governments' developmentalism. Working under Deng's banner, local governments aggressively adopted measures to attract foreign investment in various local economic zones. Action by local governments resulted in a sustained period of zone fever in China, with thousands of economic development zones being newly approved in the localities and sweeping preferential policies to incoming FDI implemented in this period. Local developmentalism was clear in Shanghai. The city received the national government's authorization to develop Wudong in 1988, only to see its construction severely disrupted by the Tiananmen crisis. Even so, the local government made plans for far-reaching reforms in the city. Once the southern tour reignited the trend of globalization, proactive local governments played critical roles in attracting diasporal capitalists. To attract Hong Kong's textile king Tang Xiangqian, the Shanghai government appointed Tang's father as vice chairman of Shanghai's Chinese People's Political 340 Human Consultative Conference, CPPCC. To attract Taiwan business leader Tang Jiangyun, Shanghai's senior officials traveled to Beijing to meet with Tang. Similarly, Kunshan, a township-level city near Shanghai modeled after export processing zones in Taiwan, invited Taiwanese businessmen to visit the city. In 1992-1993, among the 14 major FDI projects in Kunshan, 12 were by overseas Chinese from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Kunshan City Compilation Office 1994. In 2000, Kunshan's export processing zone was approved by the Jiangsu government. More than 760 Taiwanese firms were already operating there. Kunshan City Compilation Office 2001. By 2005, Kunshan had attracted 1/10 of all Taiwanese investment in China, making itself the hub of components manufacturing and exports for companies such as Apple, Sony, Compaq, and Hewlett-Packard. Bureaucracy, domestic business, and FDI in India. Indira Gandhi's years out of office, 1977-1980, significantly strengthened her ties to private business and distanced her from traditional leftist groups. Reliant on her son Sanjay's business connections, Indira Gandhi campaigned to return to power. When she won the elections in 1980, there were clear signals of a changed priority for the government and for the new prime minister. Indira Gandhi promoted new political and economic advisors with ample experience in private business and global organizations, among them L.K. Jha, P.C. Alexander, and Arjun Sen-Gupta. In contrast with China's pro-FDI transition, India's economic shift in the early 1980s favored domestic business. No external liberalization was seriously considered. Indira Gandhi's new initiatives fell into 4 categories. First, deregulate private business to controlling steel and cement prices, manufactured imports, and firms' entry and expansion, delicensing 20 industries, undiluting the Anti-Monopoly Act. Second, support private industries by offering incentives, credits, and tax reliefs to big business. Third, suppress labor by discouraging labor activism. And fourth, limit the public sector by cutting subsidies and investment in public units. In 1984, Gandhi was assassinated and her elder son, Rajiv Gandhi, came to power. Different from his mother, Rajiv Gandhi was a new kind of politician that had exposure to world technology. He was therefore eager to support domestic entrepreneurs in growing new technology sectors and inviting foreign players from the United States. Rajiv Gandhi's new budget in 1985 reduced taxes, cut duties, and eliminated licensing restrictions in 25 industries. It also sought to reduce investment in the public sector. The support for private business was warmly welcomed, but the cuts in the public sector were opposed by thinkers, politicians, and managers on the left. Rajiv Gandhi wanted more Western investors to promote technology and industry in India, but domestic producers feared competition from foreign products and foreign producers and thus pressured the government to limit access to imports and foreign investment in India. Established domestic capital sought deregulation but not external opening. The influence and voice of domestic businesses were amplified by leading business associations that lobbied the government on their behalf. In the 1980s, 3 national-level business associations were shaping the policy debates and rallying support or opposition to specific policies. These associations included the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI, the Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India, ASSOCHAM, and the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, which in particular represented technology-related new industries and rose to prominence under divergent capitalism in China and India. 341 Rajiv Gandhi. Across the board, the industry's common call to the government was to build Indian private business before opening to foreign competitors. The trend to globalization also accelerated in India in the 1990s. The mechanism of acceleration, however, was different from that in China. Rather than combining autocratic programs and local developmentalism, India's opening was orchestrated by national bureaucracies who seized the opportunity of the 1991 financial crisis to wage aggressive liberalization. Once the crisis's effect waned, however, the liberalization was challenged by domestic businesses and was partially reversed. In 1991, India experienced an abrupt debt crisis. Against that background, the government rolled out the June 1991 Union Budget, which provided an integrated strategy for trade, tax, and foreign exchange reforms. The July 1991 Industrial Policy then detailed measures to reduce the public sector, promote private industry, and encourage external trade and foreign investment. In the following 2 years, liberalization continued and deepened. The government eliminated import licenses for most capital goods, raw materials, and other intermediates and reduced the maximum tariff from 400% to 85%. MOF 1994. The government passed policies of export-oriented units and allowed foreign investors in those units to hold up to 100 equity shares. MOF 1994. The politics that had prevented opening to FDI in the 1980s continued to shape FDI policy in this decade. As new foreign investors came, opposition from domestic producers mounted as well. Year 2016, 126-129. The above-mentioned industrial associations, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, and CII, advocated protectionist measures to push back against the threats from foreign goods and investments. In the mid-late 1990s, it managed to partially reverse the policy, opening in the early 1990s. On the 2nd of May 1998, Prime Minister A.B. Vajpayee officially adopted a carefully calibrated approach to globalization. In December 1998, the new Bharatiya Janata Party government required that foreign firms wishing to set up a new Indian operation obtain a no objection certificate from all Indian partners. This move gave Indian indigenous companies an effective voice in checking the roles of foreign investment in India and was widely seen as a reversal in India's liberalization of FDI inflows. To summarize the historical comparison, it is useful to underscore a few trends that cut through a comparison of globalization in China and India. First, Chinese socialism eliminated private entrepreneurs, while in India private entrepreneurship not only continued but also grew. Second, China's party control resulted in more thorough socialist construction in the country. Socialist construction was both helped by and further strengthened political mobilization and capacity building in local governments. Compared to powerful party and local governments, big business actors, even those, were relatively weak in influencing policies and development in China. The various campaigns and movements in the socialist period further weakened the public sector's grip on local politics and development. Ironically, the power of the Indian public sector might be even stronger in economic policymaking than in China. Public units and leftist organizations were built during socialism and were protected. They enjoyed relative autonomy from state bureaucracies and emerged as influential political forces that shaped India's democratic politics. Different socialist legacies in China and India resulted in different politics of reform and globalization. In China, which lacked internal business forces, top leaders in local government embraced external capital, in particular from returned overseas Chinese, and China developed FDI-reliant industrialization and globalization. In India, domestic business became immediate allies of capitalist reform. Domestic business, however, was 342 yemen opposed to external opening. Even when the country was forced open by a major crisis, domestic business managed to persuade the government to limit and delay the entry of FDI once the effects of the crisis wore off. Thus, from a historical point of view, the Chinese and Indian capitalisms were hose tags of their respective states and society makeups, forged during their socialist periods. Reform-era governments in both countries proactively attempted to reform the socialist systems and to install more market-oriented mechanisms in order to achieve economic growth. Due to their large landmass, potential market, and cheap labor, each country drew the attention of global investors, but they were met with different responses. China's lack of domestic capital permitted the government to open the country to returning Chinese investors, whereas India's strong domestic business sector prevented more wholehearted opening. Historical institutionalism also shapes contemporary policy in China and India. Local developmentalism and a preference for FDI have influenced key economic policies in China in the recent decades. Even in the central, state-led electrical vehicle (EV) policy, local governments have been key promoters and implementers in various local EIs. Furthermore, foreign brands and partnerships were systematically coveted in local implementation, although much of the partnerships were based on technology sharing. Another example is China's Make in 2025 industrial policy, devised by the central bureaucracy but incorporating local and corporate ideas and interests. The implementation was again taken over by local governments, who, in order to develop the new, prioritized industries, chased foreign companies for collaboration and joint ventures. In India, the Modi administration launched Make in India and Skill India. Both policies were rolled out and devised by economic bureaucracies. Business associations, professional organizations, and private business were the main implementers of the two policies. Foreign tech companies and global expertise were involved in implementation of the schemes, but most of the actions took place at the national level or in key tech clusters in Mumbai and Bangalore. Unlike in China, neither schemes were able to mobilize a close alliance between local governments and FDI and local development. In short, the Chinese mobilization model has tended to broaden the central policy to include many actors and allow local governments to hijack a national policy. Working with foreign partners, local governments can turn the policy in directions that are not necessarily in the intent of the central policy. India's technical model, in contrast, puts central bureaucracy and experts in the leading position. Although such centralized policy appears to be more rational and scientific, it also tends to be limited to an exclusive group of professional actors and often fails to impact local development on a broader scale. The following section analyzes how China's centerpiece grand strategy, the BRI, supports the mobilization model in which local developmentalism and preferences to FDI prevailed, while India's counter strategy, Project Now Sam, supports the technical model in which local states and business interests are largely absent. BRI versus Project Now Sam. The Chinese leadership launched the BRI in late 2013, and by 2015, the strategy had rallied support from all important members in China, central agencies, state capital, local governments, and scholars. Underneath the effort at inclusiveness, however, BRI implementation has been fragmented and divergent from the political ambition shown in the Chinese rhetoric. Divergent capitalism in China and India. 343 Project Now Sam was India's response to China's BRI. Led by the Ministry of Culture, the project spells out the covered countries and avenues for joint efforts. Unlike the BRI, however, it does not involve groups with resources inside India. Its technical exclusivity prevents it from becoming a business-oriented platform to draw financial resources. In other words, the BRI was primarily a political mobilization that incentivizes lower-level units to improvise projects inside China. Project Now Sam was a diplomatic effort to draw neighboring countries into its orbit. Local governments and the BRI. The BRI has been viewed as the centerpiece foreign policy of the Xi administration. Liu et al. 2017. Economy 2018. Yet local governments have been key players in its implementation. Year 2019. Chinese policy scholars and central agencies, to be sure, are aware of local initiatives, yet their views tend to be critical and negative, as they believe that local projects distort the BRI's strategic intent and undermine its external ambition. From a historical institutionalist perspective, however, Chinese local government's reinterpretation and self-interested implementation are consistent with China's reform experiences in the last 4 decades. Local developmentalism has been the bedrock of China's speedy and successful globalization. Furthermore, because local conditions differ widely across China, localized BRI implementation has been diverse and has helped revive economic development and globalization in Chinese localities. This section discusses how local governments representing different economic regions, economic structures, and state capacities have been active in implementing the BRI. Ningbo is an eastern city that is close to Shanghai and Hangzhou. It has vibrant private economy and a significant presence of foreign and state capital. Local bureaucracies are well-trained and development savvy. When the BRI was launched, Ningbo was facing challenges to upgrade its manufacturing industries in a globalized market. The local government identified attracting high-tech FDI as a top priority and aimed to improve the city's status as a global city in China. Leveraging the BRI, Ningbo conducted 3 measures. First, it expanded its Central and Eastern European goods exhibition to a routinized, multilateral initiation called the Central Eastern Europe Consortium. Second, it sponsored the creation of a maritime Silk Road shipping index to rival the global Baltic Index. Third, it expanded and upgraded its new Plum Mountain economic zone to attract foreign investors. In late 2017, Ningbo successfully became Zhejiang BRI experiment site and pledged to achieve new rounds of industrialization and globalization under the BRI. In the same province, Wenzhou belonged to the Southern Economic Region, not in 2018. 31. Different from Ningbo, it had dominant private capital and active entrepreneurs, and the local government has been less strategic and strong-handed. Nonetheless, Wenzhou implemented the BRI proactively, with 2 major programs led by private entrepreneurs. The first program, the Belt and Road Goods Expo, was financed by 1 or 2 companies and showcased many Chinese brands in Europe. The expo was held annually in Italy and received endorsement from 5 central ministries. Its main effect was to expand the Chinese export market in Europe. The second program was led by the largest power device maker in Wenzhou. The company was active in following the leader's footsteps along the BRI, but its largest BRI project was in China. It constructed a massive manufacturing site near Xi'an, the famed origin and 344 human pillar city of the Silk Road economic belt. In time, the company expects to relocate and expand production from coastal cities, Wenzhou, Hangzhou, and Shanghai to interior China, where labor, land, and other costs are lower, and it will have greater access to broader continental markets around China. If Ningbo represents a combination of mixed economy and strong state, and Wenzhou represents a strong private economy and weak state, Chongqing in western China resents the dominance of state capital. Here, SOEs have majority shares in industrial output and state revenue, and there is consensus among interviewed actors that SOEs are the leading development agents in the city. In Chongqing, state capital improvised two types of BRI implementation. First, it leveraged the BRI to spin off new e-commerce businesses and profited from imported high-end consumer goods. The most important such spin-off is the Use New E-commerce company, a subsidiary of Chongqing's largest SOE, Chongqing Foreign Trade Group. Second, the SOEs collaborated to find external markets for their excess production capacities. One scheme is called 3+N, consisting of three main actors: Chongqing Foreign Trade Group, Chongqing Exim Bank, and China Development Bank, Chongqing Branch, and one or several other partners who expand business overseas. There is an obvious continuity between BRI implementation and China's earlier FDI liberalization. First, at the local level, the government has clearly prioritized FDI. Based on past experiences, when the Ningbo government faced challenges in upgrading local industry, it rapidly concentrated its efforts on attracting high-tech foreign capital. Although the BRI nominally targets less developed Asian economies, Ningbo's BRI implementation has focused on boosting the city's global profile so that it can be more effective in attracting FDI from advanced capitalist societies. Ningbo's pattern is consistent with other cities that have similarly strong involvement of local governments such as Shanghai, Hangzhou, Suzhou, and other cities in the Yangtze River Delta region. With entrepreneurial private capital in the lead, Wenzhou's BRI project was based on the incentives and needs of the contributing companies. In Chongqing, with state capital in the lead, the city's BRI projects have been driven by the need to stimulate business and revive SOEs. That agenda was supported by state banks and preferential policies. Professionalism and Project Now-Sam in India. Project Now-Sam, officially launched at the 38th session of the World Heritage Committee meeting in Doha, Qatar in June 2014, is considered as the most important policy under Prime Minister Modi to counter China's maritime Silk Road. It seeks to reconnect India with countries in the region where India has a unique role and identity based on shared cultural heritage. It also seeks to provide a platform to nations in the Indian Ocean region to jointly present cultural sites and historical narratives and put together a transnational nomination under the World Heritage MIC 2013-2015. Should the project achieve its goals, it would increase the visibility and collective identity in the region as a whole, while bolstering India's multilateral and regional leadership. Project Now-Sam's implementation mechanisms, key actors, and outcomes have presented interest in contrast to China's BRI. From the beginning, it primarily involved bureaucrats, research institutions, and scholars related to culture and historical heritages in the Indian Ocean. It was led by India's Ministry of Culture, Tourism, and Civil Aviation, which delegated the ASI as the top agency. In November 2014, the ASI collaborated with the state government of Kerala and organized a national conference on divergent capitalism in China and India 345 Project Now-Sam in Kochi. Furthermore, the Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts, a government-funded professional organization, has established an academic committee and organized a lecture series in the name of the project, Sharma 2016A. Over time, the project organizers seek to establish a research unit in New Delhi, from where it could coordinate research activities in the member states and coordinate narratives on the Indian Ocean maritime routes, IGNCA 2019. Project Now-Sam has received positive response from countries near the Indian Ocean, including China, UAE, Qatar, Myanmar, Iran, and Vietnam. By 2016, 40 countries signed on as partners of India's Project Now-Sam. China, in the context of the BRI launch, even proposed to link Project Now-Sam with the BRI in order to boost bilateral commercial collaborations, MIC 2016. However, key differences exist between the BRI and Project Now-Sam. The BRI, explained earlier, is led by local governments and companies that have strong developmental and commercial interests. Project Now-Sam, by contrast, has been focused on research on themes related to the study of maritime routes and landscapes through international scientific seminars and meetings, and by adopting a multidisciplinary approach, Sharma 2016b. Unlike the ambiguous and ambitious BRI, the near-term objective of Project Now-Sam was clear and well-defined: to prepare a dossier for multinational nomination of the Indian Ocean region as a World Heritage Site. In its first stage, Indian government approved the project to run from April 2015 to March 2017, with a budget of Rs.150 million, equivalent to $2.1 million. The project also has clear diplomatic and strategic motivations. One of Project Now-Sam's early activities was a joint sail voyage by Indian Navy sail training ship Ranghini and Royal Navy of Oman sail training ship Shabab Oman, conducted from the 24th of November to the 3rd of December 2015 to commemorate 60 years of diplomatic relationship between Oman and India. This voyage was seen as counterbalancing to China's expansion under the name of Maritime Silk Road. Project Now-Sam's focus on multilateral archaeology studies that present a diplomatic counterweight to China resulted in China's vehement opposition to its application for World Heritage status in 2017. Beijing's argument was that, should the UNESCO, United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, award the World Heritage status to India's maritime route and landscape, it would hamper Chinese efforts to revive the Maritime Silk Route, Sharma 2017. Following the defeat, the Indian Ministry of Culture extended Project Now-Sam until 2020, with pre-approved funds of Rs.60 million, equivalent to $840,000. The question remains why Project Now-Sam refused to involve China further in the context of BRI. There were two reasons. First, India was concerned that China's participation in Project Now-Sam would hijack the project's multilateral significance and neutralize India's leadership in the Indian Ocean world, Lao 2015. Second, the motivations and forces behind Project Now-Sam were just different from those behind China's BRI. Hence, the nodal agencies and scholarly communities leading Project Now-Sam have little incentive to link up with the Chinese strategy. Instead, they focus on cultural research and historical heritage in the Indian Ocean world, not business expansion, as the hallmark of success. From an international and multilateral point of view, Project Now-Sam can be viewed as rational and efficient. It has a cost-efficient budget and yet managed to involve many research and public initiatives. Certainly, a successful bid to the UNESCO World Heritage list would be a diplomatic victory for India and Project Mausam. Even if it failed to get the multilateral UN stamp of approval, it has started fruitful collaborations 346 human across the Indian Ocean region. For example, the project has provided Indian Ocean regional nations a platform to connect and catalog shared cultural landscapes, as well as jointly promoting activities of UNESCO in preserving art, curating museums, collecting funds, and performing cultural events. To in summary, irrespective of foreign policy controversies, from the comparative development point of view, Project Mausam is fundamentally different from China's BRI in its implementation and the policy sectors involved. The BRI, as shown earlier, was implemented by local governments and companies as a development project to help growth. Project Mausam is a politically driven and professionally run regional initiative. The BRI is about mobilizing as many actors, inside and outside China, to be part of the initiative, even when the actual projects may diverge from the BRI's stated intent. Project Mausam, by contrast, is about securing an exclusive status that establishes India's special position in the history of maritime Asia. Conclusion: China and India's economic renaissances are historic events in world history. Yet since the 1980s, their trajectories of resurgence have been markedly different, leading to questions such as which model is better and can last longer. From a global perspective, given their remarkable successes in the recent era, another important question is what policy practices in these countries can be adopted elsewhere. This chapter adopts an historical institutionalist approach to examine the consistent divergence between the two Asian giants. Despite similar traditional and geographical legacies, the divergence was forged in both countries' early socialist constructions, continued during their capitalist transitions, and has remained salient in today's domestic and external policies. Chinese policy follows a mobilization model that is political and developmental. Major policies are typically announced by the party leadership, which has the highest political power. Policy promotion occurs through top-down mobilization based on ambiguous incentives to lower-level state units. During implementation, policy implementers have the leeway to interpret and deviate from the stated policy in accordance with their own developmental needs and preferred measures. In other words, even when central policies are framed strategically, local governments typically become major implementers and manage to turn a central policy into a local development initiative, using their own instruments. FDI preference has been central to many local government initiatives, which has led to a general liberalization toward incoming investment. By contrast, India's policymaking is typically led by well-trained bureaucracies. The professionally devised policies have a clear agenda, leading noble agencies, an explicit budget, and spelled out activities and measures. The political leadership may confirm and support a policy so as to increase the policy's visibility and possibility of success. Leadership endorsement does not fundamentally change the scope and key actors involved in the policy. The downsides to such a bureaucratic approach are its exclusive nature and the difficulty of including broader political economic groups. As a result, resources, financial and organizational, available for implementation are inevitably narrow. Unlike in China, India's local governments are less targeted and seldom used as key implementers. As to the question of which model is better, it depends on what policy perspective is employed for evaluation. A political coalitional perspective would rank China's divergent capitalism in China and India 347 ambitious and ambiguous policies as more effective and more resilient, as broadening support to key domestic interest groups allows for greater sustainability and larger effects. A rationalist approach would rank the Indian policy dynamic as more efficient, with trained professionals using a calculated budget to achieve predefined goals. It is also safer in that it is less likely to be hijacked by interest groups and overextend its resources and commitments. Historical institutionalism shows that the two policy models were forged in their respective socialist period, if not earlier, strengthened throughout the capitalist transition phases, and continue to shape contemporary policies. They are products of macro institutions in the two Asian giants. Notes. Bibliography: Chaudhary, A. 1980, Conglomerate Big Business Groups in India, Some Traits of Tycoon Capitalism, Social Sciences A7, 3851, China Special Economic Zones Yearbook Compilation Office, 1985, Yearbook of China's Special Economic Zones, 1984, Hong Kong, China SE's Yearbook Publisher, Guerra, P. and Perry, E. eds. 2018, Beyond Regimes, China and India Compared, Cambridge, M.E., Harvard University Press, Economy, E. C. 2018, The Third Revolution, Xi Jinping and the New Chinese State, New York, Oxford University Press. 1. Y and Khanna, T. 2003, Can India Overtake China? Foreign Policy, 1 July, available online at http://foreignpolicy.com/2003/07/01/10-India-overtake-China/IGNCA, Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, 2019, Project Mausam, Objectives and Goals, available online at http://ignca.gov.in/project-mausam-3/project-mausam/objectives-and-goals/ Khanna, T. 2007, Billions of Entrepreneurs, How China and India Are Reshaping Their Futures and Yours, Cambridge, M.E., Harvard Business Review Press, Kunshan City Compilation Office, 1994, Kunshan Yanjun, 1998-1993, China, Shanghai Kachu Jishu Shubunj, Kunshan City Compilation Office, 2001, Kunshan Yanjun 2000, China, Shanghai Kachu Jishu Shubunj, Lao, N. 2015, Trade Ambitions Shadow Annual India, China Defense Talks, South China Morning Post, 7 April, available online at www.scmp.com/news/asia/article/1758337/Trade Ambitions Shadow Annual India China Defense Talks, Liu, W, Tian, J and U, X, 2017, Yaya Luzan Lianju, Study of the Belt and Road Strategy, Beijing, Shanguyan Chuguan, MIC, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, 2013, Mausam, Maritime Routes and Cultural Landscapes, 15 December, available online at www.ignca.nic.in/pdf_data/Mausam_concept.pdf, MIC, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, 2015, Government to establish cross-cultural linkages with 39 Indian Ocean countries under Project Mausam, Press Information Bureau EO, 9 March, available online at http://pib.gov.in/newsite/print release.aspects question reload equals 116554, MIC, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, 2016, Project Mausam of Ethnoculture, Press Information Bureau, 25 April, available online at http://pib.gov.in/newsite/print release. Asks, real equals 141,133, 348, Human MIC, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, 2018, Project Mausam, extended up to 2020 with the pre-approved fund of Rs 60,039,297, Dr. Mahesh Sharma, Press Information Bureau, 17 December, available online at https://pib.gov.in/newsite/print release. Asks, real equals 186,490, Miller, M. C. 2010, Wrong by Empire, Post-Imperial Ideology and Foreign Policy in India and China, Stanford, CA, Stanford University Press, MOF, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, 1994, Economic Survey, 1993-1994, New Delhi, Ministry of Finance, Naughton, B. 2007, The Chinese Economy, Transition and Growth, Cambridge, MIT Press, Naughton, B. 2018, The Chinese Economy, Adaptation and Growth, Cambridge, MIT Press, Sharma, M. 2016 A project, Mao Sam of Enoculture aims to explore multifaceted Indian Ocean, World, Press Information Bureau, Government of India, 9 March, available online at http://pib.nic.in/newsite/print-release.aspects question equals 137516. Sharma, M. 2016 B. Project Mao Sam of Enoculture, Press Information Bureau, Government of India, 25 April, available online at http://pib.nic.in/newsite/print-release.aspects question equals 141133. Sharma, R. 2017, Project Mao Sam hits the Chinese wall, The New Indian Express, 8 January, available online at www.newindianexpress.com/The Sunday Standard/2017/Gen/08/project-Mao Sam-hits-Chinese-wall-1557291.html. Yi, M. 2014, Diasporas in Foreign Direct Investment in China and India, New York, Cambridge University Press. Yi, M. 2016, Utility and Conditions of Diffusion by Diasporas, Examining Foreign Direct Investment Liberalization in China and India, Journal of East Asian Studies 16-261-280. Yi, M. 2018, Comparative Foreign Direct Investment in China and India, History, Economics, and Politics, in P. Diarra and E. Perry, eds, Beyond Regimes, China and India Compared, Cambridge, M.E., Harvard University Asia Center, 294-330. Yi, M. 2019, Fragmentation and Mobilization, Domestic Politics of China's Belt and Road, Journal of Contemporary China 116, doi, 10.1080/10670564.2019.15804228, 21 Contested Partnership China and India in a Changing BRICS. Gu Jing and Neil Rennick. China and India are not only leading emerging economies but are increasingly important as drivers of international development, both nationally and multilaterally, in forums such as BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. Since the first BRICS Heads of State Summit in 2009, the evolution of BRICS has been characterized by 2 elements of change. First, the goals, work, and institutionalization of the group have widened, deepened, and intensified. The range of BRICS activities has grown substantially, evidencing the numerous structures and processes of dialogue, deliberation, and decision-making that are now central to the group. BRICS Information Center 2018. This cooperation now involves in excess of 100 sectoral meetings across 3 tracks of intergovernmental diplomatic relations, government affiliate institutions, and civil society and people-to-people engagement. Second, the economic trajectory of the BRICS economies has also changed, bringing new challenges and responses. Clearly, the group has established itself as an important economic force in the global economy. In 2017, the gross domestic product (GDP) of all BRICS states amounted to approximately $18.25 billion, statistic 2019, following an initial period of prolonged high GDP growth. However, in recent years, all the BRICS economies, with the exception of India, have experienced slower growth rates and the introduction of national adjustment strategies to manage the new normal, as it is termed in China. At the same time, BRICS transition involves establishing an institutional fabric, including the creation of the new Development Bank (NDB) and a BRICS regional office in South Africa. The bank is also establishing an office in Latin America. This process of solidification in the trajectory as a unified body has been subject to question by some commentators. For example, Andrei Movchen, 2015, 1, a scholar in the economic policy program at the Carnegie Endowment's Moscow Center, has cautioned against over-expectation. While a union of BRICS is undoubtedly positive, its role as the third economic power should not be overestimated. For most members, the bloc represents a means to discuss opinions and perhaps take a joint position on any areas of mutual interest. This chapter examines and assesses relations between China and India within the context of the BRICS at this transitional and highly contentious moment. It asks 3 questions about this relationship. First, what led these 2 countries to join in the BRICS project? Second, what kind of relationship have they had within BRICS? And finally, what have been the achievements and challenges of BRICS, especially the NDB? Clearly, the relationship between China and India is highly complex, bringing with it 350 Gu Jing and Neil Rennick all the historical ties and tensions of centuries of involvement as well as continuing tensions over territorial border disputes, wider regional geosecurity issues, terms of trade and India's asymmetrical trade balance, and the wider aspirations of the 2 countries to increase their regional, interregional, and global influence. Before we deal with these questions, we state our broad analytical perspective. Analytical perspective. The chapter's analytical perspective is human security. Human security focuses on the developmental and emancipatory needs of individuals rather than societies or states. Thus, human security aims to protect people from critical and pervasive threats to human lives, livelihoods and dignity, and thus to enhancing human fulfillment. For these objectives, human security tries to integrate and strengthen initiatives that emphasize human-centered perspectives. MOFA 2009, 3. Human security and sustainable development are deeply entwined and mutually constitutive. During his time as United Nations UN Secretary-General, the late Kofi Annan was a strong advocate of human security, explicitly relating sustainable development, security, and human rights to ensure freedom from fear and want and freedom to live in dignity. Annan's 2000 report to world leaders defined the concept in the following way. Human security in its broadest sense embraces far more than the absence of violent conflict. It embraces human rights, good governance, access to education and healthcare, and ensuring that each individual has opportunities and choices to fulfill his or her own potential. The relationship between human security and sustainable development is central to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which calls for development strategies that result in resilient societies where people are safe from chronic threats such as abject poverty, hunger, disease, violence, and repression, and protected from sudden and hurtful disruptions in their daily lives. United Nations Trust Fund for Human Security undated. 1. The 2030 Agenda's vision is for a world free of poverty, hunger, disease, and want, where all life can thrive, free of fear and violence, A world with universal literacy, a world with equitable and universal access to quality education at all levels, to healthcare and social protection, where physical, mental and social well-being are assured, a world where we reaffirm our commitments regarding the human right to safe drinking water and sanitation, and where there is improved hygiene, and where food is sufficient, safe, affordable and nutritious, a world where human habitats are safe, resilient and sustainable, and where there is universal access to affordable, reliable and sustainable energy. United Nations 2015, 3-4. Human security is most clearly understood, therefore, as more than a negative absence of a personal sense of security in the face of multiple, interlocking threats. It is also about embracing, most critically, a positive understanding of security. In the latter sense, it connotes the challenges of providing the most effective means for individual and collective empowerment to overcome multiple, mutually constitutive insecurities forming critical barriers to the realization of personal aspirations and goals, or even contested partnership in BRICS 351 of a self-awareness of the possibility of a different, better life. There is much in this people-centered approach that is informed by Johann Galtung's distinction between negative peace, which is the search for the conditions for the absence of negative relations, and positive peace, which is the search for conditions that facilitate the presence of positive relations. Nationally and internationally, human security in this sense implies cooperation, freedom from fear, freedom from want, economic growth and development, the absence of exploitation, and the presence of equality, justice, freedom of action, pluralism, and dynamism. Galtung 1967, 14. This understanding of human security intersects with Amartya Sen's concept of development as freedom. Sen's concept focuses upon identifying and overcoming the range of mutually constitutive economic, socio-cultural, gendered, and political barriers to individual and collective societal development experienced by peoples most in need. Sen 1999. Human security's emancipatory and capabilities approach provides a useful critical evaluative instrument to gain a closer explanation and understanding of the complexities of India-China relations within the RICS, in particular their potential as new providers of international development assistance and the wider official and private sustainable developmental partnerships they are undertaking with low-income economies. There are two specific points of saliency here. First, the stress placed by both India and China on sustainable development, understood as an inclusive process grounded in a people-centered development philosophy and characterized by principles and practices of inclusivity, equity, mutuality, and reciprocity. And second, a shared conception of sustainable development that is holistic and aimed at freeing citizens by strengthening their capabilities through technical assistance, knowledge sharing, and project know-how. For example, in addressing the UN General Assembly, Prime Minister Modi argued that we, the global community, must pursue a more stable and inclusive global development. Each country must of course take its own national measures. Each government must fulfill its responsibility to support growth and development. At the same time, we also require a genuine international partnership. At one level, it means a better coordination of policy so that our efforts become mutually supportive, not mutually damaging. It also means that when we craft agreements on international trade, we accommodate each other's concerns and interests. Modi 2014, 1. In similar vein, in his January 2017 speech to the World Economic Forum, WEF, President Xi, 2017, argued in a viewpoint that finds common ground with Indian Prime Minister Modi and the other BRICS members that development is ultimately for the people. To achieve more balanced development and ensure that the people have equal access to opportunities and share in the benefits of development, it is crucial to have a sound development philosophy and model and make development equitable, effective and balanced. Building BRICS, Chinese and Indian drivers of participation. The support of China and India was central to the forging of BRICS. The two countries came to support the idea and then creation of the group for two primary reasons. First, they identified specific national interests that could potentially be promoted and possibly 352 Gujing and Neil Rennick met by developing closer cooperation and coordination through such a group. Second, they saw utility in establishing a new forum to address a complex range of critical international economic, political, and developmental issues, the effective resolution of which necessitated multilateral cooperation. This cooperation, they determined, could not be accommodated satisfactorily within the existing international institutional architecture. Over the course of the life of BRICS, the China-India relationship has demonstrated a steady willingness to sustain their cooperation. Nonetheless, the politics of the relationship has moments of both convergence and agreement and, as one might expect given the complexities of intra and extra-BRICS economic, political, and strategic challenges, divergence, and disagreement. This is not simply attributable to the economic disparity and trade imbalance between China and India or to border tensions, but also reflects the reality that the countries are simultaneously BRICS partners and national competitors. Reference to a concert of BRICS emerging economies was initially coined as a shorthand term, often associated with a 2001 paper written by the then Goldman Sachs chief economist Jim O'Neill to refer to economies offering a potentially higher return for global investors. O'Neill 2001, 1. Gu et al. 2016, 1. In terms of diplomacy, BRICS has origins in the informal discussions between Russia, India, and China, RIC, held alongside the UN General Assembly meetings since 2003, in the early meetings of their foreign ministers from 2005, in informal discussions involving the RIC and Brazil's foreign minister in 2006, in ensuing formal meetings of the BRIC foreign ministers in 2006 and 2007 leading to the first BRIC, Brazil, Russia, India, China, Heads of State Summit in Yekaterinburg in July 2009, and in the invitation to South Africa to join the group and attend the 2011 summit held in China, which reconstituted the group as BRICS. As one recent study recounts, the idea of establishing a BRICS grouping came as a carefully thought-through Russian initiative worked out by Foreign Minister Lavrov and President Putin. Gu et al. 2016, 1, 7. This initiative presented a diagnosis of the principal forces of change in the global system, the associated turbulence and unpredictability, and the utility of a new forum for dialogue on, and advocacy for, their shared interest in the transforming global system. Why was the idea of a BRICS grouping attractive enough for China and India to agree to participate? In short, both governments saw the need for, and the potential opportunities in, such a grouping as a forum of cooperation to their mutual benefit and as a fulcrum for change in the global economic and political landscape. The key factors were both general and specific. The general factors, shared with the whole group, were as follows. The lessons of crisis. The 2008 global financial crisis exposed the frailties, inequalities, and unpredictabilities of the global economy. For emerging and developing economies, including India and China, the crisis underlined the urgent need to look beyond the perceived exclusivity and partiality of the Western-centric institutional house of cards upon which the system had been built since the end of World War II. The trajectory of projected economic power of China and India through the first half of the 21st century. In 2016, the combined economic output of the BRICS group of economies accounted for around 22% of global GDP, exactly double their share in 2005. By 2017, the combined GDP of BRICS economies and purchasing power parity (PPP) terms exceeded that of the G7. Together, these five economies are a major engine of the global economy, contributing around 45% of global growth. NDB 2017. 32. The World 2050 Contested Partnership in BRICS 353 report projects China and India to be the two largest economies in the world by 2050. It is estimated that emerging markets, E7, could grow around twice as fast as advanced economies, G7, on average. As a result, 6 of the 7 largest economies in the world are projected to be emerging economies in 2050, led by China, first, India, second, and Indonesia, fourth. PwC 2017. Frustration with the failure of the UN and the major global financial institutions established at Bretton Woods in 1944 to undertake substantial and meaningful reform. This reform was needed to account for the steady shift in the economic center of gravity in the global economy toward the emerging economies and their growing political significance. The 2018 BRICS Summit communique, as in previous statements, reiterated the group's commitment to the 2005 World Summit outcome document and reaffirmed the need for a comprehensive reform of the UN, including its Security Council, with a view to making it more representative, effective and efficient, and to increase the representation of the developing countries so that it can adequately respond to global challenges. BRICS 2018. Concern over an unbalanced global economy and intensification of economic globalization, and the recognition of a need for new inclusive, equitable approach that brought in the developing and low-income economies, and new global and regional challenges and commitments driving the need for global cooperation, most notably the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, COP21, but also the 2008 Accra Accord and Declaration and the 2011 Busan Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation. More specific factors for India and China joining the BRICS project reflected each country's self-perception of its roles in the global and regional economic, political, and strategic systems. For India, BRICS offered a fresh path by which it could seek to hold a more prominent position on the global stage. India's aspiration to become a permanent member of the UN Security Council had stalled by China's opposition and lackluster practical support from the United States and Russia, despite declarations to the contrary, and regional multilateral organizations presented little or no alternative pathways. BRICS provided a new, relatively unencumbered opportunity to extend India's diplomatic and economic standing and influence. The Carnegie Moscow Center's Peter Tolpichanov has argued that BRICS is attractive to India for a number of reasons. First is BRICS' informal character that allows the country to further its agenda on the international stage with little political and so far little economic cost. 2015. 1. Second is the fact that BRICS provides a useful mechanism by which India is able to mask its efforts to build closer relationships with China and Russia, whilst also maintaining its partnership with the United States at a time of heightened intergovernmental tensions between the governments in Washington, Beijing, and Moscow. Third, significant residual anti-colonial, anti-Western sentiment within India made rapprochement with the United States subject to heavy domestic criticism. Membership in BRICS could demonstrate even-handedness in its foreign relations. Fourth, to sustain its economic growth, India recognized that it needed much higher levels of investment than it was acquiring and could reasonably anticipate gaining from one-by-one individual national sources. BRICS offered a potential new source of multilateral investment, a view that was confirmed in the later creation of the NDB. 2015. 354 Gujing and Neil Rennick. The creation of BRICS is often, mistakenly, attributed solely to China and its pursuit of its own national interests and objectives. China, as the largest economy among the 5 BRICS members and, in 2009, already on the road to becoming the world's largest economy, would have found the idea of BRICS appealing as a distinctive multilateral platform for advocating root and branch reform of global financial institutions, one that provided a means to make its own claim for reform, through a shared stance, and thereby avoid a direct China-US confrontation. Alexander Galuev has argued that participation in BRICS would add to China's knowledge and practical experience of international development projects. Galuev et al. 2015. In addition, BRICS presented an opportunity to elaborate a strategic political and economic partnership with other key emerging economies. 2017. China-India relations in BRICS. It is remarkable that the INTRA-BRICS relationship of the association's 2 largest economies has demonstrated sustained durability over the past decade, given the economic, political, and strategic challenges they have experienced in their bilateral relationship, including the possibility of border conflict as recently as June 2017. The China-India relationship within BRICS has endured and formed a central pillar for the development of the group despite well-documented differences and tensions between the countries. This durability reflects an acceptance by successive leaderships in both countries that the benefits of participation and cooperation inside BRICS outweigh their differences outside BRICS. One feature of China-India relationship during the Modi leadership era is the mutual acceptance that the wider global and regional uncertainties and instabilities must remain the priority rather than the border dispute, the so-called reset in India-China relations. This point was most recently reiterated by India's former Foreign Secretary Subramaniam Jaishankar at the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit in Singapore in April 2018. February 2018. 1. Prime Minister Modi's keynote address to the June 2018 Shangri-La dialogue in Singapore included cooperative comments about the India-China relationship, set within the context of India's Act East policy. Modi 2018. Much is made of their differences. However, their evolving BRICS relationship has been built on the elements that form a common ground and shared interest between them. These include key principles of Indian foreign policy articulated by Modi, namely, Devanagari letter Sa, Devanagari letter Ma, Devanagari letter Ma, Devanagari vowel sign AA, Devanagari letter Na, respect, Devanagari letter Sa, Devanagari letter Ma, Devanagari letter VA, Devanagari vowel sign AA, Devanagari letter dialogue, Devanagari letter Sa, Devanagari letter Ha, Devanagari sign Virama, Devanagari vowel sign O, Devanagari letter GA, cooperation, Devanagari letter Shah, Devanagari vowel sign AA, Devanagari sign Nisvara, Devanagari letter Na, Devanagari vowel sign 1, peace, and Devanagari letter Sa, Devanagari letter Ma, Devanagari vowel sign vocaligar, Devanagari letter Na, Devanagari letter Da, Devanagari vowel sign 1, prosperity. These principles are also central to China's stated outlook and approach to external relations and are explicit in all the BRICS summit statements. These have deep common roots in the principles enunciated in the 1955 Bandung Declaration. Moreover, China-India relations within the BRICS have been characterized by a shared reading of the instability and unpredictability of the post-2008 global economic and political system and the dangers posed to stability and peace, the imperative for global institutional reform, inclusivity, and equity, and the need for realignment of the institutional architecture to more closely reflect the critical economic role now played by the emerging economies. The durability of cooperative China-India relations relations within the BRICS also reflects the important role that the BRICS itself may play as a moderating and mediating agency and process. In part, this ameliorating influence arose simply from China and India's embeddedness in the multiple work streams of the group's program. In part, 2, BRICS may contested partnership in BRICS 355 exercise a moderating influence simply by virtue of its existence. In this latter aspect, there was speculation in the Washington Post report that the de-escalation of the Doklam military standoff between China and India in June-August 2017 was due to the fact that the Xi'an and BRICS summit was to take place in the first week of September. China and India withdrew troops from both sides of the disputed territorial border on the 28th of August. The article surmised that the Chinese government may have wanted to avoid hosting the summit with a standoff continuing, and with the possibility that Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi might not attend Dinner in Gao in 2017. Whilst this may be, in part, a plausible explanation for the China-India reset, a firmer evidential basis would be to take note of the attempts to build a closer, more cooperative relationship, evident in the April 2018 meeting of the two leaders in Wuhan, their June meeting in Qingdao on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO) summit, their meeting at the 10th BRICS summit in Johannesburg in July 2018, and their fourth meeting on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Buenos Aires in November 2018. Such cooperation does not, of course, preclude differences over policy matters. For example, there has been divergence over China's proposal for BRICS Plus, the issue of expanding the membership of BRICS. China proposed BRICS Plus by inviting leaders from Egypt, Mexico, Thailand, Tajikistan, and Guinea for a dialogue on the sidelines of the 2017 Xiamen summit at the new dialogue with emerging market and developing countries. China has argued that a group of 10 will be stronger than one of 5 members. India argues that the focus should be on developing current members rather than inviting other economically weaker economies, and that bringing in new members would cause the group to lose focus and momentum and even threaten the association's future. A further area of contention between China and India within the context of BRICS is that of terrorism. This is indicative of the influence of wider, contextual factors upon BRICS and the China-India relationship. At one level, there is a shared concern with terrorism and agreement to counter the threat, and this is quite clearly evident in BRICS statements on the issue. At another level, however, India and China have differing perspectives and positions on terrorism. Central to this is India's relationship with Pakistan. When India hosted the 8th BRICS summit in Goa in 2016, India proposed that the BRICS joint declaration include the names of terrorist groups headquartered in Pakistan such as Jaish-e-Mohammed. The proposal was perceived by China and the other members to be of a clearly narrow political national self-interest. They were opposed to this use of BRICS, which they felt was inconsistent with BRICS conventions and practices. India also used its role as Goa summit host to invite the IMFTEC, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, an international organization focused on economic cooperation between Bangladesh, India, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Nepal, and Bhutan, to attend. As one assessment has concluded, the inclusion of the IMFTEC bore geopolitical connotations, and it was interpreted that India was using their power as host country to isolate and condemn Pakistan. Moros 2016. Whilst it is a feasible proposition that the BIMSTEC invitation had a geostrategic rationale and may have been perceived negatively by the other BRICS members, an alternative reading can be found in the well-established Indian commitment to the IMFTEC itself. It is quite possible that India considered its role as host as an additional mechanism by which to consolidate its multilateralism and interinstitutional networking goals and its transition from its Look East policy to a reformulated Act East policy. It may also have identified the Goa summit as an opportunity to pursue the 356 Gujing and Nilreni BRICS outreach aims of mainstreaming and integrating developing and low-income economies into the BRICS dialogue. China in particular mounted strong opposition to India's proposal to name what it alleged to be Pakistan-domiciled terrorist groups, with Chinese officials arguing that Pakistan too was subject to terrorism and had made a great effort to fight it. China's official position was that it was opposed to linking terrorism with any one country, ethnicity, or religion. In this, China was supported by Russia. Both China and Russia had particular national self-interest at play in seeking to avoid naming organizations as terrorist. Clearly, for China, this lay in its core relationship with its iron brother, Pakistan, a critically important strategic partner for China. Pakistan is an important component of the Chinese government's BRI project, and the flagship China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, is held up as a symbolic and practical example of the success of the BRI. Pakistan is also a key partner in terms of China's own security environment for 3 main reasons. First is the fact that a strong Pakistan provides a regional political and military balance to India on China's borders. Pakistan is the largest buyer of Chinese military armaments. In the period 2008-2018, China was reported to have sold Pakistan arms valued at over $6.4 billion, while in excess of the U.S. sales to Pakistan worth $2.5 billion. The weaponry is increasingly sophisticated, and the embedding of Chinese weapons is establishing a new degree of interoperability. In addition, China is the main partner for Pakistan's military training, PUBI 2019. Second, Pakistan provides a South Asian counterweight to the India-US relationship that has been a high priority for the Modi government in New Delhi. Third, Pakistan is critical to meet China's concerns over Islamic extremism in Xinjiang and the continuing instability and potential military vacuum in Afghanistan. Nevertheless, if the Goa BRICS summit was marked by differences between India and China, 1 year later, the declaration of the Xiamen summit demonstrated a counterswing of convergence and agreement in the India-China relationship within BRICS. The Xiamen communique departed from previous declarations by explicitly naming groups such as the Haqqani Network, the Eastern Turkistan Islamic Movement, and the Pakistani Taliban that have targeted Afghanistan and China. The declaration went on to state that, we reaffirm that those responsible for committing, organizing or supporting terrorist acts must be held accountable. This was taken as a thinly veiled reference to Pakistan, and the Pakistan government issued a robust rejection and criticism of the BRICS statement, Reuters 2017. Whilst the convergence of views was presented by some observers as a success for Indian diplomacy, Hindustan Times 2017, according to Chinese officials, the change in its position reflected in the naming of these organizations was because BRICS countries have shown their concerns to the violent activities raised by these organizations. These organizations are all sanctioned by the UN Security Council and have a significant impact for the Afghanistan issue. Pedro Nobois 2017. China signed security and economic agreements with Afghanistan in 2012, but a growing concern by the Chinese government about terrorist violence against China and a deepening concern about the stability of Afghanistan saw movement and convergence with India on the issue of naming terrorist groups. As is well documented, the $1 trillion global project that is the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, remains a substantive and substantial issue of divergence between New Delhi and Beijing. At the heart of the issue is China and India's dispute over the territorial sovereignty of Kashmir and the BRI's economic corridor, CPEC, through Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, POK, with its concomitant China-Pakistan Internal Security Agreement for Joint Patrols Contested Partnership in BRICS 357 issue. The 3,000 km under CPEC, is aimed at connecting China and Pakistan with rail, road, pipelines, and optical fiber cable networks. The disagreement has seen India refrain from attending the BRI forum or entering into BRI-related project arrangements. The issue is further complicated by the role of the United States in the region and its approach to the BRI. The Trump administration sees the BRI as a tool for China's global ambitions to become the world's leading state and believes that it is severely detrimental to the needs and interests of the countries that sign up for membership. The U.S. stance was articulated bluntly by U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo at a Washington conference on the 28th of March 2019 as the Chinese government made its final preparations to host the Second Belt and Road Forum, BRF. Their moving into the South China Sea is not because they want freedom of navigation. Their efforts to build ports around the world aren't because they want to be good shipbuilders and stewards of waterways, but rather they have a state national security element to each and every one of them. The BRI is no different. We are happy to compete on a fair, transparent basis under rule of law with the Chinese anywhere in the world. We'll win more than our fair share, but we'll lose some to them too. But when you're showing up with a non-economic offer, whether that's through state-facilitated, below-market pricing or handing someone something, knowing that you can foreclose on their nation shortly, so predatory lending practices, that's not straight, and we are working diligently to make sure everyone in the world understands that threat. U.S. State Department 2019. Achievements and Challenges of BRICS. The NDB as indicated in the introduction to this chapter, the BRICS agenda has expanded exponentially. From the early engagement, the agenda was centered on building official diplomatic relations for the group and through high-level leadership summits and separate foreign ministerial meetings. The practical work of the group 1 decade uncovers a vast swath of policy with regular meetings held for finance ministers and central bank governors, national security advisors, ministers of science and technology, agriculture, environment, health, and labor, and disaster response authorities, as well as a business council, a think tanks council, a parliamentary forum, a culture festival, and a friendship cities and local governments cooperation forum, BRICS 2018. One of the signal achievements of BRICS is the establishment of the NDB, to which we now turn, with its core focus on financing infrastructure capacity building and supporting sustainable development and growth in the BRICS membership and developing economies. The ultimate objective of the NDB is to strengthen human security, empower and free individuals, communities, and societies, and end poverty, social deprivation, and exclusion. Human security, understood as Amartya Sen's emancipatory and capabilities approach encapsulated in the notion of development as freedom, finds current focus in the priority being placed on sustainable growth and development, being facilitated by meeting the challenge of the infrastructure gap in emerging and developing economies, overcoming the trade and investment barriers to national and international growth and wealth creation, and reducing the multiple and mutually constitutive insecurities of food, water, sanitation, shelter, nutrition, health, education and training, clean energy, 358 Ujing and Neil Rennick decent work, income, gender, and cultural identity. The stated purpose of the NDB is to address this critical core of human security. From its inception in 2015, the NDB was to be different from other multilateral development banks, MDBs, in what it was intended to do and how it would do it. The bank's funding process, commensurate voting power, and focus for the disbursement of its finance would signal the BRICS intention to move from principled discourse to demonstrably principled, transparent, accountable, and equitable practice. The creation of NDB reflects the desire of the BRICS countries to strengthen their cooperation and complement the efforts of multilateral and regional financial institutions to promote global development and help realize the commitment of the BRICS members to strong, sustainable and balanced economic growth and sustainable development. NDB's primary focus is to mobilize resources for infrastructure and sustainable development projects in the BRICS countries as well as in other emerging economies and developing countries to promote global growth and seek solutions for sustainable development. NDB 2017-12. The bank's subscribed capital is $50 billion, with each of the 5 founding member countries subscribed equally to shares worth $10 billion. The voting power of each member is equal to the proportion of its subscribed shares in the capital stock of NDB. Thus all the founding members have equal voting power. It is to India that this subscription contributions voting weighting formula is attributed, with India opposing China's initial proposal that subscriptions and voting rights reflect the members' contribution. Under this formula, China would contribute $41 billion to the NDB, giving it the largest share of voting rights at 39.5%. Brazil, India, and Russia would each have contributed $18 billion, and South Africa would have contributed $5 billion. This formula raised concerns due to the disparity between China's economy and those of the other members. At the time of the formulation of the bank, China's economy was 4 times the size of India's and larger than the rest of the BRICS economies combined. 2014-1. The NDB represents one of the most substantive outputs from the BRICS process. In 2017, the bank formulated and approved the NDB's 2017-2021 General Strategy and establishment of the Project Preparation Fund, PPF, and PPF contribution agreements were signed with China, Russia, and India. The bank made its first loans in April 2016 to finance projects in Brazil, India, China, and South Africa with a combined total value of $811 million. This was followed in July 2016 with a $100 million loan to Russia. Notable for helping to meet the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement and the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals, the NDB had its first green bond issue in July 2016. By July 2018, some $4.1 billion had been contributed. In addition, 2016 and 2017 saw the first issues of local currency bonds in renminbi and rupee masala, and in mid-March 2019, Bank President David Kamaf indicated that the NDB would issue rand bonds in South Africa and commercial paper in US dollars in the first half of 2019. Xinhua 2019. In 2017, the NDB committed $1.85 billion to funding new projects, more than doubling its portfolio. In all, the NDB's portfolio in 2018 stood at 27 projects, totaling $6.7 billion across the BRICS membership. In 2018, $10 billion of the bank's subscribed capital of $50 billion was paid in capital, and $40 billion was callable, as contested partnership in BRICS 359 required. The bank's aim is now to sustain NDB's rapid growth rate. New initiatives to extend the NDB are expected to help contribute to this aim, most notably the opening of the Africa Regional Center, ARC, in South Africa in 2017, and the opening of the Americas Regional Office in Brazil. In addition, the bank has signed Memorandum of Understanding with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the Eurasian Development Development Bank, and the International Investment Bank, and at the Xiamen BRICS Summit with the China Development Bank, the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and the Agricultural Bank of China. India and China have a shared interest in continuing to cooperate in the NDB based on their respective national interests and the evident synergies of these interests. As Nicole Moreno has pointed out in a thoughtful and perceptive analysis, the NDB offers China important benefits as an organizational instrument that Beijing can use to increase its influence among developing countries, as a means of improving the dynamics of cooperation among BRICS and the cohesion of the group, as an opportunity to improve its know-how in managing international institutions, as the first materialization of BRICS multipolar ideology in institutional practice, and to demonstrate its capacity to provide alternative ways of dealing with international issues. Moreno. 2018. 1. For India, the initiator of the idea of a BRICS MDB, the NDB promises an additional means by which to meet India's domestic and international needs, aims, and objectives. Despite high rates of annual GDP growth and expectations that this will be sustained through the next 3 decades and possibly beyond, and achievements in its social agenda of reform to transform, India has high levels of poverty, growing economic and social inequalities, weak health and education systems, poor freshwater access and sanitation, and many challenges relating to societal divisions, urbanization, environmental pollution, and governance. The New India envisaged by Prime Minister Modi has explicitly targeted these human security challenges, for example in the commitment, whether deliverable or not, to provide homes for the poorest and dispossessed by 2022. The need to tackle energy access not only is an issue of energy justice, but also because energy is the key driver of socio-economic growth, PIB 2019, and the HIRA model of development centered on the construction of integrated highways, railways, and airways to create vital connectivity across the country. In addition, the Modi government has emphasized the importance of engaging with the imperatives of the fourth industrial revolution, including the digital economy, a feature of the 9th and 10th BRICS Summit communiques and the BRICS Science and Technology and Business Council work streams, and driven within India itself through the Digital India program. Externally, the Modi government's priorities are global institutional reform, inclusive sustainable development, greener and more inclusive growth driven by the catalyst of infrastructure investment, and greater connectivity within the context of the fourth industrial revolution and digitization. According to the NDB, India has invested more than $1 trillion on infrastructure over the past decade, NDB 2017, 36. However, India has the second highest infrastructure deficit in the world, and it retains a critical need for infrastructure investment. To date, the NDB has provided substantial investment in Indian sustainable development projects. The NDB's current projects approved in India total more than $1.4 billion for transportation, water and sanitation, and renewable energy, and the bank has stated that, for the NDB, India presents a host of possibilities 360 Gujing and Neil Rennick in transportation, renewable energy, water and sanitation, urban infrastructure and pollution reduction. India may also benefit from resources from the PPF once it becomes operational. NDB 2017, 36. Conclusion: it is over 40 years since the adoption of the Buenos Aires Plan of Action for Promoting and Implementing Technical Cooperation among Developing Countries, TCDC, and the beginning of the process of South-South and trilateral cooperation, marked by the second high-level UN Conference on South-South Cooperation held in Buenos Aires, Argentina in late March 2019. The calling of the second conference by the UN General Assembly resulted from a recognition of the need to strengthen and further invigorate South-South cooperation, UNOSSC 2019. BRICS represents a significant contribution to South-South cooperation, global sustainable development, the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, and progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals by providing a major new voice for the advocacy of reform and change in the global institutional fabric and in turning BRICS words into practical action. The BRICS project has contributed to changing the parameters of the global development policy narrative, culture, and practice. BRICS has taken a principled stand on reform of the IMF, World Bank, and World Trade Organization, and on the necessity for a more inclusive, equitably balanced, innovative, and green global economy with a central place for emerging, developing, and low-income economies. BRICS is positioning itself to grasp the opportunities of the fourth industrial revolution and the potential of the digital economy, and on the need to move beyond aid to a people-centered development philosophy grounded in partnerships and mutuality that delivers practical, emancipatory benefits for human security within BRICS economies and globally. This contribution is evident in the strong BRICS commitment to African development and the creation of the NDB as a means of actively supporting sustainable development projects and green growth through, for example, financing renewable energy capacity building in member states such as India. In this context of an evolving BRICS, China and India have sustained a working partnership within the organization, despite their complex bilateral relationship. This partnership is based on the perceived synergies of their national interests. BRICS provides a useful diplomatic mechanism for both governments whereby certain issues such as terrorism can be negotiated and mediated outside of the political constraints that exist in their bilateral relationship. The durability of the China-India relationship in BRICS, despite heightened tensions over their border dispute, indicates that there is practical substance to their political declarations of cooperation. The relationship has an evident touchstone in the similarity of the political principles they bring to BRICS and the synergies these have with the other BRICS members, their shared historical roots, including in the Bandung Declaration, and the consensus building they commit to through membership. Clearly, too, the relationship is dynamic with agreement and disagreement, consensus and dissensus ebbing and flowing through the evolution of their involvement in the group. BRICS is now a multidimensional policy forum, but the respective policy domains contain the essence of human security and its emancipatory imperatives. With China and India projected to be the first and second-ranked economies in the world, their continued commitment and cooperation are essential to the future success of the contested partnership in BRICS 361 BRICS project. For example, through joint development initiatives in Africa, as BRICS moves through its second and, most likely, more challenging decade as the organization contemplates and calculates BRICS plus enlargement. Bibliography N. K. 2000. Secretary General salutes International Workshop on Human Security in Mongolia. 2-day session in Ulaanbaatar. Press release SGSM 7382. United Nations. 8 May. Available online at www.un.org/press/on/2000005008.sgsm7382.doc.html. BRICS Information Center. 2018. BRICS in Africa. Collaboration for Inclusive Growth and Shared Prosperity in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. 10th BRICS Summit Johannesburg Declaration. Johannesburg, South Africa. 26 July. BRICS Information Center. University of Toronto. Available online at http://brix.utoronto.ca/docs/180726-johannesburg.html. Access 19 March 2019. Shotari, P. P. 2018. India's China reset. An unstable world brings Modi and Xi together. For now. Hindustan Times. 23 April. Available online at www.hindustantimes.com/world-news/India-China-reset-unstable-world-brings-Modi-Dash-Dash-Together-for-now/sorry-h9 available to 27th March 2017. Binair, S. and Gowan, A. 2017. Who blinked in the China-India military standoff? The Washington Post. 30 August. Available online at www.washingtonpost.com/news/worldviews/WP August 30th 2017. Who blinked-in-China-India-military-standoff/question. No redirect equals & UTM_term equals .CCA815B1070C. Access the 17th of March 2019. Gabuv, A. Molchan, A. Topikanov, P. and Vassiliev, S. 2015. Y2 Brazil, Russia, India, and China NEBRICS. Carnegie Moscow Center, 8 July. Available online at https://carnegie.ru/commentary/60636. Access the 16th of February 2019. Galtung, J. 1967. Theories of Peace. A Synthetic Approach to Peace Thinking. Oslo. International Peace Research Institute. Gu, J. 2017. China and the Emerging Economies. In P. A. Haslam, J. Schaefer and P. Baudet, eds. Introduction to International Development. Approaches, Actors and Issues. 3rd ed. Oxford. Oxford University Press. 240-260. Gu, J. Carey, R. Shankland, A. and G. Noy, A. 2016. Introduction. International Development. South-South Cooperation in the Rising Powers. In J. Gu, R. Carey, A. Shankland and A. G. Noy, eds. The BRICS and International Development. London. Palgrave Macmillan, 124. Hindustan Times, 2017. Highlights. India scored diplomatic victory. BRICS names let Gem, Al-Qaeda among groups causing violence. 5 September. Available online at www.hindustantimes.com/India-news/Live-Xi-Jinping-welcomes-PM-Narendra-Modi-Sh-sorry-S3KU Elder NWRS009MDT4VCK.HTML. Access the 21st of March 2019. Maini, T. S. 2014. India will play a decisive role in the BRICS Bank. Global Times, 24 July. Available online at www.globaltimes.cn/content/872428.html. Access the 23rd of March 2019. Modi, N. 2014. Full text. Narendra Modi's speech at United Nations General Assembly. DNA, 27 September. Available online at www.dnaindia.com/world/report-full-text-Narendra Modi's speech at United Nations General Assembly 2022-2062. The 20th of March 2019. Modi, N. 2018. PM Modi's keynote address at the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore. Narendra Modi, 1 June. Available online at www.narendra-modi.in/PM-2020-2020-deliver%20-20-deliver%20-SHANGRI-LA-20% and Access the 21st of March 2019. MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, 2009. The Trust Fund for Human Security. For the Human-Centered 21st Century, August. Available online at www.mofa.go.jp/policy/human_secu, T_fund21.pdf. Access the 18th of February 2019. Moreno, M. V. 2018. China and the BRICS New Development Bank. Towards an Alternative to Bretton Woods. El Instituto de Altitude in Geopolitica and Auxiliary. Is a G. 362 Gujing and Neil Rennick. 4 March. Available online at https://isogitalia.org/china-the-BRICS-development-bank. WP_84623/. Access the 17th of February 2019. Mo Ross, S. 2016. BRICS caught between India and China. Global Risks Insight. 24 November. Available online at https://globalriskinsights.com/2016/11/BRICS-top-India-China/ ACS the 21st of March 2019. Molchan, A. 2015. 5 Factors Limiting the Impact of the BRICS Nations. World Economic Forum, 8 July. Available online at www.weforum.org/agenda/2015/5-factors-limiting-the-impact-of-the-BRICS-nations/ Access the 23rd of March 2019. NDB, New Development Bank, 2017. Developing Solutions for a Sustainable Future Annual Report 2017. Available online at www.ndb.int/wp-content/uploads/2018/07/ndb_AR2017.pdf. Access the 23rd of March 2019. O'Neill, J. 2001. Building Better Global Economic BRICS. Global Economics Paper 66, 30 November. Available online at www.goldmansachs.com/insights/archive/archive-pdf/build-better-brics.pdf. Access the 21st of March 2019. Patronobis, S. 2017. BRICS 2017. Summit Declaration names Pak-e-Lashkar, J. Terror Concerns. Hindustan Times, 5 September. Available online at www.hindustantimes.com. India-news/in-win-for-India-Rex-statement-names-let-j-ai-sh-terror-concerns-club-then-with-is-Islamic-state/sorry-y-h9h0-2-i-w-l-n-w-x-t-9-t-w-k-k.html. Access the 27th of March 2019. PIB, Press Information Bureau, 2019. Energy is the key driver of socioeconomic growth. PM in Petrotech 2019. 11 February. Available online at https://pib.gov.in/press-release-e-share.aspects question PRID equals 1563758. Hubby M. 2019. China backs Iron Brother Pakistan with primary weapons and complex exercises. The Economic Times. 15 March. Available online at https://economictimes.india.times.com. News Defense. China backs Iron Brother Pakistan with primary weapons and complex exercises. /article show /6841819.cms. Access to 29th of March 2019. PwC. PricewaterhouseCoopers. 2017. The World in 2050. 1 April. Available online at www.pwc.com/gx/on/issues/economy/the-world-in-2050.html. Access to 21st of March 2019. Reuters. 2017. Pakistan rejects BRICS statement on militant groups. 5 September. Available online at www.reuters.com/article/China-BRICS-Pakistan/Pakistan-rejects-BRICS- statement on militant groups at USKCN1BG1GL. Access to 25th of March 2019. Statista. 2019. Gross domestic product (GDP) of the BRIC countries from 2012 to 2022. Available online at www.statista.com/statistics/2542881/GDP-of-the-BRIC countries/ access to 22nd of March 2019. United Nations. 2015. Transforming Our World. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. General Assembly 70th Session. ARES 71. 21 October. Available online at www.un.org/on/development/DESA/population/migration/General Assembly/docs/Global Compact/ARES_70_1_E.pdf. Access to 21st of March 2019. United Nations Trust Fund for Human Security. Undated. Agenda 2030. Available online at www.un.org/humansecurity/agenda-2030/. Access the 3rd of January 2016. UNOSSC. United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation. 2019. BAPA +40. The second high-level United Nations Conference on South-South Cooperation. Available online at www.unsouthsouth.org/BAPA40/about/ access to 29th of March 2019. U.S. State Department. 2019. Conversation with Rich Lowry at the National Review Institute's 2019 Ideas Summit. 28 March. Available online at www.state.gov/conversation-with-rich-lowry-national-review-institutes-2019-ideas-summit/ access to 9th of July 2019. Xi, J. 2017. President Xi's speech to Davos in full. World Economic Forum. 17 January. Available online at www.weforum.org/agenda/2017/01/full-text-of-Xi-Jinping-keynote-@the-World Economic Forum. Access to 7th of July 2018. Xinhua. 2019. BRICS New Development Bank to issue bonds in South Africa. Commercial paper in US dollar. China.org.cn. 6 March. Available online at www.china.org.cn/china/off_the-03/06/content_745404001.htm. Part 6. Relations with third parties 22. The China-India-US Triangle. A view from Washington. Jeff M. Smith. Few today would dispute that the triangular relationship between China, India, and the United States will profoundly shape the geopolitics of the 21st century. The relationships between, and the relative power balance among, these three countries are destined to have a disproportionate impact on global security trends and the geopolitical landscape. Forecasting decades into the future is an imprecise science, but in some cases the trends are so large, so fixed, and so undeniable that they can be accepted as fact. By mid-century, and possibly a good deal sooner, China, India, and the United States will be the world's three largest economies. They are also likely to be the three most populous countries, with the three most formidable militaries. One already, the China-US relationship is widely considered the world's most geopolitically consequential. In recent years, the escalating strategic competition between China and the United States has cast a pall over the Indo-Pacific as it has begun to assume characteristics of a generational competition reminiscent of, but quite distinct from, America's Cold War rivalry with the Soviet Union. As was the case with that struggle, the China-US rivalry will be shaped by the conduct of other influential power centers, including Europe, Russia, and Japan. But no country has greater long-term potential to impact the rivalry, China's rise, and global politics writ large than India. In 2019, Indian defense spending likely outpaced Saudi Arabia's to become the third largest defense budget on earth. The same year, the Indian economy almost certainly leapfrogged France and the UK to become the fifth largest economy in the world. Based on International Monetary Fund (IMF) estimates, India has a reasonable chance of surpassing the German and Japanese economies by 2030 to become the third largest economy in the world. Well before then, India's population is expected to eclipse China's, reaching 2019. In short, sometime this century, China, India, and the United States will stand in a class of their own. A simple logical conventional wisdom about the trilateral relationship is driven by a simple but persuasive logic. China and the United States, the world's two largest economies, have found themselves in an intensifying and systemic rivalry that is likely to grow sharper in the years ahead. India, whose post-independence foreign policy has largely been guided by the philosophy of non-alignment, is likely to serve as a balancing power in this triangle. 366 Jeff M. Smith. However, India is not equidistant from the two poles. While maintaining extensive levels of engagement with Beijing and remaining deferential to Chinese sensitivities, India has been, and is expected to continue, selectively aligning with the United States to mitigate threats from China to its own interests and the rules-based order it has grown increasingly invested in. When threat perceptions vis gravis China rise, so too does the lure of closer security ties with the United States and its partners in more overt balancing initiatives. When Indian threat perceptions decline, the pull of the Indo-Pacific democracies loses some of its potency, and Delhi is more inclined to assume more neutral positions while avoiding antagonizing Beijing. In this case, the conventional wisdom about the three powers is largely correct. The China-US rivalry is indeed growing sharper, and this trend is likely to continue for the foreseeable future. India has indeed moved closer to the United States since the turn of the century, while simultaneously growing increasingly wary of China's expanding power and influence. Yet, within this framework lies a wide range of future possibilities and scenarios, particularly as it relates to India's position in the strategic triangle. The range of future trajectories for the China-US relationship seems relatively limited. Long gone are the days of envisioning China and the United States united in a G2 to solve regional and global problems through cooperation. The question now is not whether the two are destined for some form of rivalry, but rather what form of rivalry that will take and whether it grows intense enough to push the countries to conflict. The more dynamic variable in this triangle, and the object of the most attention and speculation is precisely how far India will go in aligning with the United States and balancing Chinese power and influence. More aggressive Chinese behavior paired with growing Indian insecurity could well push Delhi toward more collective and determined balancing efforts, resulting in alliance-type relationships with the United States and security partners like Australia and Japan. On the other hand, it is possible to imagine the momentum propelling the historic India-US partnership stalling, with India losing confidence in America's reliability as a security partner, or China making more meaningful efforts to resolve long-standing irritants in bilateral relations. And while it is difficult to see China and India overcoming their long-standing differences in a strategic embrace, it is possible to envision India charting a more independent course and assuming a more impartial geopolitical disposition. A unique triangle. Each leg of the China-India-US triangle is comprised of a bilateral relationship that has been on a relatively stable trajectory since the turn of the century, following some volatile shifts in the latter half of the 20th century. The post-World War II relationship between China and the United States lurched from open antagonism early in the Cold War to cautious tactical alignment by the late 1970s, when both countries came to view the Soviet Union as their greatest threat. That arrangement proved durable, but neither China nor the United States was able to overcome deep suspicions of the other and a sense of inevitability about a future competition. Since 2008, an uptick in Chinese assertiveness abroad and repression at home has put bilateral relations on a deteriorating slide toward sharper, more overt rivalry. Friction has only intensified since President Xi, the China-India-US triangle 367 Jinping, became chairman of the Communist Party in 2012 and China's president the following year. The election of President Donald Trump in 2016 also heralded a more confrontational posture toward China from the U.S. government. In speeches and strategy documents, Trump administration officials have clearly identified China as a strategic competitor, one that is leveraging military modernization, influence operations, and predatory economics to coerce neighboring countries to reorder the Indo-Pacific region to their advantage. U.S. Department of Defense 2018. The 2017 National Security Strategy accuses China of challenging American power, influence, and interest, attempting to erode American security and prosperity. It further blames China for stealing U.S. intellectual property while seeking to shape a world antithetical to U.S. values and interests, and displays the U.S. in the Indo-Pacific region. The White House 2017. As a result, the Trump administration has launched a series of punitive measures toward China, including a wave of escalating tariffs on Chinese imports that has evolved into a full-blown trade war. India's relationship with China is also heavily characterized by elements of rivalry, though it has assumed a much different character than China's rivalry with the United States. The two countries' legacy disputes and conflicts of interest are much older and deeper than any divisions in China-U.S. ties, but on the surface the relationship often appears less observably contentious. Following a brief honeymoon in the 1950s, India's relationship with China has been colored with antagonism since the 1962 war across their disputed border. Smith 2014. A period of trust and confidence building in the 1980s and 1990s helped place ties on more solid footing, creating a framework to manage the border dispute and promote cooperation amid competition. That framework has proven quite flexible but has failed to engender greater trust or prevented growing and possibly unavoidable conflicts of interest and elevated tensions across several critical fault lines. Since their 1962 conflict, the China-India relationship has been plagued by three legacy disputes, a disputed border and competing territorial claims, China's patronage toward Pakistan, India's rival, and India's harboring of the Dalai Lama and Tibetan exile community, whom China regards as separatists that undermine its sovereignty in Tibet. Since the turn of the century, the China-India relationship has assumed new layers of rivalry. A substantial expansion of China's interest and presence in the Indian Ocean and among key South Asian capitals has contributed to a sense of encirclement in Delhi. India's movement toward alignment with the United States and Japan, and an expansion of its ties in East and Southeast Asia, has led some in Beijing to conclude that India is aligning with the Indo-Pacific democracies to contain Chinese power and influence. Finally, India's relationship with the United States has, in a way, been a reflection of America's relationship with China. When the United States and China were hostile early in the Cold War, India welcomed American military aid following the Chinese invasion across their disputed border in 1962. Smith 2012. When the United States, already closely aligned with Indian rival Pakistan, began pursuing a diplomatic opening with China in the 1970s, India sought the protection of America's superpower rival. In 1971 it signed a mutual defense treaty with the Soviet Union, which by that time had grown alienated from Beijing. The move effectively froze India's relationship with the United States in a state of estrangement until the end of the Cold War. By the turn of the century, however, India and the United States were nurturing a historic rapprochement amid growing shared 368 F.M. Smith concerns about China's expanding power and influence. Begun during the Clinton administration, the courtship of India was considerably accelerated by the George W. Bush administration. It was then sustained and expanded upon through the Obama and Trump administrations. Today, India and the United States not only stand closer together, they also face a similar set of concerns and paradoxes in their respective relationships with China. However, the two approach China from very different positions. In terms of economic weight, military power, and international influence, China still remains the junior partner in its relationship with the United States. And despite our intensifying competition, China and the United States have no history of direct conflict or competing territorial claims. By contrast, India is a junior partner in its relationship with China, whose gross domestic product and military spending dwarf India's by a factor of 5. India and China do have a history of conflict, and China still claims as much as 90,000 square km in India's northeast. Unlike the United States, India cannot rely on the protection offered by the tyranny of distance. It doesn't have the luxury of thousands of miles of ocean and a vast network of allies and overseas military bases separating it from its principal rival. To the contrary, not only is India bound to China by the longest disputed border in the world, it is sandwiched between China and its nuclear-armed rival, Pakistan, the closest thing Beijing has to a military ally. This has created a very different approach to balancing Chinese power and influence than that taken by the United States. India and the United States also have their own unique sets of concerns indigenous to their relationship with China. For India, the aforementioned legacy disputes and China's growing influence in the Indian Ocean and South Asia top the list. The United States, meanwhile, has been more critical of China's espionage and intellectual property theft activities, its attempts to export elements of authoritarianism abroad, and its efforts to militarize the South China Sea and restrict freedom of navigation there. Despite these differences, India and the United States also confront the same paradox in their approach to China. For both countries it is simultaneously their largest trading partner and their principal external security threat. Both have grown increasingly anxious about China's more assertive behavior, its expanding influence and physical footprint abroad, the negative consequences of China's ambitious Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, and Beijing's increasingly brazen challenges to the rules-based order. Both are struggling with how best to reap the economic benefits of engagement with China and avoid provoking a security dilemma while mitigating threats to their own interests and the global order. The curious case of non-alignment. Proponents of the realist theory of international relations believe India faces a clear choice in this strategic triangle. China's neighbors are certain to fear its rise and will do whatever they can to prevent it from achieving regional hegemony, concludes realist scholar John Mearsheimer. This includes joining an American-led balancing coalition to check China's rise, much the way Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and eventually China joined forces with the United States during the Cold War to contain the Soviet Union. Mearsheimer 2014. Yet, despite its growing proximity to the United States, India has largely resisted this logic. For most of India's contemporary history, its guiding foreign policy philosophy was not the realpolitik of Mearsheimer, but rather the now infamous Cold War, the China-India-US Triangle 369 philosophy of non-alignment. At its core, non-alignment cautioned against aligning too closely with either the United States or USSR in order to provide India with the space to chart an independent course. Often derided as a quasi-socialist philosophy, non-alignment was arguably more pragmatic than it is given credit for. Confronting Herculean development challenges at home and an intense rivalry with neighboring Pakistan, Indian policymakers felt they could ill afford to devote scarce resources to a global ideological conflict they had little investment in. India didn't view the United States and USSR, or their struggle, in black and white terms. They were neither friend nor enemy, neither good nor evil. They were two flawed superpowers pursuing their own interests that would gladly enlist India to fight their battles for them. India wanted instead to maintain autonomy in its foreign policy decision-making, pursuing working relationships with both superpowers while doing its best to remain aloof from their ideological competition. When realities on the ground and strategic imperatives forced its hand, however, India was more than willing to embrace either superpower to advance its interests and balance Chinese power and influence. It welcomed emergency aid and military supplies from the United States when Chinese forces crossed the disputed China-India border in 1962, and it signed a mutual defense treaty with the Soviet Union in 1971 when the United States began a diplomatic opening to China. When the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, India lost its superpower bulwark against China. Since then, non-alignment has gradually given way to a more flexible conception of strategic autonomy, as India has taken several meaningful steps toward alignment with the United States and more robust strategic engagement with a host of others, not least Japan. Gestures of alignment with the United States that were unthinkable 20 years ago have become commonplace. India has signed several key foundational military cooperation agreements with the United States, crafted joint vision statements on the Indo-Pacific with Washington, and revived a highly symbolic biannual quadrilateral security dialogue, USD, with Australia, Japan, and the United States. On several occasions, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has referred to the United States as a natural ally. Gibbs, Abdul Karim and Kumar 2015. India is now a major purchaser of U.S. arms, and the two countries are sharing intelligence on naval activity in the Indian Ocean. It has inaugurated a network of cooperative dialogues with the United States on everything from counterterrorism to cybersecurity. The Wuhan spirit, despite the maturation of India-US ties, and the considerable confluence of interest among the United States and India vis-a-vis gravis China, Delhi remains reluctant to pursue any formal alliance with the United States and continues to pursue subtler elements of alignment with caution. It was initially hesitant to upgrade the QSD with Australia, Japan and the United States to a ministerial level, and has resisted allowing Australia to participate in quadrilateral naval exercises. It shares a vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific with the United States and Japan, but stresses the inclusive nature of its vision and insists it is not aimed at any one country. India, according to former Foreign Secretary Shams Saran, has struggled to adjust to an increasingly polarized world with US-China relations entering a phase of open and probably irreversible confrontation. Even though 370 Jeff M. Smith, the geopolitical relation landscape is heading towards greater polarization, India's interests at this time are best served by avoiding overt alignment with either of the emerging poles. Saran 2019. At a diplomatic level, India has continued to emphasize the importance of stable and productive ties with China, particularly since Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping held an informal summit meeting in Wuhan, China in April 2018. That summit was designed to put ties on a more secure footing following an unprecedented standoff between Chinese and Indian forces along the disputed line of actual control near the tree border area connecting Bhutan, China, and India in the summer of 2017. Smith 2017. The supposed Wuhan reset of relations was further supported by the intensification of the China-US rivalry under the Trump administration. After the two sides failed to reach a trade deal that would address long-standing U.S. economic grievances with China, the Trump administration imposed a wave of escalating tariffs on Chinese imports. It also introduced new restrictions and punitive measures on Chinese technology companies that the Trump administration argues pose a national security threat, including Huawei. Indian observers noted that the more benevolent approach adopted by China since 2019 reflected China's need to keep its western flank neutralized while it copes with a more aggressive and openly adversarial United States. Saran 2019. Possibly as a result, reported Chinese border incursions across the disputed line of actual control, which number several hundred annually, were reportedly down 20% in 2018, good to 2018. The same year India and China signed their first intelligence sharing pact on counterterrorism, Chowdhury 2018b, at a time when the United States and many Western countries are seeking to prevent Huawei access to their emerging fifth-generation 5G wireless networks. India has struck an independent course by allowing Huawei to participate in field trials of 5G equipment, despite reservations. Joshi 2019. Meanwhile, in 2019, Indian energy firm Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, ONGC, was reportedly looking for ways to vacate a politically contentious oil exploration block off Vietnam's coast, which falls within China's 9-line claims in the South China Sea. Basker 2019. In its first term, the government of Prime Minister Narendra Modi demonstrated a certain level of deference to Chinese sensitivities in a number of arenas. India opted not to join the project launched by Australia, Japan, and the United States designed to offer Indo-Pacific capitals high-quality infrastructure alternatives to China's BRI, Chowdhury 2018a. Even as it remains staunchly opposed to the BRI, India has become the largest customer of loans from the Beijing-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, accounting for 28% of the funds lent by the AIIB in its first 2 years, low 2018. The Modi government has also kept the Dalai Lama and Tibetan exile community at arm's length. In 2018, Indian Foreign Secretary Vijay Gokhale circulated a note advising Indian officials to stay away from Tibetan events given the very sensitive times in India's relationship with China. First host 2018. During the 2018 Wuhan summit, Prime Minister Modi reportedly apprised President Xi of the Dalai Lama's health and the Indian position on Tibet after his death. The Dalai Lama has described his relationship with Modi as awkward and claims he requested requested to meet President Xi Jinping while he was in Delhi in 2014, but the Indian government denied his request as it was a little cautious. Cater 2019. The China-India-US Triangle 371 Trouble in Paradise. If the push of China weakened a bit in 2018 and 2019, so too did the pull of the United States. China wasn't the only country whose trading practices invoked the Trump administration's ire and a wave of punitive economic measures. In 2017, the administration opened negotiations with India on an economic agreement that would address long-standing U.S. grievances over Indian barriers to investment and trade. In March 2018, the administration announced that India would be among a handful of countries whose steel and aluminum imports would be subject to new tariffs once in 2018. With no trade deal in sight, in the spring of 2019, the Trump administration revoked duty-free treatment for certain Indian exports under the Generalized System of Preferences, GSP. India, the largest beneficiary of the GSP program, saw $6.3 billion, or 11% of its exports to the United States impacted by the decision, struck while Ursi and Barak 2019. In retaliation, and after a year of delays, in June 2019 India imposed tariffs of up to 70% on 28 products imported from the United States, BBC 2019. Meanwhile, India has been threatened with 2 sets of U.S. sanctions in recent years that could further strain ties. In August 2017, the U.S. Congress passed the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, CAATSA, 2017, which directs sanctions on any entity conducting a significant transaction with Russia's defense industry, the principal supplier of military equipment to India for decades. While the U.S. president has waiver authority, CAATSA sanctions could impact India's $5.5 billion purchase of the S-400 system from Russia in October 2018 and several arms deals with Russia currently in the pipeline. In addition, in November 2018, the Trump administration signaled it would impose new sanctions on any country importing oil from Iran. It issued India and several other countries a 6-month waiver but refused to extend that waiver when it expired in the spring of 2019, bolstered by surging U.S. oil exports to India, which reached 48 million barrels in 2018 and could double in 2019. Indian oil importers appear to have found alternative suppliers. India is therefore in a position to stop importing Iranian oil and avoid sanctions. U.S. Energy Information Administration 2019. Meanwhile, a new fault line has emerged with the United States over policies that the Indian government is developing on e-commerce and data localization, which are strongly opposed by the U.S. government and private sector. In 2019, the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative 2019 issued a report criticizing a myriad of Indian trade practices, including everything from ethanol import restrictions to food labeling requirements and Indian agricultural subsidies. If the Trump administration is unable to reach a trade and economic deal with the new Modi administration, it may consider pursuing a Section 301 investigation against India that could open the door to a wave of new tariffs on Indian exports to the United States. In tandem, the trade and sanctions disputes have fueled doubts in Delhi about America's reliability as a strategic partner and reservations about aligning too closely with the United States or foreclosing options for greater engagement with China. In January 2019, Foreign Secretary Vijay Gokhale explained that India has moved on from its non-aligned past. India is today an aligned state, but based on issues. Basu 2019. The same month, at the annual Raisina Dialogue in Delhi, former Central Intelligence Agency (CIA) Director David Petraeus suggested that countries would have to choose sides in the emerging China-US rivalry. Former Indian Foreign Secretary 372 Jeff M. Smith, later External Affairs Minister S. J. Shankar demurred, indicating that India would instead be guided by its own national interests. Sure, we have taken a side. I have taken my side. Bami 2019. An obvious choice to U.S. policymakers. India's lingering reluctance to choose Trivedi 2019 is perplexing. From their perspective, the choice should be obvious. After China invaded India in 1962, the United States came to India's defense. China still claims as much as 90,000 square km in the Indian state of Arunachal Pradesh, and incursions by Chinese border patrols have sparked several mini-crises in bilateral relations. The United States has recognized Indian sovereignty over Arunachal since 1959, Smith 2012, and today the U.S. government is committed to ensuring that India has the military capabilities it needs to uphold its territorial integrity and to confront 21st century challenges. Pompeo 2019. The United States has been distancing itself from Indian rival Pakistan, with the Trump administration suspending aid to Islamabad and significantly downgrading bilateral relations in 2018, Smith 2018. For its part, China's military and economic ties with Pakistan have only grown stronger since China unveiled the $50 billion China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, in 2015.2, whereas China has repeatedly protected Pakistani-based terrorists targeting India from international sanctions. The United States has led the charge by imposing unilateral sanctions, garnering support for multilateral sanctions, Hashim 2018, and censuring Pakistan at the Financial Action Task Force, an international terrorism financing watchdog, Thomas 2019. And while China has repeatedly sought to block India's attempts to become an accepted member of the international nuclear order, the United States has gone to great lengths to reshape it to accommodate India, Carr 2012. The United States also supports a permanent seat for India at the United Nations Security Council and membership in the Nuclear Suppliers Group, whereas China opposes both. China is viewed by many Indian elites as the country's greatest external security threat and by the Indian public with suspicion and hostility. In contrast, the Indian public views the United States more favorably than most Indo-Pacific capitals. A 2017 survey by the Asian Research Network found that clear majorities in India support stronger ties with the United States and an increased U.S. presence in the region. A majority of Indians polled also believed that America's best days were ahead of it and America's influence was still growing. Jackman et al. 2017, and in a March 2019 survey of India's Strait community by Brookings India, 75% of respondents identified the United States as India's most important partner, while only 12% said the same for India's longtime patron, Russia. J. Shankar 2019, economically, whereas China accounts for India's largest trade deficit, which reached $58 billion in 2018, Krishnan 2019, the United States is responsible for India's largest trade surplus, which reached $24 billion in 2018, Office of the United States Trade Representative 2019. For the United States, India's aversion to alignment is arguably more perplexing since Delhi has effectively lost the superpower patron it relied on for decades to balance China's power and influence. Today, Russia and China enjoy a robust tactical partnership. Dren in 2019, India once counted on advanced Soviet and Russian military hardware to maintain a qualitative edge over the Chinese military, and later a degree of parity. Russia now sells its most advanced defense platforms for export to China, sometimes before India. The China-India-US Triangle 373 Russia was once a reliable defender of India's interests vis gravis China at prominent international fora, but its disposition is now more measured and impartial, as evidenced during the China-India border crisis on the Daklan Plateau in 2017. Dawes to 2017. With Russia drawing closer to China, Moscow no longer appears to be in a position to help Delhi balance Beijing, argues Indian analyst C. Raja Mohan, 2017. The veil of non-alignment within the strategic China-India-US triangle. India is struggling with competing, sometimes contradictory interests and objectives. It recognizes that the United States provides the greatest insurance against Chinese aggression, but fears that moving too closely and too quickly toward the United States would alienate China and provoke a punitive response. It wants to reap the benefits of a closer partnership with the United States while maintaining complete autonomy in its decision-making. It wants to purchase advanced U.S. military hardware to narrow the growing gap in military capability ties with China, but is hesitant to grow too dependent on U.S. platforms. As I have previously argued, the world has gradually seen India's geostrategic impetus to align with the United States increase and the perceived cost of alignment decrease. However, there continues to exist a general fear in Delhi that alignment could draw India into unnecessary foreign conflicts, force it to assume diplomatic positions against its interest, or otherwise restrict flexibility in foreign policy decision-making. Smith and Berry 2018. It is also quite clear, however, that as much as India might benefit from maintaining the perception of some equidistance between China and the United States, in many ways it has already made a choice. While it has joined the AIIB and been reluctant to partner with the United States on connectivity issues, Delhi has actively opposed China's BRI and in 2018 worked in tandem with the United States and several European countries to remove the last endorsements of the BRI from UN resolutions. Sarohi 2018. As it buys new advanced military hardware from the United States, India is adding new military outposts along the disputed border with China. Zhao 2018. While Indian military commanders praise the growing operational cooperation with the United States, China is framed in openly competitive terms. We can match what forces China can bring to bear in the Indian Ocean region, explained India's naval chief in 2018. But in the South China Sea, the dice is loaded in their favor. Nippon 2018. Shortly before he was appointed External Affairs Minister in Prime Minister Modi's second term, Ambassador S. J. Shankar 2018 insisted, if there is any account that needs to be done differently, it's China. Even Ambassador Shamsaran 2019, who has cautioned India against aligning too closely with the United States, believes that, if the asymmetry of power with China remains unaddressed, India will move closer to the countervailing coalition represented by the Quad. If the 2018 Wuhan summit succeeded in putting China-India ties on more stable footing after several contentious years in bilateral relations, to date the reset has had no discernible impact on the two countries' underlying conflicts of interest or changed their positions on the most salient fault lines, other than a few trade concessions and perhaps gentle rhetoric. Adman Trivedi 2019 notes, China has not been reciprocating 374 Jeff M. Smith India's gestures and is in fact continuing to thwart India's ambitions on the regional and global stages. Ultimately, long-standing structural impediments to a closer India-US partnership, Pakistan, nuclear issues, India's relationship with the USSR are shrinking while the barriers to a rapprochement bond with Beijing are growing. Even if China and India lacked a history of animosity, competing territorial claims, and outstanding legacy disputes, the lure of rivalry would be considerable. China's southwestward push into South Asia and the Indian Ocean was destined to generate friction with India, even if the two countries were aligned on regional priorities and Beijing respected Indian sensitivities in regional capitals. That has not been the case. In countries like Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives, Indian neighbors once sheltered from Chinese influence but now expanding ties with Beijing, India and China are openly backing competing factions and often working at cross purposes. What's more, this new layer of rivalry has not been balanced by any resolution or improvement in their legacy disputes. Negotiations on a resolution to the border dispute have been effectively frozen since the mid-2000s. At the time, China's informal negotiation position moved from tacit acceptance of a package deal that would enshrine the status quo along the line of actual control to insisting that India cede territory around the sensitive Tawang district in Arunachal Pradesh. Delhi has made it clear that is a non-starter. In November 2018, former Indian National Security Advisor Shiv Shankar Menon told the South China Morning Post, "Nothing is impossible in politics. What is impossible is a settlement of the China-India border dispute on the terms the Chinese have announced in public, which include Tawang and significant Indian concessions in the eastern sector in Arunachal." Krishnan 2018. The second legacy dispute, China's support for Pakistan, has grown more contentious and stands in starker contrast now that Pakistan's relationship with the United States has frayed. The CPEC has led to a significant increase in China's footprint in Pakistan, including involvement in the Gwadar port in Balochistan and construction projects in Indian-claimed portions of Kashmir. In 2019, External Affairs Minister S. J. Shankar 2018 lamented that China had qualitatively enhanced its collaboration with Pakistan, discarding even the limited balance it had shown in the past. And while Tibet may not be as divisive as it once was in China-India relations, there are looming challenges on the horizon, namely, the fact that the 84-year-old Dalai Lama has begun discussing possibilities for naming his successor. The Chinese government has stated that it will not recognize any successor named by the Buddhist leader, and insists the next Dalai Lama will be found inside Tibet, ostensibly chosen by government-appointed Buddhist monks. If the Dalai Lama identifies a successor in India, this risks creating substantial friction in China-India relations. Smith 2014. Conclusion. To date, India's hedging strategy within the China-India-US triangle has proven relatively effective at maximizing the country's gains and minimizing its costs, but the approach carries risks that could increase in the medium term. The less likely, less compelling risks derive from the possibility that India has been balancing too vigorously in response to China's rise, moving too closely to the United States too quickly and alienating Beijing in the process. To date, there is little evidence that suggests that China has sought to impose direct costs on India for its growing proximity to the united China-India-US triangle 375 states. Indeed, many Indian analysts are convinced that its partnership with the United States has strengthened the country's hand with Beijing and enhanced its capabilities to defend itself. It is possible, however, to envision scenarios in which Beijing deploys more overtly coercive and punitive measures toward India in an attempt to dissuade it from further aligning with the United States and its democratic partners. That China has not yet sought to do so may reflect assumptions in Beijing that such an effort would likely strengthen the hand of China's critics in Delhi, and the general impetus to move closer to the United States. The greater risks derive from the possibility that India is not balancing forcefully enough, that in its aversion to provoking a security dilemma with China, it fails to sufficiently appreciate the Chinese threat and take the requisite steps to defend its territory and interests. That includes failing to seize the opportunities offered by the United States, uniquely disposed and equipped to help India balance China's growing power and influence. India is in the enviable position of having been energetically courted by the world's superpower for nearly 2 decades. There is a risk that the constant affections of U.S. policymakers may lead Delhi to conclude that Washington needs us more than we need them. This approach could prove a misreading of the relative power balance and the potential downside risks of China's rise should Chinese foreign policy turn more aggressive in the years ahead. As one Indian daily has warned, some strategic analysts in India are still debating the utility of the Indian partnership with the US and Japan, leave alone Australia, Britain or France. They argue that India is needlessly dragging itself into the US-China rivalry. There cannot be a more misleading argument. As the world's biggest military and economic power, the US is more than capable of meeting the China challenge without New Delhi's helping hand. But can the same be said of India? Facing a huge power deficit, India needs partnerships to balance China. Live Mint 2017. If mismanaged, recent trade and sanctions disputes in India-US relations could weaken the durable coalition that has sustained the partnership in both capitals and threaten the preferential treatment India has grown accustomed to from the United States. In Washington, that coalition is remarkably resilient and bipartisan, stretching across the think tank community to the Pentagon and U.S. military, both houses of Congress in both major political parties. It has effectively, sometimes effortlessly, defended the strategic partnership from critics. However, under the Trump administration, the coalition has begun to show some signs of vulnerability. Long-suppressed economic grievances have reached the surface. India's persistent hedging and quest for strategic autonomy have raised questions about its utility as a partner in the competition with China. Inflated expectations about what the India-US partnership was supposed to deliver and how quickly are leading some lawmakers to ask, what is the United States getting in return for all its efforts to support India's rise? Even in the worst-case scenarios, however, a slowing of the pace of progress is more likely than a reversal of India's gradual alignment with the United States. The vast institutional framework underpinning the relationship has already been established and will not be easily undone. 376 Jeff M. Smith. Ultimately, the scope to further improve relations with the United States is wide, and there are compelling interests and powerful interest groups preventing the relationship from deteriorating too far. By contrast, there is a great deal of room for the China-India relationship to grow more contentious in the years ahead, and relatively limited scenarios that would produce a fundamental improvement in relations or resolution to the legacy disputes. For these reasons, the trajectory the strategic triangle has assumed since the turn of the century is likely to continue for the foreseeable future. Notes 1. Some estimates predict Nigeria may overtake the United States in population by 2050, UNDISA 2017. 2. See China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC. http://cpec.gov.pk/. Bibliography Basu, N. 2019. India is no longer non-aligned, says Foreign Secretary Vijay Gokhale. The print, 10 January. Available online at https://theprint.in/diploma/India-is-no-longer-non-dash-land-says-foreign-secretary-Vijay-Gokhale/1762222/ BBC, 2019. India announces retaliatory trade tariffs against the U.S. 15 June. Available online at www.bbc.com/news/world-asia-India-486500505. Access the 28th of June 2019. Basker, U. 2019. ONGC Videsh wants to swap South China Sea block with another in Vietnam. Live Mint, 4 March. Available online at www.livemint.com/industry/energy/VIDESH wants to swap South China Sea block with another in Vietnam. 1551650387112. HTML. Baumig, A. 2004. India to take its own side in U.S.-China conflict. Deccan Herald, 30 March. Available online at www.deccanherald.com/national/India-to-take-its-own-side-us-China-conflict-7384664.html. Shotari, D. R. 2018 A. India not to join U.S.-led counter to China's BRI. The Economic Times, 7 August. Available online at https://economictimes.indiatimes.com/news. Politics-nation-not-to-join-us-led-counter-to-China's BRI/article show/653007229.cms. Shotari, D. R. 2018 B. India, China sign Intel Sharing Pact. The Economic Times, 22 October. Available online at https://economictimes.indiatimes.com/news/defense/India-China-sign-Intel-Sharing-Pact/article show/663229002.cms. Question UDM_source%3DTWITTER_web%26 UDM_medium%3DSOCIAL%26 UDM_campaign%3DSOCIALSHAREBUTTONS. Chauhan, N. 2018. While PM Modi and Xi catch up, government moves on 96 new border posts. The Times of India, 28 April. Available online at https://timesofindia.indiatimes.com. India, while -PM-Modi-and-Xi-catch-up-government-moves-on-96 new border posts/article-show 6394638.cms. Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, 2017. Public Law No. 11544. Gupta, S. 2017. Russia refused to toe China line on Doklam. Envoy. The Times of India, 1 September. Available online at https://timesofindia.indiatimes.com/world/China/Russia-refuse-to-be-influenced-by-China-issue/article show/6032801.cms. First post, 2018. India claims its policy on Tibet hasn't changed amid reports of governments asking leaders to avoid Tibetan events. 2 March. Available online at www.firstpost.com/India. India-claims-Tibet-policy-under-HJS-NT-change-amid governments-asking-leaders-to-avoid Tibetan-events-4373477.html. Gibbs, N. Abdul Karim, Z. and Kumar, N. 2015. Exclusive interview with Narendra Modi. Leader Natural Allies. Time, 7 May. Available online at http://time.com/3849492/Narendra-Modi-interview/ access the 27th of June 2019. The China-India-US Triangle 377 Gupta, S. 2018. China incursions along LAC dropped by 20% this year. Officials. Hindustan Times, 24 September. Available online at www.hindustantimes.com/India-news/China-incursions-along-lock-drop-by-20-0--JD5 RGS-WWSK-NA4CP.html. Cater, S. 2018. Center Next Dalai Lama Xi Jinping Meeting. The Hindu, 19 May. Available online at www.thehindu.com/news/national/center-next-Dalai-Lama-Xi-Jinping-meeting/article 271791155.ece. Hashim, A. 2018. U.S. sanctions/RETI The Political Front. 7 leaders. Al Jazeera, 3 April. Available online at www.aljazeera.com/news/2018/04/sanctions-LASHKAR-TAYYYABA-political-front-leaders-18040306094703007.html. Jackman, S. Flake, L. G. Brown, J. Jowell, D. P. Kim, J. Kang, C. J. Shankar, D. Shao, Y. Miyake, K. 2017, The Asian Research Network, Survey on America's Role in the Indo-Pacific, United States Study Center at the University of Sydney in Perth, US. Asia Century at the University of Western Australia, 31 May, available online at http://birdasia.edu. Or get attachment, our-work/America--Indo-Pacific/PU-0-rep.web1.pdf.aspects question lang=n-AU. Access the 27th of June 2019. J. Shankar, S. 2018, Disruption in World Order. The nimblest power with least problems will fare best. The Economic Times, 13 August. Available online at https://economic times, indiatimes.com/news/politics-nation/world-order-the-nimblest-power-with-least-problems-well-fare-best/article show/65378857.cms question from =MGR. J. Shankar, D. 2019, Survey of India's Strategic Community, Brookings India Impact Series, March, available online at www.brookings.edu/wp-content/uploads/2019/03/survey-of-India% 82% 80% 99s-strategic-community.pdf. Access the 27th of June 2019. Joshi, M. 2019, The Huawei Issue, A Dilemma Before Countries Like India, Observer Research Foundation, 19 January, available online at www.orthonline.org/expert-speak/the-Huawei-issue-dilemma-before-countries-like-India-47442/ Car. K. 2012, U.S. Nuclear Cooperation with India, Issues for Congress, Congressional Research Service, 26 June, available online at https://fuzz.org/sgp/crs/nuke/rl33016.pdf. Krishnan, A. 2018, The Other G20 Meeting, Can Xi and Modi Solve the China-India Border Paradox? South China Morning Post, 30 November, available online at www.scmp.com/week-asia geopolitics article 21756779, other-G20-meeting-can-Xi-Modi-solve-China-India-border. Krishnan, A. 2019, India losing trade battle with China, 80% of two-way business last year were imports. The Print, 5 March, available online at https://theprint.in/losing-trade-battle-with-China-80-of-2-way-business-last-year-were-imports/19868/ Live Mint, 2017, Quad is a good idea, not Quad Plus, 8 November, available online at www.livemint.com/opinion/CA2UHU5VBAX02WHVMX-XKTL/Quad-is-a-good-idea-not-Quad-Plus.html. Low, K. 2018, How India Became China-Led Development Bank's Main Borrower, South China Morning Post, 19 January, available online at www.scmp.com/news/China/diplomacy-defense/article 2129686 How India Became China-Led Development Bank's Main. Mearsheimer, J. 2014, Can China Rise Peacefully? The National Interest, 25 October, available online at https://nationalinterest.org/commentary/can-china-rise-peacefully-10204, page equals 0% to C5. Mohan, C. R. 2017, Between Eurasia and the Indo-Pacific, India's New Geopolitics, Vol. Day Globe, 12 December, available online at http://valdiclub.com/a/highlights/between-eurasia-and-the-Indo-Pacific-India/ Office of the United States Trade Representative, 2019, U.S.-India Bilateral Trade and Investment Data Series, 8 April, available online at https://usdr.gov/countries-regions/South-Central-Asia/India. Access the 14th of August 2019. Pompeo, M. R. 2019, Secretary of State Michael R. Pompeo and Indian Foreign Minister Subramaniam J. Shankar at the press availability, U.S. Department of State, Global 378 Jeff M. Smith Public Affairs, Office of the Spokesperson, 26 June, available online at https://translations/state.gov/20196/26/secretary-of-state-michael-r-pompeo-indian-foreign-minister-subramaniam-j-aishaj-and-k-ar-press-indian-foreign-minister. PwC, Pricewaterhouse Coopers, 2019, India likely to surpass UK in the world's largest economies rankings, GDP growth expected to be 7.6% in 2019. PwC, 21 January, available online at www.pwc.in/press-releases/2019/India-likely-to-surpass-UK-and-the-world's-largest-economies.html. Ritchie, H. 2019, India will soon overtake China to become the most populous country in the world. Our World in Data, 16 April, available online at https://ourworldindata.org/India will soon overtake China to become the most populous country in the world. Sarin, S. 2019, Positives for India in its backyard, but China's leverage unmatched. The Economic Times, 1 January, available online at https://economictimes.indiatimes.com/news-defense, positive-for-India-but-China's-leverage-unmatched/article-show 673327771.cms. Sarohi, S. 2018, India-US-EU Combine halts China's Belt and Road Initiative at the UN. The Wire, 12 December, available online at https://thewire.in/diplomacy/India-China Belt and Road United Nations. Smith, J. M. 2012, A Forgotten War in the Himalayas, Yale Center for the Study of Globalization, 14 September, available online at https://yaleglobal.yale.edu/content/forgotten-war-Himalayas. Smith, J. M. 2014, Cold Peace, China-India Rivalry in the 21st Century, New York, Lexington Books. Smith, J. M. 2017, High Noon in the Himalayas, Behind the China-India Standoff at Dovala, War on the Rocks, 13 July, available online at https://warontherocks.com/2017007/high-noon-in-the-Himalayas-behind-the-China-India-standoff-at-Dovala/ Smith, J. M. 2018. Trump just cut aids of Pakistan. Why this long overdue move could have a real impact. The Heritage Foundation. 5 January. Available online at www.heritage.org/middle-east/comment-cut-aid-Pakistan-why-long-overdue-move could have real impact. Smith, J.M. and Berry, M. 2018. Alignment with autonomy. India's evolving foreign policy in light of China's regional ambitions. The Heritage Foundation. 8 May. Available online at www.heritage.org/node/1450837/print-display. Strackle Orsi, V. and Borak, D. 2019. Trump removes India from special trade status. CNN. 2 June. Available online at www.cnn.com/2019/06/01/politics/Trump-India-trade-status-index.html. Access to 27th of June 2019. Swanson, A. 2018. Trump to impose sweeping seal and aluminum tariffs. The New York Times. 1 March. Available online at www.newyorktimes.com/2018/03/01/business/Trump-tariffs. HTML. Access to 28th of June 2019. The White House. 2017. National Security Strategy of the United States of America. December. Available online at www.whitehouse.gov/uploads/2017/uploads/2017/final-12-18-0905.pdf. Thomas, L. 2019. Global Watchdog give Pakistan until October to curb tariff financing. U.S. News. 21 June. Available online at www.usnews.com/news/world/articles/2019-06-21/Global Watchdog give Pakistan until October to curb tariff financing. Renan, D. 2019. Russia, China are key and close partners. Carnegie Moscow Center. 5 June. Available online at https://carnegie.ru/2019/06/05/russia-china-r-t-close-partners club 79,262. Trivedi, A. 2019. 1 year on. Should India rethink its reset with China? War on the Rocks. 17 April. Available online at https://warontherocks.com/2019/04/1-year-on-should-India-rethink-its-reset-with-China Undisa, United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. 2017. World population projected to reach 9.8 billion in 2050 and 11.2 billion in 2100. 21 June. Available online at www.un.org/development/DISA/on/news/population/world-population-prospects-2017.html. The China-India-US Triangle 379 on Nippon S. 2018. Exclusive. Weeping Match China in the Indian Ocean region, says Navy Chief Sunil Landwa. India Today. 17 November. Available online at www.indiatoday.in/magazine interview story 20181126. Weeping Match China in the Indian Ocean region. Ad. U.S. Department of Defense. 2018. Summary of the 2018 National Defense Strategy of the United States of America. Available online at https://dod.defense.gov/portals/1/documents/pubs 2018-national-defense-strategy-summary.pdf. U.S. Energy Information Administration. 2019. Petroleum and other liquids. U.S. exports to India of crude oil. July 2015 January 2019. Available online at www.eia.gov/dna/pet/isleaf handler.question n=pet ampersand s=mcrex_mus-in_1 %f=m. Access to 28th of June 2019. U.S. Trade Representative. 2019 National Trade Estimate Report on Foreign Trade Barriers. 29 March. Available online at https://usdr.gov/sites/default/files/2019_national_trade_estimates_report.pdf. Access to 28th of June 2019. 23 Russia A balancer in India-China relations. Vidya Nakarni. The interactions within the India-China, India-Russia, and China-Russia dyads and among all three countries in the Russia-India-China (RIC) trilateral are influenced by a shifting array of historical, structural, and domestic variables. India-China ties have displayed varying degrees of hostility, rivalry, and competition, leavened with limited engagement. India and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics (USSR), Russia have maintained largely cordial links, although geopolitical maneuverings in the second decade of the 21st century have added significant stressors to the relationship. The added factor of ideology helps account for the up-down trajectory of the China-USSR-Russia nexus. The RIC trilateral group that originated in 2002 has served largely as a dialogue mechanism. The end of the Cold War represented a watershed moment. The structural shifts from bipolarity to unipolarity and then to a liminal phase characterized by an encoded power structure undermined the certainties of the bipolar order and inaugurated a reassessment of erstwhile alliances and bilateral relationships among the major powers. China and India, as aspirants to global status, and Russia, as a claimant to resurgent influence, had to recalibrate their respective strategies to meet the challenges of a changed world. Their interactions in the future are likely to be affected by the ongoing power shift involving the United States and China and mediated by the Sino-Indian rivalry and Russian jockeying for influence in Asia. Domestic predilections, such as an increase in nationalist fervor and the near worldwide rightward shift ideologically, have resulted in grave challenges to the U.S.-sponsored post-World War II liberal economic and security order. The intricate ways in which past legacies intersect with interstate and intrastate pressures will help shape bilateral and trilateral relationships among Russia, India, and China. This chapter examines the extent to which the respective bilateral relationships of India and China with the USSR-Russia affect their mutual ties. The first section considers the historical, domestic, and structural variables affecting interactions during the Cold War. The second section explores the nature of these relationships in the post-Cold War period. The third section assesses the salience of the RIC grouping. The conclusion summarizes the main arguments. Shifting alignments. The Soviet Union's influence during the Cold War. During the Cold War, the USSR had a significant effect on the Sino-Indian relationship. As one of two Cold War protagonists, the USSR had major military and Russia, balancer in India-China relations, 381 ideological resources to bring to the battle for global influence in a world undergoing a protracted process of decolonization that was inherently anti-Western. In general, as the narrative here will show, over the period 1949-1989, when China and the Soviet Union shared strong affinities, ties between India and the USSR were attenuated. When Indo-Soviet ties were robust, the Sino-Soviet relationship was weak. In addition to the effects of the Cold War bipolar competition, ideological and domestic political developments affected the trilateral interrelationship among Russia, India, and China. India shed the carapace of colonialism in 1947. China, after erasing the last vestiges of indirect colonialism, launched a successful communist revolution in 1949. Born into an ideologically polarized world, Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru adopted non-alignment as a foundational principle of India's foreign policy. Chairman Mao Zedong saw no feasible alternative to alignment with the USSR. For Nehru, non-alignment between ideologically polarized blocs would assure the foreign policy flexibility needed to advance India's economic development and the moral standing to play an influential role in decolonizing Asia and Africa. Nehru 1988. 350. Nehru's socialist predilections led him to adopt a mixed economy model as the best way to promote industrialization and modernization in an impoverished and young democracy. His stature in the country and within the Congress Party allowed his views to prevail over those of intra-party critics and opposition politicians. Sager penned the 2015, unsupported by material power. However, Nehru's idealistic aspirations regarding global leadership and an Afro-Asian movement for solidarity crumbled under the impact of geopolitical realities. His decision to steer clear of bipolar divisions isolated India internationally at a time when both the United States and the USSR spurned the notion of neutrality in what each considered a morally defining conflict between communism and capitalism. Notwithstanding Nehru's insistence on non-alignment, his socialist inclinations and anti-colonial stance, as well as Pakistan's membership in the U.S. alliance system, SEATO, Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, and CENTO, Central Treaty Organization, gradually moved India into the Soviet orbit after the death of Stalin in 1953. Despite his animus toward Stalin, reaching back to the time when the Soviet leader counseled communists in China to make common cause with the nationalists in order to stave off U.S. intervention, Mao made a pragmatic decision to align with the Soviet Union. Kim 2010, 186. Recognizing the vulnerability of a fragile communist victory and the urgent necessity for economic and technological assistance, he saw the ineluctable need to lean to one side, as quoted in Chen 1992. 5. The February 1950 Sino-Soviet alliance was designed not only to safeguard Chinese communism against malign Western designs, but also to strengthen Mao's hand in the domestic political debate between those who advocated the doctrine of the mean against his own view of any accommodation with the West that the former strategy entailed would efface the distinction between revolution and counter-revolution. Chen 1992. 7. The alignment with the USSR resulted in Sino-Soviet cooperation during the 1950 Korean War, creating a specter in the West of a unified communist front arrayed against the free world. The Sino-Soviet alliance began to disintegrate soon after Stalin's death, when Mao repudiated the ideological revisionism in Khrushchev's offer of peaceful coexistence with the West and the acknowledgement of different paths to socialism. Mao 1959. The first tangible sign of trouble came when Khrushchev summarily recalled Soviet advisors from China in 1960, coming amid the dislocation caused by the Great Leap Forward, 1958-1960. This move severely disrupted Chinese economic development plans. While personal pique served as a catalyst for the recall, weightier realpolitik considerations 382 Vidyanakharni were at the heart of the dispute. Leadership of the communist world. Tactical questions nested therein of how much dissent to tolerate in the communist movement, on disagreements over how best to deal with the United States. Clocko 1971, 565. A festering border dispute added fuel to this combustible mix of competing interests. At the height of Chinese tensions with the USSR, Zhou Enlai offered to negotiate a compromise with India over the disputed border. Facing a nationalist outcry in India, Nehru refused a swap that would have legitimized Chinese control over the disputed section of the northwestern sector in return for Indian control over the disputed area of the northeastern sector. Zhuo 1959, Wolf bin Wasserman 1996, 269. In the midst of the Sino-Soviet dispute, two near-simultaneous crises, the 1962 Sino-Indian War and the U.S.-Soviet-Cuban Missile Crisis, competed for Soviet attention. The 1962 war began after high-level Sino-Indian diplomatic exchanges, begun in 1959, failed to bridge a fundamental disagreement on the delineation of the disputed boundary. In the face of irregular armed skirmishes occurring in the western and eastern sectors, China launched a full-scale war on the 20th of October 1962 across the entire front. Chinese forces overran the outnumbered and outgunned forces in the eastern sector, entering deep into Indian territory while holding to their claimed line in Oxai-i-Chen in the west. A month later, China declared a unilateral ceasefire and retreated completely from the eastern sector, but retained territory that linked their restive provinces of Xinjiang and Tibet in the western sector. Byaha 2011, 54-55. The Sino-Soviet ideological conflict and the unfolding Cuban Missile Crisis led to oscillating Soviet positions on the Sino-Indian War. In late 1961, Khrushchev's line of peaceful coexistence with the West came under withering attack. The Chinese leadership argued that imperialism could be defeated only through force. When the Sino-Indian conflict began in 1959, the USSR was attempting to balance two objectives, refraining from public criticism of China in order to retain some measure of unity in the communist movement while simultaneously seeking to check Beijing. Thus, after the first casualties occurred in border skirmishes in August 1959, the USSR publicly adopted an even-handed approach, calling on both sides to resolve the conflict peacefully while privately holding China culpable. Subak 2001, 266. Beijing excoriated the Soviet position as tantamount to support of the Indian bourgeoisie and Western imperialists, putting Moscow on the ideological defensive. Prosumenshikov. 1996, 251. Beginning in 1955, Khrushchev had sought Indian friendship in an effort to enlist decolonized countries to join the Soviet Union in a vast anti-imperialist zone of peace. Hence, the USSR futilely sought to influence China to moderate its position on India. In the midst of the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Sino-Soviet conflict took on global overtones as China accused the USSR of capitulating to the United States. Hemmed into an ideological straitjacket, the Soviet Union opted for a harder line on India, questioning the validity of the McMahon line in the eastern sector. Soviet Memorandum 1962. This new Soviet position disappointed Nehru. With the resolution of the Cuban Missile Crisis, the USSR returned to an even-handed appraisal of the Sino-Indian border conflict. Prosumenshikov 1996, 252-256. Moscow's ambivalence was in full display during the 1962 war. Reluctant to jettison an ideological fellow traveler for fear of losing to China in the debate over fighting imperialism, Khrushchev suspended the August 1962 deal with India for the supply of MiG fighter jets until after China had attained its objectives on the ground and called a halt to hostilities. However, Moscow publicly did not take sides, angering Beijing. Masny 2010, 61. Russia. Balancer in India-China relations. 383. The Indian debacle in the 1962 war set India and China on an adversarial path. Meanwhile, the Sino-Soviet alliance disintegrated under the pressure of divergent diplomatic interests and doctrinal differences. By contrast, Indo-Soviet relations showed a warming trend. Soviet economic aid for Indian public sector enterprises had begun to flow in the mid-1950s, as Moscow used its veto in the United Nations Security Council (UNSC) to block anti-India moves on Kashmir in February 1957 and June 1962 and on Go in December 1961. New Delhi reaped diplomatic dividends as well. Until the mid-1980s, India could count on automatic Soviet support in the United Nations, UN, and in chancelleries across the world for the Indian position on Kashmir and other strategic strategic matters. The first licensed production of MiG-21 aircraft had begun in 1963. Mukherjee 2018. India's almost total reliance on Soviet arms was underway by the mid-1960s. Soviet-supplied weapons helped India win the 1965 war with Pakistan. Expecting Chinese assistance in that war, Pakistan initiated hostilities in August, sending thousands of trained infiltrators into Indian Kashmir with the hope of inciting an anti-Indian uprising. When the anticipated insurrection did not occur, a full-scale armed attack, full load in September. The war escalated as Indian troops engaged Pakistani soldiers and moved deep into Pakistani territory. China not only offered strident rhetorical support for Pakistan but also sought to divert New Delhi's attention with spurious charges of Indian violations along the Sikh-China border in the northeast. The Soviet response in this instance was unequivocal, and offered to assist India in case of a Chinese attack and to mediate an end to the war. Brings time 1965, 173-174. Brad in 2015, Sino-Soviet relations continued to deteriorate in the late 1960s. Repeated border clashes culminated in an open border war in 1969 even as China was reeling from the paroxysms of the decade-long Cultural Revolution that began in 1966. Came 2012. Faced with increasingly implacable Soviet hostility, an economically beleaguered China sought to escape global isolation. By 1970, as the most turbulent period of the Cultural Revolution was winding down, the Chinese leadership considered reaching out to the United States. At about the same time, the United States, seeking an honorable end to an increasingly unpopular Vietnam War, and frustrated with an unrelenting flow of Soviet aid to North Vietnam, was looking for a way to bring external pressure to bear on the USSR to induce a change in Moscow's behavior. The concatenation of these two developments paved the path to Sino-US rapprochement, Indo-Soviet alignment, and an irrevocable rupture in Sino-Soviet relations. Two events in 1970-1971 represented important turning points: an unfolding political crisis in Pakistan in 1970 that hastened the signing of an Indo-Soviet treaty, and the incipient process of Sino-US rapprochement, with Pakistan acting as an intermediary. As the domestic crisis in Pakistan spiraled out of control, New Delhi sought diplomatic cover before intervening militarily to stop atrocities against civilians in East Pakistan and to deal with the flood of refugees into India. The Soviet Union was eager to oblige. The USSR had, since 1969, been unsuccessfully wooing India to join the Soviet-sponsored Asian collective security system with the unstated aim of checking the spread of Chinese influence after the eventual U.S. withdrawal from Indochina. The speed with which this treaty was produced and signed in August 1971 provides support for Zhuangli assertion that a draft of the document had been tucked away for 2 years in a drawer in the Soviet Foreign Ministry. Then Indian External Affairs Minister Swaran corroborated Zhuang's account in parliamentary debate when he conceded that secret talks on the treaty had been going on for 2 years. Blood 1976. 2-3. 384 Vidyanakar Soviet backing in this conflict allowed New Delhi to prevail in the face of opposition from both China and the United States. To allow India to achieve its strategic objectives, the Soviet Union cast vetoes in the UNSC on 4, 5, and the 13th of December 1971 to defeat passage of 3 resolutions designed to force India to stop its military intervention in East Pakistan. China's support of Pakistan was unmistakable, with Beijing casting China's very first veto in the UNSC to block the admission of Bangladesh to the UN. Mukherjee 2018. The emergence of the US-USSR-China strategic triangle in the early 1970s served to fortify the Indo-Soviet relationship and deepen Sino-Soviet estrangement as both India and the USSR viewed the resultant security implications of the US-China rapprochement with deep concern. Sino-US diplomatic engagement, mediated by Pakistan and underlined by President Nixon's 1972 visit to Beijing, occurred as domestic protests in the United States led to mounting concern in Washington over an unpopular Vietnam War. Declassified Chinese documents reveal that in the wake of the 1969 Sino-Soviet border conflict, 4 Chinese marshals recommended that Mao play the American card to push back against the USSR. Burr 2004. The triangular US-USSR-China power configuration of the 1970s crystallized the broad contours of great power alignments until the Gorbachev-era reforms initiated in the mid-1980s set the stage for an end to the Cold War. Between 1971 and the end of the Cold War, while India's alignment with the USSR reaped the dividends of unqualified Soviet support for India's positions in the UN, the supply of advanced weapons platforms not available from any other source, and a studied refusal to provide offensive weapons to Pakistan in a nod to India's sensibilities, the Soviet Union also worked actively to frustrate Sino-Indian rapprochement. In the 1970s, India and China made tentative moves toward normalization of relations, exchanging ambassadors in 1976. 3 factors underscored Chinese interest in engaging India: the fact that India was a preeminent power in South Asia, particularly after Pakistan's 1971 dismemberment and India's successful 1974 nuclear test; Chinese recognition that India was not a Soviet puppet, having repudiated Soviet efforts to sign an Asian collective security treaty; and an expansionist Soviet Union, which would threaten China's interest in Asia after United States withdrawal from Vietnam. Garver 1991, 55-56. Deng Xiaoping was interested in enlisting Asian countries to withstand Soviet hegemonism. Hence, when Prime Minister Morarji Desai, elected in March 1977, sought to balance India's pro-Soviet tilt by signaling readiness to accept de facto borders with China, Beijing invited India to develop specific proposals. Progress was torpedoed when China attacked Soviet-backed Vietnam in February 1979. Moscow was displeased with Desai's refusal to label China as an aggressor and to recognize the Vietnamese-supported and Soviet-backed government in Cambodia. An angry Soviet leadership undertook to undermine Desai's position domestically. Partly due to these efforts, Desai lost a no-confidence vote in Parliament in July 1979. Garver 1991, 57-61. The December 1979 Soviet invasion of Afghanistan raised alarm in New Delhi and Beijing. While India publicly withheld criticism, China expressed vocal opposition. China and the United States discussed supporting Mujahideen forces in Pakistan to fight against the USSR. After New Delhi's initial criticism of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, re-elected in January 1980, sought to repair the Indo-Soviet relationship without relinquishing efforts at improving ties with China. To bolster Beijing's anti-Soviet and anti-Vietnam positions and prevent a strengthening of Indo-Vietnamese bonds, China offered India a hand of friendship even while Russia balancer in India-China relations. 385 increasing its military support of Pakistan. Garver 1991, 65-66. Beijing, meanwhile, eager to win India over, announced the reopening of India-Tibet border trade, backpedaled from the call for a plebiscite in Kashmir, and upheld the Indian position that the Kashmir dispute should be bilaterally resolved. During May-June 1981, Chinese officials once again raised the prospect of a package solution on the border. Garver 1991, 68. In order to scuttle these talks, the Soviet Union started a disinformation campaign about Chinese border incursions, thereby halting the forward momentum of Sino-Indian relations. Garver 1991, 69-70. In 1982, Beijing adjusted its India strategy, softening its anti-Soviet criticism partly to ease the path toward a smoother Sino-Indian relationship. Garver 1991, 73. Slow improvement in the Sino-Indian relationship continued until Gorbachev's ascent to the Soviet leadership and prospects for improved Sino-Soviet ties weakened the urgency in China for rapprochement with India. India viewed Gorbachev-era changes with unease. As Sino-Soviet relations showed promise of improvement, China resumed skirmishes across the Sino-Indian border. A full-blown armed confrontation at Sundarangchu occurred in June 1986, when New Delhi's decision to push back against the Chinese incursion surprised Beijing. During the prolonged confrontation, Gorbachev carefully avoided either criticizing the Chinese provocation or offering support to New Delhi. This studied attitude of neutrality serves to undermine Indian trust in the relationship. Garver 1991, 80-81. To add insult to injury, Gorbachev's USSR was also more willing to call New Delhi to account on human rights violations in Kashmir and to take less openly pro-India positions in disputes involving India's rivals in Asia. Nadkarni 1995, 25. Topikhanov 2018, 251-253. China's Beijing Review wrote favorably of these Soviet diplomatic stances. Garver 1991, 82-83. A year after the diplomatic resolution of the Sundarangchu crisis, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi made an ice-breaking visit to Beijing in December 1988, during which the two sides decided to decouple negotiations on the border from non-security issues of common interest and agreed to establish two joint working groups, one on the boundary and one on economic relations, trade, science, and technology. PTI 2017. However, Sino-Indian relations remained in stasis. In late 1988, the USSR announced its withdrawal from Afghanistan by 1989 and began drawing down the number of military divisions in Mongolia. This visible manifestation of Soviet retrenchment in Asia inaugurated an easing of Soviet-American tensions and incentivized the Chinese leadership to seek better ties with Moscow, especially after Vietnam announced a planned withdrawal from Cambodia by September 1989. Gorbachev's 1989 Beijing visit, the first by a Soviet leader in 30 years, coincided with large-scale student protests in Tiananmen Square calling for democratic reforms. Gorbachev prudently avoided comment then, or later, when Deng called for the opening of a new chapter in Sino-Soviet relations. Subak 2017, 138. Beijing's brutal repression of the uprising stopped the revolt in its tracks but arrested the thawing trend in USPRC relations. The United States suspended military sales to China and froze diplomatic relations. From Beijing's perspective, the timing of the Soviet opening could not have been more welcome, as unanimous condemnation of China from the West in response to the Tiananmen events led to many years of frostiness. Sino-Russian relations continued their upward trajectory even after rising nationalist movements in the Soviet republics unleashed centrifugal forces that led to the implosion of the USSR. After the Soviet collapse in December 1991, the easing of the bipolar conflict gradually undercut the strategic and economic rationale for strong Indo-Russian ties. Russia's 386 Vidyanakarni precipitous decline in global power, Moscow's demand for hard currency payments for Russian arms, and New Delhi's strategic tilt toward the United States complicated a previously tight relationship. By contrast, the Sino-Russian relationship flourished as ideological differences became irrelevant. Negotiations on unresolved border issues proceeded smoothly, and both Beijing and Moscow united to resist U.S. hegemony. Post-Cold War realignments. Russia and the Sino-Indian relationship. Since the end of the Cold War, Russia's ability to influence the India-China relationship has steadily waned. The dyadic relationships among India, China, and Russia are instead framed and affected by two 21st century structural trends: the strategic competition between the United States and China for primacy, and Beijing's aspiration for hegemonic influence in East and South Asia that is impeded by China's strategic rivalry with India. Between 1992 and 2000, the Russia-China relationship burgeoned, India-Russia engagement stabilized, and India-China ties found a new equilibrium. Sino-Russian ties, underpinned by a shared strategic interest in opposing U.S. hegemony, improved further as outstanding border issues were resolved. After a few years of dormancy, Indo-Russian amity was rekindled when vexing issues of Soviet-era debt were ironed out. The continuing value of the arms relationship was recognized in both capitals, and the mid-1990s Taliban takeover of Afghanistan reunited both countries in fighting against the menace of terrorism. The template for a constrained Sino-Indian cooperative competitive dynamic was undergirded by a mutual agreement not to hold the bilateral relationship hostage to the border conflict and by China's interest in preventing India's defection to the United States. A preoccupation with domestic concerns also helped inject a measure of equilibrium in all three dyads. Russia's energies were turned inward to cope with difficult economic and political reforms, develop a new post-communist national identity, and adjust foreign policy to deal with 14 independent countries in the post-Soviet space. Shaken by the Tiananmen protests, Chinese leaders linked the legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party (CCP) with economic performance indicators and top-down, constructed nationalism rather than Marxist-Leninist ideology. Zhao 1988. In India, an acute balance of payments crisis in 1991 compelled the government to embark on a series of liberal economic reforms that spurred economic growth and by the end of the decade contributed to New Delhi's growing aspirations to global status. Related external developments generated concern, particularly in Moscow and Beijing, as the United States and North Atlantic Treaty Organization (NATO) countries intervened in the Balkans, expanded the alliance, and sought to project influence in the post-Soviet space. In Asia, the United States was occupied with the North Korean nuclear program, tensions across the Taiwan Strait, and Indo-Pakistan tensions. Moscow and Beijing feared that untrammeled U.S. power and its policies in Asia could undermine their regional and global interests. Three developments during the 1990s illustrated the diminishing role of the Russia factor in the India-China relationship: the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan, the fallout from India's decision to test nuclear weapons, and the Kargil War. The Soviet withdrawal from Afghanistan in 1989 followed a decade of armed struggle against mujahideen fighters funded by the United States. In the wake of the Soviet-Russia balancer in India-China relations, 387 defeat, Washington largely abandoned engagement with Afghanistan, which fell into internecine fighting among rival mujahideen factions until the Taliban, created and funded by the Pakistan Military's Inter-Services Intelligence (ISI), took control in 1996. Fearing the spread of Islamic radicalism from neighboring Afghanistan, India and Russia supported the opposing Northern Alliance. Beijing benefited from these joint Indo-Russian efforts without incurring costs. China's alliance with Pakistan allowed Beijing to attain its objectives without risking direct involvement. Liu Xulin, China's ambassador to Pakistan, accepted a quid pro quo from Taliban leader Mohammed Omar, formal Chinese recognition of the Taliban government and help in counteracting the impact of Western sanctions in return for insulating China from your use of Afghan territory to launch attacks. While this arrangement was not fully observed by either party, China maintained a channel of communication with the Taliban, which has made Beijing an important interlocutor in the unfolding Afghan peace process that began with the 2014 microsecond decision to withdraw troops. Small 2013. New Delhi's 1998 decision to abandon a posture of nuclear ambiguity and become an openly declared nuclear weapons power invited the sharpest criticism from the United States and China and sanctions from Washington. The UNSC passed a non-binding resolution condemning the tests by India and Pakistan. UNSC Resolution 1998. Russia, along with France and the United Kingdom, publicly refused to back U.S. sanctions. A joint communique released by the permanent members of the UNSC urged India and Pakistan to agree to a negotiated fissile material cutoff and accede to a strategic restraint regime that, according to Michael Crepon, unmistakably revealed Beijing's imprint as these would not just curtail New Delhi's options against Pakistan but would also significantly constrain India from countering China's strategic modernization programs. The communique also called on India and Pakistan to resume dialogue to address the root cause of the tensions between them, including Kashmir. Crepon 2008. The absence in the communique of any reference to Pakistan's role in supporting cross-border terrorist attacks again showed the influence of China and the inability or unwillingness of Russia to offer India strong diplomatic backing. The 1999 war in the Kargil sector of Kashmir, initiated by Pakistan, had far-reaching effects. President Bill Clinton leaned heavily on Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif for an early and unconditional withdrawal. He also condemned the infiltration of Indian territory by Pakistani soldiers, pushed back against the Pakistani account that the infiltrators were separatist guerrillas, and threatened to withhold a $100 million International Monetary Fund (IMF) loan if the troops were not pulled back. Sharif embarked on an unsuccessful visit to Beijing for diplomatic support and financial assistance, after which he flew to Washington and under U.S. pressure agreed to restore the status quo ante. Talbot 2004. In this conflict, Russia and the United States stood by India. China's lack of support for Pakistan in the face of a strong U.S. pushback demonstrated the limits of the all-weather friendship. The seminal developments of the opening decade of the new millennium centered on the Al-Qaeda 9/11 terrorist attacks on the United States and the related events that ensued, the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, the articulation of the Bush Doctrine, which made democracy promotion a central plank of U.S. foreign policy, raised suspicions in Russia and China over U.S. motives and affected how Moscow and Beijing interpreted the causes of the color revolutions in the post-Soviet space. These revolutions stemmed from protracted domestic political struggle and, in Georgia, culminated in the Russo-Georgian War. The 2008 global financial crisis came near the close of the 388 Vidyanakarni decade. In different ways, these events reinforced the Indo-U.S. and Sino-Russian alignments, attenuated the U.S.-Pakistani and Indo-Russian relationships, and heightened the competitive aspects of the Sino-Indian relationship. Following the 9/11 attacks, the United States invaded Afghanistan in October 2001, offering Pakistan's leaders the difficult choice of joining the fight or continuing to support their Taliban protege. In agreeing to support the U.S. war effort, Pakistan emerged both as an incubator of terrorism and a frontline state in the fight against Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. As Pakistan's ally, Beijing watched these developments with concern, especially in view of a rising India. A decade after the adoption of liberalizing reforms in 1991 that had significantly increased economic growth rates, the attainment of nuclear weapons status in 1998 that had narrowed China's military options vis-a-vis Gravis India, and the U.S.-India alignment that complicated the achievement of China's Asian and global ambitions, Beijing could no longer rely solely on a Pakistan-oriented strategy to check India's rise. China's leaders therefore moved to engage India economically while using intermittent coercive diplomatic and military pressure to constrain New Delhi's ambitions. China, Russia, and India generally shared U.S. concerns regarding terrorism. However, while India received diplomatic support from Russia on this issue, China's special relationship with Pakistan meant that Beijing tacitly supported Islamabad's strategy of cross-border terrorist attacks in India. The 2003 U.S.-led war in Iraq fractured the international community. Russia and China voiced vocal opposition, while India scrupulously avoided direct criticism but balked at the U.S. request to contribute troops to the war effort. The color revolutions, 2003 Rose Revolution, Georgia, 2004 Orange Revolution, Ukraine, and 2005 Tulip Revolution, Kyrgyzstan, pitted pro-Western and somewhat liberal political forces against authoritarian leaders, troubling Moscow and Beijing and leading to increasing authoritarianism and rising nationalism in Russia and China. Korsunsky 2014. In People's Daily, the CCP paper, a series of articles attributed the revolutions to the spread of Western, especially U.S., ideology and cautioned against the blind adoption of Western-style reforms. Lau 2015. The leadership in both Russia and China fashioned a domestic strategy of dirigist market reforms while strictly monitoring and repressing civil society activism. Their shared position on the external causes and domestic consequences of the color revolutions for their own countries united Moscow and Beijing against U.S. hegemonism. New Delhi, while generally silent on the color revolutions, joined Russia in the call for respecting state sovereignty, especially in light of India's insistence that the Kashmir issue be decided bilaterally with Pakistan. In the second decade of the 21st century, nationalist and assertive leaders held governments in Russia, China, and India. Putin's third term as president began in March 2012. Xi Jinping was anointed party leader in November 2012 and president in March 2013. Narendra Modi became prime minister in May 2014. China rose as a peer competitor to the United States, relegating Russia to the role of a junior partner in the Sino-Russian relationship. This reversal of roles reduced the ambit of Russia's influence in the Sino-Indian relationship, especially after 2010, when Beijing's global assertiveness signaled a marked departure from Deng Xiaoping's earlier low-profile international strategy. With the 2008 Russo-Georgian War, Moscow initiated an assertive foreign policy that sought to re-establish Russia's preeminence in the post-Soviet space. The 2014 annexation of Crimea, active support of rebels in eastern Ukraine, and the 2015 military intervention in Syria signaled the global scope of Russia's ambitions. The Arab Spring revolt in the intervening years only serves to validate suspicions in Moscow and Russia, balancer in India-China relations. 389 Beijing about Western intentions. The demonstration of Western and American economic enfeeblement during the 2008 global financial crisis seemed to confirm Beijing's view that China had become a great power nearly on par with the United States, while the U.S. decision to accommodate India's rise vindicated New Delhi's policy of strategic engagement with all centers of power. During this period, the Sino-Russian nexus deepened while the Indo-Russian and Sino-Indian relationships came under stress. The Vostok 2018 Sino-Russian military drills demonstrated a new degree of closeness. For the first time in over 4 decades, People's Liberation Army (PLA) forces joined Russia's largest war games. Apart from sending a signal to the West, these exercises allowed Beijing to test the PLA's capacity building and operational readiness and benefit from the military doctrine and lessons learned from Russia's experience of wars in Chechnya, Georgia and Syria. Zhuo 2018. Strong Sino-Russian ties are undergirded by a shared aspiration to undercut U.S. global predominance and to counter a deepening Indo-U.S. nexus. Russia has been reluctant to sever its decades-long cordial and mutually beneficial ties with India but has limited ability to tether New Delhi to Moscow alone. India's economic appeal as a destination for investment and trade and its strategic attraction as a partner in the unfolding global and regional international geopolitical competition have expanded New Delhi's range of partners, and Russia is no longer India's sole ally or exclusive supplier of high-technology weapons. While Indo-Russian ties have come under strain, New Delhi too is unlikely to jet on a decades-old relationship. India's October 2018 decision to purchase 5 S-400 Triumph long-range surface-to-air missile squadrons despite the threat of U.S. sanctions illustrates the continuing salience of the relationship for both parties. This $5.43 billion contract brought India into the crosshairs of the U.S. sanctions regime. Press TV India 2019. The Almas Anti-Air and Space Defense Corporation, which manufactures the S-400, was targeted for sanctions and legislation, countering America's adversaries through Sanctions Act, or CAATSA, passed by the U.S. Congress in 2017. Beijing, which had purchased the same system in 2014, was slapped with secondary U.S. sanctions upon delivery in September 2018. The Times of India 2018. New Delhi applied for a sanctions waiver in July 2018, arguing that without the weapons platform, the country's military capabilities would be severely degraded, that the system was not targeted against the United States, and that India was already in process of diversifying arms supplies. In view of the September 2018 inaugural 2+2 India-U.S. dialogue between the Indian Ministers of Defense and External Affairs and the U.S. Secretaries of State and Defense and the signing of the Communications Compatibility and Security Agreement, COMCASA, as also agreements on interoperability, then U.S. Secretary of Defense James Mattis suggested the likelihood of such a waiver. Smith 2017, U.S. Department of State, Office of the Spokesperson 2018. The case of the S-400, while bilateral in the Russian defense arrangement, impinges on several other important bilateral relationships. The S-400 is designed to enhance the ability of the Indian Air Force to counter threats from Pakistan and China. The deal is a signal to Moscow that India's arms diversification program and close ties with the United States will not undermine New Delhi's strategic autonomy. Russia's sale of the system to both China and India indicates that Moscow is unlikely to sacrifice the close embrace of China or to jeopardize ties with India. Meanwhile, the Sino-Indian relationship has experienced sharp downward spirals. India has been troubled by China's display of coercive military pressure against Japan 390 Vidyanak Army in the East China Sea and by island building and base construction activities in the South China Sea that, by mid-2018, allowed the deployment of significant military assets. O'Rourke 2019. Beijing has also engaged in a steady drumbeat of angry rhetoric cautioning New Delhi against injudicious actions such as allowing official visits either of the Dalai Lama or other Indian officials to Arunachal Pradesh, an Indian state in the northeast within disputed borders. Aggressive Chinese moves such as undertaking infrastructure projects in Bhutanese territory contested by Beijing led to the June 2017 standoff on the Daklan Plateau at the tree junction of the India-Bhutan-China border. This episode, which turned into a military confrontation between India and China, with New Delhi supporting Bhutan's claim, was eventually defused through diplomatic negotiation. Russia adopted a position of neutrality on the Daklan issue, seeking not to disrupt ties with either China or India. Dawes to 2017. India's quest for membership in the Nuclear Suppliers Group, NSG, and China's aspiration to create a Sino-centric world through the launch of the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, illustrate both the limits of Russian influence and the likelihood of a sharpening Sino-Indian divide. In June 2016, India formally applied for membership to the NSG, a consortium of 48 participating governments founded in 1974 in response, ironically, to India's nuclear tests that year. The primary aim of the NSG is to control the spread of nuclear technology, thereby preventing the proliferation of nuclear weapons. NSG members are also signatories to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT. After the United States made a strategic decision to accommodate India's rise, the NSG in 2008 lifted the nuclear trade embargo against India and a few years later began to consider admitting India as a member. New Delhi's rationale for membership was detailed in a 300-page application that called attention to India's impeccable non-proliferation record, provided an account of NSG-relevant capabilities, described export control systems, and outlined extent disarmament and nuclear policy. Mitchell 2016. China and several other countries opposed India's bid, citing process-related concerns and arguing for the development of a set of criteria to be applied to non-NPT countries. China also argued that if India were to be admitted to the NSG as a non-NPT member, Pakistan's application should be similarly accepted. HUT 2017. The Economic Times 2018. Apart from suggesting an equivalence between India and Pakistan, Beijing's overt opposition to New Delhi's bid stemmed from a desire to thwart India's strategic ambitions. Until 2000, when Beijing publicly committed to refrain from aiding in the proliferation of nuclear weapons technology, China's record was spotty. Jones 2000. To Sutter 2003. Arms Control Association 2017. China's opposition to New Delhi's bid has kept India out of only one of 4 export control mechanisms. India joined the Missile Technology Control Regime in 2016, the Wassenaar Arrangement in 2017, and the Australia Group in 2018. Arms Control Association 2018. India's bid for NSG membership enjoys the strong support of the United States and Russia as well as France, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Beijing's obdurate stance on India's NSG membership may be designed to send a signal to New Delhi over its BRI, as China has bristled at India's pointed refusal to participate in Xi Jinping's ambitious infrastructure program of road rail networks and sea links designed to make China a connecting hub with spokes extending to all continents. A signature BRI project is the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, linking China's Xinjiang province to the Pakistani port of Gwadar on the Arabian Sea. Beijing has urged India to participate in the BRI and especially in CPEC. To India's Russia, balancer in India-China relations. 391 more general concerns over the non-transparency of BRI projects and the fear that many of them are debt traps is added the anger over the fact that CPEC traverses an area of Pakistan-controlled Kashmir that is claimed by India. Both India and China have sought to get Russia to promote their respective NSG and BRI causes with the other. However, Moscow has few resources to exercise such influence vis-a-vis gravis two countries that are simultaneously rising asymmetric powers in Asia, with China unwilling to accept India as a peer rival or even a great power in India, no longer a country that China can easily confine within the subcontinental space. A chimera. The RIC trilateral in a period of flux between 1989 and 1991, the Soviet approach to India and China reassembled Moscow's ambivalence of the 1960-1964 period. On the one hand, Gorbachev wished to remove China as an irritant in Soviet foreign policy. On the other hand, he was keenly aware of 2 other trends: the long-term historical shift of global power in China's direction and the short to medium-term tilting the fulcrum of power toward the United States as a result of Moscow's cession of superpower status. He therefore sought unsuccessfully to cast Moscow as the leader of a putative trilateral Moscow, Beijing, New Delhi, grouping against the unipolar world of unchecked U.S. power. Moscow was thus an early proponent of the effort to bring together the 3 major powers of Asia-Eurasia, first under President Gorbachev and then under Foreign Minister and later Prime Minister Yevgeny Primakov. According to Sergei Radchenko, Gorbachev was enamored of the notion that a USSR-China-India trilateral could serve as an important vehicle for Asian stability and a counter to the US-Europe-Japan alliance networks. He suggested the idea to Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi in November 1986 and again in November 1988, and to Foreign Minister Kyan Kitchen in December 1988, 2014, 100-102. Neither India nor China showed much interest. India, after the Cold War, had no moral or material interest in joining an anti-Western grouping. During his 1985 trip to Washington, Rajiv Gandhi had offered President Reagan a hand of friendship that sought to erase the Cold War era estrangement between the two democracies. In a conversation at the press club, he stated, "I don't think we are more attracted to the Soviet Union than to the U.S. We are not going to be tied to the apron strings of any major power." India and the United States moved tentatively to initiate talks on U.S. arms sales under conditions acceptable to India. Bad War and Treaty on 1985, 2013. The forward momentum in Indo-U.S. ties continued. By 1987, Washington was ready to greenlight high-technology sales to India of jet engines for light combat aircraft, LCA, and gray supercomputers. Rajgana 2004. Russian Prime Minister Yevgeny Primakov revived the idea of a trilateral during his December 1998 visit to India and during Chinese Premier Zhurong's February 1999 visit to Moscow. Nadkarni 2010. In 1998, New Delhi's ties with the United States had been temporarily disrupted after India's nuclear tests, but Beijing's open and strident condemnation of India, when juxtaposed with China's history of surreptitiously aiding Pakistan's nuclear weapons program, was hardly designed to foster support in New Delhi for a putative anti-Western alliance. Beijing's cool reception to the idea, both in the mid-1980s and late 1990s, mirrored the same distrust of New Delhi, joined with a disinclination to consider India in the same league of great powers as China. Moreover, China coveted U.S. technology and value trade and investment as a necessary adjunct to the country's economic development, while China joined Russia in decrying U.S. 392 Vidya Nakarni, hegemonism. Russian efforts to promote an Asian-Eurasian united front against U.S. predominance foundered on the shoals of disinterest in India and China. The palpably unilateralist thrust in U.S. foreign policy under George W. Bush prompted the first RIC meeting of foreign ministers in 2002. These meetings have been held annually, with a few exceptions, and allow the three countries an opportunity for dialogue on matters of pressing regional and global concern. But beyond serving as a talking shop, the RIC format has not registered any gains on the global diplomatic stage and has yielded very little by way of strategic clout or meaningful policy coordination. RIC summits have been held twice, in St. Petersburg on the sidelines of the 2006 G8 summit and in Buenos Aires on the sidelines of the 2018 G20 summit. The Buenos Aires summit closed with the release of 3 independent statements from the leaders, signifying a lack of cohesion among RIC interlocutors. Official website of the President of Russia 2018. Cooperation on devising a peaceful denouement in Afghanistan, based on shared concerns over regional stability and terrorism, would have been one of the issue areas most amenable to effective coordination within the RIC framework. However, the competing interests of each have rendered the contemplation of a joint solution nearly impossible. India and Russia had supported the Northern Alliance, which served as the backbone of U.S. support during the 2001 invasion. But after the 2014 microseconds announcement of withdrawal from Afghanistan, the decision of Russia, China, and Pakistan to include the Taliban in the peace process left India isolated. Were the RIC format more vigorous, Afghanistan would be the ideal issue on which the three sides could coordinate, as China has influence with Pakistan, and the latter with the Taliban. A concerted effort could have allayed India's concerns over a Taliban return to Afghanistan by giving New Delhi, an important stakeholder, a voice in the peace process. A strong RIC has been made even more unlikely in the face of an asymmetric Sino-Russian alliance favoring China and of a growing Indo-US alignment. Conclusion. The one consistent pattern during the Cold War was that Beijing's willingness to accommodate India came at moments when China felt beleaguered internationally and when Sino-Soviet competition for influence was acute. This augurs ill for Sino-Indian comedy in the 21st century, as a rising China is no longer constrained by Russian power or influence, and Russia instead plays the role of a junior partner. The more probable checks on China's global rise are likely to come either from domestic challenges or from an aggressive overreach internationally that ebbs in India, and in doing so generates momentum toward a formalized Indo-US alignment. Bibliography. Arms Control Association, 2017, Arms Control and Proliferation Profile, China, Fact Sheets and Briefs, July, available online at www.armscontrol.org/factsheets/China Profile #NW, access 9 February 2019, Arms Control Association, 2018, Arms Control and Proliferation Profile, India, Fact Sheets and Briefs, January, available online at www.armscontrol.org/factsheets/India Profile, access 9 February 2019. Bad War, I and Treaty on M. 1985, 2013. Rajiv Gandhi's visit proves a turning point in Indo-US ties. 15 July. Reprinted in India Today. 23 December. Available online at www. Russia. Balancer in India-China relations. 393. India-Today.in/magazine/special-report/STOR Y 1985075-Rajiv-Gandhi's-visit-proves-A- turning point in Indo-US ties 770,198 2013 1223. Access to 9th of February 2019. Blood, A. 1976. Through the Looking Glass. The Indo-Soviet Treaty. Carlisle Barracks, PA. Military Issues Research Memorandum. Strategic Studies Institute. U.S. Army War College. 9 November. Available online at https://apps.ttic.mil/ttic/tr/full-text/u2/a0330008.pdf. AC says the 9th of February 2019. Burr, W. Ed. 2004. National Security Archive Electronic Briefing Book Number 145. The National Security Archive. Document 3. 21 December. Available online at https://nsarchive.edu/edu/nsaebb/nsaebb145/index.htm. Access to 28th of January 2019. Chen, J. 1992. The Sino-Soviet Alliance and China's Entry into the Korean War. Cold War International History Project. Working Paper Number 1. June. Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars. Available online at www.wilsoncenter.org/sites/default/files/acfa7. PDF. Access to 17th of December 2018. Dawes-Gupta, S. 2017. Russia refused to toe China line on Doklam. The Times of India. 2 September. Available online at https://timesofindia.india.times/world/China/Russia-refuse-to-be-issue/article show/60328019.cms. Access 17 February 2019. Decider, P. A. 2003. China's Record of Proliferation Activities. Assistant Secretary for Verification and Compliance. Testimony before the U.S.-China Commission. Washington, D.C. 24 July. U.S. Department of State Archive. Available online at https://2001-2009.state.gov/t/vci/rlsrm24518.htm. Access the 9th of February 2019. Garver, J. W. 1991. The India Factor in Recent Sino-Soviet Relations. The China Quarterly 125. March. 5585. Byaha R. 2011, An Asian Clash of Civilizations. Revisiting the Sino-Indian Conflict of 1962. Economic and Political Weekly 46, 44, 45, 5 November, 5161. Hunt D. 2017, Why Russia Won't Choose Sides Between China and India. Forbes, 16 November. Available online at www.forbes.com/sites/2017/11/1/1/6/y-russia-1-choose-sides-between-China-and-India/#171BDCA 67A. Access to 1st of February 2019. Jones R. 2000, China's Proliferation Record, Proliferation Analysis, 25 July, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, available online at https://carnegieendowment.org/2000/07/25/China S Proliferation Record Pub 367, access to 12th of February 2019. Kim D. 2010, The Crucial Issues of the Early Cold War, Stalin in the Chinese Civil War, Cold War History 10-2, May, 185-202. King, G. 2012, The Silence That Preceded China's Great Leap into Famine, Smithsonian, 26 September, available online at www.smithsonianmag.com/history/the-silence-. Preceded-China's-great-leap-into-famine-5189807/. Access the 8th of February 2019. Klocko, M. 1971, The Sino-Soviet Split, The Withdrawal of the Specialists, International Journal 26-3, Summer, 556-566. Korsunsky A. D. 2014, Putin Says Russia Must Prevent Color Revolution, Reuters, 20 November, available online at www.reuters.com/article/s-russia-putin-security-USKCN0J41J6201411120. Access to 6th of February 2019. Craven, M. 2008, Looking Back, the 1998 Indian and Pakistani Nuclear Tests, Arms Control Today, 11 June, Arms Control Association, available online at www.armscontrol.org/act2008_05/looking back. Access the 3rd of February 2019. Lau, M. 2015, People's Daily Attack Spread of U.S. Ideology and Warns of High Price to Pay for Falling in Trap, South China Morning Post, 15 June, available online at www.scmp.com/newschina, policies-politics/article/1822063/communist-party-paper-c-red-over-color-revolutions. Access to 6th of February 2019. Mao, Z. 1959, Outline for a Speech on the International Situation, Wilson Center Digital Archive, December, available online at https://digitalarchive.wilsonCenter.org/document/118893. AC says the 16th of February 2019. Masmi, V. 2010, The Soviet Union's Partnership with India, Journal Cold War Studies 12-3, Summer, 5090, 394 Vidyanakar Mitra, D. 2016, exclusive, India's 300-page application for MSG membership, The Wire, 1 July, available online at https://thewire.in/diplomacy/reveal-india-300-page-application- for MSG membership, access the 9th of February 2019. Mukherjee, A. 2018, India-Russia Ties, 70 Years and Counting, The Pioneer, 20 May, available online at www.dailypioneer.com/2018/Sunday-edition/India-Russia-ties-70-years-1-counting.html. Access the 7th of February 2019. Nadkarni, V. 1995, India and Russia, The End of a Special Relationship, Naval War College Review 48-4, Autumn, 1933. Nadkarni, V. 2010, Strategic Partnerships in Asia, Balancing Without Alliances, London, Routledge. Nehru, J. 1988, Speeches, 1949-1953, in S. Hay, ed. Sources of Indian Tradition, Modern India and Pakistan, 2nd ed. Volume 2, New York, Columbia University Press, 400-402. Official website of the President of Russia, 2018, Russia-India-China Meeting, 1 December, available online at http://en.gremlin.ru/events/president/news/59278. Access the 9th of February 2019. O'Rourke, R. 2019, China's Actions in South and East China Seas, Implications for U.S. Interests, Background and Issues for Congress, Congressional Research Service, 31 January, available online at https://crsreports.congress.gov/product/pdf/r/r42784. Access the 6th of February 2019. Braddon, S. D. 2015, The Indo-Pak War 1965 and the Tashkent Agreement, Role of External Powers, The Times of India, 24 October, available online at https://timesofindia.india.times. Logskin Kaya Code, the -INDO-PAC-war-1965-1-the-Tashkent-Agreement-Role-External Powers, access the 10th of February 2019. Press TV India, 2019, India will receive S-400 systems without delay, Russia, 10 January, available online at www.presscv.com/detail/2019/001/58539/Russia-India-S400-US- sanctions, access the 9th of February 2019. Springtime, K. H. 1965, China's Role in the Indo-Pakistani Conflict, The China Quarterly 24, October-December, 170-175. Prozumenshikov, M. Y. 1996, The Sino-Indian Conflict, The Cuban Missile Crisis, and the Sino-Soviet Split, October 1962, New Evidence from the Russian Archives, Cold War International History Project Bulletin 89, Winter, 251-257, available online at www.wilsoncenter.org. Sites default files, CWIHP Bulletin 8-9_P4.pdf, access the 10th of February 2019. BTI, 2017, Rajiv Gandhi's visit to China broke the ice, says Chinese diplomat Zhang Xiang, The Indian Express, 13 October, available online at https://indianexpress.com/article/India/Rajiv-Gandhi's-visit-China-broke-the-ice-says Chinese-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy-xyy failure in Asia at the end of the Cold War. Oxford University Press. Rajgala, C. 2004, Reagan and India. Great Expectations, The Times of India, 6 June. Available online at https://timesofindia.india.times/world/Reagan-India-Great-Expectations article show 722192.cms. Access the 9th of February 2019. Seeger, R. and Panda, A. 2015, Pledges and Pious Wishes, The Constituent Assembly Debates and the Myth of a Nehruvian Consensus, India Review 14-2, 203-220. Small, A. 2013, Why is China Talking to the Taliban? Foreign Policy, 21 June. Available online at https://foreignpolicy.com/2013/06/21/why-is-China-talking-to-the-Taliban/ access 3 February 2019. Smith, J. M. 2017, CONCASA, Another Step Forward for the United States and India, The Heritage Foundation, 13 September. Available online at www.heritage.org/asia/commentary/CONCASA, Another Step Forward, the United States and India. Access the 9th of February 2019. Soviet Memorandum, 1962, Soviet Memorandum on the Sino-Indian Border Issue, Wilson Center Digital Archive, 22 October. Available online at https://digitalarchive.wilsoncenter.org/document 121895. Access the 10th of February 2019. Talbot, S. 2004, The Day a Nuclear Conflict Was Averted. Yale Global Online, 13 September. Available online at https://yaleglobal.yale.edu/content/nuclear-conflict-was-averted. Access the 3rd of February 2019. Russia, Balancer and India-China Relations, 395. The Economic Times, 2018. China won't let India go past Pakistan and race for nuclear suppliers group membership, July 12. Available online at https://economictimes.india.times.com. News Defense, China-1-India-go--past-Pakistan-for-nuclear suppliers group membership/article show/5262018.cms. Access the 9th of February 2019. The Times of India, 2018. India-Russia S-400 missile deal. All you need to know, 5 October. Available online at https://timesofindia.india.times/India/Russia-S-400-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-missile-deal/all-miss Soviet/Russian dialogue on the nuclear weapons program of India. Strategic Analysis 42-3, May 251-259. UNSC Resolution 1998. Security Council condemns nuclear tests by India and Pakistan. Resolution 1172. United Nations Organization 6 June. Available online at www.un.org/press on 1998. SC6528.doc.htm. Access the 3rd of February 2019. U.S. Department of State. Office of the Spokesperson. 2018. Joint Statement on the inaugural U.S.-India 2+2 Ministerial Dialogue. 6 September. Available online at www.state.gov/joint-statement-on-U-S-India-2-India-2-Ministerial-Dialogue/ access the 17th of February 2019. Wolf, O.C. and Osserman, C. Trans. 1996. Record of conversation from East German archives between Chinese Premier Zhu Enlai and Mongolian leader J.Z. Enlil. Beijing, 26 December 1962. Cold War International History Project Bulletin 89. 265-269. Available online at www.wilsoncenter.org/sites/default/files/CWIHP_bulletin_8-9.pdf. Zhao S. 1988. A State-Led Nationalism. The Patriotic Education Campaign in Post-Tiananmen China. Communist and Post-Communist Studies 31-3. September. 287-302. Zhuao, B. 2018. Why China-Russia military exercises should provoke soul-searching in the West. 18 September. South China Morning Post. Available online at www.scmp.com/com-ment. Insight-United-States/Article/2164632/Y-China-Russia-military-exercises should. Access the 6th of February 2019. Zhuao, E. 1959. Premier Zhu Enlai's Zhu Enlai letter to Prime Minister Nehru. Wilson Center Digital Archive. 7 November. Available online at https://digitalarchive.wilsonCenter.org. Document 175959.pdf. Question V equals 18 BDB 140EA96718 ECBA 1252 BCA 0865. Access the 16th of February 2019. Subak, V. Trans. 2001. Document number 3. Memorandum of Conversation of N.S. Khrushchev with Mao Zedong. The 2nd of October 1959. Beijing. Cold War International History Project Bulletin 1213. Fall. 262-270. Available online at www.wilsoncenter.org/sites/default/files/CWIHP Bulletin 12-13_P2_0.pdf. Access the 11th of February 2019. Subak, V. 2017. The Soviet Union and China in the 1980s. Reconciliation and Divorce. Cold War History 17-121 141. 24 India, China, and Japan's Policy of Asian Regionalism. Izuao Marie. India was marginalized in Japan's Asian policy in the period 1958-1966 and continued to be peripheral till the turn of the century. But India came back to East Asia when Japan lobbied for Indian membership in the East Asia Summit (EAS) in 2005. How are the processes of marginalization and resurgence of India and Japan's Asian policy to be explained? Existing literatures cite a power shift, especially the rise of China in the region. J. Shankar 2018, Yoshimatsu 2019. Situating Japan-India bilateral relations, which used to be treated in a vacuum into the regional strategic context, is a welcome trend. However, it is too simplistic and historical to see contemporary Japan-India bilateral relations as representing a move from estrangement to rapprochement caused by China's rise. This chapter tries to place Japan's triangular relations with India and China in the context of Japan's policy of Asian regionalism. One instead of using the overall power configuration in Asia as an explanatory variable. This chapter uses both economic and ideological factors to explain Japan's perception of the relationship between the region region and itself. This approach allows for greater agency on the part of Japan and perhaps also of India. The Cold War in Asia in the 1950s and 1960s revolved around tensions and conflicts with China. Japan could hardly resist the structuring effect of the Cold War, but it had relative freedom of choice in articulating a regional architecture, although most of its preferences could not be realized in the short term. India also advocated regionalism in Asia in the early post-World War II period when Communist China was still struggling to get diplomatic recognition. Both Japan and India had desired to take a leadership role in bridging Asia and the West, but their idea of Asian solidarity differed. Their policy orientation too was different, as Japan's approach was commercial while India's approach was political. Murphy 1968-41. These differences shaped their bilateral relations when they faced the China problem in the early years after World War II. Shared concern about China did not help Japan and India cooperate in building regional mechanisms. However, 40 years on, the renewed China problem worked the other way around, that is, shifting India from the periphery to the center of Japan's Asia policy. This chapter examines how India exited Japan's strategic calculations during the 1950s and 1960s and re-entered those calculations in the 2000s. Japan, India, and China are all major powers that want to be in the political, economic, and cultural center of Asia. Contemporary international relations studies regard the rise of China and India as a key development just as the rise of Japan in the 1980s drew attention. The preoccupation with rising powers reflects a Western view that Asian states might challenge the international status quo. The reason why Japan, India, China, and Japan's policy 397 used to be, and China is now, taken seriously as rising powers is that they represent models of non-Western economic development. Japan's state-led export-oriented model, the so-called flying geese model, and China's mixture of political authoritarianism and market economy, the so-called Beijing consensus, pose challenges to the Western model. Whether the Japanese and Chinese models are powerful enough to attract followers in Asia and whether their existence has diminished the appeal of Western values is debated. In the case of Japan, its policy of regionalism that promotes both export-led economic growth and linkages with Japan was carefully crafted not to challenge U.S. global and regional preferences. Hiro 2008. India and Japan in post-World War Asia in the past decade. Studies based on Japanese primary sources have shed light on the origins of Japan's regionalism in Asia. Oba 2004, Hiro 2008. They reveal the opportunities and constraints, both external and internal, facing Japan in the 1950s. However, India's place in Japan's diplomacy at the time has not been fully researched. This seems odd, as India occupied the center of Japan's return to Asia policy at least through the 1950s. In the early post-World War period, Japan greatly regarded India's leadership in Asian regionalism and tried to make Japan-India cooperation a test case of Asian comradeship. However, there were fundamental differences between India and Japan on the nature of Asian cooperation. Those differences were clearly revealed in the Bandung Conference. In this section, we will first look at why Japan regarded India as a valued partner in Asian regionalism. It will then turn to the Bandung Conference from the Japanese perspective. Finally, it will analyze Japan-India relations during Prime Minister Kishinobu Suke's time in office when Japan needed India for recovering its self-confidence as an Asian state. India's centrality in Japan's return to Asia in 1951. Japan regained its sovereignty with the signing of the peace treaty at San Francisco. It simultaneously signed a security treaty with the United States, which effectively tied its security and diplomacy to the United States. From the beginning, Japanese leaders contemplated regionalism in Asia as a way of constructing a sense of belonging. The geographic scope of the region for Tokyo at the time was Asia minus to China and to Korea, where Cold War was fought. To India's centrality in Japan's regionalism policy had ideational and economic roots, both of which were related to the loss of China after the communist victory there. Ideationally, India was the partner that could help expiate Japan's World War guilt. Relations with India were relatively free from Japan's wartime guilt, as India had renounced its reparation claims soon after the San Francisco Treaty. Moreover, Indian leaders had praised the Japanese victory in the Russo-Japanese War as the first triumph of Asia over the West, which helped restore devastated national pride. Kwan 2008, 115-116. It was natural that Japanese leader felt a sense of relief when India accepted Japan as a legitimate member of international society. Economically, India was expected to compensate for the loss of China, that is, the loss of markets on the mainland. Trade with mainland China was strictly regulated by the US's CINCOM policy in 2010-77. Also, Japan had to find an alternative supplier of natural resources, especially iron ore. Japanese politician, bureaucrats, and 398 Aizuao Marine business alike felt the urgency to build economic linkages with India and Southeast Asia in order to restore the Japanese economy. The Japanese steel industry rushed into India in search for iron ore and in 1951 provided a project loan for India's gold mines. This was one of the first Japanese development import schemes. Yemen Al-Aki 2003, 65. In 1958, Japan's first overseas development aid, ODA, was made available for the development of the Bilateral iron mine in India, Tanaka 2015, 6. However, Japan's attempt to go beyond extracting resources and building a steel plant in India failed. The initiative had come from Takasaki Tatsunosuke, who later led the Japanese delegation to Bandung and promoted Japan-China business cooperation. With his experience of heavy industry in Manchuria during World War II, he believed that combining Indian natural resources and Japanese technology could help develop the steel industry in India. In November 1952, Takasaki, who was head of the public sector electric power development company, negotiated with India. The Indian side was represented by C.C. Desai, P.C. Bhattacharya, and B.K. Nehru. India soon opted out of the negotiations. In 2018, 228-233, the Indian side did not understand Japan's urgency in looking for external economic links, and Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru cautioned his colleagues to be very careful not to get entangled with Japanese customers. Nehru 1952, 94-95. While the attempt to forge Japan-India steel cooperation exemplifies Tokyo's enthusiasm for building economic link with India, the Japanese learned that its economic re-entry into Asia was liable to be seen as not so safe. They rent from its past record in Manchuria. Takasaki 1953, 42-43. Bandung Conference, 1955. Why did Japan participate in the Bandung Conference? How did the Bandung experience shape Japan's foreign policy? Why did India and Japan differ at Bandung? Recent studies of Bandung reaffirm India's attempts to make the gathering a success. Analysis of Nehru's speech there, in which he made every effort to avoid divisions among participants on Cold War lines, suggests that India's priority was to promote non-alignment within Asia and Africa. Abraham 2008, QI 2009, although he refers to neutralism, saying 2011. Also, India's role of engaging China, evident in earlier studies, is not refuted. QI 2009. Subimal Dutt, a foreign service officer who accompanied Nehru, writes that the Prime Minister was keen to get the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, which had prominently featured in the India-China Agreement on Tibet, embodied in the final communique. 1977, 100. On China, he testifies to Nehru's efforts to have China better accepted by Asian countries by advising Chinese Prime Minister Zhou Enlai on what its smaller neighbors feared about China. 1977, 98-99. This older account of India's leadership in propagating the non-aligned principle, as well as its effort to engage China, is upheld in the more recent literature on the Bandung Conference. However, seen from Japan, the conference appears very differently. To understand Japan's perspective, it is important to note that Japan was insecure about its place in Asia, with no leader as established as Nehru. As a result, Tokyo took a more reactive and low-key approach. Its experience of Bandung shaped Japanese diplomacy. Miyagi 2001. Japan's diplomatic thinking around Bandung can be summarized as follows. First, there was debate over the degree of diplomatic autonomy from the United States. For Prime Minister Hatoyama, Bandung was an opportunity to show policy independence from the United States. On the other hand, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, MOFA, did India, China, and Japan's Policy 399 not support this view. The dependency autonomy debate, or cooperative autonomous debate, has been a big issue ever since in both policy circle and academic circles. Soya 1992, Haushiro 2007. Second, Bandung had implications for Japan's burgeoning economic diplomacy. The Hatoyama government had appointed Takasaki, then Minister of the Economic Council, as head of delegation to Bandung. Hatoyama and Takasaki had decided to focus on the economic agenda at the meeting. Their thinking was that rather than walking a tightrope between the United States and Asian countries sympathetic to communism, Japan should make an effort to expand its economic engagement in Asia. Miyagi 2001, 89-90. This too has remained an enduring element of Japanese diplomacy. The India-Japan encounter at Bandung was quite revealing as well. Nehru's evolution of the Japanese delegation was either critical or at least far from positive. The Japanese did not play an important role, wrote Nehru. He further observed that they were anxious to push Japanese trade and commercial interests. Nehru 1955, 137. In saying this, Nehru may have been aware of the constraints on Japan, as he also referred in this context to the pressures from the United States, but he did not fully understand that Japan's economic diplomacy came from a conjuncture between diplomatic autonomy and Asianness. What we can note here is Nehru's disdain on economic matter, or, more fundamentally, the low priority accorded to economics in Indian diplomacy. This is confirmed in the memoirs of B.K. Nehru, an Indian delegate at Bandung, who prepared the economic brief. Bandung was the first time the Ministry of External Affairs showed some interest in such lowly matters as the increase of Indian foreign trade. He wrote. He continued sarcastically that the Brahmins of the Foreign Office believed that their function was to maintain peace in the world and to ensure social justice for the entire human race, and that economic matters should be left to Banyas of the Finance and Commerce Ministries. Nehru 1997, 261. Evidently, the Indian Brahmins and Japanese Banyas could not connect either. This was a fundamental difference in Indian and Japanese foreign policy that was revealed at the Afro-Asian gathering and that affected their views of each other in the decades ahead. On the other hand, on engaging China, India and Japan happened to be on the same side. According to Miyagi, Zhu Enlai had repeatedly been supportive of Japan during the conference. When debate on neo-colonialism got heated, Zhu suddenly referred to the Japanese proposal as a focal point for compromise. In fact, the Japanese proposal had been intended to counter the 5 principles, but it was too vague to draw attention as such. Miyagi 2001, 133-139. Bandung also provided the opportunity for bilateral meeting between Zhu and Takasaki, who expressed their hope for diplomatic normalization. Nothing came of the meeting because of external constraints, including U.S. policy on Taiwan, but Takasaki and Liao Chengji, the Chinese delegate, later negotiated the landmark Sino-Japanese Long-Term Comprehensive Trade Agreement, so-called LT Trade Agreement, an acronym for Liao and Takasaki. Prime Minister Kishi and hope for India. Although India did not have a high regard for Japan at this juncture, Tokyo still had high expectations with respect to the prospects of India-Japan economic cooperation in the regional setting. 400 Marie. Basically, Japan's idea of regional economic cooperation was to mobilize funds from the United States and to build plants with Japanese technical assistance. It tried to sell this idea at the Colombo Plan, established in 1950, which was the first regional institution to admit Japan after World War II. India was the only country which accepted the idea of an Asian Development Agency for Asians, at least in principle. Other members were more inclined toward bilateral aid or indifferent to Asianness with regard to the source of funding. Haushiro 2008. For its part, Japan saw India as the country most capable of utilizing the aid in its economic planning. OK to 1955. 73. Prime Minister Kishi, who pushed Asian diplomacy, believed that Japan could be an equal alliance partner with the United States only if it consolidated its status in Asia. Sato 1993. 154. India was the entry point of this venture for him. He attached special importance to his Southeast Asian, including India, trip in 1957. The origin of Kishi's tilt toward India was in his ideological closeness to the Japanese political thinkers, Hideki and Okawa Shumei. Socialist nationalist Yuda and Pan-Asianist Okawa inspired Kishi to believe in Japan's destiny of leading Asia. Some scholars point out that Kishi's Asianism had an affinity with the wartime Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. Haushiro 2008. 141-145. Kwan 2008, 33-35. But Kida and Okawa's great interest in India might also have had influence on Kishi's policy. 3. Later in 1957, Nehru visited Japan and was welcomed enthusiastically. Kishi could now be shown on an equal footing with a great Asian leader. However, neither a concrete proposal for an Asian development fund nor a shared perception of the communist threat resulted. Instead, Kishi and Nehru negotiated Japan's first ODA to India. Sato. 1993, 158-160. There was in 1999, Ashiba Nobuhiko, who negotiated a trade agreement with India and later led Japan's economic diplomacy, recalled that the first ODA to India was an epoch-making event for Japan as it turned Japan from being a recipient to a donor country. Ashiba and Yamamoto 1984, 17. An official from the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI, explained the significance of ODA to India as a contribution to Indian development on the one hand, and an opportunity to export Japanese capital goods on the other hand. He hailed the first ODA as fulfilling the vision of Asian mutual assistance. Hayashi 1957, 127. India's marginalization and Japan's vision of regionalism, given Kishi's negative view of communist China and his effort at cooperation with democratic countries, was at the heart of Japan's diplomacy. The India-China War in 1962 should have promoted India-Japan cooperation in the region. Ironically, though, India and Japan just changed strategic sides vis-a-vis gravis China. India moved to the confrontation side and Japan moved to the engagement side. This strategic gap would be the last blow to India's status in Japan's regionalist policy. When the border dispute developed into massive armed attack from China, Nehru asked for assistance from Japan. This was a complete reversal from 1957 to 1958, when Kishi had tried to persuade India to cooperate with the democratic camp. At the time, Nehru had insisted to Kishi that the real threat stemmed from the expansionism of the Great powers rather than from communism. DAMOFA-0152. In response to India's request for moral support, Prime Minister Ikeda Hayao wrote to Nehru that it was a deep regret that Communist China had resorted to large-scale military action. The government and people of Japan expressed their sympathy with India. However, his letter carefully avoided to take a position on the disputed border India, China, and Japan's Policy 401 and made no commitment to assist India. The Japanese ambassador in Delhi had been pushing for material assistance as he felt it was vital to help India in concert with the United States and other Western countries to check China. Takahashi 2005-50. But this view was a minority in MOFA. MOFA rejected his proposal, arguing that Japan should be the last to assist India and should refrain from enhancing Indian capability. DAMOFA-0372. Some scholars suggest that Japan's response to the India-China war was an exceptional case of the country's dependent diplomacy and its role as a surrogate of the U.S. Part 2018-2021. What was the cause of Japan's taking an independent line from the United States and rather aloof attitude toward India at this critical moment? In retrospect, the answer lies in Japan's attachment to China. First, at the political level, the relationship with China had begun to gain importance in Japan's domestic politics. A pro-China group was emerging even in the Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, around 1960. The group was linked to factions opposed to Kishi in 2010, 232-236. Soon after Ikeda's letter to Nehru, politicians from the Socialist Party persistently questioned the government in the Diet on its attitude to the dispute until the government admitted that Japan was not endorsing the McMahon Line. Committee on Foreign Affairs, the House of Representatives, 41st Session 1962. Second, at the intellectual level, sympathetic views of China were also dominant. Japanese intellectuals were disappointed at the downfall of the 5 principles and the ideals of peaceful coexistence that India and China had adopted. They were confused over which side was right in the dispute, but few criticized China. One commentator even thought that the Tibet uprising was a plot by domestic anti-China elements in India. Only one Japanese journal referred to the Tibetan issue, but its report endorsed the normalization and liberation of Tibet by the People's Liberation Army, PLA. Japanese intellectuals did not conceive of the Tibet issue as the problem of an ethno-religious minority. Barbara 2010, 206. Third and most importantly, at the policy level encompassing bureaucrats, politicians, and businesses, promoting trade with China was a priority. Takasaki, former Minister of Commerce and head of the delegation at Bandung, still had a strong interest in deepening economic relations with China. He worked vigorously toward a trade agreement, persuading Ikeda as well as the Chinese side and coordinating business interests. Takasaki first visited China in October 1960, but it was in August 1962 that China turned positive on the proposal. In 2010, 243-258, as the LT trade negotiation was in the final stages, Japan was anxious not to upset China on the border conflict with India. By this time, India was losing attractiveness both in economic and ideational terms. Official and semi-official reports observed that India was not fertile ground for economic cooperation. Japanese officials and businesses encountered many stumbling blocks in India and felt that Indian planners neglected rural development, were overly supportive of large-scale factories, and were insisting on local content and manufacturing. Nichon Kaizai Kyoryoku Josei Kai 1967, 34-37. The report urged India to clarify its policy on fostering indigenous private business, which could be at the core of economic cooperation. Nichon Kaizai Kyoryoku Josei Kai 1967, 67. The widening gap between the Indian development model based on a socialist pattern of society, which prioritized the public sector and heavy industrialization, and the Japanese development model, which encouraged private sector and export orientation, made Japanese more hesitant to engage in economic cooperation. 402 Aizuama Marie. Another factor accounting for the fading interest in India was Japan's perception of the decline of Indian diplomatic leadership after the defeat to China. The Southwest Asian Bureau of MOFA observed that, post-Nehru, India was isolated in international society, with its prestige diminishing not only in Afro-Asian groups but also in the non-aligned movement. DAMOFA-432. This view was widely shared among business leaders and intellectuals. As Okei Saburo, another key person for Japan's economic diplomacy, stated, "Our interest in India seems to have cooled down recently. It might be a reflection of the fact that Indian glory represented by Gandhi and Nehru has declined in the real world." Nyan Kaizai Joseph Yojikai 1965. Forward. The exit of nationalist leaders like Nehru and Sukarno marked the end of nationalism as a reference point for Japan's diplomacy in Asia. Rapid economic growth in the 1960s boosted Japan's confidence in its economic diplomacy in Asia. Tokyo proposed a ministerial conference for the economic development of Southeast Asia in 1966, which was Japan's first initiative for a regional institution. India and Pakistan were intentionally excluded from the group. Takahashi 2005, Hoshiro 2008. Instead, Japan-India bilateral consultations at the secretary level were instituted. India's entry to East Asia after drawing the line of regionalism at Southeast Asia in the middle of 1960s, India's marginalization and Japan's plans proceeded irrevocably. India's isolation from East Southeast Asian growth was both cause and consequence of the diplomatic and economic differences between Japan and India. The end of the Cold War did not bring drastic change to Japan's India policy, though two fundamental reorientations in India paved the way for change. The first was the opening up of the Indian economy after the currency crisis in 1991, and the second was rapprochement with the United States. However, it was only in the middle of the 2000s that Japan's changing perceptions of China triggered a turn to India. The resurgence of India and Japan's regionalism policy was visible at the inauguration of the EAS. Japan's promotion of the EAS was a major initiative in its Asian regionalism. This was the first time that Japan's concern for China was directly reflected in a policy debate. It was also the first time that Japan adopted value diplomacy while negotiating the criteria for membership. Many scholars have pointed that Japan's pursuit of India's involvement in East Asia community building is an outstanding example of institutional balancing. Yamamoto, 2011, or multilateral hedging against China's increasing influence in regional institutions. Joshi and Penn, 2015. This author shares the view that the China factor worked in this new regional architecture building. However, India as balancer theory does not explain why India was chosen for this role. Our tentative answer is that rising China required a reinterpretation of regional order. Facing China's leadership challenge, Japan had to search for a new set of values other than development and separation of politics and economics as the basis for its reassertion of leadership in Asia. The inclusion of India in the EAS was the piece which was lacking in Japanese diplomacy, evoking a universal value of regional inclusivity. To better understand how Indian involvement in East Asian regionalism fitted Japan's value of diplomacy, it is necessary to describe China-Japan relations at the bilateral, regional, and global levels and to contrast them with India-Japan relations. Table 24.1 gives a short summary of Japan's relations vis-a-vis China and India, India, China, and Japan's Policy 403. Table 24.1 Japan's partnership with China and India. China, India. Bilateral relations cooperation conflict. Bilateral relations cooperation conflict in the region. Economic interdependence. Competing substantial relations connecting India. Factor. Trade. FDI. In ASEAN. Thin. Rightwards arrow. Opportunity with ASEAN as. Rightwards arrow. Friction. Rightwards arrow. Mutual denial. India as candidate. Good for Japan as. Hegemony. For China +1. And the region. Ideational history. Issue as defining East Asia. Shared value of. Rule-based factor. Vulnerability as ASEAN +3. Democracy as order. And for Japan versus strength to take. Inclusiveness ASEAN +6. Global role evoked to embrace India. Source. Author's own. Weighing China and India and Japan's policy of regionalism in Asia. Japan's bilateral relations with China and India have different trajectories. 4. This is clearly visible in the nature of Japan's strategic partnerships during the period 2000-2005. Strategic partnerships are largely a feature of post-Cold War Japanese foreign policy. Originally, they were meant to consolidate bilateral relationships with countries outside the Western camp or liberal camp that are particularly important for Japan. Indonesia is an early example. Later, with the transformation in the U.S.-Japan alliance, enhancing partnerships with India became a common strategic objective of both Japan and the United States. MOFA 2007. In India's case, Japan established a global partnership in August 2000 when Prime Minister Mori visited India. In 2005, it acquired a more strategic orientation and was raised to the level of a full-fledged strategic partnership in December 2006. There are 3 important points to be noted. First, the partnership with India started with a global focus, although the bilateral substance was relatively thin. This was strikingly in contrast to the Japan-China partnership. Second, the Japan-India partnership became more strategic when a regional focus was added. Third, shared values had to be invoked for the Japan-India partnership to be raised to a strategic partnership. MOFA 2005-2006b. In China's case, Japan was more cautious in using the term strategic partnership. This was because strategic partnership was used by China in opposition to the term alliance. Masuda 2007, 101. However, Japanese scholars interpret a mutually beneficial strategic relationship as an arrangement that goes beyond the traditional China-Japan Peace and Friendship Treaty of 1978. For Japan, the strategic relationship with China means that both parties are committed to cooperation in the East Asia framework, as well as the 6-party talks on North Korean nuclearization. Japanese scholars see the significance of the strategic relationship in transforming Japan-China relations from a purely bilateral construct to one embedded in regional and global society. MOFA 2006a, 2008. Mutual recognition of role at the global level. The difference between the Japan-India strategic partnership and the Japan-China strategic partnership is that the former in essence comfortably accepts mutual recognition of a global role, while the latter does not. 404 Aizuama Maria. In India's case, bilateral differences over issues such as India's nuclear tests of 1998 and Japan's de facto sanctions in the wake of the tests did not become an obstacle to working together for nuclear disarmament or any other multilateral issues at the global level. The Japan-India strategic partnership can be traced back to Prime Minister Mori's visit to India in August 2000. It was the first Japanese Prime Minister's visit after 1990. The central agenda for the Japanese government was inducing India into Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, CTBT, which ultimately was in vain. Despite their disagreement on the Test Ban Treaty, both leaders agreed to cooperate on the United Nations Security Council (UNSC) reforms, which later featured in the Joint Declaration of December 2001. The declaration envisaged Japan and India being in a position to play a significant role in the international community of the 21st century. MOFA 2001. In China's case, bilateral issues, especially the history issue, became a stumbling block for Japan-China cooperation after Prime Minister Koizumi Junichiro's consecutive visit to Yasukuni Shrine from August 2001 on. Anti-Japan feeling was spread in China and developed into non-governmental activities such as Chinese non-governmental organizations (NGO) landing on the Senkaku Islands or anti-Japan agitations at Football Asia Cup in China in the summer of 2004. The Chinese government also started natural resources development in the East China Sea, where the maritime boundary delimitation is in dispute. What is even more important here is that China opposed Japan's initiative for UNSC reform. In September 2004, Japan, Germany, India, and Brazil, G4, formally made a collective bid for permanent membership of the Security Council. China vehemently opposed to the move. After UN General Secretary General Kofi Annan made a statement clearly recommending expansion of the Security Council in March 2005, a group of Chinese Americans in the United States started an internet signature campaign against Annan's recommendation. The campaign then elicited 10 million signatures in mainland China. The campaign was clearly not without official Chinese backing. Kakubo et al. 2013, 217. Miller 2013, 109. In sum, around 2005, Japan and India came to recognize a global role for each other and tried to conjoin their efforts to play that role. In contrast, China sought to prevent Japan from playing a larger role. Mutual recognition of role at the regional level. From at least 1977, under the Fukuda Doctrine, Japan had searched for a larger role in the construction of peace and stability in Southeast Asia. However, its status as ASEAN's Southeast Asia Treaty Organization leading partner was shaken in November 2002 when China and ASEAN agreed on the Free Trade Agreement, OBA 2017, 57. China's attempts to engage the region deepened with the China-ASEAN Expo in Ningbo begun in 2004, which soon grew into a major business event, OBA 2017, 58. Beijing also challenged Tokyo's leadership of the Chiang Mai Initiative, CMI, when in 2009 China attempted to become the largest financial contributor to the CMI, OBA 2017, 59. Japan may have been overly sensitive to China's challenge, but Beijing's explicit denial of Tokyo's role at the global level had contributed to growing fears in Japan and strengthened its determination to compete with China in the region. This culminated in Japan's recognition of India as a trustworthy strategic partner and its decision to push for Indian inclusion in the EAS, Sato 2012. India, China, and Japan's Policy 405. The idea of East Asian community building was first articulated by Prime Minister Koizumi in January 2002 in Singapore in a speech titled, A Sincere and Open Partnership. Initially, the community in Koizumi's proposal meant ASEAN plus 3, i.e. Japan, China, and Korea. He recognized the active role China is willing to play in regional cooperation. He also nominated Australia and New Zealand as core members, but future cooperation with India was just referred to as an example of non-exclusivity and putative East Asian community. Friction at the bilateral level revolving around trade and the history issue, as well as China's denial of Japan's global role between 2002 and 2005 affected Japanese perceptions deeply. Another factor that encouraged Japan-India cooperation was Chinese and Indian interactions with ASEAN at this time. The parallel processes of India-China competition, A. Carrier 2017, J. Shanker 2018, and Japan-China competition in Southeast Asia encouraged the idea of India-Japan cooperation in the region. Once the decision to launch the EAS had been taken, Japan worked hard for India's membership in the grouping. Instead of competing with China to host the first summit, Japan focused on submitting ideas through a series of concept papers, departing from a functional building block approach, Japan instead promoted a notion of respect for universal values and global norms as the basis for membership. CEAC 2005, 8, 10. Yamada Takeo, an MOFA officer involved in the EAS negotiations, concluded that Japan had made a persuasive case for inclusiveness, which opened the door for India. CEAC 2005, 25. India represented transparency and inclusiveness in Japanese policy circles, although some officials were not convinced about the advantages of an Indian presence. Tanaka 2009, 167. Conclusion. In the early post-World War period, Japan looked to India as an ideal partner in Asian regionalism. Ideationally, India did not look upon Japan as an enemy state after World War II. It was therefore more approachable diplomatically and was thought to be more willing to be seen in the company of Japan. Economically, India could compensate for the loss of China as a market and investment destination. Prime Minister Kishi especially tilted toward India and cultivated a friendship with Nehru under the banner of Asian diplomacy. He believed that Tokyo could carve out some degree of autonomy from the United States only if Japan was accepted as a trusted leader in the economic development of Asia. His premise was that Japan understood fellow Asian states better than the United States. However, India did not fit into Japan's vision of regionalism, where the economic logic was presented as transcending the Cold War in Asia. Japan believed Asia could opt for regional economic cooperation autonomously from the Cold War, even if it was allied with the United States. However, India's non-alignment and speaking up on behalf of peaceful coexistence made its presence in Asian regionalism awkward. In addition, India looked down on Japan's merchant-like approach in Bandung. The India-Japan relationship was like the relationship between a Brahmin and Banya. The India-China War of 1962 set in motion the further marginalization of India in Japan's regionalism policy. Thereafter, Japan concentrated on building an architecture in Southeast Asia, east of the Arakan. The China factor was crucial in the marginalization process, though in a subtle way. Prime Minister Ikeda expressed sympathy with India in his letter to Nehru, but there was no material assistance, although there was 406 Aizuaman debate over supplying aid in line with the Western countries. Ideational and economic factors worked differently from Kishi's time. Politician who felt guilty about Japan's ACTOs in China opted for a conciliatory approach toward Beijing. Intellectual sympathy was also with revolutionary China and tended to ignore communism's violent record. Bureaucrats and businesses were more interested in trade agreements with China. There were no equivalent champions of India. It is quite revealing to see the reverse trend in Japan's perspectives on India and China in the 2000s. Basically, by this time, Japan-China enjoyed a thick interdependence at the bilateral level. However, China's retrieval of the issue of historical wrongs and, as a consequence, denial of Japan's global role made Tokyo insecure about its position in Asia. Also, China's massive economic expansion in ASEAN was eroding Japan's leadership role in Asia. At this juncture, Japan turned to India, under China Plus One, an economic strategy to diversify foreign direct investment, FDI, in order to move some manufacturing facilities out of China. Japan saw India and Vietnam as ideal locations for hedging the China risk. Negotiating for an expanded membership of the EAS, Japan argued vigorously for a rule-based order and inclusiveness. This approach had the effect of distancing Japan from China on the one hand and bringing it closer to India on the other hand. Whether India's regaining of centrality in Japan's Asia policy should be seen as the outcome of just another ad hoc policy which treats India as derivative of China, or whether it represents a fundamental transformation of Japan's foreign policy toward a value-based approach which ends the exceptional treatment of China and reevaluates India's principles stand will only become clear in the years ahead. Notes 1 defined regionalism as policy orientation to constitute region with countries which have geographical proximity and shared norm and value, delimiting we and them. Inside such regions, policy coordination and cooperation is to be pursued. Oba 2004, 2. On Japan's ideas of Asian regionalism, see Noguchi, 2011. In this article, I used the terms Japan's regional policy and regionalism interchangeably. 2. Japan did not have diplomatic relations with mainland China and both Koreas in this period. 3. Onako and India, see Okawa, 1939, 1993, and Otsuka, 1995. 4. Recent literatures on Japan-India bilateral relations in English are Mukherjee and Yazaki, 2016, Bayfrier and Cuddy, 2018, and Horimoto, 2016. Bibliography Abraham, I. 2008, From Bandung to NAM, Non-Alignment of Indian Foreign Policy, 1947-65, Commonwealth and Comparative Politics 46-195 219. Akaria, A. 2017, East of India, South of China, Sino-Indian Encounters in Southeast Asia, New Delhi, Oxford University Press. Bayfrier, R. and Cuddy, S. N. EDS, 2018, India and Japan, Assessing the Strategic Partnership, Singapore, Palgrave Macmillan. S. 1977, with Nehru in the Foreign Office, Calcutta, Minerva Associations Publications. Horimoto, T. 2016, Japan-India Rapprochements and its Future Issues, Japan's Diplomacy Series, Japan Digital Library, JIIA, available online at www.jiia.or.jp/on/pdf/digital_library/Japan_s-diplomacy/1604111-takenori_horimoto.pdf. QIP. Y. 2009, The Four Faces of Bandung, Detainees, Soldiers, Revolutionaries and Statesmen, Journal Contemporary Asia 39 1, 6386. Inogaki, T. 2011, Japanese Ideas of Asian Regionalism, Japanese Journal of Political Science 12 2, 233-249, India, China, and Japan's Policy 407 J. Shankar, D. 2018, A Confluence of Two Strategies, The Japan-India Security Partnership in the Indo-Pacific, in R. Bayfrier and S. N. Cuddy, EDS, India and Japan, Assessing the Strategic Partnership, Singapore, Palgrave Macmillan, 4364, Joshi, Y. and Pent, H. V. 2015, Indo-Japanese Strategic Partnership in Power Transition in Asia, India Review, 14-3, 312-329. Masuda, M. 2007, China, Quest for a Responsible Power, in Jatsu Unkawa, ed. East Asian Strategic Review 2007, Tokyo, National Institute for Defense Studies, 93-128. Miller, M. C. 2013, Wrong by Empire, Post-Imperial Ideology and Foreign Policy in India and China, Stanford, CA, Stanford University Press, MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, 2001, Japan-India Joint Declaration, 10 December, available online at www.mofa.go.jp/region/asia-pachi/india/joint0112.html, MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, 2005, Japan-India Partnership in a New Asian Era, Strategic Orientation of Japan-India Global Partnership, 29 April, available online at www.mofa.go.jp/region/asia-pachi/india/partner0504.html. HTML. MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, 2006. A Japan-China Joint Press Statement, 8 October. Available online at www.mofa.go.jp/region/asia-pachi/china/joint0610.html. MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, 2006. B. Joint Statement towards Japan-India Strategic and Global Partnership, 15 December. Available online at www.mofa.go.jp/redash-asia-pachi/India/PDFs/joint0612.pdf. MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, 2007. Joint Statement of the Security Consultative Committee, Alliance Transformation, Advancing United States-Japan Security and Defense Cooperation, 1 May. Available online at www.mofa.go.jp/region/n-america/us/security SCC PDFs, joint0705.pdf. MOFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, 2008. Joint Statement between the Government of Japan and the Government of the People's Republic of China on comprehensive promotion of a mutually beneficial relationship based on common strategic interests, 7 May. Available online at www.mofa.go.jp/region/asia-pachi/china/joint0805.html. Mukherjee, R. and Yazaki, A. 2016. Poised for Partnership, Deepening India-Japan Relations in the Asian Century, New Delhi, Oxford University Press. Murthy, P. A. N. 1968. India and Japan, in J.D.B. Miller, ed. India, Japan, Australia. Partners in Asia, Canberra, Australian National University Press, 2958. Nehru, J. 1952. Tunal Krishna Chaudhuri, Inescopal, ed. Selected Works of Jawaharlal Nehru, 2nd Series, 26 November, New Delhi, Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Fund, 2001, 9495. Nehru, J. 1955. Note to Chief Ministers, Inescopal, ed. Selected Works of Jawaharlal Nehru, 2nd Series, 28 April, New Delhi, Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Fund, 2001, 129-138. Nehru, B. K. 1997. Nice Eyes Finished 2nd, Memoirs, New Delhi, Penguin Books India. Oba, M. 2017. Sino-Japanese Competition over Regional Institutions in Asia, in J. Reeves, K. L. Nankivale and J. Hornung, eds. Chinese-Japanese Competition at the East Asian Security Complex. Vying for Influence, New York, Routledge, 5370. Pardesi, M. S. 2018. Evolution of India-Japan Ties, Prospects and Limitations, in Art Bayfrier and S. N. Cuddy, eds. India and Japan, Assessing the Strategic Partnership, Singapore, Palgrave Macmillan, 1342. Singh, S. 2011. From Delhi to Bandung, Nehru, Indianness and Pan-Asianness, South Asia, Journal of South Asian Studies 34-1, 5164. Tanaka, A. 2015. Resource Nationalism and the Supply of Iron Ore to the U.S. and Japanese Steel Industry, in Shigen Sodetuis and Jidai Niya Character Sunasha Naru Kigyo no Hikaku Piaishi, Tekosaki no Jirei, Business History of Transnational Enterprises for Iron Ore, Kyoto University, Graduate School of Economics Discussion Paper Series, No. J-15-002-29, available on www.econ, kyoto-u.ac.jp/dp/papers/dp_J-15-002_2.pdf. Yoshimatsu, H. 2019. The Indo-Pacific and Japan Strategy Towards India. Contemporary Politics 25-4, 438-456. 408 Izuamanari Japanese Sources Baba, K. 2010. Sengo Nippon Jin no Chugokuzo. Post-war Japanese Intellectuals Perspectives on China. Tokyo, Shinyosa, CEAC. The Council on East Asian Community. 2005. Saisakuhan KAG 11 Kai Kaigo. 11th Meeting of Policy Meeting. 21 December. Available online at www.cc.jp/j/pdf/study1/11. PDF. Committee on Foreign Affairs, the House of Representatives, 41st Session, 1962.41 Kaikok Kaishujin Gamian Kaikei Jiroku, Record of Meeting, National Diet of Japan, available online at http://kakkai.ndl.go.jp/sentkaku/syugii/041/00820/0411140082010.pdf. Hayashi, S. 1957. Kainen Chakin no Heikei to Sono Iji. Background and Significance of ODA to India. Ajiamanda 7 to August. 124-138. Iruza, T. 1999. Minami no Kaizai Kairyoku. Economic Cooperation to South Asia. In Nagano, S. and Kondo, M. eds. Nagano Sango Beisho. Japan's Post-War Reparation. Tokyo, Kaizo Shobo. 204-211. Host-Hero, H. 2007. Tape Gojo, Taibjishugaker no Seiko. Rethinking Cooperative Autonomous Diplomacy Towards the United States. Leviathan 40. 234-254. Host-Hero, H. 2008. Eijiachakishu Gigaiko no Yuku. 1952-1966. The Rise and Fall of Japan's Regional Diplomacy. 1952-1966. Tokyo, Mogur Takusha. In OAM, 2010. Nikchukako Saihoken no Saiyoshi. Political History of Japan-China Normalization. Nagoya, University of Nagoya Press. In OAM, 2018. Takasaki Tatsuno's Yu to Nichon Taku Koso. Takasaki Tatsuno's Yugen Japan-India Steel Project. Inino, Y. Nakanishi, H. eds. Nyansai Yoshi no Naka, no Iidachi. Leaders in Political History of Japan. Kyoto, Kyoto University Press. 209-237. Kakuban, R. Soea, Y. Takahara, A. and Kawashima, S. 2013. Nichukan Kashi. Modern History of Japan-China Relations. Tokyo, Yuhikaku Arma. Kwan, Y. 2008. Dishisia Kenki no Eiji Gaiko. Tai by Jishu to Ajishu Uji no Birusetsu. Asian Diplomacy of the Kishi Administration. The Paradox of Asianism and Autonomous Diplomacy Toward the United States. Tokyo, Kokosai Aishoin. Miyagi, T. 2001. Bandon Keiji Tinyan no Asia Faki. Bandon Conference and Japan's Return to Asia. Tokyo, Sashisha. Nichon Kaizai Kairyoku Josai Kai. 1967. Nichon no Kaizai Kairyoku. Janjo Timandaitan. Author Tr. Japan-India Economic Cooperation. Current Status and Challenge. Unpublished Report. Nihon Kaizai Joseph Yojikai. 1965. Taikei Hachukoku Kaizai to Nippon. Indu Ochu Shintoshite. Author Tr. Underdeveloped Countries in Japan. Focus on India. Unpublished Report. Oba, M. 2004, Angiatai Iochai Kaki Isai no Dutei, Kyoke Kokinishigo no Aiden Mazaku Tachaki Chugi, Road to Regionalism in Asia Pacific, Japan and Australia as border states and their search for identity, Kyoto, Minerva Shabu. Akawa, S. 1939, 1993, Fako Asia no Shamandai, Various Problems in Asia and Revival, Tokyo, Juko Bunko. Okaida, S. 1955, 1955 Nanyaku Asia no Kaku Seikei Aji, 1955 International Conference in Asia, Asia Mandai 36, December, 6473. Otsuka, K. 1995, Okawashume, Arufako Kakushinshu Ujisha no Shiso, Okawashume, Philosophive and Revivalist Reformist, Tokyo, Chukoshinsho, Sado, H. 1993, Sendo no Nyanto Indo no Saya Kankei, Japan-India Relations and Post-War Period, Inamizaki, T. and Takahashi, M. EDS, Nyanto Indo Karyu no Rikishi, Japan and India, History of Interaction, Tokyo, Sansaido, 137-181. Sado, H. 2012, Nyanyakaryu Hideshi Asia Kyoto Paran to Indo Ninchiki, Locating India in East Asian Regional Architecture, Japanese Perceptions and Policies, in Kondo, N. ed. Jendai Indo no Kaku Saikanki, Mehapawi no Mosaku, India's Contemporary International Relations, They Way to Major Power, Tokyo, Institute of Developing Economies JEPRO, 297-345. Soea, Y. 1992, Sengon Yankei Aiko no Kozu, Structure of Post-War Japanese Diplomacy, Hogaku Kenkyu, Journal of Law, Politics and Sociology, 65-79-101, India, China, and Japan's Policy 409 Takahashi, K. 2005, 1960 Nendai Nyakeru, Nishigo and Taikei Koso, to Ajiatai Hiayu no Kokase Kankia, Japan, Australia, India Trilateral in the 1960s, and International Relations in the Asia Pacific, Geikashirai Okinpo, Journal of the Diplomatic Archives, 1947-87. Takasaki, T. 1953, Haiga no Shohei Ogaru, A Defeated General Talks of Battle, Jitsugo no Nyan 56, 7, 42-43. Tanaka, H. 2009, Geiko no Chikara, The Power of Diplomacy, Tokyo, Nippon Kaizai Shinbun Shupansha, Ashiba, N. and Yamamoto, T. 1984, Ashiba Nobuhiko, Kizai Gikoe no Shogun, Ashiba Nobuhiko, Witness to Economic Diplomacy, Tokyo, Diamond. Yamamoto, Y. 2011, Ajitaiai Uno Enzin Hosho Akitikucha, Security Architecture in the Asia Pacific, Inganmusho Kakuzei Mandai Josa Kenkyu Taigan Jigyo Hogakusho, Research and Policy Recommendation Report, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Tokyo, the Japan Institute of International Affairs, 111-135, available online at www.jii.or.jp/pdf/research/h22_chiki_togo/all, PDF. Yamanao Uki, T. 2003, Kyoto Fighting Cancer, Tokyo, Ransasa. Archival documents DMOFA, Diplomatic Archives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, A-0152, Kishisori Daiichiji to Nanaji Homakanki Kijioku, Prime Minister Kishi's visit to Southeast Asia, Record of Meeting, DMOFA, Diplomatic Archives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, A-0372, Jukyo Indo Kakyo Funso, Kakoku no Tito, Communist China-India border conflict, response of major countries, DMOFA, Diplomatic Archives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, A-432, Nichon Keiki Kyogi, Japan-India consultations, 25 India and the China-Pakistan relationship dehyphenation and rehyphenation Andrew Small. Dehyphenation is a familiar concept in the context of U.S. policy in South Asia, undergirding the deepening of the U.S.-India relationship over the last 2 decades. As the seminal Wren study of 2001 argues, dehyphenation is an approach in which U.S. relations with each state would be governed by an objective assessment of the intrinsic value of each country to U.S. interests rather than by fears about how U.S. relations with one would affect relations with the other. TTS 2001, 88. In the period following Xi Jinping's landmark 2015 visit to Pakistan, China attempted to pursue its own version of dehyphenation. The argument for doing so took similar form, that China's relationship with Pakistan should be pursued autonomously rather than being subject to the constraints imposed by concerns about Indian reactions. The starting points for China's calculations in 2015 and the United States in the years following the Indian nuclear tests were evidently very far apart, where the United States was looking to transcend a fraught history. The long-standing, close relationship between Beijing and Islamabad already amounted to perhaps China's strongest international friendship. Yet there were genuine limitations that Beijing respected, partly out of hesitation about the risks of deeper entanglement with a partner that was prone to adventurous behavior and partly out of concern for the need to maintain a stable relationship with New Delhi. These limitations were largely suspended during a period that saw an all-fronts upgrade in the China-Pakistan relationship, with the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, as its centerpiece. This chapter argues that Beijing's attempt at dehyphenation has already been abandoned and is unlikely to be restored. The traditional rationale for maintaining at least a modicum of balance to Chinese policy in South Asia has been newly reinforced by developments since 2015. The acceleration of competitive dynamics in the region, partly, but not solely, stimulated by China's policy adjustment, was seen by Beijing after the Darkland crisis to represent an unacceptable level of security risk that needed to be mitigated. There was little payoff for China's attempt to double down on its commitments to Pakistan through CPEC. Furthermore, the imbalance that CPEC caused in the relationship and the greater exposure to Pakistan's internal challenges that China faced arguably had a detrimental impact on Chinese interests even without taking broader regional security dynamics into account. The result is that a relationship that once seemed set to enter a qualitatively different phase is now on a trajectory that more closely resembles the one that it was on before CPEC started, deep, close, but with clear limitations. The China-Pakistan relationship in context, the roots of China's relationship with Pakistan are unquestionably India-centric. In the absence of the sharp deterioration in relations between China and India in the 1962 India and the China-Pakistan relationship, 411 Sino-Indian War, it is unlikely that China-Pakistan relations should have evolved in the manner that they did, including the speedy Sino-Pakistani border settlement, the supportive role that China played in the 1965 India-Pakistan War, and the subsequent military relationship between the two countries. Yet even in the early years, Beijing's concerns about Pakistan's eagerness to draw China into conflict with India elicited trepidation about how to handle the security dynamics in the region. Chinese backing for Pakistan in 1965 was rhetorically strong and logistically helpful, but it remains unclear whether China was really willing to intervene on Pakistan's behalf. Gauhar 1993, 352-353. In 1971, while Pakistan and the United States were eager to see China take on a direct role in Bangladesh's war of independence, China did not contemplate it seriously, given the risks of being drawn into confrontation with the Soviet Union, as well as India and the fragile domestic political situation in Beijing. Sisson and Rose 1990. 216. In the aftermath of that conflict, Indian planners had still perceived the need to prepare for a potential two-front war, but Beijing's view was that they should not be maneuvered into conflict with India as the result of spillover from an Indo-Pakistani confrontation. The Chinese role was rather to be a step-back one. China would continue to provide the weapons supplies that Pakistan needed, including support to its nuclear program. It would also help Pakistan to establish an indigenous military-industrial capacity for many of its defense needs and joint production processes for those that could not or should not be fully indigenized. But Pakistan was led to understand that it should no longer assume there was any realistic prospect of direct military intervention by China if war were to break out. The fundamentals of this arrangement remained in place amid many other shifts in the relationship itself and the external environment. China continued to support the development of Pakistan's military capabilities in order to maintain its counterbalancing role in South Asia, ensuring that India's military remained primarily focused on the country's western borders. Beijing sustained these commitments regardless of external pressures, most notably the U.S. sanctions of the 1990s. Beyond that, political and security cooperation was subject to specific exigencies and to broader adjustments in Beijing's strategy. For instance, coordination on support to militant groups in India stopped after Deng Xiaoping came to power and cut off various cultural revolutionary programs for spreading Mao's revolution. Following the normalization of Sino-Indian ties, China also backed away from its forceful defense of the Pakistani position on Kashmir, and the focus, during the Jiang Zemin era, was a foreign policy rooted in Chinese economic goals. The symbolic high point of Chinese efforts to develop a more balanced policy in South Asia was Jiang's 1996 visit to Pakistan, in which he argued in a speech unmistakably referring to Kashmir that Pakistan should look at disputes from a long perspective, and that, if certain issues cannot be resolved for the time being, they may be shelved temporarily so that it will not affect the normal state-to-state relations. Comments made as China also sought to set aside or resolve many of its own land border disputes. Jiang 1996. In the subsequent decade, despite unhappiness about India's waiver at the Nuclear Suppliers Group, NSG, Beijing acquiesced reluctantly so as not to be the sole actor blocking the deal. Even during live or potential conflicts, China took care not to lean too far in Pakistan's direction and typically coordinated with the United States to ensure that the risks of war were contained. In some cases, China's role was restricted to generalized diplomatic support. Others elicited specific actions by Beijing to put pressure on Pakistan or to help defuse tensions. For example, during the Kargil conflict, Beijing conveyed a strong view to Pakistan that it should pull its troops back, and after the Mumbai attacks of 2008, China made clear that it would no longer 412 Andrew Small provide protection to Jaish-e-Mohammed at the United Nations UN Security Council's 1267 Committee. China treated the Sino-Pakistani